June 17th, 2027, 1947. The numbers in the bottom right corner of the screen advanced by minute. Molan fixated on the spreadsheet on his computer. A column that should have been marked in green as delivered was now glaringly red. The highlighted discrepancy of minus 340.00 was alarming. But even more concerning was the logistics status below. Vehicle stationary, 6 hours 24 minutes. GPS signal, weak. His phone, pressed against his ear, was hot to the touch. In the earpiece, old Lou, who handled cold chain logistics, sounded utterly exhausted. Manager you, it's not that I want to raise the price. The highway navigation is completely red. They say it's a military exercise. But it doesn't look like that to me. It's all military vehicles pushing private cars aside. I'm running low on fuel for the cold machine. If you don't cover this, I'll be losing money on gas. Z. The sound of static sharply pierced his eardrum. Old Lou. Silence reigned, no background noise, just an eerie quiet. The 5G indicator on the signal bar flickered twice before vanishing altogether. The air conditioning in the office had been off for 40 minutes. The property management claimed it was due to power grid overload. Temporary power cut. The air was a mixture of the sour scent of fermented red oil dough and the odor of foot fungus wafting from the other side. This was not just about this single order. Since 3 days ago, the number of delivery trucks into the city had decreased by 30%. The delivery rate for fresh produce had plummeted below the threshold. Gas stations had a cap of 200 yuan, and highways were closed. The vast machinery of the city continued to churn, but the lubricant between its gears had run dry, emitting a harsh, grinding sound. Suddenly, the phone screen lit up. Messages flooded in the logistics group at a dizzying pace, too fast to read. Did you see missile carriers on the bypass? Why are all the birds flying erratically over here? Boss, I want to go back home. Something's off today. The heat is making me nauseous. Molan loosened his tie and shut off the screen. He had no desire to look. The elevator descended. The reflection in the cabin walls revealed his puffy eye bags. No one had slept well these past few days. The low atmospheric pressure before the storm made his eardrums feel perpetually swollen. On the second basement level, in the underground parking lot, the air carried a scent reminiscent of the plum rain season. Next to his dust-covered Passat, the owner of the BMW X5, Mr. Wong, was screaming into his phone. Can't get rid of it. The system has crashed. What do you mean fiber optic failure? Hello? Damn it. Why hasn't anyone else disconnected? Mr. Wong kicked the tire hard and turned to see Molan. The muscles in his face twitched, and without greeting, he jumped into his car, slamming the door with a loud bang. Even the image-conscious Mr. Wong had lost his composure. Molan entered his car and turned on the ignition. The car radio activated automatically, crackling with static. The National Astronomical Observatory announces, Near-Earth Asteroid 2026. HY7 will pass by at 10 p.m. tonight. No impact risk. Citizens are advised not to believe or spread rumors. No risk, Molan murmured to himself. He folded the handwritten waybill several times and tucked it into the pocket of his shirt. The stack of paper felt slightly uncomfortable. At the school gate, a large yellow dog was going wild. The usually docile old dog was vigorously digging at the cement ground. Security guard Old Chun sat in the shade, indifferent, smoking one cigarette after another, the ash accumulating thickly on his uniform. He recognized Molan's car. This man was a teacher's family member, often leaving his child at school late. Just arrived, Old Chun lifted his hand, muttering, "This weather's going to steam people alive." The playground was deserted, with only Xiaoyu sitting by the flower bed. She wasn't carrying her backpack. The pink strap trailed on the ground, her heels tapping monotonously against the steps, producing a dull thud sound. Upon seeing the car, she jumped up, quickly and skillfully opening the door and fastening her seatbelt in the back seat. Had you been waiting long? No, I just finished my drawing. Inside the car, the air conditioning was set to maximum, yet the oppressive heat still seeped in through the gaps. Molan adjusted the airflow from the vents in the armrest to avoid blowing directly on Xiaoyu's face. Dad, Xiaoyu gazed out at the line of red brake lights. The earthworms in the school flower bed all came out. It's disgusting. They're everywhere, all red. It's too hot, Molan replied. The teacher said it's because the meteor shower is coming. Xiaoyu spread out a sheet of drawing paper. The picture depicted a mass of gray-blue scribbles. This is the ocean. The teacher said the sea should be blue, but I added gray. Why? Because the ocean is angry, Xiaoyu gazed down, fiddling with her fingers. Dad, should we hide? Molan glanced at his daughter through the rearview mirror. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, her eyelashes seeming freshly washed. Don't think too much. Let's go home for dinner. At home, the roar of the range had drowned out the commotion outside. Lin Zhixi stood at the stove, her silhouette slender. Her movements were vigorous as she stirred the contents of the pan. The sound of the spatula scraping against the iron pot particularly jarring. You're back. She did not turn around. Wash your hands. The water from the faucet was warm, not refreshing. At the dining table, the television was rebroadcasting the news. HY7 asteroid, no impact risk. Lin Zhixi paused her chopsticks in the bowl. Recently, the prices of rice and flour have surged. They say goods can't get in. The supermarket downstairs is being raided. What's going on with your logistics company? Traffic is jammed, the signal is poor, and the drivers are in a bad mood. Molan took a bite of the dry, hard rice. Can a bad mood stop them from delivering? Lin Zhixi suddenly raised her voice. Is it because of that asteroid in the news? They've been broadcasting it all day. It's far from Earth. Molan placed a piece of vegetable on her plate. Don't scare yourself. No one spoke further. Suddenly, a low rumble of thunder rolled outside. The glass windows emitted a low-frequency hum, and the water cups on the table gently rippled. After dinner, Lin Zhixi sent Xiaoyu to wash up and sleep, while she curled up on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Molan stepped out onto the balcony for a smoke. There was no wind outside. The city felt as though it were trapped in a colossal steamer, the traffic lights at the intersection distorted in the heat haze. Suddenly, the clouds to the southeast brightened. It wasn't lightning. A pale white light sliced through the sky like a scalpel, instantly illuminating the dense clouds before rapidly closing up again. There was no sound, only that light left a lingering afterimage on his retina. Molan's fingers, holding the cigarette, stiffened. Lin Zhixi stood in the middle of the living room, holding her phone, her brow furrowed. Strange, the videos won't load. She exited one page and clicked into another app. A white circle spun for 2 seconds, then froze. Molan, could you check if the router is malfunctioning again? She instinctively glanced towards the TV cabinet. Molan approached, bending to inspect the router. The green light was blinking. He reached out to unplug the power, then plugged it back in. The indicator lights lit up in sequence, then quickly extinguished, leaving only a dim red light flickering weakly in the shadows. Lin Zhixi refreshed the page, but it remained blank. Useless, her voice dropped slightly. Molan took out his phone, turned off the Wi-Fi, and switched back to mobile data. In the top right corner of the screen, the signal fluctuated between 1 and 2 bars, sometimes 4G, sometimes 5G. He watched for 2 seconds, and at that moment, a new message popped up in the community owners group. Just 2 lines, with no replies. Is your internet down too? Stuck here. Did the mobile network get struck by lightning? Broadband master. It might be a base station maintenance issue. He offered the most cliched excuse, yet his heart began to race. The wind picked up. This gust arrived without warning, carrying a heavy scent of earth and moisture. Moments later, rain began to fall, large droplets pounding on the glass, like someone outside was furiously knocking on the window. I'll close the window. You gather the clothes from the balcony. Lin Zhixi dashed towards the bedroom. Molan stood in the middle of the living room. He did not move. Something was off. Everything felt wrong. Just then, his phone, previously dark, began to vibrate violently in his palm. No incoming call display. IT is the permission for awakening the underlying system of the mobile phone. A mandatory pop-up for national-level warning information. Wail, wail, wail. The piercing sound of the siren instantaneously pierced through the cacophony of the torrential rain. The screen abruptly transformed into a vast expanse of deep crimson as the black countdown frantically pulsated. Warning seismic waves to arrive in 3 minutes and 50 seconds estimated intensity. 6 distance to epicenter, 880 kilometers. Magnitude, MW 9.7 important. This is not a drill. Chapter 2. Earthquake on June 17, 2027. At 2250, the shrill alarm of the mobile phone persisted, piercing through the air like a relentless drill upon the nerves. Lin Zhixi, having just reached the threshold of the bedroom, found herself frozen in place by the unexpected cacophony. Have you secured your clothes? Why is your ringtone so deafening? Her gaze lingered on the balcony, only to collide with Molan's ashen visage. Do not go to the balcony. Come here. He bellowed, his voice hoarse and strained. He lunged forward, seizing his wife's wrist with such force that it felt as though he might shatter her bones. The red countdown on the screen flickered erratically, speeding up and slowing down. 2:18, 1:59, the timeline was chaotic. An earthquake? How could this be? Lin Zhixi staggered as she was pulled. Having never experienced an earthquake and utterly unaware of the implications of a magnitude 6 tremor. No time for nonsense. By the bed. Pull down the blankets. Molan dashed into the kitchen in search of water. His mind was a muddled haze, and the familiar sight of the bottled water eluded him. He kicked the cabinet door in frustration, his foot connecting with a half-empty case of water tucked in the corner. Bending down to lift it. His palms were slick with cold sweat. The box slipped from his grasp and landed painfully on the top of his foot. Ignoring the sharp agony, he dragged the case back to the bedroom in a frenzy. Little Yu was still asleep, cocooned in blankets. Wake up, little Yu. Lin Zhixi had already leapt onto the bed, clutching her child tightly in her embrace. Molan forcefully shoved the half-case of water beneath the bed, his haste causing his hand to scrape against the bed frame, drawing blood. It's fine. The building shouldn't collapse, Molan reassured her. The countdown on the mobile screen froze at 0:43, remaining still. Then came an eerie silence, broken only by the relentless pounding of the torrential rain against the windows. It's here. Molan turned onto the bed, using his body to form the outermost line of defense, his hands gripping the edges of the headboard. First came the sound, a low-frequency hum resonating from deep within the earth, traveling through the skeletal framework of steel and concrete, vibrating through to the roots of their teeth. The floors sank beneath them, a sensation of weightlessness causing their hearts to leap into their throats. Next came the lateral tearing motion. The entire building felt as though it were gripped by a giant's hand, beginning to sway slowly. Molan recalled the first voyage to Lin Zhixi's hometown on that ship. The wardrobe door in the bedroom slammed open, the clothes rod clattering, 2 shirts tumbling out. The ceiling light fixture collided with the ceiling, emitting a buzzing sound. Yet it remained intact. Ah! Little Yu's scream escaped her lips, quickly muffled by Lin Zhixi's hand over her mouth. This tremor felt wrong. Molan gritted his teeth, staring intently at the cracks in the corner of the wall. A typical earthquake would involve jolting movements, but this tremor was prolonged and sinister. As if some colossal force had struck the earth from afar, the aftershocks carrying destructive energy across thousands of kilometers. The wedding photo frame on the wall crashed down. 1 minute, perhaps 2. Each second stretched to its limits. Molan felt his stomach churn violently, a powerful dizziness rendering him incapable of discerning up from down. The tremors finally began to subside, transforming into a lingering, spasmodic twitch before gradually calming. Outside, the cacophony of car alarms blared in unison, rising and falling like a chorus of startled beasts in the rain-soaked night. Molan gasped for breath, his lungs heaving violently. He attempted to release his grip on the headboard. His fingers had stiffened into a claw-like form, spasming and unable to straighten. Lin Zhixi lay limp on the bed, her face awash with tears, her entire body trembling. It's all right, it's all right. Molan's voice was hoarse as he reached out to stroke the head of little Yu. His hand trembled, and it took several attempts before he finally brushed against the child's warm cheek. He staggered down from the bed, his legs as weak as noodles, and knelt directly on the floor. The house was in disarray. He braced himself against the wall and pressed the switch. The light flickered twice before extinguishing. A power outage. He fished out his phone and activated the screen. No signal, not even an E, just a gray prohibition symbol. The phone interface lagged severely, responding only after several swipes. He approached the window, rubbing his palm against his pant leg to wipe away the cold sweat, cautiously lifting a corner of the curtain. Outside was engulfed in complete darkness. The entire city seemed to have been unplugged. Only the distant flicker of car lights and solar street lamps pierced through the downpour, casting blurred beams of light. Although it was deep into the night, the southeast sky was still shrouded in an eerie dark red hue. His wife, Lin Zhixi, cried out from the shadows. I can't make a call. The internet just went down, and now the base station is completely without power, or perhaps overloaded. Molan forced himself to remain calm. Don't make any calls. Conserve battery. First, we need to stock up on water. He groped through the darkness towards the kitchen to fetch water. When he turned on the faucet, it emitted a hollow hissing sound. After a few seconds, murky yellow water sputtered forth, the pressure low and intermittent. He hurriedly grabbed a basin to collect it. The water splashed against the plastic basin's bottom, The sound amplified within the room. "Take as much as you can," he shouted towards the bedroom. No one dared to sleep that night. The darkness consumed time. Molan sat on the sofa, clutching the only functioning flashlight, its beam illuminating the ceiling and casting a pale halo of light. Sounds began to stir in the corridor. Rapid footsteps, heavy objects scraping across the floor, and muffled cries filled the air. Someone attempted to descend the stairs, while others pounded on a neighbor's door. Voices echoed, "Is it a tsunami? Don't be ridiculous. We're inland. Did you see that red light? Was that a nuclear bomb?" The distorted sounds traveled through the ventilation ducts, warped and twisted. Molan remained still, fixated on the half bottle of water on the coffee table, his mind replaying the logistics information he had witnessed: stationary vehicles, vanishing signals. All the gears had shattered. At 4 a.m., the rain had lessened slightly, yet the sky remained dark. This darkness was not the ordinary night as shadow, but rather a thick, oppressive gray that allowed no light to penetrate. Suddenly, the phone screen flickered to life. A cache news alert popped up, a signal seeping through from who knows where. Upon opening it, he found a brief video, only 3 or 4 seconds long. The footage shook violently, reminiscent of a dashcam recording. The lens captures a highway, where suddenly, a colossal wall of water, blacker than the mountains, rises to meet the sky. The scene then violently spins, abruptly ending. Molan's finger hovers over the screen, frozen. He intends to press replay but accidentally hits refresh instead, only to be met with a prompt: "Video not found." He shuts off the screen, careful not to let Lin Zhixi see. At 8 a.m., the sky remains shrouded in a twilight gloom. The air is thick with the acrid scent of burnt substances, mingled with the foul odor emanating from the sewers. Every vessel capable of holding water in the house is filled: bathtubs, sinks, and even unwashed pots. Though not overflowing, there is still more to be contained. It is then that a frantic knock reverberates through the door. Bang, bang, bang. The urgency of the pounding shakes the frame. Lin Zhixi, startled, leaps from the sofa, instinctively clutching the small dog beside her. Molan gestures for silence. Barefoot, he approaches the door, peering through the peephole. It is old Zhang from downstairs. The usually jovial, chest-loving, plump old man now appears transformed. His tank top is soaked with rain and sweat, clinging to his body. Hair disheveled and plastered to his forehead. His eyes are bloodshot, bulging, and filled with a feverish intensity. Molan cracks the door open just a sliver. Secured by the chain lock. "Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu." Old Zhang presses his face against the gap, a wave of pungent sweat wafting in. "What's wrong, Uncle Zhang? They've gone mad. Everyone's gone mad." Old Zhang gasps, spittle hitting the door frame. The supermarket was smashed. After last night's earthquake, nobody slept. "I just went down to buy some rice, but as soon as the supermarket opened, a mob rushed in. At first, they paid, but then they just stopped checking out. Shelves were toppled." He trembles, raising a plastic bag containing only a few packets of instant noodles and a bottle of unlabeled soy sauce. "They say this disaster is unlike any other. I didn't catch it all. I only managed to grab this little bit of salt, and now there's no water. Do you have any extra food? I'll pay you double." Molan gazes at the outstretched hand, suddenly reminded of the hyenas in the animal kingdom. That hand, which usually delights in playing with the small dog, now resembles a vice grip. "Uncle Zhang," Molan pulls back his sleeve forcefully, "we have no stock either. I haven't stepped outside since last night, and have been worried." Old Zhang pauses, the light in his eyes dimming almost instantaneously, replaced by a surge of suspicion. He scrutinizes Molan's face through the door crack. All gone, he mutters, lifting the withered plastic bag, and turns to ascend the stairs. His footsteps heavy and dragging. Lock the door, bolting it shut, twisting the deadbolt. Molan executes these actions swiftly. He remains unconvinced. Lin Zhixi, standing in the shadow of the corridor, speaks softly. "The way he looked at me just now was terrifying." Molan remains silent, moving to the window to gaze outside. In the community's greenery, the stray cats that usually roam are nowhere to be found. Several figures clad in raincoats are hauling large bags towards the entrance, followed closely by others without raincoats, who are pulling and shouting. Their voices can be heard even through the double-glazed glass. "Dad!" Xiaoyu tugged at his shirt corner, expressing his hunger. "Let's have a meal." Breakfast consisted of boiled noodles, devoid of eggs, merely tossed with a hint of Laogan Ma. "Mom, are we going to school today?" Lin Zhixi shook her head. "No need. There's currently no signal. We'll wait for a notification." Xiaoyu smiled. "So I can watch cartoons today, right?" Molan looked down at her innocent face, still perceiving this as a peculiar holiday devoid of school. After finishing the meal, Molan retrieved the boning knife he had received with the purchase of lamb legs. The blade glimmered coldly in the dimly lit living room. Though inexpensive, he had insisted on acquiring it from the shopkeeper, and once sharpened, it could easily slice through frozen meat. He spread a towel across the coffee table, meticulously wrapping the handle in circles. Halfway through, he paused, a thought emerging in his mind. What was he doing? Perhaps in just a couple of days, power would be restored, the signal would return, and everyone would mock the chaos of these past days. Old Zhang would still be that amiable elder, and his current actions seemed utterly irrational. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed outside, followed by the dull thud of something heavy hitting the ground, accompanied by a man's harsh shout. "Let go." The voice was alarmingly close. Just downstairs. Molan lowered his head, resuming his grip on the knife handle. His hands worked with greater force now. The towel pressed tightly into the grooves of the handle, ensuring that even if blood stained his palms, it would not slip. He stood up, sliding the knife into the most accessible compartment of the entrance cabinet, a place where he could easily retrieve it when changing his shoes. He reached back in, testing the grip on the towel-wrapped handle. The coarse fibers rubbed against his palm, a tangible, solid sensation coursing through his nerves, cold yet reassuring. Chapter 3. Neighbors, June 18, 2027. Afternoon. The rain persisted into the following day, and the old building resembled a sponge soaked in water, every inch of wall absorbing the cold, damp air. Power had been restored, yet the LED ceiling light flickered erratically due to unstable voltage, prompting Molan to turn it off entirely. In the kitchen, Lin Zhixi was struggling with the half-dead drain. Molan, the drain is backing up. She wore slippers, clutching a damp cloth, her brow furrowed. A foul odor reminiscent of a dead rat pervading the air, while the water in the vegetable sink refused to drain. Molan approached for a glance. The drain gurgled, tiny bubbles surfacing, each one bursting forth a nauseating stench. "Normal," he remarked casually, grabbing a plastic bag to seal the drain and pressing the cloth down atop it. The earthquake from the previous night had loosened the pipes, and combined with the heavy rain, the drainage system had failed, forcing all the filth to rise. The odor reminded him of his childhood memories of using a latrine in the countryside, a scent indicative of civilization in regression. "We are fortunate to live on the 7th floor. The 1st floor is likely inundated with sewage." Xiaoyu squatted in the corner of the living room, clutching the signal-less tablet. "Dad, this tablet can't open any cartoons. The signal tower is damaged. The workers are fixing it," Molan fibbed. In truth, the signal had not entirely ceased. 10 minutes ago, the icon indicating a network search suddenly displayed 2 bars of 4G. Instantly, the phone vibrated uncontrollably, releasing a torrent of messages that had accumulated overnight. Within the homeowners group, the photograph of the South City tunnel remained, but it was swiftly followed by a more vivid video. The footage, lasting only 5 or 6 seconds, was shaky, as if the cameraman were hidden within the underbrush by the roadside. In the distance, outside the supermarket that had been emptied the day before, the ground lay strewn with trampled packaging and shattered glass. A few military green trucks thundered down the waterlogged street, their cargo beds filled with armed soldiers, while loudspeakers repeatedly announced, "Citizens are advised to stay indoors, gatherings are prohibited, and looting is forbidden, repairs are underway." This proclamation brought a sense of reassurance, yet it also chilled the heart. It was comforting to know the state remained intact, yet disheartening to ponder the severity of the situation necessitating such a display of force. Molan stepped onto the balcony, parting the curtains slightly. The street below was eerily vacant. Following yesterday's frenzy of hoarding and chaos, no one dared venture outside today. The ground was littered with the remnants of yesterday's madness, discarded umbrellas, lost shoes, and vehicles abandoned in stagnant water. The room felt too dark, prompting Lin Zhixi to turn the lights back on. Molan glanced outside the community. Across the street, a small shop that had escaped looting had its shutter drawn down halfway, revealing only a narrow gap, half a meter off the ground. Someone squatted before the opening, slipping in red banknotes, and moments later, a package was exchanged. The transaction was swift. The individual who completed the exchange tucked the item into their clothing, glanced around, and hurried away, keeping close to the wall. The pantry was running low on rice. Lin Zhixi had counted the contents of the cupboard, but had not managed to replenish supplies, and vegetables were non-existent. They would need to ration their meals. Molan felt the cash in his pocket. Although the power and signal had returned to a semblance of functionality, mobile payments were undoubtedly rendered useless. I'll go down for a bit. Don't go. Lin Zhixi grasped his arm tightly. Haven't you seen the messages in the group? In the neighboring community. Someone was injured yesterday over a bag of rice. I'm not heading to the big supermarket. I'll just check the convenience store downstairs, Molan reassured her, patting the back of her hand. While there are still people willing to open their doors, we must act. Once the last of the supplies are gone, desperation will truly set in. He changed his shoes, slipped a folding knife, typically used for furniture repairs, into his pocket, and donned a cap, lowering the brim to obscure his face. The stairwell was as dark as a grave. Only the faint glow of the emergency exit sign illuminated the path. A damp smell permeated the air. As he ascended to the third floor, he heard muffled sobs emanating from behind a locked door. The building's poor sound insulation rendered the cries heavy and suffocating, reminiscent of someone weeping beneath a blanket. On the first floor, a section of the glass door in the lobby had shattered, allowing rainwater to seep in and create a slippery surface. Molan edged along the wall, careful not to make a sound. The small shop across the way still had its narrow gap open. He crouched down to peer inside. The owner, Old Wang, gripped an iron rod, vigilantly watching the outside. Upon recognizing Molan, Old Wang's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, yet he did not lower the rod. Cash only, he rasped, or gold and silver jewelry. 2 packets of salt, instant noodles, ham sausages, canned food, and a pack of size 5 batteries. Molan slipped 100 yuan into the counter. The salt was long gone. Old Wang accepted the money and handed over several size 5 batteries. A pack of batteries costs 50. As for the food you mentioned, it's all sold out. All that remains are biscuits, 50 yuan a bag. Take it or leave it. How could prices escalate so absurdly? It's just an earthquake. Isn't it? Are they taking advantage of the chaos? That's the current price. Old Wang's gaze was indifferent. Do you not understand the situation? Tomorrow, this money may not even hold value. Without further ado, Molan grabbed the items and stuffed them into his coat. He produced 200 yuan. The rest will go towards biscuits and bottled water. Bottled water is 10 yuan a bottle. Is that acceptable? Yes, I'll take it all. Just as he stood to make his way back, a sudden roar echoed from the end of the street. It wasn't thunder. A 4-wheel drive vehicle burst forth from the flooded area, its roof laden with bags, speeding through the non-motor vehicle lane, heedless of the puddles ahead. The vehicle sped past, splashing murky water everywhere. Through the window, he glimpsed the driver wearing a mask. Molan wiped the dirty water from his face, and an unsettling feeling blossomed within him like wild grass. Upon returning home, he locked the door and pushed the shoe cabinet against it for added security. Did you get everything? Lin Zhixi approached. Just this. People are already fleeing. Molan placed the items on the table. At that moment, the flickering LED light overhead emitted a brief electric arc sound. Crack. Then, the entire room was plunged into absolute darkness. The refrigerator ceased its hum, and the solitary red light on the router extinguished. Power was completely lost. The city's pulse had halted. Only the phone screen remained illuminated, the 4G signal flickering twice before morphing into a glaring X. The last connection had been severed. Dinner was akin to chewing wax. The biscuits, soaked in warm water, bore no flavor. He hesitated to light the candles too brightly, settling for just one on the coffee table. The 3 of them sat huddled around the dim candlelight, their shadows cast against the wall, immense and distorted. As night deepened, the rain continued to fall, but the sound of the wind grew more mournful. Molan instructed Lin Zhixi to take little Yu to the bedroom to sleep while he remained in the living room. The darkness heightened his sense of hearing. At 2 in the morning, just as Molan was battling sleep, a commotion erupted from downstairs. A short, piercing scream abruptly cut off, followed by a dull thud, as if a heavy object had struck the security door. Though separated by floors and the sound of rain, the noise still wormed its way through the ventilation ducts into his ears. A crack in the bedroom door revealed Lin Zhixi's face. Molan, was that a human voice? In the darkness, he fixed his gaze on the door, breathing as softly as possible. He murmured to himself, perhaps it was just a stray cat fighting, or someone accidentally caught their hand in a window. Yet, he dared not turn over again. Chapter 4. The Distance, June 19th, 2027, 9 a.m. Outside, the world remained as dark as an unclean pot bottom. The flame of the gas flickered into a feeble orange hue. Molan glanced at the gas meter, noting that the needle had nearly come to a standstill. It seemed the supply had ceased, and the residual pressure within the pipeline was rapidly depleting, threatening an imminent gas outage. They would have to make do with what little they had. The fire extinguished midway. Lin Zhixi served herself a bowl of lukewarm porridge, the grains still stubbornly hard. Earlier, she had attempted to collect rainwater for the toilet, but what she brought in was nothing but a murky concoction. The mimosa plant on the balcony had its leaves decayed into a black sludge. Molan, holding the bowl, approached the entrance and pressed his ear against the door, listening intently for a moment. There were sounds echoing in the stairwell. He opened the door, and a strong scent of burnt matter rushed towards him. In the lobby on the first floor, a group of about a dozen people had gathered in darkness. The emergency lights had long since drained their batteries. They stood shrouded in shadows, silence reigning except for the sound of heavy breathing. In the midst of the crowd, a burly man clutched security guard Lao Lu by the collar, his voice trembling. "Did you really hear that on the intercom? Don't fabricate stories to frighten us." Lao Lu's face was ashen, nervously holding a crackling civilian intercom. "What would I gain from making this up?" He stammered, his eyes darting. Just moments ago, the security from Phase 3 had shouted that his nephew worked at the Meteorological Bureau and that the collision had occurred the night before in the Pacific Ocean. They claimed that seawater had been vaporized at thousands of degrees, mixing with ash, and henceforth, sunlight would be a distant memory, as supplies had already been procured. Nonsense. The man released his grip, stepping back, his shoes scraping sharply against the tiles. If there had been a collision, why are we unscathed? Wasn't it merely a tremor? Because it was distant, old Zhu, who had remained silent in the corner, interjected softly. "The news has been broadcasting it all day, but isn't this black rain upon us? This isn't rain, it's falling ash." The crowd fell into a profound silence. Molan remained silent as well. He understood that if it were indeed an asteroid impact, the destructive power of this black rain could not simply be washed away. The sediment laden with dust and debris would devastate transportation, power supply, and precision instruments. Moreover, some had received accurate information long before them. At 2 in the afternoon, a red heavy truck breached the deformed iron gate of the community. It did not reverse into the loading dock as usual, but rather unceremoniously positioned itself beside the flower bed, crushing half a row of wintergreen while the cab and windshield were coated in dried black sludge. There were no announcements from a loudspeaker. Only a young worker clad in a red vest, his voice hoarse from shouting, desperately banged a stainless steel bowl to garner attention. "Clang, clang, clang. Come downstairs. Bring your household registration. 1 person per household. Form a line." Those on the upper floors began to descend. Today, there were no robberies, nor did anyone cut in line. In the face of overwhelming and unknown fear, this instinctive compliance became their sole psychological anchor. The queue stretched long as the black rain pattered against their raincoats, producing a dull thud. When it was Molan's turn, the staff member, a bespectacled young man, had foggy lenses and held a registration form, half-soaked by the rain. "Which building and unit?" he asked. "Building 3, Unit 702, Molan replied, handing over his household registration. The young man did not even lift his head, mechanically marking a check on the form. "Sign here, and place your fingerprint." The pen, a cheap ballpoint, failed to leave a mark on the damp paper. Molan etched a few vigorous strokes, and the paper tore. "All right, next." He bent down to lift a bag of rice that had been distributed. The texture felt off. The packaging of new rice should be tight and dry, yet this bag felt soft and sagging, with hard clumps inside. He hoisted the rice onto his shoulder and quickly glanced at the back of the packaging. Production date, 202-31015. Below, there was a somewhat blurred spray code, Zhanshu 04. Molan's mind sharpened slightly. If it were merely a common disaster, local commercial reserves would be mobilized. It is only when the decision-makers determine that the national road network has completely collapsed and that no new grain supplies will be forthcoming for the next few years that such a deep strategic reserve would be activated. As he passed by the truck's cabin, he caught a whiff of a pungent, sour odor. The driver was a man in his 50s, his eyes bloodshot. He did not glance at the queue, his hands resting on a pair of red heavy-duty pliers on the passenger seat. The handles of the pliers were wrapped in coarse non-slip tape, with a deep red, dried stain along the edge. Molan averted his gaze, clutching the aged rice tightly, and hurried into the building. Upon returning home, he locked the door and propped a chair against the doorknob. Lin Zhixi opened the bag, and a musty odor wafted out, revealing many clumps and wormholes. After selecting the good grains, he would rinse them thoroughly. Molan gazed out at the pitch-black curtain of rain. This was the bottom of the granary. The fact that it had been distributed indicated that the situation was serious. The higher-ups were still in control, but that control could extend only so far. Night deepened. The sound of the rain pounding against the glass turned muffled. The community was completely without power, and even the faint glow of the distant city was extinguished. Molan sat on the sofa, holding a boning knife. In the darkness, a person's hearing became extraordinarily acute. Bang! A sudden, thunderous crash echoed from the street below. Immediately after, a car horn blared. The sound was sharp, monotonous, and unrelenting. Molan rushed to the balcony, pulling aside a corner of the curtain. In the red glow of the vehicle's taillights, he could see a black SUV crashed against a lamppost, its front end utterly mangled. The horn continued for a solid 3 minutes. During those 3 minutes, the entire building remained eerily silent. No one opened a window, no one shouted, and no one descended to offer aid. The emergency hotline had long been out of service. Everyone had heard the rumors about the toxic rain and the vanishing coastal areas in the afternoon. A meteor had struck. This was no ordinary earthquake. At last, a shadow emerged from the darkness of a nearby shop. Clad in a raincoat, it moved slowly, like a cautious mouse. The shadow opened the car door. The horn ceased abruptly. Molan observed as the figure leaned halfway into the driver's compartment, rummaging through something on the driver. A few seconds later, the shadow withdrew. It bore no burden, but in its hand was a bulging backpack, with 2 items tucked under its arm, before it turned and vanished into the curtain of rain, swiftly disappearing into the dark alley. The car door stood wide open. The driver's body leaned to one side, left alone to be drenched by the black rain. Lin Zhixi stood behind Molan, clutching the edge of his garment. Has he left? Molan drew the curtains, shutting out the piercing red light. There were no police, no ambulances, nor any well-meaning neighbors. Only the relentless black rain, stale provisions, and the fleeting silhouette of a thief. He turned and walked to the entrance, picking up the knife for inspection. Sleep well, he murmured. From tomorrow onwards, do not open the door for anyone who knocks. Chapter 5. Signal June 20th, 2027. The dawn of this day arrived most reluctantly, akin to a shroud that had turned yellow and stiff from repeated washings, tightly draped over the window frame. At 11 in the morning, the entire building resembled a vast, hermetically sealed pressure cooker, suppressing all sounds and signals to the very bottom. Molan stood by the window, his right arm growing weary from its elevated position. Occasionally, a fleeting signal would struggle to emerge in the upper right corner of the screen, only to vanish before it could stabilize, leaving behind an expanse of emptiness. He switched hands, the casing of his phone clattering against the aluminum window frame with a sharp sound. In the living room, Lin Zhixi was seated on the sofa, reading Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows to Xiaoyu. At 10 years old, Xiaoyu usually found such bedtime stories tedious, yet at this moment, she curled up in the corner of the sofa, listening intently, clutching a cushion to her chest. Lin Zhixi read at an agonizingly slow pace. Her tone as flat as if reciting a monotonous lesson plan, meticulously rubbing the corners of each page, as if the thickness of the paper could bestow her with a sense of security. It seemed that as long as the story remained unfinished, the serpent-faced Voldemort would not emerge from the murky yellow fog outside the window. Suddenly, the phone on the windowsill vibrated. A faint signal flickered to life. Molan pressed his thumb firmly on the screen, the browser page spinning for several revolutions on the white background, finally yielding a few incomplete notifications. 617 Pacific Deep Anomaly Notification. Coastal communications are completely interrupted. Please maintain silence and avoid approaching water sources. Move to higher ground. He swiftly switched to WeChat. The administrative department's safety report in the company group had not been updated since the afternoon of the day before. Hundreds of safety messages lined up like tombstones, with no further communication. In the family group, only a voice message from his mother sent the previous afternoon remained. Molan tapped to play it, the speaker crackling with fragmented static and electric buzzing. Molan, do not drink tap water over there, please. The remainder was engulfed by 20 seconds of silence. Molan stared at the screen and slowly typed the words "I am safe," hitting send. The sending circle spun, dizzying him, until the signal faded again, leaving those 2 words suspended in a perpetual loop. He was uncertain whether the message had been sent or if it had vanished like a shooting star. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Zhixi had approached from behind. She glanced at the half-loaded short video on the screen. In the footage, The coastal highway had lost all semblance of form. The asphalt was violently torn apart. A thick, rust-colored black water surged from the horizon, overwhelming everything in its path. The people in the frame scurried about like frightened ants until the camera abruptly flipped, plunging into eternal darkness. A phrase echoed in his mind. Under planetary-level impacts, the Earth is liquid. Don't let Xiaoyu see, Lin Zhixi said softly. Yet her voice carried an undeniable chill. I know. Molan tucked his phone into his pocket. He made his way to the kitchen, pausing momentarily before the faucet. With a turn of the handle, he was met with silence. No flow of water, nor even the familiar sputtering that precedes a water outage. Instead, an exceedingly prolonged sound emanated from the depths of the earth, a vacuum-like inhalation. The negative pressure drew Molan's palm against the spout, icy and tinged with a metallic bitterness. The water had completely ceased. He glanced towards the corner, where the bathtub held a meager amount of water, its surface already veiled by a thin film of gray. Adjacent to it stood a container filled with purified water. Lin Zhixi stood by the balcony door, her back turned. Look at that person below, she said. Molan, barefoot, approached and peered through the gap in the curtains. There, at the entrance of the opposite building, knelt a man. He was not clad in a raincoat, but instead wore a jacket whose original color had long faded. He was frantically rummaging through the waterlogged mud with both hands. His movements peculiar, rigid and violent, reminiscent of a marionette with rusted joints being forcefully manipulated. What is he searching for? Lin Zhixi inquired. Molan shook his head, unable to discern clearly through the rain, but the posture seemed almost like an act of pilgrimage. At that moment, the building's door swung open. A young man clad in a yellow delivery raincoat emerged, carrying a bag. He evidently noticed the kneeling man as well, hesitating momentarily, as if to sidestep him. The change unfolded with startling swiftness. The kneeling man suddenly sprang up without warning, devoid of any shout or foreboding. He simply lunged directly at the young man in the raincoat. With a resounding crash, both men collapsed onto the concrete, splashing a pool of murky water. The assailant showed no intention of rising. He clung tightly to the young man's leg, pressing his face against him. Molan initially assumed he sought to snatch the bag. Yet the next moment, the young man emitted a scream so distorted it was almost unrecognizable, even through double-glazed glass and 7 stories high. The sound pierced his eardrums like a needle. Through the curtain of rain, Molan witnessed the young man thrashing his head from side to side, akin to a rabid dog clenching a bone. The waterproof fabric of the raincoat was shredded in an instant, followed by a chunk of flesh being forcefully torn away. Let go! Damn you! Let go! The young man screamed, frantically striking the assailant's head with the garbage bag in his hand while delivering powerful kicks to his chest. Thud! Thud! The dull sounds of impact resonated. The attacker was knocked back, yet he clung tenaciously to the piece of meat. His face became visible in the daylight, an unsettling young man, his skin a bizarre purplish red, one side of his face grotesquely marred, his eyes bulging unnaturally towards the sky. Finally, the young man broke free. Ignoring the wounds on his legs, he crawled and stumbled back, slamming the iron door shut behind him. The assailant made no attempt to pursue, instead remaining on the ground, emitting a gurgling sound reminiscent of phlegm lodged in the throat. He slowly raised his head, his murky eyes seemingly gazing through the torrential rain. Devoid of malice, only a profound bewilderment and emptiness. Lin Zhixi, behind him, abruptly covered her mouth and rushed towards the bathroom. Molan, wishing to draw the curtains, found himself unable to tear his gaze away. In the shop by the roadside, behind the second-floor window, and even on the neighboring balcony, countless pairs of eyes had mysteriously appeared. Everyone was watching. No one descended to offer assistance. No one called for help, and not a single voice rose to protest. The entire community lay in a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of a person consuming food amidst the mud and the retching of Lin Zhixi in the bathroom, creating a bizarre resonance at this moment. 10 minutes later, Molan finally drew the curtains, plunging the room back into darkness. He approached the entrance and picked up a bone saw, rummaging through the toolbox to retrieve a roll of duct tape. What's wrong? Lin Zhixi emerged from the bathroom, her face as pale as a ghost. He paused, gazing at the tightly shut security door, his expression darkening with an unprecedented gloom. The young man from earlier had suffered a debilitating injury. He had been bitten, and in such weather, the wound was likely to become infected within 3 days. If he couldn't make it to the hospital, he was doomed. Lin Zhixi shivered at the thought. Molan tightened his grip on the handle of the knife. Although he had watched his fair share of zombie films, he was still astonished at how someone could regress to such a state. Chapter 6. Everyone at 3:47 p.m. on June 21st, 2027, Molan stood at the entrance, tightening the last loop of duct tape around his left wrist. The tape bit into his flesh, restricting blood flow, causing his hand to tingle. Yet, he did not loosen it. Instead, he wrapped it several times around the junction of his pant leg and shoe. He wore a thick denim jacket, the collar turned up, and donned a mask and goggles left over from previous renovations. Lin Zhixi stood at the bedroom door, clutching a damp towel. "I'm going." Molan's voice sounded muffled through the mask as the community intercom announced the arrival of emergency medical kits. Xiaoyu had been suffering from a persistent low fever, and there were only 2 fever reducers left at home, an insufficient supply to endure. Lin Zhixi nodded. "I'll lock the door. You knock 3 short and 2 long. If you don't give the correct signal, I 1T open." Molan nodded in agreement, gripping the stainless steel rolling pin concealed within his sleeve, and pushed the door open. The stairwell was as dark as a coal mine, the acrid scent in the air more potent than inside the apartment. With each flight of stairs descended, he could hear coughs or whispers emanating from behind closed doors. Upon exiting the building, the rain had temporarily ceased. The iron door, which had been rammed by the disfigured man the day before, stood firmly shut, the handle wrapped in a bloodied cloth. A long line had formed beside the fountain in the community courtyard. This was no ordinary queue. Over 200 people stood spaced apart, each individual warily observing those in front, behind, and beside them. Some wore gas masks, others had plastic bags over their heads, while many, like Molan, had wrapped themselves tightly in layers. Although the horrific attack had been localized, the fear had spread like a plague, creeping up to everyone's ankles through the sewers. At the front of the line, behind several folding tables, sat Director Wang of the neighborhood committee. Her corpulent form was shrouded in an oversized raincoat, her complexion ashen, and the bureaucratic smile that usually graced her face had vanished entirely. There were no familiar faces nearby. For instance, the property manager Xiaoyu, who had gone to turn off the main valve 2 days prior, had not returned since. The individual replacing him was a young, unfamiliar security guard, clutching a dripping baton, his gaze flickering aimlessly. Behind them lay a meager pile of supplies, merely a few boxes of mineral water, several bags of 5-kilogram rice, and a small box emblazoned with a red cross. Upon sighting the red cross, Molan's heart raced momentarily. The line moved sluggishly, with a young woman holding a child positioned ahead of Molan. The child, perhaps 2 or 3 years old, had a flushed face, lethargically resting on the woman's shoulder. The woman was speckled with mud, evidently having fallen. She turned her head, her eyes wide with fear as she glanced at the fully armed Molan, instinctively tightening her grip on the child and shrinking to the side. A coughing fit erupted from behind. Cough, 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 and bespectacled middle-aged man was retching amidst his coughs. The crowd recoiled as if jolted by electricity, creating a large open space. "Don't cough. Have you been caught in the rain? Are you turning into a zombie?" Someone screamed. No, it's just pharyngitis," the man protested, wiping the froth from his lips, his hand trembling with the fan he held. "It's an old ailment, I swear." Yet, no one believed him. The breeze from his fan seemed tainted, compelling those behind him to retreat further. "Silence!" Director Wang shouted into the megaphone, his voice hoarse and grating. "Each household is entitled to 5 kilograms of rice and 1 bottle of water. Medication is reserved for severe cases, with a hospital certificate required." Hospital certificate. Someone in the crowd exploded. "Which hospital is open now? The highways are completely blocked, and the phones are dead. Then there's nothing to be done. Rules are rules." The young security guard bellowed, waving his baton. His shout ignited the powder keg of fear beneath them. "So you don't want to distribute it?" A young man with dyed yellow hair squeezed through from the side. He wore no mask, had a scorpion tattooed around his neck, and wielded a half-brick. As the crowd recognized the scant supplies, it became evident that those behind would not receive anything. The yellow-haired youth pointed at the pile of provisions, spitting words. "The officials are hoarding it for themselves. I saw them moving it to the basement." "You're talking nonsense," Director Wang exclaimed, rising in exasperation. "Just take it. By the time they distribute it, we'll all starve." Someone shouted impulsively. That utterance acted like a starting pistol. The crowd, previously separated by fear, was suddenly pressed together by a more primal instinct for survival. Neighbors, once wary of each other, morphed into ravenous beasts vying for resources. Don't push. There are children. The woman in front of Yu Molan screamed. A tremendous force surged from behind. Yu Molan stumbled, pain radiating through his ribs. Instinctively, he extended his left hand, grasping the woman who was on the verge of being trampled, using his tape-wrapped arm to brace her as he pressed his back against the tide of people surging forward. Move to the side. Go, he growled. The woman, tears streaming down her face, seized the opportunity, crawling away with her child, not even able to utter a thank you, and rushed toward the unit door barefoot. The central area instantly transformed into a battlefield. The yellow-haired youth struck the young security guard's helmet with the brick, causing him to collapse on the spot. The table was overturned, and white rice spilled into the black mud. Madness ensued. People were kneeling in the muck, stuffing bags of rice mixed with black soil into their pockets. Others fought fiercely for a bottle of water, biting down on each other's wrists. He is biting. He is a zombie. Damn it, you're the real zombie. The scream sent chills down Yu Molan's spine. He witnessed an elderly man toppled over, his dentures flying out. He saw Director Wang cornered against the wall, a loudspeaker screeching before being crushed underfoot. There were no so-called disinfection packs. A small box marked with a red cross had been torn open, revealing only a few ordinary band-aids and some herbal medicine, a couple of boxes of flu capsules. There were no antibiotics or antipyretics. Yu Molan's heart sank. This was merely a facade, a performance meant to placate the masses, and it had utterly failed. Instead of rushing forward, he swiftly retreated amidst the chaos, leaning against a flower bed while gripping the steel rod hidden in his sleeve. He saw the bespectacled man who had been coughing trampled underfoot, his glasses shattered, one hand weakly clawing at the air. The black rain began to fall again, its fine droplets carrying a peculiar greasy sensation, landing on everyone and on the scattered supplies in the mud. Yu Molan took one last glance at the scene before plunging into the curtain of rain. When he returned home, he was trembling all over. The peephole was blocked, and light was obscured. A rhythmic knocking echoed at the door. It opened. Lin Zhixi held a kitchen knife, and upon seeing him return empty-handed, her expression darkened for a moment before she sighed in relief. No medicine. As Yu Molan tore off the tape binding him, he gasped for breath. It was a deception. The supplies were scant. The situation below had descended into chaos. Blood had been shed. He dared not mention the biting incident. Lin Zhixi remained silent, quietly taking his discarded coat and tossing it into the quarantine bag by the entrance. From the bedroom came the faint murmurs of Xiaoyu. Yu Molan entered the room and crouched beside the bed. Xiaoyu's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, tightly clutching her rabbit plush toy. "Daddy," she mumbled, her eyes fluttering open. Her voice as soft as a whisper. "It's so noisy down there, like wild dogs are barking." Yu Molan's hand, which had reached out to touch her forehead, froze midair. Wild dogs. The creatures that had just rolled and fought in the muddy courtyard were hardly neighbors anymore. He withdrew his hand, tucked the blanket around his daughter, and turned to the window, sealing the gap completely. Outside, thunder rumbled, drowning out the harrowing screams from below. Chapter 7. Filtering June 23, 2027. The sound of rain had changed. The violent pounding ceased, leaving only a sticky, damp tongue licking the exterior walls of the building. When Yu Molan awoke, he instinctively reached for the bedside table, but found it empty. The half bottle of Nongfu Spring he had consumed yesterday afternoon was now crushed and stuffed into the storage bag beneath the bed. They had spent the entire day at home yesterday. Today, Yu Molan ventured out once more. The small supermarket was closed, and the neighborhood committee had ceased distributing water. People were knocking on doors, begging for water, but no one was answering. Before them stood an open glass pitcher, filled not with a dark liquid, but rather a translucent amber hue, reminiscent of overbrewed aged tea or perhaps the specimen liquid found in a hospital. Although the color was not quite right, it was at least free of any floating debris, allowing one to see the bottom clearly. This was their new source of water. In the living room, Lin Zhixi knelt on the floor, surrounded by an array of pots and pans, creating a bizarre makeshift laboratory. In her hands, she held a white shirt belonging to Yu Molan, one he had worn during his interview, now torn into tatters. She folded the fabric and secured it over the funnel with a rubber band, then carefully poured a basin of rainwater, dark as ink, into it. "How many times have you done this?" Yu Molan approached her. "Fourth time," Lin Zhixi replied without turning her head, her movement steady. The method was effective. "See, all the black mud is left on the fabric." Yu Molan crouched down to inspect. The formerly pristine white shirt had transformed into a pitch-black mat, coated with a thick, sludge-like substance. Yet, the droplets of water falling from the funnel, though slightly yellowed, appeared clear and bright, dripping rhythmically into a stainless steel pot. It's filtered quite well. Molan nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. At least they wouldn't have to drink mud soup. He dragged a portable stove from the corner and placed it on the coffee table. With a click, the latch secured. This was the third to last canister of butane. A blue flame flickered to life, licking the bottom of the pot. Molan focused on the surface of the water. As the temperature rose, the water began to boil, and the impurities that had been filtered out erupted into the narrow living room in the form of an odor. There was no muddy smell. Instead, a pungent scent of sulfur mingled with the stench of decaying seafood. The water reached a boil. Although there was no sediment, a strange oily film formed on the surface. This membrane shattered amidst the bubbling, quickly reassembling, refracting colorful light. Is that oil? Lin Zhixi asked, frowning. Doesn't seem like it. Molan scrutinized the film, which resembled gelatin or perhaps a dead fungus. Can we actually drink this? Lin Zhixi inquired. Uncertain, it might contain acids or heavy metals. However, we found no other water today, so this is our only option. Running low on gas, she whispered, listening intently. Just wait 10 more seconds. Molan insisted, refusing to extinguish the flame. They needed to ensure the contents were sufficiently heated to eliminate any living organisms. After 10 seconds, he abruptly twisted the knob, extinguishing the fire. The water in the pot continued to swirl before eventually settling. After skimming off the floating residue and allowing it to cool, a very thin layer of white powder settled at the bottom. Breakfast consisted of instant noodles boiled in the water. The noodles floated in the clear, pale yellow broth, looking somewhat appetizing, save for the lingering sulfur aroma. The three of them gathered around the coffee table. Little Yu hugged a filthy rabbit, curled up on the sofa. Her gaze averted from the bowl, her hands twisting together anxiously. Eat, Molan urged, lifting his bowl. The appearance was acceptable, far superior to what the others outside had consumed. He took a deep breath, as if preparing for execution, and drank a hearty gulp of the broth. At the moment he entered, he paused briefly. There was no sensation of grit, nor the bitterness he had anticipated. On the contrary, the water was exceedingly slippery. The slickness was akin to drinking raw egg whites or aloe vera gel. The liquid flowed smoothly over his tongue, encountering almost no resistance as it slipped down his throat. Immediately following was a peculiar aftertaste, reminiscent of saccharin or the false sweetness experienced after a metallic allergy, accompanied by a heavy sulfuric aftertaste and the flavor of instant noodle seasoning. It felt almost like consuming the bodily fluid of some organism. His stomach twitched slightly, this unfamiliar taste triggering an instinctive alertness within him. It was drinkable. He set down the bowl, wiped his mouth, and forcibly suppressed his unease while glancing at his wife and daughter. It was slippery, with a hint of saltiness, just right. Lin Zhixi picked up a pair of chopsticks, blew on them, and offered them to Xiaoyu. Go ahead, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu did not move her chopsticks. She leaned closer to the bowl of noodles, her nose twitching, her brow furrowing immediately. Dad, this tastes like a dead fish. She raised her head, her eyes pleading. I want to drink the water from the bottle. Molan remained silent. He stood up, walked to the corner, picked up the now empty bottle, turned it upside down, and shook it in front of Xiaoyu. Not a single drop remained. Do you see it clearly? Molan's voice was soft, not a shout. There isn't a drop of clean water left in the house. If you don't drink this, there will be no other water. Xiaoyu stared at the empty bottle, biting her lip. But it's so disgusting. Her eyes reddened, her voice quivering with impending tears. I know it's disgusting. Molan tossed the empty bottle into the trash bag and returned to the sofa, locking eyes with his daughter. But you are already 10 years old, not 3. People outside can't even access this filtered water. If you wish to survive, you must adapt to this taste. He paused, his tone hardening. If you don't want to drink, then you can sit here and wait. Lin Zhixi opened her mouth as if to speak, but a glance from Molan silenced her. Xiaoyu stood frozen, tears streaming down her cheeks and falling onto the coffee table. She glanced at her father's stern face, then at her mother's helpless expression. Finally, her gaze settled on the bowl of glistening noodles. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps a minute, Xiaoyu extended her trembling hand and picked up the chopsticks. She lifted a noodle, closed her eyes, and shoved it into her mouth. Coughing violently, her small face turned crimson, instinctively wanting to expel it. Don't spit it out, Molan said sternly. Swallow it. Xiaoyu covered her mouth, her throat making a gurgling sound as she forcefully swallowed the noodle, imbued with its strange flavor. She set down the chopsticks and silently cried, leaning over the table. Molan's fist, resting on his knee, gradually relaxed. He did not comfort his daughter, but quietly finished his own noodles in large bites. He needed her to understand that from this day forward, being delicate would be a death sentence. At 2 in the afternoon, they were fortunate that none of them had suffered from diarrhea. Molan stood behind the curtain on the balcony, holding a cheap monocular he had purchased online. Through the lens, he observed several young people in raincoats collecting water on the rooftop of the opposite building. They directly inserted a pipe into the stagnant water, drawing from a massive blue chemical barrel. Suddenly, the camera shook. A man clad in a blue raincoat lost his footing. Beneath him lay a layer of translucent, jelly-like slime, spawned from the rainwater. This substance proliferated wildly in the damp dust, rendering the cement floor slicker than oil. He flailed desperately at the edge of the rooftop for 2 seconds. His shoes could not find traction on that slippery film, and then he silently slid away. Moments later, a muffled thud pierced through the curtain of rain. The others on the rooftop froze in shock. One person, terrified, plopped down onto the ground, hands bracing against the slick surface, unable to rise. Another peered over the edge, then recoiled in horror, as if confronted by a ghost, and fled. That life was extinguished like the plump droplet that had just splashed out of the small bowl, wiped away carelessly. Molan lowered the binoculars and turned around. Due to the blocked drainage, the large sealed bucket in the corner of the living room, repurposed as a toilet, was nearly full. Lin Zhixi was nearby sorting through a pile of empty mineral water bottles, preparing to use them for water storage. Later, Molan would gaze at those bottles, recalling the waste disposed of in plastic bags. Lin Zhixi's hand trembled, causing a bottle to topple, producing a hollow sound. She lifted her head, her face, once always adorned with light makeup, now appeared sallow and haggard, with a faint yellow stain of soup at the corner of her mouth. "What will we become?" she asked, "with the house smelling so foul and drinking this slippery water?" Molan looked out at the curtain of rain and then at the half-pot of clear, yet peculiar liquid on the table. "As long as we are still human," he replied, "it matters not how we change." Chapter 8, Title Night, June 24th, 2027, 2:30 a.m. Molan was awakened by hunger. It was a gnawing sensation, the walls of his stomach rubbing against one another in a desperate act of self-digestion. Low blood sugar caused his vision to flicker in and out of darkness. Even in this pitch-black void, he could perceive non-existent stars dancing erratically. He lay there for a moment, attempting to combat this burning sensation with sleep, but to no avail. The sulfuric taste lingered in his throat, making each swallow particularly arduous. He rolled out of bed slowly, fearful of wasting the few remaining calories in his body. His feet touched the floor, the damp chill seeping through his skin with a clammy sensation. The kitchen was even colder. He groped his way to the countertop, and by the faint gray light filtering through the window, he spotted the cold water kettle. It contained merely half a jug of the previous day's amber-hued, slippery liquid. He lifted it, foregoing a cup, and drank directly from the spout. The viscous texture, akin to raw egg whites, slid down his throat. Yet he could not afford to be repulsed. This liquid, despite its unpleasantness, would at least dilute the gastric acid slightly. He took 2 sips and halted. He dared not drink more, partly due to the meager supply, and partly because excessive consumption of that slimy liquid would induce nausea. The refrigerator, positioned in the corner, had become a mere iron box for corpses. The frozen dumplings had long been consumed. A portion of the frozen meat had been cooked. Yet one piece had spoiled before it could be prepared, causing his heart to bleed as he discarded it. Now, the staple food in the house consisted of merely half a bag of rice and a few packets of flour. In an effort to conserve, they had reduced their meals to one less. Upon returning to the living room, he discovered Lin Zhixi half kneeling by the sofa, sleeping in an exceedingly awkward position. Xiaoyu was nestled on the inner side of the sofa, still clutching the soiled rabbit. Although Xiaoyu did not have a fever, she had noticeably lost weight over the past few days. Her once-fitting pajamas now hung loosely on her frame. She slept lightly, her brow furrowed. As dawn broke, the rain ceased, a rare occurrence of late. Molan pushed open the balcony door, and an indescribable odor assailed him. Below, the dark water had receded slightly, revealing the remnants of dead plants in the flower bed, transformed into clumps of black mud, covered by a glistening, oily film. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from downstairs, tinged with sorrow, cutting through the stillness of the morning. Molan leaned over the balcony to see Aunt Wong from Unit 4. She wore no raincoat. her hair disheveled against her face, and in her hand was an empty red plastic bucket, standing in the murky water that reached her ankles. She shouted towards a manhole cover. "Old Lou, respond, would you?" Yet, no one answered. Only a few large flies, shimmering with a green sheen, buzzed above her head, their sound reminiscent of miniature drones. After several calls, Aunt Wong fell silent, slowly squatting down to submerge the red bucket in the black water, scooping out a handful. Then another. Finally, she retrieved a shoe, a man's old shoe. Clutching the shoe, she plopped down into the muddy water, her shoulders shaking violently, yet no tears escaped her. Molan gradually withdrew his head, closed the balcony door, and sealed the gap with tape. At 8 in the morning, Lin Zhixi awoke, her eyes shadowed with dark circles. Her first instinct was to check the sealed containers in the corner that held waste. She murmured, "We must wait until nightfall to dispose of this. The stench is unbearable." Breakfast consisted of noodle porridge, cooked in a pot of slick, filtered rainwater. Molan divided the porridge into 3 bowls, his portion the smallest. Xiaoyu gazed at her bowl, this time silent and uncomplaining. She mechanically lifted the spoon to her mouth, her little face having grown thinner, accentuating her large eyes. "Daddy," Xiaoyu suddenly paused. Looking into her bowl, "I want to eat meat. The kind with fat." Molan's hand trembled slightly as he held the spoon. "There will be some," he assured. Lowering his gaze to the porridge, "Once the rain stops, I will go out and find some. I want to eat the braised pork Grandma makes." Xiaoyu licked the edge of the spoon. "Grandma has lots of meat." Molan, seated beside her, observed and suddenly asked, "Xiaoyu, would you like to visit Grandma in the countryside?" Xiaoyu looked up, her eyes lighting up. "Yes. Grandma has little dogs and chickens." Lin Zhixi peeked from the kitchen, casting a glance at him. Molan, avoiding her gaze, continued, "Once the rain stops, we shall go, all right?" Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. Grandma's house was over 200 kilometers away in the countryside, a place that, no doubt, had also been engulfed by the torrential rains. After dinner, Molan retrieved the hand-cranked flashlight that had remained unused, settling onto the sofa to give it a shake. The handle emitted a dry, creaking sound as it turned. He shook it gently, cautious of making too much noise. After 100 turns, he pressed the switch. The bulb flickered to life for a fleeting moment before dimming again. Furrowing his brow, he shook it once more. This time, the light steadied a bit, though it was feeble, casting illumination in a small circle. He directed the beam towards the Swiss Army knife hanging on the wall, a relic from years past, long abandoned in a drawer. Approaching, he took the knife down, unsheathing the main blade. The edge gleamed sharply in the faint light. "Molan," Lin Zhixi said, tidying the dishes with delicate motions. "Are you going out? To have a look?" "Staying here isn't a solution." Molan concealed the knife in his pocket, scanning for anything of value to salvage. At 2 in the afternoon, Molan was fully equipped. His sleeves and pant legs were re-wrapped with tape, protective goggles perched over his eyes, and a pair of pliers clutched in his hand. He descended the safety corridor. The stairwell was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with a pungent odor. Each floor was enveloped in silence. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he noticed Aunt Wong's door ajar. Pressing against the wall, he held his breath and crept closer. He gently prodded the door with the pliers. The hinges shrieked in protest. Inside, shadows reigned. The curtains were drawn tightly. With the meager glow from the corridor, the disarray on the floor came into view. Drawers lay strewn about, clothes, photo albums, and shattered porcelain littering the living room. No one was present, nor were there any bodies. The air was saturated with a strong, musty scent. Molan stepped inside, his feet crunching on the photographs of Aunt Wong's family vacation at the seaside. He headed straight for the kitchen, which was barren. The rice jar lay overturned. Not a grain in sight. The refrigerator stood wide open, revealing only a pool of dark, congealed blood. He proceeded to the bedroom, where the mattress had been tossed aside, and the wardrobe lay emptied, as if ransacked. He swiftly retreated, shutting the door behind him, only to find the lock had been pried open, the latch hanging limply. Upon returning home, Lin Zhixi was waiting behind the door. "How was it?" Molan shook his head, discarding the pliers onto the floor with a dull thud. Someone was trying to force the door open. He moved to the window, gazing at the overcast sky beyond. Lin Zhixi remained silent, merely handing him the water jug filled with cool water. "We can't wait any longer." He set the jug down heavily on the table. "Our supplies are dwindling. And so are others. What should we do? Let us seize an opportunity. I'll head to the supermarket." Molan pointed towards the distant plume of smoke. "Certain there must be something left." Rather than waiting here to perish, we might as well take a gamble. He turned to regard the family portrait drawn by Xiaoyu that hung on the wall. The three figures in the picture held hands, radiating joy against the backdrop of a massive yellow sun. The candles were nearly exhausted. Molan refrained from lighting them or shaking the flashlight. In the darkness, he huddled with his wife and daughter on the sofa. The knife lay beneath the coffee table, within easy reach. A faint sound of footsteps echoed in the stairwell, light and tentative, pausing briefly at their door before gradually receding into the distance. Molan gripped the knife handle until the sound faded into silence, then slowly released his hold. He sat up, leaning against the back of the sofa, listening to the heavy breaths of his wife and daughter. Outside, water began to leak again, the rhythmic dripping echoing against the air conditioning unit, one drop after another. He reached out to touch Xiaoyu's forehead, feeling the cold sheen of sweat beneath his palm. The building had succumbed to chaos. The security door no longer served as a shield. He had to procure supplies that would sustain his family for the coming week before others could act, or else, when they knocked, he must possess sufficient strength to pierce their throats. He closed his eyes, his mind filled with images of a thick, viscous porridge and the greasy film that coated the window outside. Chapter 9 Departure, June 24th, 2027. Morning. Molan stood at the entrance, opening and closing the blade of a Swiss Army knife before finally tucking it into the inner pocket of his coat, close to his chest. He then checked the small knife tucked in his waistband, wrapped in newspaper, secured within his belt. He planned to visit the nearby convenience store and pharmacy. He recalled that he had sold goods there just days before. The large supermarket is surely devoid of supplies. It would be futile to go, he remarked. Lin Zhixi nodded, refraining from cautioning him, and handed him an old backpack, which contained 2 large black garbage bags, practical for carrying items and serving as a deterrent against theft. Molan acknowledged her with a grunt. Before stepping out, he checked the door lock once more, leaving a spare key with Lin Zhixi. 3 knocks in succession is me. If you hear anything else, do not open the door, even at the cost of your life. Lin Zhixi pushed the door shut, the sound of the bolt clicking into place, severing the last thread of security within. The stairwell was shrouded in darkness. Although the standing water had receded, it left behind a thick, tar-like residue. With each step, the soles of his shoes felt the repulsive stickiness. The glass doors of the first-floor lobby lay shattered. A gust of wind swept through the opening, carrying with it the stench of decaying rodents, rotting leaves, and a sulfurous odor that mingled together. He navigated through the shards of glass and pushed open the unit door. Outside, the world was draped in a dull gray. The neighborhood was eerily quiet. Several vehicles stood with their doors ajar, their windows shattered, and their interiors completely ransacked. Upon exiting the community, the road lay barren, not devoid of vehicles, but of people. A few shared bicycles lay toppled on the roadside, all in disrepair. A handful of electric scooters blocked the thoroughfare, their battery compartments empty. Wires trailing like intestines across the ground, while a few green-registered cars remained stalled in the center of the road. The air was laced with a distinct, burnt odor. And in the distance, it appeared that a few individuals were burning something, the smoke lingering low in the atmosphere. Molan kept close to the wall, trying to tread on the relatively dry patches. The black sludge had spread onto the sidewalk, posing a slip hazard if one were not careful. After several minutes, he arrived at the convenience store. The roll-up door had been violently torn open, shelves lay in disarray, and footprints marred the floor. The store had already been looted. Disheartened, Molan hesitated but did not retreat. He remembered that there was a small storage area behind the shop. He stepped over the chaos, slipping through the partially ajar door at the back. The storage room was enveloped in darkness, and he dared not turn on his flashlight. Instead, he cradled the backpack against his chest, carefully feeling his way around. The shelves were mostly bare. In the corner, he stumbled upon an empty cardboard box. He stumbled upon another object, yet it was empty. Just as he was about to abandon his search, his foot struck something solid. It was a box, wedged in the gap beneath the lowest shelf. He crouched down, feeling around until he managed to pull it out. The cardboard box, damp from moisture, tore apart at a tug. His hand reached inside and brushed against a cold aluminum can. It was beer. He cursed under his breath. But this substance still contained calories and could serve as a substitute for water. He swiftly stuffed the half-full box of beer into his bag. Just as he was about to rise, he felt a plastic bag nearby. It was slightly soft, and it seemed to contain sanitary pads. Regardless, he shoved it in as well. Those items were essential for women, could ignite a fire, and the cotton inside could even filter water. Suddenly, A sharp sound echoed from the storefront outside. A crack. The noise of shattered glass. Molan shrank back into the shadows of the warehouse, his right hand slowly reaching for the boning knife at his lower back. The footsteps were light, yet numerous. There was more than one person. Damn. This place is cleaner than a dog's lick, a man's voice remarked. Let us check further back, another voice suggested. A beam of light swept into the warehouse, scanning the shelves. Molan held his breath, pressing himself against the wall. The beam passed mere centimeters from his feet and came to a halt. There lay a crushed empty can he had stepped on. Someone had been here. The voice grew alert, it's recent. The two did not dare to rush in, the beam of light wavering throughout the warehouse. Hey, friend, someone called from outside, don't hide. Come out and talk. Molan remained silent. He sensed that talking often meant relinquishing one's belongings, or worse, one's life. He noticed a ventilation window to his left, positioned high but with several empty boxes stacked beneath it. Without hesitation, as the beam shifted to the opposite side, he climbed atop the boxes. Over there. The beam struck his back. Molan pushed the vent window open with all his strength. Don't let him escape. Footsteps thundered inside. Molan, disregarding everything else, kicked the window open and leaped out like a fish. Bang! Something slammed against the window frame, causing dust to rain down from the walls. It was a steel pipe. He landed in the damp mud of the alley, his knee throbbing with pain, yet he dared not stop. He scrambled to his feet and ran, the beer cans in his backpack clattering noisily. He sprinted through the alley for 5 minutes, until the fire in his lungs became unbearable, ensuring no one was pursuing him before he finally dared to pause. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath, each inhalation causing him to feel nauseated. On his way back, he passed a small pharmacy. The pharmacy was in worse condition. Its glass door lay shattered, and the counter was smashed to pieces. The floor was littered with crushed medicine boxes and tablets, a chaotic mix indistinguishable from one another. He refused to give up and ventured inside to search. In the crevice beneath the cash register, he discovered a half bottle of iodine, the cap still intact. There was also a box of amoxicillin, trampled underfoot, its foil seal broken, yet a few capsules remained intact. This was sufficient. These few pills could prove life-saving in a critical moment. As he neared home, the sky darkened further. Several men pushing bicycles passed by him. The shared locks nowhere to be seen. In the back seat of the car lay a massive sack made of snake skin, its contents unknown yet bulging ominously. He averted his gaze from them, and they, in turn, ignored him. Molan lowered his head, attempting to shrink his presence, feigning the role of a hapless soul devoid of fortune. As he ascended the stairs, his legs felt leaden. At each corner, he paused to listen for a couple of seconds. The corridor was eerily silent, save for the sound of his own heartbeat, thumping steadily. Upon reaching his doorstep, he knocked. 3 long, 2 short. The door swung open almost immediately, revealing Lin Zhixi's pallid visage peering through the crack, a kitchen knife clutched tightly in her hand. Dad! Xiaoyu rushed forward, enveloping him in an embrace, her face pressed against him. Molan stepped into the house, locked the door behind him, and dropped his backpack onto the floor. Lin Zhixi crouched down, unzipping the bag. Inside were several cans of beer, a pack of sanitary napkins, half a bottle of iodine, and a few capsules. There was no rice, no noodles, nor canned goods. Her expression dimmed momentarily before she masked it. As long as we have medicine, I can dig out some reserves, she said. Are you hurt? Molan sank onto the sofa and removed his shoes. The soles were caked in a black, sticky residue that refused to budge. His socks were soaked, his toes wrinkled from prolonged exposure to moisture, devoid of sensation. I almost didn't make it back, he replied as he accepted a half-filled glass of lukewarm water from Lin Zhixi and drank it in one go. Outside, groups were already forming. We can't go out during the day anymore. Xiaoyu squatted nearby, curiously picking up a can of beer and shaking it. Dad, can I drink this? Yes. Molan replied, ruffling his daughter's hair. Just have a little, it'll give you some strength. Outside, the rain began again, pattering against the glass in a sticky rhythm. Molan gazed at the meager supplies before him, acutely aware that this scant provision would not last long. Chapter 10. Airdrop, June 25, 2027. 10 o'clock a.m. Molan stood on the balcony, clutching an empty mineral water bottle. The bottle emitted a faint clicking sound, which he was oblivious to, merely gripping it out of habit. The sky appeared lifeless, the clouds ominously low, nearly brushing the rooftop of the adjacent 30-story office building. The rain had ceased for 12 hours, marking the first prolonged respite since the disaster. Yet the air remained oppressive, clinging to his skin, making each breath laborious and resistant. On the ground below, beside the steps where Aunt Wang had sat 2 days prior, there now rested a battered plastic barrel. The barrel was nearly full of water. A dead sparrow floating atop, its wings spread as if it had been forcibly submerged and forgotten. Molan's gaze was lifted high, scanning the heavens. This scene had repeated itself for 3 consecutive days. The community broadcast spoke of helicopters, rescue teams, and airdropped supplies. Since June 21st, the announcements had been inconstant. The first batch of supplies has been loaded and will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Due to air currents, the airdrop has been postponed until noon the day after tomorrow. Residents are advised to remain patient and refrain from venturing outside. Eventually, the broadcast ceased. The community's solitary shortwave radio had run out of power the previous afternoon. The generator had been inexplicably taken, leaving a few burly men to alternately crank the hand generator until their fingers grew numb and sweat beaded on their brows, only to produce sporadic, crackling static in a desperate attempt to stay alive. No helicopters ever arrived. The absence of the thunderous roar of propellers slicing through the air. The lack of the pristine white shadow cast by parachutes unfurling in the sky, and the silence where once there was the amplified, echoing reassurance from military loudspeakers urging citizens to maintain order, nothing remained. Only the eerie stillness of the wind and an increasingly pungent stench of burning lingered. Molan placed the crumpled, empty bottle back inside the house, discarding it into the corner trash bag. Lin Zhixi crouched on the kitchen floor. Before her stood a bucket of rainwater that had settled for 2 days. With a stainless steel spoon in hand, she meticulously scooped the clear liquid from the surface into a pot. Each spoonful was taken with care, pausing momentarily before the next. The blue flames of the portable stove licked the bottom of the pot, the gas canister nearly depleted. Xiaoyu sat on the living room floor, using a nearly finished black crayon to sketch on the back of her workbook. No longer was she drawing houses or suns. Instead, she depicted a bridge, broken, with a significant section missing. 3 diminutive stick figures stood upon the fractured bridge, beneath which churned black waves, dotted with countless tiny points. "What is this?" Molan inquired as he crouched beside her. "It's us," Xiaoyu replied. "We are waiting for a boat." While drawing, she was intensely focused, a sheen of sweat forming on her brow, her tongue unconsciously peeking out to rest against the corner of her mouth. He swallowed hard but remained silent, reaching out to touch his daughter's hair, which felt dry and tangled, imbued with a faint scent of sweat. "Dad, when will the helicopter arrive? Didn't the broadcast say there would be an airdrop? Like in the games my classmates play?" Xiaoyu suddenly looked up and asked. Molan's hand hesitated. "Perhaps we must wait a little longer," he replied, his voice dry. Xiaoyu nodded softly, lowering her gaze to continue her drawing. She pressed down hard, coloring one of the figure's hair black, then layered it again until the paper tore through. Lin Zhixi emerged from the kitchen, carrying 3 bowls and placing them on the coffee table. The noodles were scant, with only a few thin strips of pickled vegetables floating in the broth, resembling lifeless earthworms. "Let us eat," she said. "It's the last pack of pickled vegetables." The 3 gathered around the table in silence, the only sound being the slurping of noodles. The noodles had become soft, the broth made from filtered rainwater that had been boiled, carrying an unshakable bitter taste. No one mentioned it. Molan ate quickly, finishing within a few bites and downing the lukewarm broth in one go. With something in his stomach, the burning hunger eased slightly. He set down his bowl, observing the mother and daughter across from him as they chewed slowly, one bite at a time. Lin Zhixi began clearing the table, merely wiping the bowls without washing them. The clinking of porcelain was jarring in the stillness of the room. Molan stepped onto the balcony, pulling an old newspaper from the compartment of his backpack. It had been salvaged from the refuse pile at the pharmacy 2 days prior, stained with mud and blood. The newspaper was damp and soft, but the date remained barely legible, June 19th. A striking headline caught his eye. "Near-Earth asteroid 2026 HY7 disintegrates. Debris enters atmosphere." Countries around the globe have declared a state of emergency. Temperatures in the northern hemisphere have plummeted abnormally, with experts predicting the dust veil effect may persist for over 2 years. His fingers traced the phrase "over 2 years." The subtitle, smaller yet more chilling. The United Nations urges nations to prioritize the supply of core areas. As the challenges of providing aid to remote and severely afflicted regions intensify, advising residents to engage in self-rescue. Molan turned the page of the newspaper, where the international news section was filled with names of places. Europe blanketed in ash and snow, vast swathes of farmland in the American Midwest devastated by frost, and India's food reserves at a critical juncture. In a corner of the supplementary section, he discovered local news, a notice nestled among various so-called expert rebuttals. Due to the impact wave from falling debris, the first and second cross-river bridges in Linjiang City have experienced structural resonance, and temporary traffic control is now in effect. Preventive flood discharge will occur upstream. Residents in low-lying areas along the river are advised to take heed. He refolded the newspaper and tucked it deep into his bag. Knowing these things did not pave additional paths. It only made it clearer that there were none ahead. Around 2 in the afternoon, a distant thud resonated, a heavy, muffled sound rolling through several floors, causing the window glass to vibrate in response. Molan rushed to the balcony. A massive column of black smoke rose from the direction of the city center, quickly flattened by the low clouds, diluted, and dispersed into a vast expanse of grimy gray haze that enveloped the city sky. Lin Zhixi emerged, and the two stood on the balcony, gazing in silence toward that direction. "Dad, is that thunder?" asked Xiaoyu softly. "No," Molan replied, pointing toward the city center. Xiaoyu followed his gaze. "It's fire." Although the official declaration of the apocalypse had not been articulated, the falling asteroid was a reality, as was the tsunami along the coast, power outages, internet disruptions, and gas supply cessation. These were tangible truths. Some sought to burn garbage for warmth. Others perhaps merely stumbled into chaos, yearning for a flicker of light and warmth. Evening had not truly arrived. The sky merely darkened further, like a fresh layer of black gauze draped over a wound. A sudden, delicate patter of footsteps echoed through the hallway. Light, akin to a cat's tread, yet heavier. Molan listened intently, pressing against the door, removing the paper blocking the peephole, and peering out. It was old Zhang from a few days prior, the usually cheerful retired warehouse keeper. Now, he stood at Molan's door, clutching a rusty kitchen knife, bent low and sniffing at the crack like a dog. After a moment, seemingly detecting no scent of food, old Zhang straightened slowly, devoid of expression or sound, and shuffled away to another floor. Molan retreated to the living room, his palms clammy with cold sweat. The candles were being lit earlier and earlier. As the fourth candle flickered to life, its dim light danced uncertainly. "Molan," Lin Zhixi suddenly spoke, "there are no rescue teams left." Molan fell silent for a long while, watching the flickering flame. He finally acknowledged her with a sound. Lin Zhixi curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees tightly. "Today, while pouring water in the hallway, I overheard a couple arguing upstairs. The man said, if there's no more food, he would kill that cat." She paused. That cat had been their daughter's companion for 5 years. Molan remained silent. Once the cat was gone, what would come next? "We must leave," Lin Zhixi continued, her tone unwavering yet heart-wrenching. The provisions would not last beyond 10 days. And the water supply was even more precarious. The gas canister for the portable stove held only half a bottle. Most crucially, should illness strike, they were devoid of any medicine. She paused, withholding the darker implications of her thoughts. What if they succumbed to fever? What if antibiotics were unavailable? What if this place transformed into a city where humanity devoured itself? Molan understood. Remaining any longer would either result in their silent disappearance in this mold-ridden room or their violent intrusion during a final frenzy. He raised his gaze to Lin Zhixi's pale, emaciated visage before glancing down at their daughter. Little Yu had already succumbed to slumber, her head resting on her mother's lap, her small hand clutching a crayon. He opened a can of beer, began to gather the essentials, anything that could be taken. They would depart early the day after tomorrow. Lin Zhixi nodded, her expression devoid of excess emotion, merely tightening her embrace around the child. The candle burned halfway down, the wick charred, the flame flickering dangerously low, nearly extinguished. Molan shielded it from the wind, and the flame steadied in his palm, reigniting, illuminating 3 faces that were ashen, weary, yet still alive. The helicopter would not arrive. The rescue would not come. Those promises of sweets and hope had vanished. Chapter 11. Farewell, June 26, 2027. Dawn broke, resembling a stale, lifeless pancake, gray and rigid, exuding a foul odor. Molan tightened the final yellow plastic rope into the woven bag's opening. The thin rope dug deeply, causing his flesh to split painfully at the base of his thumb. He did not relent. his foot pressing down on the bag's belly while his hands gripped the rope tightly until his fingers turned a shade of blue from lack of circulation, finally tying a firm knot. The bag contained their remnants of life. The remaining rice, a handful of noodles, several cans of luncheon meat, half a bottle of alcohol, a small first aid kit with a few band-aids, montmorillonite powder, several amoxicillin tablets, a hand-cranked flashlight, and a roll of nylon rope. At the very bottom lay a household axe he had purchased on sale at the hardware store. The heaviest item was a family portrait, framed, that Lin Zhixi had tucked inside. It was a burden he chose not to discard. His gaze swept over the entrance cabinet, landing on a black wallet. It was the one he used regularly, stuffed with several pink bills and some change. Molan picked up the wallet, squeezing it. Its thickness reassured him. He extracted the cash, over 3,000 yuan, crisp and devoid of creases. He looked up at Lin Zhixi, his fingers rustling the stack of bills, producing a faint, crisp sound. "Shall we take it?" he inquired. Lin Zhixi, occupied with adjusting Little Yu's collar, paused momentarily. She turned her head, her gaze sweeping over the stack of red notes. "Let us take it," she replied. "With no electricity or internet, the money in our cards is useless. Once we reach the countryside, if anyone recognizes us deep down." He understood that this wad of money might no longer procure even a bag of rice. But these red notes had governed his life for so many years that to part with them now felt akin to shedding his clothes and running naked, an unsettling notion that left him feeling vulnerable and unmoored. Moments later, she emerged, clutching a red velvet pouch, the one gifted during their wedding, still pristine as ever. She turned the pouch inside out in her palm, and a few soft, metallic clinks rang out, subtle yet piercing. A golden necklace, intricately crafted, a timeless classic, 2 golden earrings, a substantial golden bangle weighing over 30 grams. Hollow and a memento from their courtship, and the longevity lock purchased for Little Yu. Ultimately, she unearthed a plain band diamond ring, her wedding band. Lin Zhixi did not gaze longingly at these possessions, nor did she exhibit the sparkle typical of women admiring jewelry. Instead, she handled the metals like a scavenger, weighing them in her hands. "These gold pieces are likely more useful," she murmured. She slipped the diamond ring back onto her left ring finger, where it dangled loosely at the base. Transferring the ring to her index finger, she unceremoniously stuffed the remaining gold and silver into a velvet pouch, her movements as brusque as if she were cramming in a wad of refuse. "Put it in the innermost compartment of my bag," she instructed, handing the pouch to Molan, while she turned to lift the weighty hiking backpack, which contained sanitary napkins, a place no one would rummage through. Molan hesitated for a moment, then tucked the items along with some identification into his pocket, feeling the discomfort of their bulk. "It's merely the weight of a few pieces of paper," he muttered to himself, as he secured a folding knife to his belt on the right side. He attempted to take a couple of steps, but the waistband of his trousers sagged, necessitating frequent adjustments. Lin Zhixi carried the purple backpack, crammed with a change of clothes, 2 packs of sanitary napkins, and a powered-down mobile phone, causing the bag to bulge. Xiaoyu bore her pink backpack, swollen with a compressed-down jacket, salt, a 15-liter bottle of mineral water, chocolate, and her art supplies, the weight causing her shoulders to slightly arch backward. Silently, she fastened the straps. She did not complain of the burden. Instead, she looked up and asked, "Daddy, where are we going?" Molan squatted down to meet his daughter's gaze. Xiaoyu's cheeks had hollowed out, her chin sharp enough to evoke concern. He reached out to adjust the shoulder strap of her backpack. "We are going to the countryside," he replied, "to find Grandma." His tone was casual. Grandma was in another province, separated by hundreds of kilometers, countless severed communications, and insurmountable possibilities. He did not elaborate. For now, a singular direction sufficed. The city had soured. Food was scarce, water even less so, and the air was tainted, with black smoke rising daily, swiftly subdued by the clouds. Some had departed, others had perished. He had no desire to contemplate what remained. Yet, he needed to offer a glimmer of hope. Without hope, one could not take a step forward. The 3 stood at the threshold. The floor was peeling, cold and damp. The refrigerator stood ajar, its shelves barren, initially left open to disperse odors, and then forgotten. Lin Zhixi cast a final glance at the home they had occupied for 7 years. Her gaze lingered on the sagging cushion of the sofa, once the spot where Molan lay watching sports. She turned and gently closed the security door, instinctively slipping the key into her pocket. With a click, the sound echoed. The motion-activated light in the corridor had long since failed. allowing only a few murky rays of light to filter through the windows. The ground was littered with refuse: milk tea cups, delivery boxes, half-destroyed slippers. Molan led the way, kicking aside any obstacles with the tip of his foot as he descended each step. The glass doors of the lobby on the first floor were completely shattered, debris strewn across the ground. The wind surged through the breach, carrying with it the scent of fish that had languished on the shore for 3 days. Molan opened the car door. This vehicle had remained dormant in the underground garage since the day he returned from the office. He settled into the driver's seat and pressed the ignition button. The engine let out a desperate wheeze, akin to a strangled old duck, followed by an eerie silence. There was no roar of the engine, no glow from the dashboard. Even the faint hum of electricity was swallowed by the darkness. Molan held his breath, listening to the rhythmic thumping of his heart against his chest. He pressed the button once more. This time, there was no cry, only the faint click of a relay. The electrical system had malfunctioned. The meager fuel in the tank was barely enough to carry him out of the city, and now it wouldn't ignite at all. Sweat erupted from his pores, trickling down his temples and seeping into his collar. He stared at the layer of dust on the dashboard, his mind buzzing. When he had first purchased the car, he had imagined the freedom it would bring, but now it lay there like a rusted turtle. Lin Zhixi stood outside the passenger door, the door ajar. Yet she made no move to enter. She watched Molan's hands, veins bulging as they trembled slightly. "Molan," she called softly, her voice devoid of emotion, as if simply summoning him for dinner. "Forget it." Molan released his grip, exited the vehicle, and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. He began walking, mindful of any abandoned carts along the way. The family's camper, having never been used for camping, had long been sold as secondhand. Molan dared not meet his wife's gaze as he retrieved his backpack from the trunk, adjusting the straps before heading out of the city, veering westward along the bypass. As long as his legs could carry him, he could walk. He spoke through clenched teeth. Lin Zhixi said nothing, merely taking hold of Xiaoyu's hand. The child's palm was clammy and warm. Exiting through the side gate of the community led them onto the road. The pavement was filled with cracks, stained with black oil and debris. Plastic bags whipped up by the wind rustled across the ground. The greenery along the roadside appeared withered, a dull yellow and dark. After 20 minutes, they reached the main thoroughfare. The scene before Lin Zhixi and Xiaoyu was one they had never witnessed before. Abandoned vehicles were more plentiful than those outside the community. It resembled a deceased river. Cars were piled haphazardly, some perched atop others. Bumpers were twisted, and windshields shattered like spiderwebs. Some doors stood ajar, revealing emptiness within, while others remained shut, their windows obscured by dark film. As they walked further, a pungent stench invaded their nostrils, a nauseating mixture of decaying flesh, excrement, and burnt rubber, thick enough to stick in the throat. Molan retrieved a mask from his pocket, placing it over Xiaoyu's face and pinching the nose clip tightly. They navigated alongside the roadside barrier, their path littered with shards of glass, bricks, and an assortment of peculiar refuse. Strangely, Molan felt a sense of relief. Even if a vehicle could navigate this road, it would be of no avail. As they passed a white SUV, Molan paused momentarily. The driver's side window was shattered, and a half-formed figure leaned precariously out. It was a person, or perhaps had once been one. The pallid flesh appeared swollen, and the empty eye sockets stared vacantly at the living as they passed by. The suit he wore remained relatively intact, although the tie hung askew, adorned with red and black stains. A few startled green flies buzzed into the air. Lin Zhixi pressed Xiaoyu's head against her waist, shielding her from sight. "Don't look," she whispered. Xiaoyu did not resist. She obediently buried her face into her mother's clothing. As they continued forward, the storefronts by the roadside resembled remnants of a beast's feast. Shutter doors were pried open, shelves lay scattered across the ground, and trampled packaging littered the floor. At one shop's entrance, a solitary red children's shoe, no larger than a palm, lay abandoned, its laces soaked in a puddle of oily water by the roadside. Molan dared not pause. Stopping now would only allow the rising dread to engulf them. An hour later, the buildings gradually grew shorter, revealing the entrance to the highway ahead. The toll booth stood vacant, its barriers shattered, and the ETC lane was wide open. The sign read GXX Highway Northwest. Beneath the roadside guardrail, a few clusters of people sat scattered about. Beside them were stolen bicycles and grimy suitcases. Molan halted, leaning against the guardrail to catch his breath. He retrieved a water bottle from his bag, and the three of them took turns sipping. "Let us rest for a moment," he said. The straps of the woven bag were too thin, digging painfully into his skin, possibly causing abrasions. He unloaded the bag, placing it on a relatively clean section of the cement barrier, and sat down on a stone step by the roadside. Lin Zhixi wiped Xiaoyu's face, who leaned against her, gazing ahead. The emergency lane was strewn with debris, abandoned suitcases, scattered clothes, and rotting food wrappers. As the wind blew, the plastic bags danced eerily across the ground. There were also a few people on the highway, not many, but in small groups, dragging their suitcases and carrying their bags, all heading in the same direction. No one called out, no one turned back. Molan observed for a moment before lowering his gaze to those beside him. He fished out a half-empty pack of cigarettes from his pocket. The box was crushed, and a few cigarettes were bent. He extracted one and placed it between his lips. But the lighter had little gas left. "Can Xiaoyu still walk?" he asked. Lin Zhixi's hair was disheveled, her face covered in dust, yet she appeared serene. Xiaoyu's shoulder strap had left a red mark on her skin, but she remained silent. Suddenly, he felt that throughout this journey, they bore the weight better than he did. "Let's go," he said, standing up and readjusting his bag. Before night fell, they would cover as much distance as possible. Lin Zhixi took Xiaoyu's hand, and Xiaoyu reached out to hold his. No one looked back. Chapter 12. The Gray Road, June 26, 2027, 3 p.m. The highway sprawled like a lifeless serpent stripped of its spine, languishing across the fields. The guardrails, twisted from collisions, bore remnants of torn clothing at their broken ends. Black water seeped from the ground, creating spiderweb-like cracks in the asphalt, which felt soft and squishy underfoot, akin to stepping on rotten flesh. Molan walked on the outer edge, his shoulders marked by two deep purplish bruises from the weight of his backpack. He made no adjustments. The numb pain kept him alert. He envisioned himself as a moving shield, protecting Lin Zhixi and Xiaoyu behind him. The roadside was littered with gravel and sticky black mud, remnants of what had fallen from the sky or been washed ashore. The sound of splattering echoed in the air. The sound of Xiaoyu's footsteps grew muddled, each lift of her leg requiring a forceful extraction from the earth's grasp. Though she did not utter a word of fatigue, her breathing became labored. Lin Zhixi tightly clasped the child's hand, her other hand occasionally tugging at the slipping straps of her backpack, her gaze fixed upon the parched ground beneath their feet. The temperature was dropping, and the air was thick with moisture, clinging to her back, indistinguishable whether it was sweat or the mist of rain. Vehicles began to accumulate along the roadside, mostly wrecked hulks of iron, their doors ajar or windows shattered, abandoned by their occupants. The seats within had absorbed rainwater, causing the cushions to swell and sprout white-green mold. Molan endeavored to avert her gaze from the interiors, yet her peripheral vision caught a glimpse. Inside a black SUV, a small shadow lingered on the back seat's safety chair. It was not a sleeping posture. The head drooped too low, as if the neck had broken, folding unnaturally against the chest. The driver in the front seat was already lifeless, several flies bumping against the shattered glass, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. Lin Zhixi faltered in her steps, suddenly yanking Xiaoyu into her embrace with such force that the child stumbled. "Mom," Xiaoyu whispered. "Don't look," Lin Zhixi's voice trembled. "Keep your eyes on the road." As they pressed onward, the scent in the air shifted. Ahead lay a service area, and Molan contemplated entering to search for anything salvageable. The gas station's canopy hung low with precariously dangling metal sheets, the pooled water below shimmering with an oily sheen, concealing something bulging beneath its surface. Molan halted, raising a hand in a downward gesture. "Silence," he whispered. "There are things in the service area." They were not the shrieking monsters from films, but rather people, or rather, those who had become monstrous and the dead. There appeared to be 3 or 4 of them, scattered about the parking lot and the entrance to the convenience store. Their clothes remained, now resembling hard shells clinging to their forms. The nearest woman wore a floral dress, its damp hem clinging to her calves, her shoes absent, leaving her barefoot. She was exceedingly thin, her skin exhibiting an eerie gray-brown hue, marred by coin-sized black spots. She was hunched over the hood of a sedan, moving sluggishly, as if she were polishing the car. Molan, along with his wife and daughter, stealthily maneuvered behind a charred bus, its icy body emanating a burnt rubber scent, likely ignited by the nearby tram. This odor slightly masked the stench of decay. Through the gaps in the wheels, Molan observed the woman lift her head. Her features remained, yet her eye sockets were sunken, devoid of clearly defined pupils. Only a murky, gray haze within. Her mouth gaped open, black drool trickling down her neck. Molan sensed Lin Zhixi trembling behind him, the chill transmitting through the fabric of his clothing. Xiaoyu buried her face against his backpack, remaining utterly still. The wind shifted, carrying a gust laden with the scent of oil, dispersing the essence of the living around them. The woman appeared momentarily puzzled, tilting her head, her neck emitting a cracking sound. Losing interest, she dragged her feet, sliding towards the convenience store. The sound of her shuffling echoed softly. In the distance, another man appeared, clad in a suit but devoid of trousers. He stood before a concrete pillar, repetitively performing a singular action, striking his head against the column. Thud. A dull, heavy sound. 3 seconds passed. Thud. Like a zombie from a film, yet somehow not quite. A dark crimson stain marred the surface of the pillar. He was not committing suicide. If one had to describe it, he resembled a malfunctioning machine, ensnared in a loop of neural decay. Molan's lips moved silently. They pressed against the side of the bus, toes lightly touching the ground, striving to maintain their balance while avoiding shards of glass. Lin Zhixi's breath was held for far too long, her face flushed with crimson. She cautiously circumvented a puddle of indeterminate liquid, within which lay half a broken high heel. The short stretch of road took a full 10 minutes to traverse. Only upon bypassing the service area and re-entering the desolate highway did the prickling sense of dread begin to recede. Was that a zombie? It was different from the films. Lin Zhixi inquired. I don't know. Let us stay hidden until we understand more, Molan responded. No one dared to relax. Without glancing back, Molan mechanically quickened his pace. The scenery on either side of the road had transformed. What should have been lush green fields of wheat now lay flattened in the mud, decomposing into a black, viscous mass. Occasionally, large bubbles would rise from the mire, bursting with a gurgling sound, releasing a scent reminiscent of egg yolks. A few solitary poplar trees stood forlornly, their bark shedding in large flakes, revealing dark wood beneath. Their branches reached skyward, adorned with plastic bags that rustled in the wind. There were no birds singing, no insects buzzing. Only the wind, whistling through the holes in the highway guardrail, emitted a mournful sound. Dad, I'm thirsty. Xiaoyu's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. Molan halted, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. The gray mist had swallowed the service area, and the few decaying figures were nowhere to be seen. He removed his backpack, retrieved a bottle of water, and unscrewed the cap, offering it to her. Take small sips. Hold it in your mouth. Don't rush to swallow. Xiaoyu cradled the bottle, obediently taking a small sip, cheeks puffed out. And it took a considerable time before she swallowed. Lin Zhixi leaned against the guardrail, disregarding the grime. She unbuttoned her collar, sweat pooling in the hollow of her collarbone. Her gaze was distant as she stared at the expanse of blackened wheat fields. Molan, she suddenly spoke, recalling the figure in the floral dress. It was the music teacher from before. Lin Zhixi lowered her head, observing her mud-stained trousers. She recognized the bow on her skirt from the parent-teacher meeting. Molan remained silent, tightening the bottle before stowing it back in his bag. Once, she had been a woman who played the piano and smiled as she tied red scarves around children's necks. Now, she resembled a walking petri dish, her mind reduced to mere biological instincts. Let us rest for 2 minutes. Molan rested the axe across his knees before continuing onward. The wind intensified. The black raindrops began to fall more densely, pelting against the raincoat with a fine rustling sound. This rain bore an acidic quality, stinging slightly upon contact with the skin, though he could not tell if it was merely a figment of his imagination. Molan wiped his face, his palm coated in a greasy black grime. This was what the days to come would be like, he told himself inwardly. No rescue, no miracles, only endless rough roads and decaying souls. Asteroids collide, tsunamis roar, acid rain falls, and unknown pathogens lurk. It is no wonder the world crumbles so swiftly. Arise. He stood up and extended his hand to the little girl. A large hand grasped the small one. Molan tightened his grip slightly, attempting to transfer the last remnants of warmth within him. The three set off once more. Their silhouettes shrank into 3 small black dots beneath the dreary sky, slowly, inch by inch, inching towards the unknown abyss. Chapter 13. The Wilderness, June 27, 2027. 9:00 a.m. The sky remained as lifeless as ever. The clouds hung dark and oppressive overhead. The incessant black rain fell silently, an unseen hand sifting coal ash from the heavens. Molan woke early. He remained still, first surveying the interior of the vehicle with his peripheral vision. They had endured the night within a Range Rover. The car was parked on the inside of the emergency lane, flanked by two large trucks that formed a barrier against most of the wind. The vehicle was surprisingly well maintained, aside from a deep crack running through the right rear window. The seals remained intact. Yet, it would not start. No matter how good a car, if left dormant for over 10 days, it becomes nothing more than a metal coffin. Along the route, there were numerous abandoned vehicles. Molan had not refrained from trying to start a few. Many were either wrecked or lacked keys, while others were entirely empty, with the occasional one still containing the remains of unfortunate souls who perished in car accidents. Most electric vehicles were rendered useless, though a few older models with fewer electronic systems could still be ignited. However, the road ahead was blocked, making it impossible to travel far. Molan contemplated seeking a bicycle or a camper van, but everyone was astute. Shared bicycles had long been pried open and taken away. He had seen several groups pushing them out of the city. What remained were all in disrepair. Ultimately, two legs proved to be the most reliable means of transport. A thick layer of condensation coated the interior of the car windows, forming droplets that meandered down the glass, finally collecting in the seams of the seals. The air inside was foul, a noxious blend of mildew-infested leather, cheap car air freshener, and the fermented odor of the three individual sour sweat. Lin Zhixi cradled the little girl in the back seat. The mother and daughter huddled together, covered by damp jackets. The little girl stirred restlessly in her sleep, occasionally twitching her legs, still caught in dreams of pulling at the mud. Molan slowly straightened his back. The left side of his buttocks and outer thigh had grown numb from maintaining the same position for too long. He rubbed his face vigorously, the calluses on his palms scraping against his stubble, producing a coarse sound. "Awake?" Lin Zhixi's voice called from the rear. Molan replied, reaching for the half-empty pack of biscuits he had placed on the passenger seat the previous night. Breakfast consisted of 2 biscuits each, dry and unyielding. The biscuits had absorbed moisture, losing their crispness. They tasted grainy in his mouth, lodged uncomfortably in his throat. Molan twisted open a water bottle, cautiously sipping a mouthful. The water warmed in his mouth before he swallowed it down with the biscuit mush. As he pushed open the car door, a chill instantly penetrated his clothing. The three stepped out, re-entering that desolate black world. They had already left the highway, now traversing a national road. The surface was even worse than that of the highway, with aging asphalt peeling away to reveal a layer of gray and white gravel beneath. The potholes brimmed with black water, a colorful film of oil floating upon the surface, fracturing and reassembling with each raindrop that fell. "Lift your feet higher," Molan whispered softly. The farmland flanking the road lay utterly devastated. What should have been a season of rolling wheat waves now resembled a boundless expanse of black mire. All the crops lay prostrate in the mud, their stalks decaying into pools of viscous black sludge. Occasionally, a few resilient corn stalks stood defiantly, stripped of leaves, their bare bodies marred by black mold. The water in the roadside ditches was stagnant, glistening ominously. Several bloated corpses were lodged at the culvert's entrance, both human and swine. A dead pig's belly was distended grotesquely, its limbs splayed awkwardly, and its mouth gaped wide, revealing a blackened tongue that protruded partially, upon which a few flies, oblivious to their fate, rested. Lin Zhixi instinctively turned to shield Xiaoyu's view from the light drizzle, yet the stench was inescapable. The foul odor seemed almost tangible, causing Xiaoyu to huddle in on herself. "How terrible," she murmured. "Let us hurry." They quickened their pace. By midday, they passed through a village steeped in desolation. The gray-tiled houses had mostly collapsed, exposing dark, rotting beams within. The plaster had fallen away, revealing red bricks overrun with deep green moss and black mold. There were no barking dogs or crowing roosters. Molan refrained from entering the village. He was focused on the road ahead, unwilling to take unnecessary risks. He guided his wife and daughter along the narrow, soft, and slippery ridge of the fields bordering the village. "Wait," Molan suddenly halted. In a nearby wild area stood a gnarled, dead tree, beneath which a figure loomed, a weathered old farmer clad in a traditional blue Zhongshan suit, his buttons fastened tightly. His pant legs were rolled up to the knees, revealing shins speckled with dark, coin-sized blemishes. He faced away from the road, seemingly grasping something in his hands, mechanically moving it in that direction with an exceedingly peculiar rhythm, one beat, a pause. As if sensing their footsteps, the old man ceased his actions and slowly turned around, his neck twisting at an alarming angle. Molan instinctively yanked Lin Zhixi and Xiaoyu to the roadside, the three of them crouching in the decaying grass. The old man moved again. He took a step, lifting his leg high as if his joints were too stiff to bend. Then he brought it down heavily into the mud. A splatter of black muck erupted. He took another step. Molan drew out his axe, gripping it tightly with both hands, holding his breath, afraid to make a sound. Lin Zhixi covered Xiaoyu's mouth with one hand while clutching the strap of her backpack with the other. They were approximately 30 meters apart. Should he charge toward them? Molan was prepared to confront him head-on. Time stretched infinitely. The old man stumbled forward, slipping and falling to the ground. He tilted his head in confusion, his grayish eyes darting around in their sockets. After a considerable pause, he slowly rose, dragging his heavy legs, retreating in the opposite direction. Only when his silhouette vanished entirely into the rain and mist did Molan feel the air in his lungs resume its flow. He exhaled slightly, reassured. This living corpse was far weaker than the zombies depicted in films, and their numbers were few, nothing akin to a global catastrophe. As they journeyed, the figures they encountered were predominantly peculiar corpses, with only a few living souls scattered among them. "Let us proceed," he murmured. By around 4 in the afternoon, twilight had descended, casting a somber hue akin to evening. An abandoned bus shelter emerged along the roadside. Its fiberglass roof, albeit grimy, remained intact. The concrete floor rose slightly above the road, offering relative dryness. "We shall rest here for the night," Molan declared. He first unloaded his backpack, feeling the delayed onset of fatigue wash over him. The three of them squeezed onto the solitary bench. Their dinner consisted of a can of luncheon meat. As the metal can was pried open, a soft hissing sound escaped. The meat was cold, congealed with white fat, exuding a peculiar yet enticing aroma. Molan used his Swiss Army knife to carve out a piece and handed it to Xiaoyu. She accepted it, taking tiny bites with utmost seriousness, her cheeks puffing as she endeavored to keep the crumbs from falling. Lin Zhixi consumed sparingly, leaving most of the meat for her husband and child. Her gaze remained fixed on the rain outside the shelter, her expression somewhat vacant. "Molan," she suddenly broke the silence. "Yes? How much longer must we walk?" Molan swallowed the morsel, the greasy sensation lingering uncomfortably in his throat. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed through the curtain of rain towards the distant, pitch-black wilderness. "We shall walk until we reach a place where we can stay." He fished out the last remaining bar of chocolate from his pocket, peeling back the foil. The chocolate, salvaged and having melted before solidifying again, bore a frosted appearance. He broke it into 3 pieces. "Here, eat." The moment the sweetness melted on his tongue, it offered an exquisite solace, momentarily overshadowing the earthy taste in his mouth and the mustiness clinging to his body. Night fell. Darkness surged from all directions, engulfing the national highway, the fields, and the 3 diminutive figures. Only the sound of rain persisted, resonating through the vastness. Tap, tap. It resembled someone knocking on the coffin lid of this entity called the world. Chapter 14. Fireworks on June 28, 2027, at 4 in the afternoon. The national highway gradually broadened. The surface, coated with black mud, had been repeatedly trodden, becoming as solid as iron. The desolate fields receded slightly, and sporadic houses began to appear by the roadside. They did not form a village, merely scattered 2 to 3-story buildings, their low walls enclosing withered paulownia or persimmon trees, stripped bare and draped in thick, dark ash, resembling a light shroud from a distance. The scent in the air transformed. The cloying, persistent odor that clung to the throat faded, replaced by a faint trace of smoke. It was not the acrid black smoke of burning tires or plastic encountered along the way. Molan discerned the aroma of firewood, the mingling of damp wood with dry straw, producing a uniquely bitter yet warm scent when insufficiently burned. As he caught a whiff, his pace involuntarily slowed. That scent seemed to draw him in, a fine thread pulled from the air, gently tugging at him. Lin Zhixi sensed it too. Without uttering a word, she tightened her grip on Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu walked with a somewhat dazed demeanor, her shoes filled with muddy water. She did not voice her fatigue, merely moving her legs mechanically, occasionally glancing up at her mother. Ahead, there lay a courtyard by the roadside. The iron gate stood ajar, its once crimson pillars now peeling to reveal a mottled undercoat. In the courtyard rested a tricycle, rusted to the point of obscurity, its cargo bed stacked with several bundles of firewood, covered by a tattered plastic sheet riddled with holes. Molan's gaze transcended the wall, fixating on the rooftop where a slender wisp of pale smoke emerged from the chimney. The smoke was faint, drifting languidly along the ridge as if in fear of detection. Molan's heart raced suddenly. There was someone, a living soul. He swiftly pulled Lin Zhixi and Xiaoyu behind a dead tree by the roadside, crouching down. In a hushed tone, he urged them to stay low. Peering through the gap in the iron gate, he scanned the courtyard. It was empty. The door to the main room stood wide open, revealing an abyss of darkness within. Leaning against the wall was a rudimentary stove, constructed from a few red bricks, upon which a black iron pot rested. The flickering flames in the stove cast a shadow, revealing the silhouette of an elderly woman. Her back was severely hunched, as if her spine had fractured, and her hair, a disheveled gray, was tied back with a rag. She busily added firewood to the stove, her movements slow yet practiced. The wood was damp, emitting a hissing sound as it succumbed to the flames, and a plume of white smoke billowed forth, prompting her to turn her head aside in a fit of coughing, her body trembling as she did so. Molan observed for a good 5 minutes, yet no other figures appeared, nor was there any further movement. Once the old woman finished feeding the fire, she wiped her face with the back of her hand, then turned to re-enter the house. The smoke continued to waft intermittently outward. Just one person. Molan withdrew, lowering his voice. An elder. Lin Zhixi fixed her gaze on the wisp of smoke, a flicker of light igniting in her eyes before it was quickly suppressed. Could it be? She pondered. It doesn't seem likely, Molan replied, shaking his head. The infected ones did not kindle fires. This was the hard-earned wisdom of the past few days. Those scattered remnants, as if devoured of their very essence, could neither warm nor cook, nor even seek shelter from the rain. They wandered aimlessly in the mud, stripped of all instincts related to survival. Lin Zhixi remained silent for a couple of seconds before finally suggesting, "Why not ask? Perhaps we could procure some hot water. The kettle has long been empty. The water we've been drinking comes from a desolate water tank in an abandoned house. Though treated, the earthy and chemical taste churns in the stomach." Molan acknowledged her words. He retrieved an axe from his side, stowing it behind him and covering it with his clothing, leaving only a folding knife tucked securely in his pocket. He rose to his feet, hands empty, and cautiously approached the courtyard. As he neared the gate, he intentionally stepped heavily, allowing the sound of mud-slicked shoes to resonate inside. The elderly woman heard him. She emerged from the house, wielding a fire poker, the tip still glowing with embers of dark red. Upon spotting Molan standing at the gate, her cloudy eyes narrowed, her body tensed, and the poker crossed protectively over her chest. "Who goes there?" she inquired. Molan halted 5 meters away from the gate, maintaining a safe distance, a gesture of goodwill. He raised his hands, palms outward, to assure her of his lack of weaponry. "Good lady, I am merely passing through." He spoke evenly, having just come from the city. "My wife and child are behind me. Might we trouble you for a sip of hot water?" The old woman remained silent. Her gaze pierced through him like 2 daggers, scrutinizing Molan from head to toe. His clothes were drenched and caked in mud, yet her eyes remained bright, their pupils sharp and clear, devoid of any lifeless ashen haze. She turned her attention to the roadside and spotted Lin Zhixi leading Xiaoyu as they emerged slowly from behind the trees. Xiaoyu, with her head bowed and shoulders hunched, resembled a drenched kitten. The old woman's tense shoulders relaxed, and the stick in her hand drooped. "Come in," she said, her tone still rigid yet devoid of the earlier menace. "Just corn gruel in the pot, nothing else." Molan hesitated momentarily. "Auntie, it's just the 3 of us. We are unharmed, unwell." The old woman snorted and turned towards the stove. "I'm not blind. Those who are that sick would have long rotted in the mud." Though her back was stooped, she walked with a steady gait. Only then did Molan turn back to wave at Lin Zhixi. The 3 of them stepped into the yard, where the scent of damp firewood intensified, mingled with a faint whiff of grain. The old woman emerged from the dark, shadowy room with 3 chipped earthen bowls, ladling out 3 bowls of golden corn porridge from the pot. The steam rose warmly. "Drink," she offered, returning to her small, smooth stool by the stove, picking up the stick to poke at the fire. The porridge was thin, almost entirely broth without salt, yet it was hot, scalding, with the unique sweetness of corn. Molan drank too hastily, burning his tongue, yet he did not pause, pouring a large mouthful directly down his throat. In that moment, a long-lost warmth exploded within him, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Xiaoyu cradled the bowl, larger than her face, blowing gently to cool it before tentatively sipping. Soon, She buried her head and drank eagerly. Lin Zhixi was the slowest to finish. Once she reached the bottom, she discreetly transferred the remaining thick dregs into Xiaoyu's bowl. When they finished, the old woman wordlessly ladled them another spoonful. This time, no one declined. The flickering flames danced, casting shadows on their faces. The old woman's visage was like aged bark, lined with wrinkles, her eyes deeply sunken. She gazed at Xiaoyu for a considerable time before suddenly asking, "How old are you?" Xiaoyu set down her bowl, glancing shyly at her mother, murmuring, 10 years old. 10 years old, the old woman repeated softly, her stick tracing circles on the ground. My granddaughter was also 10. She's gone. The statement hung in the air, headless and tailless, and no one dared to inquire further about her absence. A crackle erupted from the stove, sending sparks flying, only to extinguish again. Molan lowered his bowl and quietly asked, "Auntie, are there still people around here?" The old woman added a wet twig to the fire. A thin plume of smoke rising. "Scattered remnants," she replied. "Most of the village has perished, some are sick, some have fled, and others have taken their own lives. Only a few families remain, living in fear. The Wang family next door still has 3 members. They exchanged goods for some salt the day before yesterday." She paused, lifting her murky eyes to meet his, heading west. Molan nodded. "It's difficult." She shook her head, sighing. "The rain is relentless, the ground is utterly soaked. Beyond westward lies a slope. The path grows treacherous, and food becomes scarcer." Molan remained silent. He understood the difficulty, yet had no alternative. The path behind is a dead end. Although moving forward may lead to near certain demise, at the very least, the prospect of survival still dangles ahead. Night descends rapidly. The elderly woman offers them a place to rest for the night in the main room. A musty odor lingers in the air, and moss has flourished in the corners. Against the wall, a hard wooden bed and a peeling old sofa are crammed into the space. The 3 of them huddle together on the bed, covered with an old quilt that the lady had unearthed. The quilt is heavy, imbued with the scent of mothballs and the essence of the elderly, yet surprisingly warm. The lady herself does not occupy the bed. She sits on a small stool near the stove, leaning against the wall, clutching a firewood stick in her arms, resembling a guardian spirit of the night. In the dead of night, Molan awakes briefly. The room is shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the dim red glow of the embers still smoldering in the stove. He hears the elderly woman coughing, a suppressed, relentless cough that seems to threaten the very integrity of her lungs. She stifles her cough, striving not to disturb the others. Molan remains still, his eyes wide open, fixated on a leak in the roof. Drip, drip. The sound of rainwater falling into an unknown vessel is crisp and monotonous. This is the most peaceful slumber they have experienced since leaving home. Chapter 15. By the stove, June 29th, 2027, 5:30 a.m. The main room remains cloaked in darkness, so much so that one can barely touch the air. A few red embers linger in the stove, flickering like breaths sustained to the very end. He does not move, lying on his side, listening to the outside. The rain resumes its descent, neither hurried nor slow, fine as if someone were sifting it from a great height. Behind him, Lin Zhixi's breathing is steady, slightly congested, accompanied by a faint sound. The little rain curls in her embrace, clutching his clothing tightly, as if releasing it would cause him to vanish. The elderly woman remains awake. She is seated on her small stool next to the stove, her back against the wall, the firewood stick resting across her lap. Her eyes are half closed, as if dozing, yet she remains vigilant. Occasionally, the fire crackles, casting light upon her face, where wrinkles etch deep and shallow lines, carved as if by a sculptor's blade. Molan slowly rises, his movements delicate, and adds 2 pieces of wood to the fire. The wood is damp, emitting a hissing sound as it is thrust in, releasing a plume of white smoke. The elderly woman glances at him, silent, merely shifting the firewood stick to make a bit of room for him. They sit side by side, watching the flames. The fire is modest, merely sufficient to warm their fingers, but it alleviates the oppressive cold of the room. After a considerable time, the elderly woman suddenly speaks, her voice low as if confiding in herself. "My husband passed away early, leaving only me and my granddaughter." She pauses. "On the first day of rain, I began to burn, coughing fiercely, like a cat." She takes a breath and then ceases her coughing. She does not elaborate on what followed. Molan does not inquire further. He knows what came next. They have witnessed too much along this journey. "I buried her beneath the persimmon tree in the backyard." The elderly woman continues, her fingers tracing the cracks in the firewood stick, the earth hard and unyielding, a struggle that spanned 3 days. Molan's throat tightens, as if obstructed by an unseen force. He wishes to utter words of comfort. His lips move, but only a single phrase escapes. Auntie, you are alone, just alone. The elderly woman interrupted him. Her voice suddenly hardened, a stark contrast to the sight of her transformation. The fire in the stove erupted with a crackle, sending sparks into the air, only to quickly fade away. As the dawn began to gray, Lin Zhixi awakened. She observed Molan seated side by side with the elderly woman, who remained silent. First, she gently touched the forehead of her daughter, Xiaoyu, and tucked the blanket around her before stealthily approaching the stove and squatting down. The elderly woman glanced at her, retrieved 3 golden-brown corn cakes from the stove, broke them in half, handing the larger piece to Lin Zhixi while keeping the smaller for herself. This was the breakfast, left over from yesterday. Lin Zhixi accepted it, whispering, "Thank you, Auntie." The elderly woman waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Eat well, the journey is long. Xiaoyu was roused by the aroma of the corn cakes. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, her hair in disarray. Upon seeing the cakes, her eyes sparkled momentarily, yet she hesitated to reach out, instead glancing at her mother. Lin Zhixi divided the half cake into 3 small pieces. Xiaoyu took a bite, chewing slowly, and murmured, "Delicious." The elderly woman studied her for several moments before suddenly rising and rummaging through a corner of the stove, producing an old plastic bag. Inside were a few candies, all melted together. After some effort, she extracted a relatively intact piece and handed it to Xiaoyu. "Go ahead." Xiaoyu looked towards her mother, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did she pop the candy into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out like a small creature. The elderly woman gazed at her for a long time, the rigid lines of her face softening gradually. Breakfast was deemed complete. The elderly woman boiled a kettle of rainwater collected the previous night, bringing it to a boil twice. Despite being filtered, it still bore an odd taste, yet it was warm. Molan sipped it and quietly inquired, "Auntie, are there still people who can provide shelter to the west?" 20 miles west, there is Lu village, the elderly woman replied, escorting them to the door and gesturing towards the grayish horizon, where there used to be a market town. Now, the school in that area had been occupied and surrounded by walls. It was rumored that there were dozens of people, some armed, who had cultivated a bit of land and taken in travelers. Molan felt a stir in her heart. Is it safe there? The road was treacherous, 20 miles. With determination, they could cover it in a day or 2. At least it was a refuge. The elderly woman paused. With many people, things become complicated. You are bringing a child. Do not be too trusting. Molan and Lin Zhixi exchanged glances. Lin Zhixi nodded softly, her fingers twisting nervously on her knee. Before their departure, the elderly woman produced 2 old raincoats, one for an adult and one for a child. She mentioned it belonged to her granddaughter. Although the child's coat was a bit short, it would suffice to shield against the rain. She also packed half a bag of cornmeal, about 10 pounds, tightly secured in a plastic bag. Molan protested twice. "I have enough." However, the elderly woman insisted, firmly pushing the bag into his arms. "I am already 70. I may not have many days left. The child still needs to grow." Molan ceased to resist. The elderly woman stood at the door, watching them as they shouldered their belongings, clasped hands, and stepped into the dark rain. The rain fell fine as mist. Xiaoyu turned back to wave, "Goodbye, Grandma." The elderly woman did not respond, merely lifting her hand to wipe her face, indistinguishable between the rainwater and her own tears. Once the 3 figures had receded into the distance, she finally turned and returned indoors, gently closing the door with a soft click. It resembled the act of confining something within, while simultaneously leaving something else outside. Along the path, Lin Zhixi softly inquired, "Can she truly endure alone?" "Uncertain," Molan replied. "Perhaps she will outlive us." He gazed ahead at the gray-white road, the heavy sack of cornmeal pressing down upon his shoulder like an intangible burden. Xiaoyu grasped his hand and whispered, "Daddy, that grandmother looks so pitiful." Molan squatted down, tightening her raincoat hood, his voice hoarse. "Thus, we must persist. Living a little longer." Xiaoyu nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. They carried an additional half bag of cornmeal, and within their hearts lingered a faint warmth. A remnant of life in a world that was dying. It was minuscule, fragile, yet sufficient to carry them a little further. Chapter 16 Lu Village, June 30th, 2027, noon. Here, the national highway appeared abruptly severed by a blunt knife. The surface had formed a 3-meter-high earth mound, a solid mix of yellow soil and mud. Atop the slope, several uneven locust wood stakes jutted out, their tips sharpened. Rusty barbed wire was strung between the stakes, resembling a makeshift arrangement. Filled with a hodgepodge of debris, tattered woven bags, and several boards whose origins were unknown. These items had been battered by relentless rain for 2 weeks, solidifying into a formidable wall. At the base of the slope lay a broken road sign, its blue background and white letters marred, the lower half buried in sludge. The words Lu Village obscured by a layer of mildew, rendering them indistinct. Molan paused, not immediately unloading the pack. The backpack, laden with 10 kilograms of cornmeal, felt unbearably heavy, the straps digging into his trapezius muscles, breaking the skin. Yet he dared not loosen his grip. If he did, the energy would dissipate. "Have we arrived?" Lin Zhixi asked, leaning against her knee, breathing heavily, her voice rasping. Xiaoyu trailed behind, her head bowed low, her pink sneakers long devoid of color. The heel stained with dark red blood. There was movement atop the slope. 2 figures shifted slightly. The one on the left crouched behind a sandbag, wielding a steel pipe with a triangular scraper welded to its end, glinting coldly in the daylight. The other, older, sported a scruffy beard and wore a jacket that gleamed with oil, a double-barreled shotgun slung over his shoulder. The varnish on the stock had worn away, revealing dark, aged wood beneath, the barrel wrapped in several layers of black tape. They had long since spotted the 3 living souls below, remaining silent and motionless, their gaze fixed from their elevated position. Molan dared not advance further. He halted 5 meters from the base of the slope, slowly raising his hands above his head, executing the movement deliberately to reveal his armpits and sides. "Passers-by," he called out. 3 individuals, no malice intended. "We seek only water and a moment's respite." The slope remained silent. After what felt like an eternity, one of the men leisurely stood up and spat on the ground. "Where do you hail from?" "Linjiang." "How long have you been out?" 4 or 5 days. The man's gaze swept over their drenched clothing and bulging packs, lingering on Lin Zhixi's pale face, before finally settling on Xiaoyu's muddied calves. The man with the shotgun followed closely behind, his finger resting outside the trigger guard. Though the muzzle was not aimed at anyone, he glanced at Lin Zhixi and asked, "Are you unwell?" "No," she replied, pulling Xiaoyu closer to her, as the child was coughing slightly, having caught a chill, but it was not that kind of illness. The 2 guards exchanged glances. The one wielding the spear turned and shouted up the slope, "Old Lien, we have outsiders." A head emerged cautiously from behind the cover at the top of the slope. He appeared to be in his 50s, wearing a faded liberation cap, the brim pulled low. He did not descend, but circled like an old hawk, surveying the area before retracting his head. After a moment, the guard with the spear stepped aside slightly, nodding toward the top of the slope. "Go in. Register first. Check what you have. Only then can you rest." They ascended the earthen slope. Behind it stood the old school of Lu Village. The playground was surrounded by 2 strands of barbed wire, with several gaps filled with bags of fertilizer packed with soil. A deep trench had been dug outside, filled with murky, foul-smelling water. Yet, there was vitality here. On the playground, 7 or 8 large tents had been erected, supported by bamboo frames and covered with various colored plastic sheets and tarpaulins. Under the tents, clothes were drying, even children's diapers. 20 to 30 people were bustling about in the yard. Men sharpened knives and repaired tools, while women in a corner prepared wild vegetables. A few children played with pebbles in the muddy ground, their voices subdued, no one daring to speak loudly. The most striking aspect was the aroma. It was a stark contrast to the putrid stench of decaying grass and rotting flesh outside. It was the scent of life. The smell of burning firewood mingled with the fragrance of boiling corn porridge. In that moment, Molan felt as though a hand had grasped her stomach, the cramping sensation surging up her esophagus to her head. Lin Zhixi swallowed hard. They were led to the entrance hall on the first floor of the teaching building. The light was dim, and a musty odor of aged chalk dust permeated the air. An old desk lay horizontally in the middle, behind which sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses, holding a ballpoint pen, with a yellowed attendance book spread out before him. "Name, number, skills, what do you have?" He did not look up, his tone reminiscent of a hospital registration. Molan, Lin Zhixi, Xiaoyu." Molan unloaded her backpack, feeling surprisingly light, as if she were floating. "I used to work in logistics, I can drive large vehicles, and I can coordinate." She is a primary school teacher. The child is 10 years old. The pen scratched across the attendant's book. What do you have? A 10-kilogram bag of cornmeal, already damp from the rain. The surface slightly sticky. Half a bottle of soy sauce, a small bag of iodized salt, and 2 cans of luncheon meat. The man in glasses glanced over, finally looking up and adjusting his glasses. Old Lin. The dirty curtain of the inner room was lifted. The man in the liberation cap, Old Lin, emerged with his hands clasped behind his back. He was not tall, slightly hunched, yet he stood there like a steadfast nail. Approaching the desk, he pinched the bag of cornmeal and shook the bottle of soy sauce. The flour is damp. We'll deduct 20%. The meat and soy sauce will go to the communal fund. Consider it your membership fee. You will receive 1 meal daily here. The building is cracked and unsafe. You will stay in the empty shed on the east side. Children are not considered laborers. They receive only half a portion of food. And if the communal meal is insufficient, they must fend for themselves. This was not a matter of hesitation for you, Molan. Have you encountered any living dead on the way? Yes, we circumvented them. Were there many? Just a few scattered. There were more corpses. Old Lin nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further inquiries. He turned to the man wielding a spear and instructed, Xiaoyu, lead them to the east where there are vacant shelters. Inform Aunt Wang to prepare 3 additional portions of food. Xiaoyu responded affirmatively, and they proceeded towards the eastern side of the playground. As they passed the cooking area, several large iron pots were perched atop brick stoves, bubbling with corn porridge and wild vegetables. A plump middle-aged woman was adding firewood to the stove. Upon seeing Xiaoyu, she smiled warmly. Oh, little girl, you look quite spirited. The shelter was constructed from bamboo poles and plastic sheeting, with a thick layer of rice straw spread across the ground, while a few old quilts were stacked in one corner. The shelter was modest, measuring about 5 or 6 square meters, and the colorful tarp overhead appeared relatively new. Without any holes, there was a certain odor, yet it provided some respite from the dampness. The building is unstable. Avoid running around after 7 in the evening. It's not safe, and the doors will be locked past curfew, Xiaoyu remarked before departing. First, remove your shoes. Lin Zhixi instructed as she helped Xiaoyu settle onto the straw. Her sneakers had long been soaked and distorted. Lin Zhixi carefully untied the laces and removed the shoes. Xiaoyu leaned back, wincing. The blood-soaked fabric of her socks adhered painfully to her blistered heels, the dried blood once again becoming wet, fusing the material to her flesh. Lin Zhixi took out a bottle of alcohol from her pocket. Bear with it, she urged. Gritting her teeth, she began to slowly peel away the socks. Xiaoyu shuddered, tears welling in her large eyes, yet she did not cry out. Molan set down his backpack and rubbed his numb shoulder. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Old Lin, 2 more have emerged from the northern ditch. Old Lin's voice echoed across the playground. Handle it, but do not frighten the children. Shortly after, 2 gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, muffled by the rain and the tarp. All is well, Lin Zhixi reassured as she pulled Xiaoyu close. Let us rest for a moment. Molan remained silent, walking to the entrance of the shelter, lifting a corner of the tarp to peer outside. In the center of the playground, Old Lin was conversing quietly with several others, while the armed man was cleaning his rifle, wisps of smoke still rising from the barrel. Outside the northern wall, the rain began to pour again, the raindrops hissing against the barbed wire. Molan lowered the tarp and returned to the shelter, remaining quiet as he placed the axe conveniently at his side. The sound of rain intensified, and the 3 individuals huddled together within the shelter, finding solace in each other's presence. Chapter 17, Labor July 1st, 2027, 8 p.m. On the playground of Luzhuang School. Several incandescent light bulbs connected to car batteries flickered weakly. The voltage was unstable, casting a dim and murky glow. These small orbs of light resembled fragile soap bubbles, barely illuminating the central clearing, while the encompassing darkness crept in from all sides, engulfing the teaching building and surrounding walls. The aftershock earlier in the day had been minor, yet sufficiently alarming to instill fear. No one dared to re-enter the building. A long crack ran down the outer wall of the teaching building, stretching from the 2nd-floor windowsill to the foundation, resembling a gaping mouth. The grayish-white cement facade had peeled back, revealing the vivid red bricks beneath. A red and white plastic caution tape was loosely draped at the entrance, adorned with an A4 sheet secured by transparent tape, inscribed with the words "Dangerous Building." Everyone had been herded onto the playground. The rain had just ceased. Makeshift shelters lined the track, their bamboo frames precariously swaying. while the blue and white tarpaulins above had become sodden and limp. The straw beneath the shelters had long absorbed the dampness from the ground, and when one lay upon it, the chill crept up the spine like an unwelcome specter. The shelter belonging to the Yu family was nestled in the farthest corner to the east. This area, adjacent to the perimeter wall, was secluded yet offered a semblance of tranquility. The plastic curtain was drawn halfway, allowing a narrow gap for ventilation. Little Xiaoyu was asleep, albeit fitfully. Her breathing was labored, the sound of congestion echoing in her nasal passages, each inhalation and exhalation a struggle against her blocked airways. Earlier in the day, Aunt Wang had provided a bowl of wild vegetable soup, in which floated a few slices of potato. Xiaoyu managed to consume half of it. Her fever had abated somewhat, yet she continued to cough. Molan sat cross-legged at the entrance of the shelter, leaning against the cold bamboo pole. The surface of the pole glistened with a fine layer of condensation, soaking through to his back with a penetrating chill. In his hand, he idly twirled a Swiss Army knife, the pad of his thumb repeatedly gliding over the blade's spine, his gaze somewhat vacant, fixated on the flickering flames at the center of the playground. The fire was small, yet the smoke billowed thickly, trapped by the low atmospheric pressure. Old Lin and a few core members sat around the fire, their voices intermittently drifting through the damp, cold air. The northern passage has only a few bullets left. We must conserve them. Those few, I fear, will not endure. It's best to act swiftly. Old Zhou, casually perched with his hunting rifle resting on his knee, occasionally spat into the fire. Young Wu, armed with a spear, was methodically sharpening its tip against a dark whetstone, the sound monotonous and rasping. A violent fit of coughing erupted from the adjacent shelter. The man, surnamed Yin, once a decorator, now appeared gaunt, with prominent cheekbones that were almost alarming. He was trying to suppress his cough, emitting a series of muffled, dull sounds. His wife, while soothing him, anxiously covered their two children's ears, fearful that even the slightest noise might attract unwanted attention. Around 9 o'clock, Aunt Wang approached with an aluminum basin. Within it were 3 bowls of corn porridge, topped with a few strands of pickled vegetables. She placed the basin on the wooden board at the shelter's entrance, her movements as stealthy as a thief's. Old Lin sent this, she whispered. There's work to be done tomorrow. The men must lend a hand. Molan accepted the basin, feeling the heat radiate from its sides, momentarily disorienting him. What work? Aunt Wang gestured towards the north, her gaze flickering. The drainage ditch. It's blocked. A few of those things drifted in last night. They need to be removed and burned. Molan's fingers unconsciously traced the rim of the basin. Understood. As Aunt Wang departed, she glanced around, swiftly retrieving a fist-sized boiled potato from her apron pocket, its skin wrinkled and warm, and pressed it into Lin Zhixi's hand. For the child. Keep it hidden. The porridge cooled rapidly. Without hesitation, Molan tilted his head back and consumed his bowl in a few quick gulps, the warmth filling him momentarily. The warm, thin porridge slid down his esophagus, momentarily diluting the icy sensation within his stomach. He pushed the remaining 2 bowls towards Lin Zhixi. Lin Zhixi drank only half, carefully feeding the thickest portion, along with a potato, to the drowsy Xiaoyu, bit by bit. At precisely 10 o'clock, the lights on the playground, powered by batteries, extinguished. The last remnants of artificial light vanished, plunging the world into utter darkness. Save for the dim red embers within the campfire, still clinging to life. As old Lin and the others dispersed, their footsteps squelched in the muddy ground, producing a labored, damp sound that gradually faded into the distance. The stillness within the shelter was unsettling. Molan, Lin Zhixi's voice was a mere whisper, akin to a sigh by one's ear. Yes? Are you going tomorrow? Yes. Molan fixed his gaze on a vague point in the darkness, responding, everyone is going. If we don't, we'll have to leave. Lin Zhixi fell silent, reaching out in the dark to tuck the blanket tighter around Xiaoyu, enveloping him like a cocoon. In the dead of night, sounds began emanating from the direction of the northern gate. First came several muffled conversations, stifled, as if confirming their positions. Then, the sound of a shovel plunging into the mud echoed, dull and heavy. Someone drew a labored breath, followed by a retch, which was forcibly swallowed back. Soon after, the crackling of burning material was heard. The flames seemed to grow fiercer, the popping of grease resonating in waves. An indescribable odor of charred flesh and protein wafted into the shelter, both fragrant and foul. Lin Zhixi stirred awake. She did not move. merely extended her hand to grasp Molan's. In the pitch-black darkness, the two listened to the burning from its inception to its cessation. Only when the digging ceased and the flames dwindled, leaving behind the lingering scent of char, did their hands slowly part. At 5:30 in the morning, the sky began to pale, resembling the gray of a fish's belly. Aunt Wang's voice pierced the silence outside the shelter, though she tried to keep it low. It still felt jarringly loud in the stillness of dawn. "Master Yu, are you awake? Old Lin has sent the men to gather at the northern ditch. Bring your tools." Molan propped himself up, his spine cracking from a night of stiffness. He remained silent, fastening a fire axe to his waist and picking up a pickaxe from the edge of the shelter, weighing it in his hand. Lin Zhixi had already sat up, wordlessly assisting him in zipping his tactical jacket all the way up to his neck. "Be careful." By now, about 10 men had gathered on the playground. Their faces bore a resemblance to the gray sky of that day. Old Lin stood at the forefront, Old Zhou wielded a rifle, and Xiaoyu held a spear, his gaze coldly surveying the motley crew of laborers. The northern ditch had been tightly sealed. Old Lin spoke, his voice hoarse. 5 more drifted in last night. They came down from upstream, not from our area. Our task is to clear them out, burn them, and bury them properly. We must not let the scent attract the living. Everyone understood implicitly what the living referred to. Once finished, each man will receive an additional bowl of thick porridge, accompanied by preserved sausage. This was the crux of the matter. A flicker of light returned to the men's eyes. The group began to move towards the northern gate. Lao Lin walked ahead, and upon reaching the rusted iron gate, he turned back to glance at Molan, lowering his voice. "The newcomer will be in the same group as old Zhao. Don't show off, and avoid looking too much." The gate creaked open with a rusted hinge, emitting a sound that grated on the senses. Outside lay a drainage ditch, 2 meters wide, filled with murky black water that reached waist deep, littered with countless pieces of debris and decaying leaves. Amidst the refuse, several grayish-white humanoid shapes bobbed in the morning light, ensnared by branches, rising and falling intermittently. A gust of wind carried a pungent stench, slamming into their faces. In the ditch, those shapes turned slowly with the current, revealing half of a putrefied face. "Damn," Molan muttered under his breath, gritting his teeth, and was the first to step into the frigid, murky water. Chapter 18, North Ditch, July 2nd, 2027. At 6:10 a.m., the muddy water reached the top of his thighs, pressing against his pants, clinging to his legs like a layer of ice-cold, dead pig skin. Molan extended the bamboo pole in his hand, the iron hook scraping through the murky water, and struck something. A dull thud echoed. It felt not like wood, but rather as though he had pierced into waterlogged flour, soft, yet offering a heavy resistance. "Is it caught?" Old Zhao's muffled voice inquired. His face hovering less than half a meter above the water's surface, droplets of black water clinging to his beard, his nostrils flaring with each breath. "Yes," Molan replied, clenching his jaw, his wrist exerting force as the hook penetrated the collar or flesh of that mass. It was heavy. The body was ensnared by the sediment beneath the water, and combined with its own weight, it was a struggle to pull it up. "Lift," he shouted, his arms tensing, the bamboo pole bending like a drawn bow. The surface of the water churned, the black oil film breaking apart, as a grayish-white form gradually emerged. First, a back of a head appeared, hair splayed like rotting aquatic plants, followed by a shoulder. In that instant, the deteriorating collar of the shirt could not withstand the strain and tore with a rip. The hook slipped free, embedding itself directly into the flesh of the shoulder. The lifeless flesh, devoid of elasticity, was as yielding as tofu. Molan felt a sudden lightness in his hand, followed by a dull, wet sound. A thudding noise echoed as a swollen arm was forcibly torn away, splashing back into the black water and sending mud flying. A few drops splattered onto Molan's face. At that moment, the acid in his stomach surged, threatening to spill over. He clenched his mouth tightly, his cheeks puffing as he forced the bile down. His throat burned from the stomach acid. A violent retching sound erupted nearby. Old Zhao doubled over, hands on his knees, heaving painfully, but with an empty stomach. He finished and wiped his mouth with his grimy hand, uttering no words. Instead, he picked up a shovel and resumed scooping the severed arm floating on the water's surface, flinging it forcefully toward the shore. Half an hour later, the surface of the ditch finally revealed its darkened skin. On the muddy bank, a pile of dismembered bodies lay squashed together, oozing black liquid. Some had burst open, their insides spilling out onto the ground. Lao Lin stood atop the earthen embankment, covering his nose with his sleeve while directing those excavating the pit. Dig deeper. If it's too shallow, the wild dogs will dig it up. The pit was excavated, measuring 2 meters on each side. Corpses were methodically pushed into the hole. Someone, holding a plastic jug, poured murky diesel into the pit, struggling to ignite it with a lighter that required several attempts. "Fool, can you ignite diesel directly?" A bystander added some flammable substances. Within moments, flames erupted. The saturated clothing and waterlogged flesh resisted combustion, causing the flames to flicker and sputter, emitting a hissing sound as fat exploded. There was no exhilarating blaze, only a smoldering heat. Thick smoke billowed upwards, carrying an indescribable stench of charred hair, burnt protein, and a peculiar moldy aroma. As the wind blew, the smoke enveloped them once more. Molan stood downwind, tears streaming from his eyes due to the smoke. He did not retreat, but numbly observed the flames dancing within the dark pit. His mind was blank, and his fingers felt a dull ache. By the time they returned, daylight had broken. The playground buzzed with activity. Aunt Wong was stirring a pot with a large iron ladle. The aroma of boiling corn grits clashing with the morning-esque stench of decay, yet somehow tantalizing. The men entered the playground with heads bowed, silence enveloping them as they headed straight for the water tank. The water, collected rain, had been treated with alum, appearing relatively clear but icy to the touch. Molan squatted on the ground, scrubbing his hands and arms repeatedly with soap. The lather turned gray, washed away, only to be reapplied. The stench of the corpses seemed to seep into his pores, persisting regardless of how much he scrubbed, leaving a lingering clammy sensation. After reddening his skin, he finally stood and returned to the shelter. Lin Zhixi was busy braiding Xiaoyu's hair. Xiaoyu sat on a straw mat, her small face pale. Upon seeing him enter, she did not rush over but timidly called out, "Daddy." Her gaze lingered on Molan for a moment, her nostrils flaring slightly. Yet she did not shy away. He responded, careful not to draw too near, fearful that his scent might overwhelm the child. Aunt Wong brought in breakfast. 3 bowls of thin porridge, slightly thicker than the previous day, accompanied by a small dish of dark, pickled vegetables. This was sustenance meant for laborers. Molan picked up a bowl, disregarding its heat, and poured it down his throat in large gulps. The scalding porridge coursed down his esophagus, causing his stomach to spasm, yet it quelled the chill within him somewhat. As he set down the bowl, the shelter's curtain was lifted, revealing Lao Lian's grim visage. Molan wiped his mouth and stood. Lao Lian's gaze swept over him. "Your performance has been satisfactory. Not vomiting is a good sign," he remarked. "Tomorrow night, it will be your turn to keep watch at the post across the northern ditch. Someone must oversee the upstream." A chill crept into Molan's heart. Keeping watch in a place replete with ash and muck, alone for an entire night. "Fine." He did not hesitate, responding decisively. Lao Lian lingered, casting a glance at the half-empty backpack. "If you wish to stay here long-term, you must contribute. We are all in the same boat. We do not support idlers or extend credit." Molan remained silent. He turned around and retrieved 2 cans of food from the very bottom of his backpack. Throughout his journey, he had not been idle. Upon encountering small shops, he rummaged through them and indeed found a can of fermented black bean fish, which he initially intended to reserve for Xiaoyu. He handed over the can, its metallic weight heavy in his palm. The old man connected to it, gauged its heft, and with a slight twitch of his lips, which could be interpreted as a smile, he turned and walked away. Lin Zhixi dared not speak, waiting until the figure had receded into the distance before tremblingly asking, "Is it dangerous to keep watch at night?" Molan did not turn back, settling once more onto the straw, dragging the fire axe closer, and began to slowly hone it against a sharpening stone. The sound was soft and deliberate, almost soothing. "It's fine," he replied in a low voice, though it carried a chill. In the afternoon, a quarrel erupted at the far end of the playground. 2 women fought over a mere sliver of soap, pulling each other's hair and scratching faces. Men rushed over to break up the scuffle, cursing as they took the opportunity to grope the women. Old Joe perched atop the wall, a spent cigarette but clenched between his teeth, squinting down at the commotion below as though he were watching a farcical performance. No one truly intervened. Morality had long since sunk into the mire. As long as no one was killed and those unspeakable things were kept at bay, everything else was trivial. That night, the relentless rain began anew, the raindrops pounding against the tarpaulin with a cacophonous rhythm. In the adjoining shelter, old Yan's wife wept softly, her muffled sobs pressed into the pillow, suffocating as though she could scarcely breathe. From further away, the sound of water lapping against the riverbanks echoed from the northern ditch of the teaching building. The rhythmic splashes continued, as Molan widened his eyes, fixating on the pitch-black ceiling of the shelter. Tomorrow night, he would find himself there. Chapter 19, broadcast July 3, 2027, at 10 o'clock in the morning. The 16th day since the disaster struck. Beneath the desk by the playground, 2 red bricks were wedged to stabilize it, barely holding firm. Molan sat atop it, a Swiss Army knife in hand, meticulously carving a newly cut bamboo shoot. The bamboo had been harvested from the back mountain that morning, fresh and unspoiled, its green skin and moist flesh exuding a raw vegetal aroma as he whittled it down. The blade sliced through with a satisfying sound, flattening the joints before shaping the tip into a sharp diagonal edge. The edge of his fire axe bore 2 chips, reminiscent of missing teeth. Tonight, it was his turn to keep watch over the northern ditch, a place where each inch mattered. He needed to prepare a longer weapon. The weather was a rare reprieve from the rain, though it could hardly be deemed pleasant. The air was stiflingly humid, clinging to the skin like a layer of glue. The muddy ground of the playground had long since been trampled into a black paste by hundreds of feet. The pathways between the shelters were flooded with filthy water, debris floating atop, discarded cigarette butts, wild vegetable leaves, and some flavorless gum spat out by children. The population at Luzhuang was steadily increasing, nearing 70 individuals. The makeshift shelters resembled a slum, each one almost pressing against the next. The stench of sweat, foot odor, children's excrement, and spoiled food hung heavily over everyone. The porridge in the pot grew thinner by the day. Yesterday, during dinner distribution, a newly arrived bald man complained about the scanty serving of pickled vegetables and smashed his bowl in anger, nearly coming to blows with Aunt Wang, who was distributing the food. In the end, old Lin and his men subdued him in the mud, delivering a forceful blow to the back of his head with a rifle butt, after which he complied. Blood flowed into the porridge, yet the pot was eventually divided, and none expressed disdain. Lin Zhixi stood before a patch of vacant land in the shed, imparting lessons to the children. This was a special allowance from old Lin, not for the sake of education, but rather a pragmatic measure to confine this unruly group of adolescents who roamed about, potentially inviting trouble. Lin Zhixi crouched in the muddy ground, clutching a stick, inscribing characters in the damp earth. There were 7 or 8 children in total, the eldest around 13 or 14, while the youngest was merely 6. Each of them huddled, necks drawn in, their gazes vacant, their garments speckled with mud. They were not truly attending to the lesson. Rather, they awaited the midday meal, uncertain of its sufficiency. Repeat after me. Lin Zhixi's voice was soft, imbued with a habitual pause from her teaching days, yet lacking in conviction. Spring day? She inscribed these 2 words in the mud, the strokes somewhat crooked. Spring had arrived, and the grass began to sprout. The children, in a scattered chorus, echoed her words. A boy, nicknamed Huzi, sniffed back the mucus threatening to spill from his nose, and suddenly asked, "Aunt Lin, when will spring come? I want to eat wild vegetable dumplings. The wild vegetables now are too bitter. I want the sweet stalks." Another little girl, with her hair styled in 2 horn-shaped braids, fixated on the characters, blurted out, "My mom says spring won't come. She says the sun has died." Lin Zhixi's grip on the stick faltered momentarily. She did not raise her gaze, but furiously scratched out the 2 words with the stick, erasing them until the surface of the mud was smooth. "It will come," she replied stiffly. "The water will always recede." Molan paused in his task of whittling, then resumed. The bamboo shavings flew up, landing on his mud-stained trousers. Just then, a commotion erupted in the center of the playground. Old Lin, old Zhou, and Xiaoyu crouched on the ground, encircled around a dark object. It was a hand-cranked radio, recently acquired. The previous owner, an electrician surnamed Ma, was as thin as a twig, carrying a bulging bag filled with wires and diodes. He had traded this radio for 3 days' worth of rations and a leak-proof sleeping spot. At that moment, Master Ma knelt in the mud, adjusting the frequency knob with trembling hands. Xiaoyu squatted beside him, assisting in cranking the generator handle. Creak, creak. The handle turned swiftly, producing a crackling sound of electric current. The man repairing the fishing net halted his work, and the woman scolding the children fell silent. All eyes were drawn to the unassuming black box. Molan sheathed his knife and stepped to the edge of the crowd. Master Ma's fingers quivered violently as he delicately fine-tuned the knob, fearful that even the slightest pressure might shatter the signal. Suddenly, amidst the static, two words emerged clearly. Imbued with a familiar, soothing broadcast tone, Central. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Master Ma's eyes widened in astonishment. The broadcast declared, "This is an emergency transmission. The nation has not yet collapsed." The voice was intermittent, as if drifting from a great distance, torn apart by the winds and rains. The military is currently engaged in clearing the northern safe zone, urging the surviving civilians to seek nearby shelters and maintain order. Suddenly, the signal was lost, leaving only the chaotic sound of falling snow. Master Ma frantically adjusted the antenna, shouting hoarsely, "There must be more. Keep going. Shake it faster." Xiaoyu's arm grew numb from the effort, yet that voice never returned. Only the hollow rustling echoed across the desolate playground. Moments later, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Did you hear? The authorities are still here. There's a military presence. I told you there would be." Old Zhao's wife collapsed onto the filthy ground, pounding her thigh and weeping uncontrollably. "I knew we couldn't be completely abandoned." Laughter mingled with tears. Some individuals crouched down, cradling their heads, their shoulders shaking violently. The despair that had been suppressed for 2 weeks was violently torn open by those few vague signals. However, some remained unmoved. Old Lin leaned against a nearby pillar, smoking. The wrinkles on his face etched deeply, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Old Zhou hoisted his shotgun onto his shoulder, scoffed, and spat a thick gob onto the ground. 16 days, and this is the best they can do? His voice was quiet, yet it struck the crowd like a bucket of ice water. Who knows how old that recording is? The person broadcasting it may well be dead by now. Xiaoyu said nothing, silently packing away the radio and wrapping it in a tattered oilcloth. Molan stood at the periphery, observing the faces filled with joy and sorrow. He felt little elation. Instead, the sense of emptiness weighed more heavily upon him. If a safe zone truly existed, why had they yet to see a helicopter or even a military vehicle? This coastal province should hold some significance, shouldn't it? At noon, when the rations were distributed, Old Lin specifically instructed Aunt Wang to add 2 extra scoops of cornmeal to the porridge. Everyone should eat well. There is hope now. Let us not starve ourselves before rescue arrives. His words were uplifting, yet Molan noticed Old Lin's hand remained firmly on the hilt of his knife, his gaze somber. Inside the shed, Lin Zhixi returned with a bowl, her hands trembling slightly. "Molan," she whispered, "Xiaoyu asked me, will the government really come for us?" Molan lowered his head to sip the porridge. The scalding liquid coursed down his throat, but failed to warm the chill in his stomach. "What did you tell her?" "I said yes," Lin Zhixi replied, gazing into the reflection of her weary face in the bowl. "What else could I say?" Xiaoyu cradled her bowl, sipping slowly. Yet her eyes frequently drifted towards Master Ma's shed, her expression illuminated by an unprecedented glimmer that unsettled Molan. In the afternoon, Master Ma brought out the radio once more. He seemed possessed, sitting at the entrance of the shed, constantly adjusting and shaking it. Aside from the static, there was only silence. Old Lin passed by and urged him to take a break, to conserve energy for the night's work. Master Ma ignored him, still twisting the knobs, mumbling to himself. As dusk fell, the weather shifted again. A dark rain descended without warning, arriving abruptly with large droplets that pounded against the plastic sheeting, creating a cacophony of sound. As Molan arrived at the northern wall to take over the shift, he encountered Old Zhao descending with a grim expression. During the handover, Old Zhao handed him the battered monocular telescope, his countenance darkened by the rising water levels. He gestured towards the outside, indicating that 4 more had drifted in overnight. Something felt amiss to Molan. The sheer number was alarming. Old Zhao swallowed hard, and it seemed as though something alive was stirring within the depths. Without uttering a word, Molan accepted the telescope and ascended the makeshift wooden lookout. The wood, drenched by the rain, was treacherously slick beneath his feet. Below lay barbed wire and a fetid drainage ditch, and further north, an expanse of indistinguishable black fields loomed. The curtain of rain severely obstructed visibility. Molan raised the telescope. A crack bisected the lens, rendering the view marred by a persistent dark line that cleaved the world in two. The ditch water had indeed risen, threatening to spill over the banks. The black water churned like boiling tar, concealing unknown debris within. Old Zhou, stationed at the opposite lookout, puffed on a cigarette, the sparks flickering weakly in the rain, blinking in and out. "Hey," Old Zhou called out, "do you believe that broadcast?" Molan wiped the rain from his face, the water salty and bitter. "What difference does it make whether I believe or not? We still need to eat and sleep. Old Zhou chuckled, his laughter reminiscent of an owl's hoot. True enough. It has been half a month, and not a single shadow has appeared. Depending on the heavens and the earth is less reliable than trusting in this rifle in my hands. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. From the direction of the shed, the monotonous, persistent sound of a crank could still be faintly heard, creaking steadily. The water in the ditch continued to rise. And Molan tightened his grip on the sharpened bamboo spear, feeling the chill of the bamboo seep into his palm. Chapter 20. Waste Paper, July 5, 2027. At 1 in the afternoon. The rain had not ceased, but it had transformed into a drizzle capable of nurturing green moss. To the east of the playground, near the flag-raising platform, an impromptu trading area had formed in Lu Village. There were no shouts. Even the sounds of haggling were subdued, as if they were conspiring over some clandestine dealings. On a table lay a few meager items: half a pack of softbox Taschen cigarettes, a bottle of 56-degree Wuxing Erguo 2. Its plastic seal still intact, marred by several indelible mud splatters, and a bag of Li by laundry powder, its packaging faded, evidently salvaged from a submerged wreck. The most striking sight was a stack of money, red in hue, each note worth 100 yuan, totaling perhaps 20 to 30,000, weighed down by a pebble to prevent it from being whisked away by the wind. The owner of the money was a young man in his 20s, shouldering what appeared to be an expensive computer bag, his glasses clouded by an unremovable greasy film. He stood by the table, hands buried in the pockets of his parka, shivering from the cold, yet his gaze stubbornly fixed on every passerby. "I'll trade for rice," he sniffled, "or canned food. Luncheon meat would be best, but fruit would do." Aunt Wang clutched a handful of dried long beans, which she had unearthed from a neighbor's home, hoping to exchange them for some salt. She glanced at the stack of money, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. "Young man, this paper is too stiff, it's hardly fit for wiping." Aunt Wang weighed the dried beans in her hand, their rustling sound reminiscent of sand. Had it been a fortnight prior, they might have been acceptable, but now, this was less absorbent than scrap paper. A group of men squatted nearby, emitting a low, rumbling laughter, its tone murky, yet devoid of malice. His face instantly flushed a deep crimson. He withdrew his hand from his pocket, intent on retrieving money, but upon feeling the damp, chilly bills, he hesitated and pulled it back. This money was meant for when help arrived. It was precious. He mumbled to himself, the words barely audible. Molan stood 3 meters away, rainwater dripping down his unkempt hair and pooling at the collar of his shirt. He remained still, watching quietly. For days, he had been observing. The collapse of the monetary system was occurring at a pace swifter than the peeling paint of the school walls. Initially, some attempted to barter with cash for biscuits. Later, a few exchanged gold chains for bottles of liquor. Tomorrow, it was possible that even gold would be discarded in the mud, left unclaimed. He reached into his inner pocket, where a sealed bag containing the salt he had brought from home resided. This was the true hard currency, far more valuable than the 30,000 in cash, capable of pulling someone back from the brink of dehydration. Yet, he refrained from taking it out. Lin Zhixi approached, holding Xiaoyu's hand. The sole of Xiaoyu's sneakers had begun to peel away. After a long journey, the blisters on his feet had burst. Molan thought he would collect some more shoes next time he encountered a store. "Dad," Xiaoyu called softly, his voice frail and faint. Lin Zhixi's complexion was a sickly yellow, her eye sockets deeply sunken. She glanced at the table, where a roll of tissue paper lay. Actually 2 rolls haphazardly bundled together with twine, likely scavenged from a public restroom or some other location, crumpled and worn. "Can we?" Lin Zhixi's voice trembled, her gaze drifting between Molan and the roll of paper. Molan understood. Lin Zhixi's special time was approaching. She had only brought 2 packs of sanitary pads, and it seemed they would soon be insufficient. In this mire-filled environment, devoid of clean water, hygiene was a potentially fatal concern, as poor management could lead to infection and death. He rubbed the salt in his pocket, his fingers lingering on the plastic bag for a long while, ultimately shaking his head. A little more patience was needed. There would be time to find more or to exchange for something else. The salt was life-saving. Once someone became dehydrated or suffered from diarrhea, that small amount of salt could be their salvation. Tissue paper could be endured or replaced with rags. It was a harsh reality, but choices had to be made. The light in Lin Zhixi's eyes dimmed momentarily. She said nothing, merely pulling Xiaoyu closer into her embrace. Xiaoyu lowered his head, staring blankly at a squashed, dead earthworm in the mud. At that moment, Master Ma squeezed in, clutching a Deegan radio. The old man had not washed his face in days. With large clumps of eye discharge at the corners of his eyes, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. He slammed the radio down onto the table. Batteries. Who has AA batteries? He pointed at the radio, his finger trembling. This device can receive shortwave signals. As long as there's power, we're bound to hear news from the north. The surrounding people regarded him as if he were a fool. The radio emitted only a maddening static, the white noise of the world. Even an old battery would do. Just a bit of residual power. Master Ma's voice cracked with desperation as he clutched the sleeve of the man who had mocked him the most. Brother, do you have any? I observe that you possess a flashlight. The man impatiently swatted his hand away, stating, that is for my nocturnal trips to the restroom. Would you like to hear a sound? What could possibly quell hunger? You are capable of generating electricity by hand. Simply exert yourself, it won't kill you. Master Ma's lips trembled as he gradually cradled the radio to his chest, as if safeguarding his last breath. During lunchtime, the rain relented momentarily. The cafeteria had long since collapsed, and 2 large iron pots were set up in the open air. Today's porridge was thicker than in previous days, even imbued with a hint of meaty odor. It was rumored that old Zhou, the hunter, had shot 2 wild pigeons in the woods behind the mountain the previous night. The meat was chopped into tiny pieces, with even the bone fragments mixed in, rendering it impossible to distinguish between flesh and bone. Everyone was desperately sniffling. The earthy, bloody scent of the meat caused their stomachs to convulse. Molan filled 3 bowls carefully, gingerly returning to the makeshift shelter. Lin Zhixi took the bowls, blew on them lightly, and handed one to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, disregarding the heat, rolled his tongue and took a large gulp, producing a loud gulping sound. Slow down. Don't choke on the bones, Lin Zhixi gently cautioned, yet she too could not resist swallowing her own saliva. Molan squatted at the entrance of the shelter, refraining from drinking immediately. He gazed into the murky broth, which bore a few specks of oil, scarcely larger than a pinhead, floating atop. He retrieved a damp scrap of newspaper from his pocket, a remnant he had found beside the restroom yesterday. It had failed to ignite when he attempted to use it as kindling, leaving him with this fragment. The date read June 17th, the very day the meteor fell. Only half a line was legible. Experts indicate that, at present, within a controllable range, the supply of resources is ample, and citizens need not. The subsequent words were obscured by mud, transformed into a mass of black ink. As Molan contemplated the words, he suddenly found it somewhat absurd. He crumpled the newspaper into a ball and stuffed it into the still-smoking stove. The flames licked upward, instantaneously transforming those unfinished words into ash. In the afternoon, a commotion arose in the trading area. Old Zhao had arrived. He was a local from Lu village, in his 50s, typically taciturn, resembling a stone. He produced a plastic bag from his coat, inside which were glistening grains of rice, weighing approximately 2 pounds. The rice was plump and had not been dampened. The crowd surged forward, their breaths becoming heavy. Where did you acquire this? What will you exchange for it? Someone inquired. Old Zhao remained silent, merely placing the bag of rice on a rickety desk, rubbing his hands on his clothing. He recounted that during the wall watch last night, an infected individual had attempted to scale the barrier. This person was an outsider, bearing a specialized mountaineering backpack. With a single swing of his hoe, Old Zhao had split the man's skull open. The rice was retrieved from the deceased's pack, which also contained half a bottle of mineral water and a folding fruit knife. I will trade for cigarettes or alcohol. Old Zhao's voice was muffled. I desire a drink. I have money. I will buy. The young man elbowed his way forward, slamming a stack of bills onto the table with greater force this time. 20,000. All for you. Old Zhao did not even glance at the money, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, his eyes murky yet resolute. Cigarettes, alcohol, nothing else. Money here is worth less than scrap paper. Scrap can be used for kindling. Burning money emits a foul odor of ink. In the end, the transaction involved a substantial quantity of rice exchanged for a half bag of Ta Mountain and a small bottle of medicinal oil. Old Zhao accepted the cigarette, his calloused hand trembling as he extracted one, disregarding whether it had absorbed moisture, and lit it using the flame provided by a bystander. He inhaled deeply, exhaling the smoke through his nostrils, his face, tensed like stone, gradually relaxing into an almost euphoric expression. Worth it, he muttered, pushing the remaining rice toward the man who had traded for the cigarette. Molan gazed into Old Zhao's murky eyes. As dusk enveloped the sky, Shrouding it in darkness akin to the bottom of a pot, Molan found himself on night watch. The northern wall represented the most vulnerable point of Lu village's defenses. Where once a low school wall stood, now replaced by a sewage ditch. He and the hunter, Old Zhou, crouched beneath a rain shelter at the wall's base. Water cascading down from the plastic roof. Old Zhou puffed away at his dry tobacco. Molan's eyes wandered to his hunting rifle. He had heard he possessed a license. But in this moment, no one seemed to care. Have you heard? Old Zhou exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. That lad hasn't he given up? Still clinging to that pile of cash. Is he foolish? The world has truly changed. Those who do not adapt will not survive, Molan whispered. He recalled the over 300,000 in his bank account, alongside the remaining 15 years of mortgage payments, which now seemed like a cruel joke. Old Zhou grinned, revealing teeth yellowed from smoke. At that moment, a sudden sound erupted from the ditch. It was not loud, yet in the stillness of the night, it resonated sharply. Like a jolt of electricity, Old Zhou sprang to his feet, leveling his rifle. "They come," he declared, his voice laced with a murderous intent. By the faint moonlight, Molan discerned dark water roiling in the ditch. Something was ascending. It was a person, their body grotesquely swollen, skin mottled a ghostly gray. Hair matted and entwined with decaying foliage. With both hands, it clawed at the crevices of the wall, its nails long gone, fingers raw and bloody, leaving dark crimson streaks on the bricks. It raised its head. The face, though relatively intact, bore empty eye sockets devoid of pupils. A thunderous bang shattered the silence. Old Zhou had fired. There were no cinematic screams, merely the sound of a rotten watermelon being crushed. Black blood mingled with brain matter, splattering into the ditch. The creature's body swayed, then fell back into the water, splashing violently before it sank beneath the surface. The entire playground erupted into chaos. Cries of shock from women and wails of children echoed from the makeshift shelters. "It's fine. Return to your slumber," Old Zhou bellowed. With practiced ease, he knocked his rifle against the ground, ejecting homemade rounds. "One shot per creature. Waste not," he murmured. "Bullets are more precious than lives." Molan stared at the ripples still forming in the ditch, his palms slick with cold sweat. He had run out of cigarettes and felt a deep discomfort. Chapter 21. Cured Meat, July 7th, 2027, 5:30 a.m. The 20th day since the calamity struck. As Molan descended from the observation tower, his right leg had gone nearly numb. It felt as if his blood had congealed in the joints, frozen by the chill of the rain, and with each movement, a stinging pain shot through his nerves. He leaned against the base of the cement wall for a while, until his leg regained some strength. And then he limped toward the makeshift shelter. Last night, he had worked a double shift. In the early hours, Old Zhou had sent him to the corner to catch a couple of hours of sleep. Although the spot was sheltered from the wind, the dampness was oppressive, with the rotten mud at the base seeping moisture. Wrapped in an old raincoat, he curled up and struggled to find a restful slumber. His dreams were filled with the faces from the ditch, rising one by one from the murky black water, first as indistinct outlines, then as swollen features. Drawing closer until he could discern the lifeless gray mold on their eyeballs and smell the foul stench of prolonged decay. When he awoke, the rain had ceased. A faint, pallid gray light emerged on the horizon, dull yet pristine. The water level in the northern ditch had receded somewhat, revealing the churned-up silt beneath. A few bleached branches lay across the water's edge, their bark peeling away, resembling not wood, but rather the cleanly stripped bones of some creature. A few green-headed flies settled on them, rubbing their limbs together before buzzing away. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Zhixi had already risen. She knelt beside the straw mat, gently wiping the face of the sleeping child. The little one was deeply slumbering, with barely perceptible breaths, the rise and fall of her chest almost invisible. Lin Zhixi took her time, the towel delicately gliding over the ears and neck. The air in the shelter was heavy, a pungent mix of sweat from days without bathing, the musty scent of decaying straw, and an inescapable odor of rodent urine. A mouse had managed to sneak in last night, rustling beneath the straw for quite some time, until the noise abruptly ceased, leaving uncertain whether it had departed or succumbed within. Molan sat down behind her, pulling half a bottle of water from his backpack to moisten his cracked throat. Old Zhou intended to go to the county town. Lin Zhixi halted her movements. Without turning around, she wrung the towel again before placing it back into the basin. After a considerable pause, she inquired, "How many people?" "Tentatively 4, he replied. "Who?" "Old Zhou, Xiaoyu, old Zhao, and myself. He paused, adding, I can drive. Old Zhou has a Santana. Lin Zhixi's shoulders slightly slumped as she folded the towel into a small square and set it in the basin, pushing the basin aside to create a bit of space for herself. When? The day after tomorrow, Molan said. We'll leave at dawn. Taking advantage of the lighter rains over the next couple of days. There were already people in the makeshift area starting fires. Aunt Wang was at the outdoor stove, struggling to burn the damp wood, which produced thick smoke that clung to the ground, causing fits of coughing. In the large iron pot, corn porridge bubbled away, its aroma gradually wafting through the air. While not particularly fragrant, to those who had gone an entire night without food, it was the most delightful scent in the world, causing involuntary pangs in their bellies. Today's porridge was even thinner, devoid of any oily sheen, and the chopped dried vegetables were scarce, floating sparsely atop the liquid. Molan recalled passing by the stove last night after his shift, overhearing old Lin and Aunt Wang in a hushed argument. We've reached the bottom. Aunt Wang's voice quivered with despair. At this rate, it will only last 3 more days. Mix in the chaff. Old Lin's voice was cold, suggesting they combine the leftover chaff from feeding the pigs. The matter is indeed a throat-gripping concern. What if the child consumes it? Yet, grappling with such a predicament is certainly preferable to succumbing to starvation. During breakfast, as the porridge was being distributed, old Lin unfolded the matter of venturing into the county. A crowd swiftly encircled him on the playground, maintaining a cautious distance from one another, their demeanor tinged with a palpable wariness. Upon hearing the news, the reaction from the crowd was muted, almost apathetic, as if this undertaking was an inevitable task that must be faced. Someone inquired, are there still supplies in the county? Old Zhou, standing on the steps with a hunting rifle in hand, replied in a measured tone, supermarkets, pharmacies, gas stations, there must be something left. Those items will spoil if not consumed. Another voice rose from the throng. Is the infection widespread? This time, old Zhou remained silent, casting his gaze toward the distant, overcast sky. Old Lin took the cue to respond. If we don't go, we will have even less to eat. Waiting to perish or daring to take a chance. This equation is clear to us all, as his words settled among them. An uneasy silence enveloped the crowd before they gradually dispersed, devoid of argument or further inquiries into the grim specifics. Will 4 people suffice? There is no vehicle, and the roads are perilous, someone pondered. The young man who had previously attempted to purchase rice with money approached once more, clutching several 100-yuan bills tightly in his grasp. In a subdued tone laced with desperation, he beseeched old Zhou, may I join you? I have money. I can cover the fuel costs and assist you. Old Zhou regarded him with a sidelong glance, retorting, save your money for more pressing needs. The cost of fuel now equates to a gamble with your life. Old Lin inquired, what skills do you possess? The young man hesitated momentarily, his throat tightening. I am a programmer. I can repair computers and write code. Old Zhou waved dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Then you need not accompany us. Code will not be of use on the road. The young man remained rooted in place, gripping his money even more tightly. Eventually, he turned back toward the shed, plopping down onto the ground, his eyes fixated blankly on the earth beneath him. By noon, the dilapidated desk in the trading area bore a few additional items, a small bag of sweet potato chips, a sickle, and a bottle of cold medicine. The cardboard box for the medicine was thoroughly damp, the lettering blurred, and it rattled ominously, leaving one to wonder how much remained inside. Molan exchanged a portion of salt for a small piece of cured meat from Aunt Wang. This was an old stock from old Zhao's family, dried to a hardness akin to stone. A gentle tap with a knuckle produced a muffled sound. Yet, despite its diminutive size, it was a tangible source of fat and protein, sufficient to sustain the growing Xiaoyu for several more days. Upon receiving the salt, Aunt Wang cast a long, silent glance at him before tightly sealing the bag, fearful of losing even a hint of its flavor. Molan reserved a small amount of salt, repackaging it in a plastic bag and burying it deep within his pack. Lin Zhixi did not intervene. There was plenty of salt, but it would not be transported here. There simply was none. Those fortunate enough to find salt would feast until they were satiated, while others would await the onset of swelling. Salt and sugar, these would become invaluable commodities in the days to come. In the afternoon, old Zhou summoned Molan to a secluded corner of the playground to discuss the matter of transportation. Amidst the overgrown weeds in the backyard of the elementary school, 2 vehicles lay in wait. One was an old wooling van, its battery long deceased, with a rusted door that refused to budge. The other was a black Volkswagen Santana, claimed to be sourced by old Zhou but originally used by old Xiao for private errands. The fuel tank still contained half a tank of gas. Although both front tires were deflated, they could be repaired. Lao Zhou squatted beside the vehicle, illuminating the mud-caked chassis with a flashlight. The road is in disrepair, but the chassis remains intact. It will undoubtedly get stuck. Xiaoyu is more skilled at driving than Lao Zhao. You should take the wheel. Xiaoyu knows the route, having previously delivered parcels. Lao Zhao is strong and can shoulder responsibilities when challenges arise. I carry a firearm. Molan inquired, what is the specific route? First, we shall head to the gas station at the east entrance. Lao Zhou drew in the dirt with a branch. It was a large PetroChina station, and the underground tanks must still contain fuel. We can simply bring a hose and siphon it out. With fuel, we can venture farther. Next, we will go to the back warehouse of that large supermarket, where it is rumored that the rolling shutter door remains intact. If that is true, we would strike gold. Lastly, we must visit the pharmacy and gather as much as we can, especially anti-inflammatory and pain relief medications. Molan nodded and posed a critical question. How will we distribute what we bring back? Lao Zhou chuckled briefly. Though it was a hollow laugh, we adhere to the old customs of Lu Village. We first account for the public funds, recorded by Lao Yan. The bulk will be divided per head, and any surplus will be rewarded to us four who risk our lives. The rules are lax and rather nebulous. Yet Molan understood that if they did not go, even the diluted porridge mixed with chaff would not last long. That evening, Lin Zhixi sliced the piece of bacon, as hard as stone, into translucent slivers and placed them into the porridge to cook. As the water heated, the fat gradually melted, causing glistening droplets of oil to surface. Instantly, the shed was enveloped in a scent of meat that brought tears to one's eyes. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, resembling two little bulbs. The three of them scraped the bottom of the pot clean, leaving not even a drop of broth. Xiaoyu consumed 2 bowls, and before lying down, she gently touched her slightly bulging belly, whispering, "Mom, will there be enough to eat tomorrow?" Lin Zhixi reached out in the darkness to touch her withered yellow hair. "Daddy will go find some for us." Molan sat at the entrance of the shed, gazing at the sky outside. The clouds hung low, dark and oppressive, like an inverted cauldron. At the other end of the playground, Master Ma's old radio crackled to life with static, hissing intermittently. Lin Zhixi approached and sat beside him. "Are you afraid?" she asked. Molan remained silent for a moment. "Yes, but we have no choice but to go." She did not speak further, simply resting her head on his shoulder. Throughout the night, the rain continued to fall. The raindrops pelted against the plastic sheeting, a rhythmic patter echoing in succession. Molan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He listened to the sound of the rain, while also hearing Lao Zhou sharpening a knife in the distance. He had no knowledge of how treacherous the road would be or how many lurking dangers awaited in the shadows of the ruins. The day after tomorrow, they would depart. Chapter 22. The County Town, July 9th, 2027, at 4:30 a.m. The dawn had yet to break. The rain had just ceased, and the air was damp and cold, akin to being drawn from a cold storage. Molan carried an empty bag on his back, a fire axe secured at his waist, and tightly gripped a half-meter-long galvanized iron pipe in his right hand. One end of the pipe was slightly deformed, still bearing remnants of rust from when it had been used to break locks. He followed Lao Zhou, squeezing through the narrow gap of the side entrance of Lu Village, just wide enough for a single person. The iron gate clicked shut behind him. The sound of the lock falling was faint, yet it resonated heavily within Molan's heart. He instinctively glanced back. Lu Zhuang remained in a deep slumber. The playground lay shrouded in darkness, the plastic sheets in the makeshift area gently swaying in the damp breeze. No one emerged to bid farewell, nor did anyone dare to look around. Everyone understood that gazing at such a moment would only intensify their anxiety. The black Santana was parked about 50 meters from the school gate. Last night, Zhao and Wu had pushed it forward bit by bit, not daring to start the engine. The 2 front tires had been patched, the repairs still fresh, with remnants of damp yellow mud clinging to their surface. The fuel tank contained a murky mixture siphoned from several scrapped vehicles, its color cloudy and its odor pungent. Yet, as long as it could ignite, nothing else mattered. Molan settled into the driver's seat, finding it relatively comfortable beneath him. He closed the door gently, without force. The cabin was permeated by the scent of aged leather, an amalgamation of stale smoke and gasoline. He inserted the key and turned it. Cough, cough, cough. Once, twice. He pushed it. On the fourth attempt, the engine reluctantly roared to life, belching forth a thick plume of black smoke. The vehicle jolted violently before settling into a deep rumble. "Let us go," old Zhou said from the passenger seat, his voice low. Molan did not dare to hesitate. He shifted into first gear, released the clutch, and pressed the accelerator. The car lurched forward. He kept the speed low, almost allowing the vehicle to coast at idle. Old Zhou's shotgun rested across his knees, the muzzle pointed downward. His index finger poised outside the trigger guard, eyes fixed ahead. In the back seat, Wu and Zhao were crammed together, neither uttering a word. The county town lay 28 kilometers away. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken merely half an hour to traverse, but the road had succumbed to the flood, rendered soft and collapsed, at risk of breaking at any moment. Water pooled along the national highway, merging into a single expanse. As the wheels sank into a pothole, muddy water splashed against the car door, creating waves that surged higher than a person. Having driven just 5 kilometers, the undercarriage had scraped 3 times. A dull thud resonated from below, sending vibrations through Molan's feet. "Slow down," Zhao murmured from the back seat. "This car is old. The suspension won't endure such treatment." Molan nodded in acknowledgement, silent, and eased off the accelerator slightly. The sky gradually dulled to gray. The villages lining the roadside stood deserted, some houses reduced to mere half-walls. Yards situated at lower elevations lay submerged in black water. Occasionally, shadows of the infected flickered in the fields, their movements slow and mechanical, repetitively enacting meaningless gestures. As the Santana passed by, one of the infected lifted its head. Its face was covered in swollen, dead skin. 2 murky eyeballs gazed at the car for a moment, neither pursuing nor calling out, merely lowering its head slowly to resume its aimless swaying. This disregard sent a chill down one's spine. As they approached the county town, roadblocks began to thicken. Concrete barriers, iron fences, and faded yellow caution tape, waterlogged and haphazardly strewn across the road, indicated a hasty attempt to establish a defense, followed by a swift retreat. A wooden sign stood at the roadside, its letters largely washed away by rain, leaving only the words "temporary checkpoint" barely legible. The county town was eerily silent. The main thoroughfare was lined with stationary vehicles, all immobile. Most vehicle windows lay shattered, leaving the interiors desolate. The shop shutters on either side of the road were either fully drawn down or pried open halfway. A peculiar odor permeated the air, not merely the stench of decay, but rather a potent mixture of disinfectant and mildew, reminiscent of a scene where many had perished, hastily sprayed with chemicals, yet never thoroughly cleansed. It felt as if the city had been sealed and abruptly released. Old Zhou lowered his voice to utter a remark, which Molan chose not to acknowledge. He reduced the speed to a mere 10 kilometers per hour, inching forward. The headlights swept across a utility pole, where several A4 sheets remained, rain-soaked and barely legible, displaying a few red characters. "Attention, quarantine." The first stop was the Zhongyo gas station in the eastern part of the city. A corner of the canopy had collapsed, exposing bare steel reinforcement. Fuel dispensers lay scattered on the ground, their black rubber hoses submerged in a mixture of oil and water. The lock on the underground oil tank remained intact. Xiaoyu jumped out of the car, wielding a crowbar, and began to strike, the metallic clang echoing far in the desolate station area. On the 10th strike, the lock finally yielded. A powerful whiff of gasoline surged forth, choking them with its intensity. There was still fuel left. The 4 operated with remarkable efficiency. Old Zhou climbed onto the undamaged section of the canopy to keep watch, his shotgun ready. Molan and Xiaoyu were tasked with siphoning the fuel, while Old Zhao handled the barrels. Plastic containers were filled one by one, the murky oil sloshing within. As they reached the 3rd barrel, Molan's peripheral vision caught a flicker of movement at the street corner. He did not raise his gaze, yet his movements noticeably slowed, his muscles tensing. The shadow lingered for a moment, seemingly oblivious to their presence, before retreating. The second stop was the Dajiali supermarket, the largest in the county. The tempered glass doors lay shattered, and the rolling shutters had been forcibly bent, stuck in midair. A substantial portion of the entrance had collapsed, pooling with stagnant water. Inside, the darkness was impenetrable. The beam of a flashlight only illuminated the motes of dust floating in the air. The front area had long been stripped bare. Shelves lay toppled like a house of cards, with not a single tin left in the canned goods section. The floor was littered with crushed biscuit crumbs, soggy cardboard, and price tags. "Let us head to the back storage," Molan whispered. The group crept along the wall. The anti-theft door to the back storage remained intact, the lock surprisingly undamaged. Xiaoyu, an adept locksmith, swiftly disengaged the latch. When the door swung open, a wave of relatively dry, cool air rushed out, bearing the scent of goods not yet thoroughly soaked. The lights were out. They had to rely on their flashlights to navigate the chaos within. The warehouse was in disarray, appearing as if it had been abandoned before an inventory could be taken. Boxes of goods were piled together. Some collapsed while others remained neatly stacked. "There is something here," Xiaoyu exclaimed, his voice brimming with suppressed excitement. They nearly leapt toward the discovery simultaneously, prioritizing the most valuable items: instant noodles, bottled water, biscuits, and barrels of peanut oil. After quenching their thirst, they began hauling boxes outside. The car sat just beyond the back door, its trunk appearing exceedingly cramped. As they attempted to shove in the instant noodles, the barrel got wedged. Molan rearranged the items, placing the barrels sideways in the limited space. They have once again filled the trunk with biscuits, to the point where it is nearly impossible to close. "Damn it," old Zhao cursed, pressing down on the lid with force. They dismantled the back seat to make room for the cargo. Old Zhao acted decisively. The back seat was already covered with plastic sheeting, which was quickly removed. Boxes of mineral water were shoved inside, filling every available crevice with remarkable speed. The peanut oil was the last to be loaded. Just as the 5-liter container was squeezed in, the vehicle sagged noticeably, the tires squishing mud outwards. Yet, there were still supplies left in the warehouse. In a corner, 2 unopened boxes of hot pot noodles remained, accompanied by a row of beverages. Further inside, several large bundles of toilet paper were faintly visible. "Let us take more," Molan suggested. Old Zhou glanced at the car, then at the warehouse, his brow furrowed in concern. "There's no more room. We still need to accommodate passengers. If we load any more, the chassis will scrape the ground. We can tie it to the roof," he continued. "If we can't take it all, we'll just have to make do." Molan hesitated, aware of the risk. A high center of gravity could lead to a rollover, and it would attract undue attention. However, the supplies lay tantalizingly close, an opportunity not to be squandered. Old Zhao had already begun to untie the ropes. Using packing straps found in the warehouse due to a lack of plastic twine, they secured some items and hoisted the last 2 boxes of instant noodles onto the roof. The weight was excessive, causing a faint clanging sound as the metal groaned under the burden. "Be careful," Xiaoyu hissed. They lowered the boxes and wrapped them with straps 3 times, threading them through the car door to secure them tightly. Molan tugged at the boxes. They didn't budge. "Shall we add a few more boxes of water?" Old Zhao asked, his eyes glinting with avarice. Molan glanced at the nearly flattened rear tires. "That's enough. Adding more could break the axle. We can always make another trip." No one argued. Yet each person's gaze lingered on the remaining supplies for a few moments. They were a matter of survival. "Let us go," Old Zhou commanded, turning to leave. Just as they were preparing to depart, Old Zhao suddenly raised a finger. Shoo! There were footsteps outside, slow, heavy, and splashing as they stepped through puddles. Molan immediately switched off the flashlight. Darkness enveloped them like a tidal wave, and the 4 of them pressed against the cold wall, holding their breath. The footsteps halted at the back door of the supermarket. In the faint light of dusk, a figure clad in a security uniform became visible. Their clothes were drenched, clinging to their body as they lowered their head, nostrils flaring as they tried to discern the remnants of human scent in the air. They stood there for a full minute. Ultimately, it seemed they detected nothing amiss. Slowly, they turned and trudged away, their heavy footsteps receding. Only when the sounds faded entirely did Old Zhou issue a hushed command. "Let us move." The car creaked as it started. Molan pressed the accelerator gently, fearful of any noises from the boxes atop the vehicle. In the rearview mirror, the supermarket faded into the distance. He did not look back. Their third stop was the pharmacy. The roller door of the chain drugstore in the town center was half lowered, just low enough to slip through. Inside, it appeared as though a tornado had swept through. Counters were overturned, medicine bottles scattered across the floor, most of them shattered. Molan selectively gathered commonly used items, anti-inflammatories, pain relievers, cold medicine. There were some left, but not many. These took up little space. As they emerged, the sky had already approached midday. The return journey proved to be more arduous than the outward trek, for the road, long ravaged by heavy vehicles, was further compromised by mud, leading to 2 instances of entrapment. During the second attempt to extricate the vehicle, Lao Zhao slipped, his knee violently colliding with a stone buried within the mire. Blood immediately surged forth, staining his trousers a deep crimson. There was no time for a thorough bandaging. They hastily tore a sleeve and bound the wound with it. Continuing to push onward. As they neared Lu village, rain began to fall once more, a steady downpour, though it was not overly dark. The raindrops pounded against the cardboard boxes atop the vehicle, producing a dull thudding sound. The boxes were on the verge of disintegration, revealing the vividly colored packets of instant noodles within. The headlights swept across the fields beside the road, illuminating the silhouettes of several infected individuals, noticeably more than on their way out. Upon entering through the iron gates, it was already 4 in the afternoon. As the gates swung open, commotion erupted on the playground. Aunt Wang was the first to rush over, her eyes gleaming with intensity. "How much did you bring back?" Lao Zhou descended from the vehicle, patting the rear. Stuffed to the brim, a hint of weary amusement gracing his face. Enough to last half a month. No one cheered, but in that moment, everyone collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The noose that had been tightening around their necks had finally loosened, albeit just a fraction. Old Lin approached to tally the inventory. The 4 individuals who had ventured out received their rewards, each a bucket of oil and some instant noodles. Molan slung the noodles over his shoulder, the weight pressing down, yet it instilled within him an unparalleled sense of assurance. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Zhixi and Xiaoyu were already waiting at the entrance. Xiaoyu dashed forward, enveloping him in an embrace, burying her face in his mud-streaked clothing. "Daddy." Molan gently stroked her head. Lin Zhixi asked nothing, merely stating, "It's good that you're back." That evening, the porridge was noticeably thicker, enhanced by a drizzle of fresh oil. The long-forgotten aroma lingered in the shelter, swirling in the air. Molan savored the porridge, listening to old Zhao next door groaning about his knee injury, hearing Master Ma's old radio crackle to life, and the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the plastic sheeting. The county city was not as frightening as it seemed. Yet, when the time came to venture out again, they would surely need to journey farther afield. The lingering taste of cured meat and spices mingled in his mouth, a flavor robust enough to sustain them for a while longer. Chapter 23. The Convoy, July 12, 2027, 10 a.m. The 25th day since the calamity struck. The rain had persisted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the past couple of days, old Lin had organized another foray to the county city, though this time they returned with fewer supplies, as the supermarket had been thoroughly looted. The rain was thick and viscous, a fine, fishy mist that clung to everything. The soles of their shoes never truly dried, and their toes remained perpetually damp. The shallow sewage ditch surrounding Lu Village School had long since overflowed, dark waters creeping silently into the playground, inching along the walls. Lying on straw at night, with his ear pressed to the ground, he could distinctly hear the scurrying of mice in the crevices below. They gnawed and dragged, producing a disconcerting rustling sound that sent shivers down one's spine, gradually dismantling this space that had long ceased to belong to humanity. The porridge in the pot began to be mixed with dried sweet potatoes, which had been sorted, chopped, and boiled in. The porridge darkened in hue, appearing slightly thicker, yet the portions in each person's bowl were noticeably diminished. Aunt Wang's movements became increasingly languid as she ladled the congee, her hand, grasping the spoon, lifted and lowered in the air, resembling the cafeteria lady serving meals. It wasn't a lack of strength. Rather, she was calculating how much would remain at the bottom of the pot with each scoop, pondering if it would suffice for those who came after. Molan sat at the entrance of the shelter, holding a rag torn from an old t-shirt, diligently cleaning the fire axe. The blade had dulled in several places, resembling something gnawed by a dog. Since returning from the county town, it had been used for chopping wet firewood, prying open locks, and sometimes cleaving through debris stuck in the mud, wielded with excessive force. The once sharp gleam had long since faded, leaving only a dull iron hue. He methodically wiped the axe, rust mixed with black mud staining the cloth, which grew increasingly dark, while the blade remained blunt. He understood that no matter how much he polished it, it could never regain its original form. Much like the present days, no matter how long one endured, they could never return to what they once were. Inside the shelter, Lin Zhixi was altering a raincoat for Xiaoyu. She cut down a large raincoat scavenged from a corpse, meticulously folding the edges and tightening it stitch by stitch. The stitches were dense yet crooked, not aesthetically pleasing but sturdy enough to shield from the rain. At that moment, an unusual sound emerged from the distance. Initially, it was a low rumble, akin to distant thunder rolling beneath the horizon, muffled by the sound of the rain, intermittent and elusive. Molan initially thought it was a figment of his imagination or perhaps a form of tinnitus. However, as the sound grew clearer, even the ground vibrated slightly with the distinctive roar of diesel engines. Not just one, but a multitude, heavy vehicles, accompanied by the sound of crushing asphalt. The noise pierced through the heavy curtain of rain, advancing steadily toward them. Those in the playground ceased their activities almost simultaneously. Those mending nets, chastising children, or lost in thought lifted their heads, some abruptly standing, all gazing northward in unison. In that instant, no words were spoken. Yet every heart harbored the same thought. They have arrived? Old Zhou was the first to react. He seized the hunting rifle leaning against his leg. It's but striking the wall with a heavy thud, and swiftly ascended the wooden lookout tower. Xiaoyu followed closely, grabbing a spear, while old Zhao picked up a rusted iron rod. Molan stood, one hand grasping Lin Zhixi's arm, the other pulling Xiaoyu close, the axe firmly in hand. "Let us go," he stated. They pressed against the wall. As they drew nearer, the sound grew clearer, transforming from uncertainty to an undeniable tremor. The wooden platform atop the wall quickly filled with people. Some stood on tiptoe, while others pressed their bodies against the barbed wire, indifferent to the marks it left on their faces. Their clothes soaked with rainwater clung tightly to their frames, outlining their gaunt figures. Yet, their eyes shone with an alarming brightness, akin to 200-watt light bulbs. All gazes were fixated on the dilapidated national highway to the north. The gray curtain of rain parted. The convoy emerged. At the forefront were two jungle-camouflaged off-road vehicles, barreling forward with purpose. The heavy machine guns atop swiveled slowly with the vehicle's movement, their dark muzzles aimed skyward, rainwater dripping down the barrels. That cold, steely sensation rendered one breathless. A convoy of 6 heavy military trucks trailed behind, their once olive-green canvas covers now speckled with mud, stretched taut. On the side of the cargo compartments, the painted white characters reading detachment were barely discernible. Following closely were 3 enormous fuel tankers, a modified ambulance, and a communications vehicle equipped with antennas. Finally, 2 off-road vehicles brought up the rear, forming a complete, pristine, and silent mechanized column imbued with an irresistible sense of power. The vehicles moved at a deliberate pace, approximately 30 miles per hour. The broad, rugged tires rolled through the accumulated water on the road, sending up layers of dark waves that crashed against the wild grass and the rusted barbed wire along the roadside, producing a sharp crackling sound. The trucks were filled to capacity with soldiers. Despite the rain curtain, the figures clad in camouflage raincoats were discernible. Steel helmets, bulletproof vests, and standard-issue rifles were cradled in their arms. Their fingers rested against the wooden stocks, and their vigilant gazes swept the surroundings. No one disembarked, nor did anyone glance towards the roadside. A gust of wind lifted a section of one truck's canvas, revealing a tightly packed interior filled with people, shoulder to shoulder. Head to head, their faces were gaunt and sallow, with deep-set eyes that betrayed either a numbness or an extreme fatigue. The playground wall fell into an abrupt silence. The immense joy that had yet to erupt was doused halfway by a cold splash of indifference. Old Lin stood at the highest point, gripping the slick wall with both hands, the veins in his neck bulging. He opened his mouth and, with a voice nearly cracking, shouted, "Hey, comrades, stop for a moment." But his words were drowned by the roar of the engines, leaving no echo in their wake. Aunt Wang somehow squeezed her way to the front, clutching the smallest child tightly in her arms, her voice trembling and tinged with desperation as she cried out, "Comrades, we have children. We have the elderly. Please help us." The convoy showed no signs of slowing. Not even the brake lights flickered. The lead off-road vehicle passed by at a distance of over 50 meters from the wall. From the passenger seat, a man wearing an officer's cap leaned out halfway, casting a glance in their direction. Molan caught sight of his insignia, 2 bars and a star. That glance was swift and cold, devoid of any wave, gesture, or hesitation. It was a look akin to that one would give a roadside stone, stripped of any emotional hue. The officer withdrew into the vehicle, muttering something to the driver, and the window rolled up. The convoy continued forward, crushing all obstacles in its path. Little Wu, in a fit of urgency, struck the cement edge of the wall with his iron spear, shouting, "Stop! For heaven's sake, stop! We are living people. We are the common folk." Old Zhou hoisted his shotgun onto his shoulder, gazing at the retreating silhouettes of the steel behemoths, muttering a curse under his breath. Rushing to the afterlife, are they? Just then, the communications vehicle passed by, and the loudspeaker mounted atop it suddenly blared to life. The voice was soft and devoid of emotion, resembling a pre-recorded electronic synthesis. Unusually clear amidst the rain. Repeated announcement. The road ahead is obstructed. Survivors are advised to seek the nearest safe zone. The Northern Reconstruction Zone has been established, marked by the blue flag designated for safe areas. Upon encountering an infected individual, please refrain from close contact and proceed with immediate elimination. Resources are scarce. Please use them judiciously and maintain order. This was broadcasted once, then reiterated. Subsequently, the convoy departed. The roar of the engines gradually succumbed to the sound of the rain, leaving behind 2 deep, crooked tracks on the highway, quickly filling with murky rainwater. The playground's wall fell into a profound silence. The rain continued to fall, striking the faces of the people, now stiffened in despair. The first to weep was a young man who had clutched a wad of cash. He crouched in the muddy ground, his shoulders trembling violently, yet no sound escaped his lips. The stack of bills slipped from his pocket, one by one cascading into the black mire, soon trampled and soaked. Someone cursed aloud, their voice hoarse with desperation. Damn it! Don't they see us? What about the common folk? Others remained silent, merely staring blankly in the direction of the vanishing convoy. Master Ma stood aside, cradling a radio, his face ashen and expressionless. The flicker of light in his eyes had completely extinguished. Old Lien was the last to descend from the wall. His face was taut, resembling dried tree bark. He neither cursed nor threw things. He simply discarded his cigarette, but into the mud and extinguished it, muttering softly, "It's over. It's all over. Back to work." Molan returned to the shelter. Lin Zhixi held Xiaoyu on a straw mat, their bodies still trembling. Xiaoyu looked up, his large eyes filled with confusion. "Daddy, why aren't those uncles stopping? Aren't they here to save us?" Molan squatted down, wiped his muddy hands on his clothes before gently patting her head. "They have a mission," he replied softly. Lin Zhixi gazed at him, quietly asking, "The broadcast is real? Isn't it? There really is a Northern Reconstruction Zone?" Molan hesitated before responding. He recalled the look from the officer on the wall moments ago. It was neither malicious nor hesitant, akin to a rational assessment during a work inspection, a pure and logical selection. In that instant, the 70-odd individuals were deemed either unnecessary or unmanageable. "It is real," he affirmed, "but it is indeed far away." The midday porridge remained thin, and no one mentioned adding another spoonful. Aunt Wong stirred the pot with increasingly trembling hands, her gaze hollow, fixed on the whirlpool within. In the afternoon, the stack of money in the trading area, which no one had dared to touch, was quietly collected by the young man himself. He tucked the money back into the bottom of his bag, never to bring it out again. Molan sat at the shelter's entrance, gazing towards the northern highway. The rain gradually filled the ruts, the black mud returning to its original state, as if the convoy had never existed, merely a collective illusion. Yet, he finally grasped one truth. The old order still persisted. It had merely receded, becoming cold, efficient, and exclusive. The Northern Reconstruction Zone. The blue flag of the safe area. It sounds beautiful, yet distant, as if from another realm. The rain has begun to pour heavily once more. Fine droplets, incessantly falling, strike the plastic sheeting with a rhythmic patter, akin to the sound of nails being driven in. Inside the shed, a light cough escapes from the small rain, startling the heart. Molan bows his head once again, grasping the tattered cloth to continue polishing the dull axe. Again and again, the blade remains blunt, yet it is the sole instrument of reliance he possesses at present. Chapter 24. Interactions, July 22, 2027, 3 p.m. The 35th day following the calamity. The number of individuals on the playground of Luzhuang School has risen to over 90 in the past 10 days. These new faces did not surge in like a flood. Rather, they accumulated gradually, akin to seepage. A family of 3 arrives today, while 2 bachelors show up the next. Initially, there was a cautious inquiry about their origins, even a checking for illness. Yet, as time passed, even the seasoned residents grew indifferent to such queries. As long as one does not cough to the point of being unable to walk, and as long as there remains a glimmer of vitality in their eyes, they can find a patch of dry earth at the edge of the playground to place their snakeskin bags, which contain all their worldly possessions, thus establishing their presence. Most newcomers hail from nearby villages, their homes having collapsed. It is not a lack of food that drives them, but rather sickness. Households dragged themselves here, some pushing carts with sagging bags, their faces coated in an indelible layer of grimy gray, not mere dirt, but the result of prolonged exposure to the elements. The flavors of wind, rain, smoke, and fear etched into their very being. There are still living souls congregating in Luzhuan. They carry whatever might barter for their lives: half a bag of flour, a few bottles of cheap liquor, a butcher's knife, or a handful of crumpled savings bonds, which they have never dared to discard. Those bundles of cash are sewn into their undergarments, pressed tightly against their chests, saturated with warmth and sweat, gradually morphing into worthless paper. The original shelter has long since proven inadequate. In the open space of the playground, numerous makeshift huts have sprung up. A few bamboo poles haphazardly support a vibrant plastic sheet, with some rags salvaged from the ruins serving as a base. When the wind blows, the shelters sway precariously, the plastic flapping loudly. When the rain descends, the fragile structures threaten to collapse. In the dead of night, someone invariably rises, cursing as they venture out into the rain to retie the frayed ropes. The waters of the northern ditch have receded somewhat, leaving behind a thick layer of mud gleaming with an oily sheen, mud that conceals decaying corpses within. A pungent stench of mud, mingling with the odor of decay, hangs heavily in the air, refusing to dissipate. Under the sun's rays, the odor intensifies, reminiscent of a rotting lotus pond or an ancient cesspool. Flies have multiplied significantly, with clusters of large green flies adhering to the tarpaulin, creating a dense layer, their incessant buzzing a source of irritation. The porridge in the pot grows thinner with each passing day. A few days prior, old Lin organized another group to venture into the county town, returning with scant supplies. A few boxes of instant noodles and oil are nearing depletion. Each day's meals consist solely of porridge and noodles, and at mealtimes, Aunt Wang stands by the large iron pot on the playground, gripping a long-handled iron ladle, her expression darkening with despair. The newly arrived entrants paid a modest admission fee, and as the congee was stirred, the iron spoon scraped against the pot, leaving behind a series of circular marks, yet failing to scoop up much of the precious contents from the bottom. Aunt Wang's hand was delicate, and when she lifted the spoon, it trembled slightly. She herself dared not take too much. No one urged her on. Yet over 90 pairs of eyes were fixed upon that spoon, which resembled a judge's gavel. Tensions began to surface the moment the congee was served. During the midday queue, a newcomer stepped forward, inadvertently positioning himself right in front of old Zhao. His wife stood beside him, cradling a 2- or 3-year-old child who was whimpering from hunger. His lips pale as paper, devoid of even the strength to cry. When their turn arrived, Aunt Wang's hand trembled almost imperceptibly. The scoop she provided was noticeably deeper than those before, the spoon's bottom scraping against the pot's base, bringing up a few pieces of sweet potato from the depths. As the congee splashed into the bowl, the sound was a tad heavier, a pronounced plop. The woman immediately exclaimed, "Thank you, Annie. Thank you." Her voice rang bright with an eager tremor, audible across half the playground. In an instant, murmurs arose from the back of the line. Newcomers get more? We, the night watch, have not enjoyed such privileges. The whispers were soft, but resonated like a drop of cold water into a boiling pot of oil. Old Zhao stood third in line. When his turn came, Aunt Wang served him a meager portion, skimming the surface with a shallow scoop of thin broth. The spoon scraped against the pot wall, producing a hollow clang. She did not lift her gaze, her eyes flickering with avoidance. Old Zhao remained silent, fixated on the pot, with his murky eyes unblinking. The congee emptied into his bowl, clear to the bottom, even reflecting the daylight above. After the queue dispersed, old Zhao carried his bowl back to the shelter. Upon reaching the entrance, he abruptly halted and hurled the bowl violently to the ground. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as the thin congee splattered everywhere. The noise was sharp and resonated clearly across half the playground. Everyone ceased their consumption, turning their attention towards old Zhao's direction. Yet, no one spoke. In that silence lingered an unmistakable tension. In the afternoon, a dispute erupted in the trading area. The young man, who had been clutching a wad of cash, pulled out the stack of 100 yuan notes once more. The corners were crumpled. The bills darkened as if soaked in water and then dried, carrying a musty odor. This time, he was not seeking food. He merely wished to exchange for a pack of cigarettes. He felt suffocated. His hand trembled, yearning for a smoke. No one paid him any mind. An elderly man squatting nearby, mending shoes, scoffed without lifting his head. "Save it for firewood. It's a waste otherwise." In this day and age, That's all it's good for. The young man's face flushed a deep shade of liver, his voice rising. Sooner or later, the country will recover. When that happens, this money will be worth its weight in gold. If you refuse it now, don't regret it later. His words struck like a stick, piercing through the submerged hornet's nest. Master Ma squeezed through, clutching an old, powerless radio. His eyes reddened like a madman. Recover? Just days ago. Military trucks passed by the gate without even a flicker of brake lights. Do you still expect recovery? The young man screamed. The broadcast said the North is rebuilding. That's Central Broadcasting. Leaning against a support beam, old Joe smoked the last stub of his cigarette, exhaling slowly. Shrouding his face in smoke, the broadcast also claimed grain reserves are ample. Have you seen any reserves? Did you spot the blue flag? The young man choked, a gurgling sound escaping his throat. He trembled the money in his hand, ultimately stowing it back into the tattered backpack. Crouched in the muddy ground, he lowered his head into his knees, silent. The true rupture occurred at night. Old Lin summoned several managers to convene in the relatively intact classroom on the first floor of the teaching building. An oil lamp flickered on the lectern, its wick short and smoky, quickly filling the room with a stifling haze. The windows were ajar, and the wind caused shadows to dance violently on the walls. Molan was also present, for he was an adept driver. Old Lin unfolded a worn ledger, his coarse fingers pressing down on the pages. Everything we possess is recorded here. There are less than 50 pounds of cornmeal, 3 boxes of instant noodles, and 2 barrels of oil, with over 90 mouths to feed. Even if we subsist on thin porridge, we can barely last 10 days. The room fell silent for a moment, the only sound being the sizzling of the burning oil lamp. Xiaoyu spoke first, his voice hoarse. Should we venture to the county town? Lao Zhou shook his head, toying with his hunting rifle. We've already scoured the county town twice. It's nearly exhausted. If we go again, we must travel far, either to the city or south to the granary, hoping for fortune. The roads are fraught with danger. Lao Sun, responsible for logistics, was timid, and with the roads in such disrepair, it was uncertain whether the vehicle could even make it through. Old Lin remained silent. Turning to Molan, can the vehicle still run? Yes. Molan's voice was steady. There was enough fuel for a round trip. Lao Sun grew anxious, his voice rising. There are many of us, and the land is still here. Even if we excavate the playground and plant everything we can on the back hill, sweet potatoes, wild vegetables, anything that grows quickly, we can surely endure. As long as we get through this phase. Lao Zhou scoffed, interrupting him. Endure? A downpour will ruin the fields. What will you use to survive? Your words? Lao Sun's face flushed. That kind of land is better than running out to die? Last time, Lao Zhao nearly had his leg destroyed. The room fell eerily silent. Old Lin rapped the table, his voice muffled. Let us vote. Raise your hands if you agree to search for food. 4 hands slowly lifted. Lao Zhou, Xiaoyu, Molan, and Lao Zheng, who oversaw security. Old Lin did not raise his hand. However, he stared at the ledger for a moment, his voice lowering as though reaching a compromise. 42. Let us go? As the meeting adjourned, Lao Sun lingered at the back. Supporting himself against the doorframe, he glanced back at the others. His eyes filled with disappointment. You are leading everyone down a path to destruction. Old Lin did not turn back, silently extinguishing the oil lamp. In the dead of night, the playground stirred. Molan, unable to sleep soundly, heard a noise and lifted a corner of the plastic sheet. By the feeble moonlight, he saw Lao Sun's family dragging a rudimentary luggage cart toward the side gate. The night watchman was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu brandished a spear, intercepting them briefly, and asked softly, Are you really leaving? Lao Sun nodded, remaining silent as he handed half a bag of dried sweet potatoes to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu did not take it, stepping aside to clear the way. The iron gate creaked open a crack, and the wind, rain, and chill rushed in. The family slipped out, quickly swallowed by the pitch-black night, their footsteps drowned by the sound of rain. The following morning, Lu village was down 7 inhabitants. In addition to the old Sun family, 2 other households had also departed. No one spoke of this matter. An unspoken silence enveloped everyone. The breakfast porridge was prepared as usual, a thin gruel barely capable of reflecting a shadow. Molan sat at the entrance of the shelter, retrieving a dull axe, and began to sharpen its blade on a relatively flat stone. This time, he proceeded slowly and with great patience, for he understood that the next time he ventured out, the axe would once again be stained with blood. Chapter 25, Sacrifice, July 25, 2027. Early morning at 4 o'clock. The 38th day since the disaster struck. The rain had paused briefly in the night. Water accumulated on the plastic roof, and with a gust of wind, it swept through the seams, trickling down onto Lin Zhixi's neck. She flinched slightly, instinctively reaching out to the small figure beside her, Xiaoyu. The child had not coughed throughout the night. Lin Zhixi pressed her fingertips against the child's forehead, then checked her own carotid artery. The temperatures were nearly identical. She gazed at the gap in the roof, pushed open by the wind, exhaling softly. She did not sit down but repeated quietly, "It's all right." Xiaoyu shifted her legs, managing to produce a faint sound from her throat. "Mom, I'm hungry. I want porridge." Lin Zhixi turned over, propping herself up on the damp cardboard beneath her. The aluminum pot contained nothing but a thin residue at the bottom. As she scraped with a wooden spoon, the sound echoed eerily, until she finally extracted the last half bowl. The porridge had cooled, forming a pale crust on its surface. Xiaoyu clutched the bowl, sipping it slowly. "More." She returned the empty bowl to Lin Zhixi. After a brief pause, Lin Zhixi smiled and added another half spoonful, which was from her own portion. Once Xiaoyu finished, she donned her shoes and stepped out. Supporting herself against a shelter pole, she took a few steps, flashing a smile at Lin Zhixi. It was a fragile smile, yet there was a glimmer of light in her eyes. Lin Zhixi folded a piece of anti-inflammatory medicine into thirds and tucked it into the bottom of her backpack. Daylight broke. Molan squatted at the shelter's entrance, the axe resting across his knees. He remained still, fixated on the blade, which bore 2 nicks from splitting wood the day before. He traced the edge with his thumb. Across the playground, Xiaoyu was chasing another child. Though she did not run swiftly, stopping intermittently to catch her breath, she continued the pursuit. Her legs felt weak, her steps unsteady, yet her laughter rang out, clear and resonant in the air, compelling one to look twice. Molan sighed. The meeting the previous night had concluded swiftly. In an empty classroom on the first floor of the teaching building, old Lin had lit a makeshift oil lamp. The wick burned down, emitting dark smoke that curled towards the ceiling. Supplies were dwindling. Old Lin extinguished the smoldering end, his gaze clouded. A trip to the city was necessary. Everyone understood that venturing into the city was perilous. At the logistics park on the outskirts of Linjiang City, old Lin glanced at Molan. No one questioned why that location was chosen, nor did anyone inquire whether to go or not. The only remaining concern was who would go. Molan lit a cigarette. He was familiar with that place. Just before the disaster, when he had recently started working, he had been responsible for city distributions in the No. 3 warehouse at the logistics park was where he unloaded goods daily. The side door on the east side of the warehouse was always left unlocked, leading directly to the bonded warehouse. It was still the same group of people. Old Lin placed the map upon the podium, with Molan behind the wheel, old Zhou ready with the gun, and Xiaoyu alongside old Zhao, who clutched a crowbar. The others were tasked with watching the house and digging trenches. "Old Zhao, how's your leg?" Old Zhao, squatting at the door with the crowbar in his arms, glanced down at his leg and muttered, "I can walk. I'll go." At 5:30, an old Jinbei van came to a halt at the outpost's entrance. The vehicle had been pushed out from a courtyard, as the previous Volkswagen was too small to accommodate the cargo, necessitating the transfer of fuel. Molan sat in the driver's seat, the steering wheel sticky and difficult to grip, while old Zhou, with the hunting rifle slung across his back, occupied the passenger seat. And Xiaoyu and old Zhao huddled in the rear compartment. "Push!" Molan shouted. The wheels were ensnared in a muddy pit, emitting a grating sound as they spun aimlessly. Xiaoyu and several men exerted their strength from behind, and old Zhao, slipping, yanked himself free from the frame, nearly losing his shoe to the mire. The side door swung open, and mist, like a living entity, seeped in close to the ground. Xiaoyu rushed to the window, her thin fingers gripping the frame. "Come back early." Molan did not look at her, his gaze fixed on the fog ahead. "I'll bring you some candy." Lin Zhixi slipped a cloth bag into his hand, containing several buns wrapped in scraps of fabric. As the vehicle departed from the outpost, the road was rutted as if plowed, strewn with overturned cars and charred metal frames. Approaching the logistics park, the fog began to dissipate slightly. The iron gate was firmly locked. Old Zhao descended with the crowbar, striking the lock forcefully several times. The sound echoed through the silent park. Molan exited the vehicle, surveying the ground. Fresh drag marks marred the mud, suggesting that heavy objects had been pulled across the ground. "Hurry, take what we can and leave," he commanded. In the park, most of the shelves lay toppled, with numerous items removed and cardboard soaked and rotting from moisture. Guided by memory, Molan led the group around the tilted heavy shelves toward the innermost area of the bonded warehouse. There, a row of green boxes awaited, their seals intact, containing food. "Give me a hand," Xiaoyu whispered. The four men began to lift the boxes. The wooden crates were heavy, and the flatbed cart had been taken, leaving them without a means to transport the load. At that moment, a shadow appeared on the platform of warehouse number 3's second floor. It was a figure clad in a security uniform, or what once was. It moved slowly, its arms stiffly hanging at its sides, pausing for several seconds with each step, emitting a sound akin to air escaping. "Ignore it," Molan said without lifting his head. That thing could not move quickly. No sooner had he spoken than several more shadows emerged from the back of the warehouse. They were indeed slow, their steps tiny, dragging their feet across the floor, producing a rustling sound. Yet, they were encircling from 3 directions, their movements deliberate despite their sluggishness. Bang! Old Zhou fired. The nearest infected, clad in a tattered blue shirt, tilted its head, a hole erupting in its chest. "Retreat. Move towards the vehicle," Molan bellowed. The group hastily grabbed 2 boxes of canned goods and dashed outside. Old Zhao brought up the rear, navigating the gaps between the shelves with uneven strides. Just as they neared the exit, an infected, hiding beneath a toppled cabinet, extended its hand. Its decaying body was caught in the iron frame, reaching forward with excruciating slowness. Old Zhao failed to notice the wire on the ground and stumbled. Just that single misstep caused him to topple forward, his knee striking the concrete floor with a heavy thud. The shadow trapped beneath the container seized his ankle with a gnarled hand resembling a severed old tree root, its nails digging deep into the flesh. That entity opened its mouth, oozing with black liquid, and bit into Old Zhao's calf. He did not cry out. Instead, he gasped sharply, swinging the crowbar in his hand, striking sideways and piercing the creature's face. "Old Zhao," Xiaoyu called, pulling him back. Molan and Old Zhou rushed over as well. Old Zhou slammed the butt of his gun onto the creature's spine with a heavy blow, the crisp sound of shattering bones resonating clearly. "Get in the vehicle." The 3 men hoisted Old Zhao into the van. His trouser leg was torn, blood trickling down his ankle. He leaned silently against the van's panel. Molan started the engine. The van pushed through the mist and sped out of the logistics park. In the rearview mirror, those gray shadows continued their slow, mechanical advance toward the gate. The return journey was longer than the arrival. Old Zhao's calf was tightly bound with cloth, but dark blood still seeped through. He pressed against the vehicle's wall, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the wild landscape receding beyond the window. Eventually, his breathing steadied, quicker than anyone had anticipated. By the time the vehicle reached the Lu village stronghold, night had fully descended. Old Lin and his men gathered around as the wooden box was unloaded. Everyone's eyes were riveted on the box when it was opened, revealing heavy, unmarked tin cans. "Unload first," Old Lin gestured. Xiaoyu and Old Zhou helped Old Zhao down. His body was motionless, curled inward. From the shed came sporadic sobs. That night, the porridge at the stronghold was enriched with minced meat from the canned food. Its robust flavor masked the mustiness of the cornmeal. People sat by the playground's edge, bowls in hand. Some drank quickly with bowed heads. Others paused mid-sip, eyes lingering on the shack where Old Zhao's family resided. Old Zhao's body lay covered by a plastic sheet outside the shack, temporarily unburied. The wind caused the plastic to billow and collapse repeatedly. Rain began to fall, each drop striking the plastic slowly and heavily, continuing until dawn. Chapter 26. The couple, July 26, 2027, 11 p.m. The 39th night since the catastrophe. The rain had not ceased but shifted in manner. Previously, it had hammered down fiercely. Now it pressed softly against the shed's roof. The water was no longer as dark as before, pooling on the plastic and then sliding down to drip into the muddy puddles below. The atmosphere was stifling. Molan lay on his side, back against the shed wall, his arm beneath Lin Zhixi's head, numb from elbow to fingertips as if replaced by another limb. Yet he remained still, deliberately controlling his breath to avoid waking the child nestled between them. Lin Zhixi pressed close to him, her sleep light and breath faint, her exhalations resting on his chest. Even in slumber, her brows were slightly furrowed, as though unresolved troubles from the day crept into the night. Little Yu curled between them. A small bundle. The half-piece of chocolate from the afternoon had kept her excited for hours. She only fell asleep after nightfall. now sleeping deeply with her lips twitching occasionally. One of her feet extended outward, resting gently against Molan's abdomen, the warmth palpable even through the fabric. The playground lay enveloped in silence. Typically, the nighttime would echo with the sounds of bodies shifting, coughing, working, and murmured conversations, yet now, only the rain remained. This silence bore the weight of exhaustion, as though all life had been drained away. Lao Zhao's body was interred in the afternoon. The patch of earth beyond the school's rear wall was naturally sunken. As the first shovel struck, water surged forth. A handful of individuals took turns digging. Yet the soil continuously collapsed back into the pit, rendering it impossible to maintain. Ultimately, a plastic sheet was laid within the grave, and the body was carefully wrapped, gently lowered, and then covered once more with damp, dark earth that sank beneath their feet. Lao Zhao's wife eventually wept to the point of silence. Her sobs reduced to mere gasps. Their child clutched her leg, burying his face in her clothing, sobbing quietly, stifled in fear of being overheard. At that moment, Molan did not draw near. He was uncertain of where to position himself, standing aside as he watched the soil gradually bury the body, feeling an emptiness within, no sorrow, no anger, merely a chilling sensation. He shifted his arm slightly, a subtle movement that roused Lin Zhixi. She opened her eyes but did not immediately lift her head. Instead, she nestled closer into him, her forehead resting against his neck. The skin there was cool, prompting him to inhale instinctively. "Are your legs numb?" Her voice, soft against his collarbone, barely rose above a whisper. "Not too bad," he replied. His hand glided slowly down her back, feeling the distinct protrusions of her spine through the thin fabric. Once, she had stood at the podium with a straight back and even shoulders. But now she felt as though a piece of her had been drawn out, leaving her form angular and sharp. Lin Zhixi slipped her hand beneath his coat, pausing momentarily when her fingertips brushed against his side. "Your clothes are wet." "I'm sweating," he said hastily. She said nothing more, instead pressing her palm more firmly against him, attempting to warm him. After a moment, she spoke again. "Molan, back then, you almost..." Before she could finish, Molan raised his hand, covering her mouth. His palm was large and calloused, silencing her words. "It was not almost," he insisted. "I ran swiftly." This was the truth. In that instant, he had instinctively surged forward, with no time to contemplate anything else. Lin Zhixi did not smile. Her fingers pinched him at his side, not harshly, but enough to elicit a sharp pang. "Don't be reckless," she admonished. After a brief pause, she added, "Next time, don't go. Just dig trenches and keep watch like the others." Molan remained silent for a long while, long enough for the sound of the rain to fade before he responded. "If I don't go, the pot will be empty. This time, we were fortunate," she paused, "but next time may not be so. Yet the rain is just right." Molan countered, "She cannot afford to go hungry." Lin Zhixi did not reply immediately. Her breathing gradually grew heavier, as though she were suppressing something. She withdrew her hand from his side, finding his hand instead, slowly interlocking their fingers. Her fingers, no longer delicate, bore cracks and were calloused. Before the calamity, she had held chalk and flipped through lesson plans, her hands always pristine, yet now even the crevices of her nails remained stained. "This time, you brought back quite a bit of food." She spoke, her voice intentionally lightened, mentioning that Aunt Wong would cook noodles with canned beef the next day. He buried his face in her hair, which was dry and carried a hint of damp mildew. Yet it was the most certain thing in his life at that moment. "I've hidden 2 cans of yellow peaches," he said. "I didn't hand them in. For you and Xiaoyu." Lin Zhixi's body tensed noticeably. After a considerable pause, she whispered, "Silly." She turned to face him. The shed was too narrow, their foreheads nearly touching, breaths intertwining. "What I fear is not the lack of food," she said. "I fear that one day you might go out and never return." When those words left her lips, her tone remained unchanged, but her fingers tightened on his shirt behind his back. Molan offered no reply, instead holding her a little closer, his chin resting atop her head. Lin Zhixi's fingers began to trace slow circles on his back, eventually halting at an old scar on his shoulder blade. It was from 3 years ago when he got scratched by an iron frame while moving goods. She had bandaged it that day, scolding him for half the night. Her fingertips brushed gently over it. "Does it still hurt?" she inquired. "Not at all. You're lying." She chuckled softly. "That day, you screamed like a pig being slaughtered." Molan's lips twitched but did not break into a smile. He merely leaned down to touch her forehead with his. Lin Zhixi closed her eyes, her lashes brushing against his chin. "Molan, we must survive," she insisted. Xiaoyu needs to grow up. Yes. She must continue her studies, learn to write, learn to paint. Yes. She should know that the world is vast, not just filled with black rain. Molan did not respond further. His breath suddenly faltered. His shoulders lightly trembled before he quickly suppressed it. Lin Zhixi sensed it, but said nothing, merely tightening her embrace around him. The sound of rain gradually diminished. Outside the shed, the footsteps of the changing guards squelched through the mud, slow and thick with each step. Let us sleep, Lin Zhixi whispered. We need to sort things tomorrow. Molan acknowledged her, but did not release his hold. Xiaoyu turned in her dreams, her small hand instinctively resting on their clasped hands. Warm and tiny. The shed was narrow, damp, and cold. Yet in that moment, the three were huddled together. At least for this night, they were still alive. Chapter 27. Torrential rain, July 30th, 2027, 2 a.m. The 43rd day following the disaster. The rain intensified without any warning. One moment. The roof was merely being tapped by delicate droplets, the sound soft and scattered, as if someone had carelessly splashed water upwards. The next. It felt as though the sky had collapsed, as torrents cascaded down, the plastic sheet erupting with a heavy roar, dense and unrelenting. The outline of the playground was utterly erased in that sound. Water quickly pooled at the center of the plastic sheet, rolling and tumbling, unable to escape, its weight gradually descending. As Molan sat up, the first surge of water was already trickling down the shed wall. The waterline crept down the bamboo poles, landing on the straw mat, spreading wet stains rapidly, the scent of grass being forced out, mingling with the odors of plastic and mildew. Lin Zhixi awoke almost simultaneously. She remained silent, instinctively tightening her arms to draw the child closer. The little one stirred momentarily, her body instinctively recoiling as she grasped her mother. Her fingers icy to the touch. A second torrent cascaded down another bamboo pole, causing the straw mat to completely collapse. We must leave, gather our belongings. Molan instructed. He then seized an axe and lifted the tent flap. Rainwater assaulted him, instantly obscuring his vision. The playground had transformed into a surging expanse of water. Though the depth was not great, the current rushed ferociously, sweeping in from all sides. Stepping into it, one would immediately be ensnared. The makeshift shelter in the low-lying area had already collapsed. Plastic sheeting lay flat against the water's surface, pressed down by the relentless rain. Some were rushing out clutching blankets, while others, barefoot, stumbled through the water without any possessions, their cries quickly drowned by the sound of the downpour. The teaching building loomed at the far end, its shadowy silhouette intermittently visible through the curtain of rain. The structure, already fragile, had suffered damage after the earthquake in June, with a corner of the western wall having crumbled, exposing bricks and rebar. It was precisely for this reason that the residents of Luzhuang had erected shelters on the playground, preferring to brave the wind at night rather than risk entering the building, fearful of its collapse. Now, the roof could no longer withstand the weight, and the water continued to rise. Molan cast a brief glance at the water's surface before looking back at the building. Lin Zhixi had already wrapped the blanket around Xiaoyu. Into the building, Molan commanded, stepping first into the water. The water quickly reached his knees. A chilling sensation creeping up his legs, as if scraping against his skin. Lin Zhixi extended Xiaoyu's hand toward him. He deftly pulled their daughter closer with one hand, while his other hand firmly grasped his wife's wrist. Lin Zhixi carried a cloth bag filled with provisions and bore a backpack laden with clothes and medicine, taking small but determined steps without a moment's hesitation. The rain fell so heavily that it rendered his eyes nearly useless. Water seeped down his collar, trickling down his back. The muddy waters of the playground churned. Carrying plastic basins, broken shoes, clumps of straw, and a few bloated dead rats, their bellies up, gently bobbing in the water. He slipped on something soft underfoot. Molan immediately lifted his foot, not daring to look down. The entrance to the teaching building had become a chaotic throng. Old Lien stood on the steps, rain cascading down his face, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Do not push. The building is unstable. If you wish to be swept away, stay outside." Water had already begun to seep onto the steps, the hue murky and yellow. Molan first lifted Xiaoyu up, then turned back to assist Lin Zhixi forward. As he turned, he caught sight of Aunt Wang trapped behind, cradling a child, her face pressed against wet hair. Her eyes swollen, yet devoid of tears. The first-floor corridor was dimly packed with people, and the classrooms were even more crowded. In what was once class 1 of the 3rd grade, The straw mat on the floor was completely soaked, water seeping out with each footfall. The windows had been boarded up, leaving only a narrow gap through which rainwater trickled in, leaving dark streaks on the walls. 2 oil lamps flickered with dim light, the flames casting shadows as black smoke spiraled around the room. Some stifled their sobs, while others muttered curses under their breath. A persistent cough echoed, each bout more severe than the last. In a corner, an elderly man bent over a porcelain basin, spitting dark blood silently, prompting those nearby to discreetly shift away. By dawn, the rain showed no signs of abating. Outside, the water had risen nearly to waist height, and the staircase leading to the second floor was beginning to flood. Old Lin disassembled the desks, propping the legs against the window, and stuffed plastic sheets into the gaps, yet water still seeped through, trickling down the floorboards. The pot was carried to the second floor. Aunt Wang was in the corridor cooking porridge with rainwater, having boiled it twice. The porridge was thin enough to reflect a silhouette, yet it was warm. As she served, her hands trembled, spilling more on the floor than making it into her mouth. After finishing, Molan sought out old Lin. He leaned against the window, gazing at the continuous downpour outside, his expression wan and defeated. The warehouse had flooded. Molan nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Returning to the classroom, Lin Zhixi held little Yu closely, whispering stories into her ear. The child listened intently, yet her eyes would often dart towards the window gaps, her expression taut with unease. By noon, the rain intensified. Water began to leak from the rooftop, droplets landing on heads, blankets, and bowls. Some began to run fevers, their dry coughs echoing, symptoms mirroring those of little Yu from days prior. Yet no one within the walls dared to utter that word. Molan stood at the door, slowly whittling a stick with an axe. Wood shavings fell in delicate layers as he took his time, attempting to prolong the moment. In the afternoon, the water engulfed the first-floor staircase. The second floor no longer felt secure, forcing everyone into the third-floor classroom. Bodies pressed together in the humid, fetid air, where the scents of excrement, vomit, and sweat mingled. Children cried, adults soothed them, all voices hushed. Molan stood by the window with little Yu. Outside the wooden slats, the sky was a dismal gray, the rain a shadowy curtain, and the water a murky abyss. The playground's fence was barely discernible, submerged, as debris, remnants of awnings, plastic sheets, broken pots, and indistinguishable objects floated by. The rain continued unabated, with no end in sight. In a corner, someone quietly recited prayers, another cursed the heavens, while many merely sat in silence, their gazes vacant. In the northern ditch, a tree, as thick as a man's embrace, was violently swept along by the raging current, its roots still tangled with unraveled plastic sheets. A heavy crash reverberated against the building structure. The entire edifice seemed to shudder slightly, and a pre-existing crack in the western corner crept silently upward by half a meter in the wake of that muffled sound. Old Lin suddenly rose, his cigarette dropping to the ground. He did not retrieve it, instead fixating on the crack. Lin Zhixi approached, joining Molan in observing the water. Her voice was barely a whisper. Will it stop? Chapter 28. The newcomer, August 2nd, 2027, 9:00 a.m. The rain had finally ceased its relentless assault, transforming into a gentle mist that clung to the skin. The sky remained oppressively heavy, with dense clouds blocking any light. The water outside the teaching building had receded swiftly, having fallen significantly since last night, with more retreating today, leaving a gaping hole in the brick seams at the base and swelling the steps with bulges, threatening the very integrity of the structure. The playground was a quagmire of mud, torn plastic bags, decaying roots, and the carcass of a cat, its belly swollen and split. The air was thoroughly rotten, a melange of mildew, excrement, the acrid stench of vomit, and the lingering odor of those who had not bathed in ages. All swirling together in the corridor, bodies pressed against one another, shoulders brushing, even breathing felt constricted. Little Yu's face remained flushed, her sleep still drowsy and unsteady. Molan stood by the window, squinting as he gazed intently towards the national highway for quite some time. He tapped his fingers lightly on the windowsill and murmured, "Someone's coming." Lin Zhixi approached him and followed his line of sight, inquiring, "How many are there?" "About 20, but it's hard to see clearly," he replied without turning his head, his eyes still fixed on the distance where the figures moved slowly, yet purposefully, in our direction. On the highway, the group appeared to be dragging their feet, like a smear of ink washed out by rain. Some carried bulging bags, others dragged squeaky camping carts, and a few pushed old bicycles adorned with pots and pans, rolled up bedding, and two large plastic barrels that swayed precariously, their contents a mystery. Old Lin stood at the corner of the second floor, a cigarette clenched between his teeth, squinting outside. His voice was low and gravelly as he commanded, "Lao Zhou, Xiaoyu, take positions on the wall. Don't open the door just yet. Let us see who they are first." Lao Zhou and Xiaoyu acknowledged and hurried up the makeshift wooden platform, gripping their hunting rifles and sharpened bamboo spears tightly, their eyes unwaveringly focused on the approaching group. The figures halted 50 meters from the iron gate, the distance perfectly measured, not too close, yet within the range of their rifles. The leader, a man in his 30s or 40s, was tall and gaunt, his old suit faded and worn, with one sleeve noticeably shorter, revealing arms marred by scars and fresh wounds, caked with dark grease, a testament to years of machine repairs. His unkempt beard and dirt-streaked face contrasted sharply with his piercingly bright eyes. He did not advance, but slowly raised his hands, fingers splayed in a gesture of non-aggression. "Is anyone inside?" His voice was clear, cutting through the rain and mist. "We came from the south, walking for 2 days and 2 nights. The water has just receded, and we seek a place to rest and recuperate." Old Zhou, perched on the wall, shouted back, "We're full. No room here. You should leave." The man did not rush or retreat. He merely nodded gently, as if he had anticipated this response. He turned to the people behind him and spoke softly. The woman clutching a child wrapped him tighter, her head bowed, too timid to look up. "We have goods to trade," the man continued, his gaze settling on the tightly shut iron gate, his tone steady. "Dried sweet potatoes, coarse salt, anti-inflammatory medicine, alcohol. We can work for our stay." At this declaration, more heads crowded at the window and along the playground edge, a buzzing murmur rising like an uncontrollable swarm of mosquitoes. 20 mouths to feed, and we can barely keep our own pots full," someone remarked. The child in the woman's arms was scarcely 1 or 2 years old. Bringing him inside might prove perilous. "We are in dire need of salt and medicine." Old Lin remained behind the door, the cigarette burnt down to the end, ash falling on his shoulder without a flinch, his brow furrowed tightly. Aunt Wang squeezed through, tugging at his sleeve, her voice as faint as a whisper. "Lin go. The rain has just let up, and the outside is still flooded. Sending them away now is almost like taking their lives." Old Lin remained silent, merely gesturing with his chin. "Let us see what they have first." With a creaking sound, the iron gate opened just enough for a person to slip through. The leading man first unfastened the machete at his waist, placing it in the mud, then turned to signal the 2 young men behind him. The 2 young men promptly set aside their iron pipes and sickles, their movements swift and decisive. After completing these tasks, they bent down and entered. A backpack was tossed onto the ground, the zipper tugged open to reveal 2 large bags of dried sweet potatoes. Their color darkened and thoroughly dehydrated, firm to the touch yet devoid of any moldy scent. 2 bags of finely granulated salt, securely packaged, weighing over a pound. An unopened box of anti-inflammatory medication, 2 bottles of alcohol, a small bag of roasted peanuts, plump and full, and several old sickles and hoes. Though the items were few, they were all essential and life-saving in the present circumstances. Old Lin cast a glance around, his expression remaining stern. Too many people. The space within the building was cramped. Half of the roof had collapsed, and the ground was muddied, leaving little room to maneuver. The man nodded, neither pushing nor shoving. "We 1T crowd the building. Once the water recedes, we'll set up our own shelter by the playground." The men could dig ditches, repair structures, and stand guard at night. The women could sew and cook, and one was studying civil engineering at university. He hesitated briefly, his gaze drifting to the small figure outside. A child who posed no trouble. Suddenly, an elderly man in the line outside bent over, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Alarmed murmurs rippled through the crowd. What if it's a lung disease? What if it spreads? The voices fell silent. Unbeknownst to him, Molan had descended the stairs, maneuvered through the throng, and stood beside old Lin, tall and composed. He first surveyed the items on the ground before meeting the man's gaze. "Uncle Lin, let them in," he spoke. Old Lin turned his head to scrutinize him, raising an eyebrow. "Have you softened?" Molan shook his head. "It's not about softness. It's a matter of calculation. Once the water recedes, wild dogs will soon come, ditches need digging, and drainage must be arranged. Supplies need to be sourced, and we have to keep watch at night. With our current manpower, we'll soon exhaust ourselves." His gaze lingered on the box of medication. Old Zhou's leg has become severely infected, and Xiaoyu's fever hasn't fully subsided. The salt is running low. He paused, then looked towards the upright figure of the man outside. If we don't let them in now, when they're outside starving or encounter other refugees, they may resort to desperate measures and force their way in, and that would complicate matters further. Old Lin fixed his gaze on him for several seconds, then turned to the man. "What's your name?" "Su Chong," the man replied promptly. He had previously served in the military, was now a veteran, and owned a repair shop in town, fixing agricultural machinery and household appliances. "Can you keep your people in line? No trouble?" Su Chong met his gaze directly. "Those gathered on the road aren't my people. But if anyone dares to cause trouble, I'll be the first to throw him out. My word is my bond." Old Lin extinguished his cigarette, but in the mud. Exhaling deeply, opened the door. He added a couple more instructions. "First, search them. All items must be logged as your rations. The newly arrived men will stand guard tonight. The elderly and children are exempt for now." The iron gate creaked open. The people outside visibly relaxed, some crouching down with their faces buried in their hands. A woman holding a child looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, but she bowed towards the entrance to express her gratitude. Su Chong walked at the front, pausing before Molan to extend his hand, the calluses on his palm thick as a shell. "Thank you, brother." His voice was slightly hoarse yet warm. Molan grasped his hand. It was strong yet not forceful. "I should be the one thanking you," Molan replied, gazing into his eyes. Recognizing the measure of his character and the precision with which he navigated the situation, Su Chong's lips curled slightly, a faint smile hidden beneath his stubble. Things are different now. Those who lack discretion have already found themselves lying by the roadside. The newcomers were assigned near the playground, and the men promptly set to work. Bamboo poles harvested from the back mountain, plastic sheets brought from home, stretched tautly, their movements swift and practiced, betraying years of toil in the fields. The women, cradling their children, squatted aside, soothing their little ones while tidying up their belongings. No one remained idle. A few elders sat on the steps, catching their breath, yet their hands were busy helping with the tasks at hand, their voices hushed, wary of disturbing others. At noon, when it was time for the meal, the large pot of rice soup was so thin one could see their reflection in it. And with more than 20 mouths to feed, the water level dropped drastically. As Aunt Wong ladled out the porridge, someone could not restrain their murmurs. "Why should the newcomers eat our share? We are nearly starving ourselves." This complaint reached Su Chong's ears. He immediately stood tall, gesturing to Aunt Wong with a wave of his hand, his voice subdued yet audible to those nearby. "Aunt, let us refrain from eating today. Pour in the sweet potato slices we brought and give the children a bit more." He bent down, picked up a bag, tore it open, and poured in more than half. The sweet potato slices sank into the soup, and after a while, a faint sweetness wafted up. The complaints ceased abruptly, and someone bowed their head to sip the porridge, their ears flushed. In the afternoon, the rain had turned into a mist, leaving one feeling achy to the bones. Molan approached to assist in setting up the shelter, handing Su Chong a bundled bamboo pole, which he caught with ease. "Brother, your words carry weight here," Su Chong whispered, driving a stake into the ground with a hammer, the sound echoing. Molan crouched down to secure the base of the pole. No one truly cares. Everyone is hungry. When hunger strikes hard, no reasoning holds. Survival is what counts. Su Chong continued his work, hammering rhythmically. "You are different. I sense you possess a broader perspective." Molan lifted his gaze but did not respond, his attention drawn to the deep scar on Su Chong's palm, winding up from his wrist. Following his gaze, Su Chong glanced at his hand and chuckled. "That happened while repairing a harvester. The blade cut deep. Blood was everywhere, and I nearly lost this hand. Fortunately, I was able to save it." Molan smiled faintly. "Those of us still breathing are merely fortunate." Su Chong nodded, driving a couple more nails before inquiring. "Was this place a school before?" "Yes, Luzhuang Primary School," Molan replied, wiping the rainwater from his face with the back of his hand. "I arrived here after the disaster. Now it's just these people left." Su Chong fell silent for a moment, pausing his hammering. "There's a kindergarten next to our town that was completely submerged. My daughter studies there." Molan did not respond, focusing instead on securing the bamboo pole more firmly. After a while, Su Chong continued. "I encountered two groups of people on the southern road. One group was robbing at the bridgehead, leaving many injured. We took a detour to avoid them. The other group was smaller and, seeing us in numbers, dared not approach." Molan nodded, Reaching this point has not been easy. Su Chong glanced at him, warmth flickering in his gaze. Someone has to hold steady. Otherwise, everything will fall apart. What about you? You don't seem local. I used to work in Linjiang, Molan replied succinctly. Everyone from there has fled. There's no official rescue, no news. It's unsustainable. Su Chong acknowledged with a hum, refraining from further questions, and the two resumed their labor in silence, with only the sounds of hammering and rain accompanying them. As night fell, the newcomers instinctively divided into 3 shifts to keep watch. Lao Yin did not arrange for Molan to take a turn, allowing him to rest. Molan reclined on a piece of cardboard, listening to the clattering of dishes from downstairs, where a child cried briefly before being soothed. He heard Su Chong organizing the shifts below. His voice was not loud, yet it was clear and orderly, with no one daring to interject. Lin Zhixi approached, cradling Xiaoyu, and whispered, "You stood up for them today. What if something goes awry in the future?" Molan interrupted her, his gaze drifting outside the window, where Su Chong stood steadfastly beside a torch. He was a reliable man. Moreover, Xiaoyu required their medicine. Lin Zhixi fell silent for a moment, resting her head gently on his shoulder. "You seem to trust him quite a bit," she remarked. Molan did not respond immediately. Several seconds passed before he quietly replied, "He still maintains a bottom line. At least for now, he is trustworthy." He paused, then added, "We also need manpower. Let's go out tomorrow. This building is clearly on the verge of collapse." Lin Zhixi nodded, refraining from further conversation, merely holding Xiaoyu tighter. In her dreams, Xiaoyu stirred, clutching the hem of her clothing, breathing evenly. Chapter 29. Waves. On the evening of August 5, 2027, at 6 o'clock, the rain had ceased after a day-long downpour. The sky no longer dripped, resembling a damp cloth that had been wrung out and hung to dry, with droplets not entirely shaken off, but momentarily suspended. Between the shanty area and the newly constructed shelters, a taut line of twine was strung. Wet garments, sheets, and tattered cotton jackets hung in rows, their edges still dripping water, creating darkened pits in the mud below. The acrid stench in the air had lessened somewhat, no longer overwhelming to the senses. 3 days prior, Old Zhou had led Su Chong and a few strong laborers to dig a drainage ditch in the northwest corner of the playground, diverting the accumulated sewage and waste from the shanty area to a distant lowland, then covering it with a layer of burnt ash, finally suppressing the foul odor. Yet, the scent lingered, trapped in the air, refusing to dissipate. Molan squatted on the ground, assisting Su Chong in repairing a burnt-out iron pot. Recently, someone had ventured out to look for supplies but had not found a pot. This pot originally belonged to a family in the city. It had a thin base suitable for use with an electric stove, adequate for boiling noodles or stir-frying vegetables before the disaster. Since the power outage, it had been placed on bricks and used with firewood daily, the flames licking too fiercely, causing the bottom to bulge and crack. Now featuring a fine fissure leading straight to the pot's core, it could not be welded, so they had to bind it tightly with coarse iron wire and improvise with additional materials. Molan focused on the task, the wire digging painfully into his palm, his hands stained with rust that could not be washed away. The calluses on his fingertips had thickened in recent days. The motion of gripping the pliers and twisting the wire had become second nature. Su Chong squatted across from him, handing over materials, his fingernails embedded with dark mud. New scratches adorning his knuckles from yesterday's scavenging at a nearby ruin, where he had sifted through metal sheets and wooden planks. "Is this going to hold?" he inquired, his voice hoarse from a day spent shouting for assistance. Molan shook the pot gently, hearing no unusual sounds. "It will last for a while. Boiling water is fine, just avoid a roaring fire." "That will suffice." Su Chong smiled faintly, his stubbled face appearing even thinner. All they needed now was to endure. He lifted his gaze to the sky, noting that the clouds had thinned somewhat, becoming brighter than in previous days, though it was not a clear day, merely less oppressive. The wind carried a hint of the refreshing scent of grass and trees. It seemed the weather was about to change. Molan remained silent, tightening the last of the wire before cutting it and folding the excess neatly away. He was acutely aware of Su Chong's thoughts. Everyone shared the same yearning for the skies to clear, for the roads to open, for the missing loved ones to still draw breath, and for the outside world not to have succumbed entirely to ruin. Yet, after 49 days of hope, the sky remained overcast and the roads were still blocked. In the center of the playground, Master Ma had once again brought out the old radio. He had grown so thin that he was almost unrecognizable. With deep-set eyes and sagging skin, his entire being seemingly suspended in his clothing. However, as he cradled the radio, he appeared remarkably animated. His hand cranked the handle with fervor, producing a series of crackling sounds, while his face pressed firmly against the speaker, utterly still. This device had been taken apart and reassembled countless times, barely functioning, yet serving as the sole beacon of hope for everyone in the Lu village shantytown. The crowd gathered was larger than usual, a mix of longtime residents and newcomers, sitting, standing, and squatting in a loose circle. Some rolled their own cigarettes with scraps of paper and dried leaves, sparks flickering. Others held crying children, gently patting their backs, while some stood silently, their gazes vacant as if awaiting a verdict. In recent days, the radio sporadically managed to capture garbled broadcasts, fragmented snippets of speech, or fleeting signals that no one dared to fully believe, yet they returned daily to listen. Suddenly, a clear male voice broke through the static. It was not a fleeting phrase nor the monotonous tone of pre-disaster announcements, but rather a voice tinged with suppressed excitement, articulating each word distinctly. This is the temporary broadcast station of the Northern Reconstruction Zone. Today is August 5, 2027. The thickness of atmospheric dust has decreased by 12% compared to last month. Certain areas have briefly received satellite signals. It is anticipated that by next spring, sunlight recovery rates may exceed 40%. The first agricultural reconstruction teams have entered the North China Plain, with preliminary success in trialing cold-resistant crops. Several safe zones have restored basic power supply and agricultural production. Effective immediately, 3 emergency rescue routes have been opened to accept registration of coordinates and routes from affected citizens, which will be continuously broadcasted via shortwave. Citizens, please hold on. We will once again see the blue sky. The broadcast continued uninterrupted by static, followed by music, a piano solo of Blue Sky, White Clouds, a piece frequently played in stores before the disaster, its crisp notes starkly contrasting with the surrounding muck. A profound silence enveloped the area, as if even the wind had stilled. Master Ma was the first to react, cranking the handle even faster, as if fearing that loosening his grip would cause the signal to vanish. Did you hear? A 12-point drop. There is still hope for rescue routes. 3 of them. His voice trembled, tears streaming down his slack cheeks to splatter onto the radio's casing, leaving damp spots. A newcomer woman crouched on the ground, holding her child. She did not wail. Instead, she gasped intermittently, her shoulders shaking violently. She clutched her child tightly, tears mingling with the dirt on her face, pooling at her chin and dripping onto the child's hair. Darling, you will still see the blue sky. I'm so sorry for the suffering you've endured these days. We can go home now. Su Chong stood motionless, his fist clenching tightly, the veins on the back of his hand protruding, before slowly relaxing. He gazed upwards at the gray clouds, his eyes reddened with emotion. Old Zhou leaned against the wall, silently smoking, pressing the cigarette but into the brick crevice until the ember was extinguished. He turned and walked towards the shed, returning a quarter of an hour later with a faded red flag, which he tied to the central rope on the playground. Aunt Wang wiped her eyes, laughing so hard that her shoulders shook, holding freshly washed wild vegetables. I've always said, as long as the country exists, it will not abandon us. The young man, who had been clutching a wad of cash, pulled it out, dusted it off, and stuffed it into the hands of the horse master. Uncle Ma, buy batteries. Buy plenty. We will definitely hear more news every day. The horse master did not accept the money, only smiled, tears still streaming down his face. Keep it for now. Once the road is truly open, use this money to buy some provisions for everyone on the way. To reach the safe zone, it will take several days of travel. The crowd began to disperse but did not scatter entirely. Voices grew gradually louder, infused with a long-suppressed excitement. Someone quietly calculated the distance. The broadcast mentioned 3 routes. Which one is closest to us? We should head north on the national highway, right? The water has receded. The roads should be passable for people now. My home is in the south. I need to rush back and report in case my parents are still alive, to see if I can gather any news. The notion of heading north for reconstruction sounded appealing, yet the journey was long. What if the elderly faced trouble along the way? I need to return home to check if the old house is still standing, if the graves are intact. One must see the living and the dead. Others remained silent, their expressions complex like old Lian's, leaning against the railing, smoking without uttering a word. He had heard false news twice before. experienced empty joy on 2 occasions, and had learned to withhold his full belief. Yet this time, he did not walk away. He merely drew on his cigarette more slowly. Molan stood at the edge of the crowd, slowly scanning each face. Some genuinely believed, their eyes alight like lanterns. Others turned swiftly to leave, as if fearing the burn of hope, having been wearied by it, unwilling to touch it again, preferring to remain in the familiar mire. Lin Zhixi approached, holding Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu's hair was tousled, clutching a small muddy creation in her hand, her face half-washed clean. She looked up and quietly asked, "Daddy, will the blue sky be like it used to be, with the big sun and little birds flying?" Molan crouched down and patted her head, her hair soft and carrying the scent of sweat and earth. "Yes," he said gently, "you used to paint so many, the blue sky and the big sun. I've almost forgotten after such a long time of gray." She looked up at him, her youthful earnestness shining through. "Daddy, will we be able to see it? Can we go home? To find Grandpa and Grandma, and the little dog?" Molan did not respond immediately, but lifted her into his arms. The little girl wrapped her arms around his neck, her warm breath against his collarbone providing a comforting weight. He glanced at Lin Zhixi, who had red-rimmed eyes but nodded with a smile. "Yes," he finally said, "once the road is completely open in a few days, we will go to report in. First to the safe zone, then we will find Grandpa and Grandma." Xiaoyu stirred in his embrace, murmuring softly, "I want to eat ice cream. The kind we used to have, strawberry flavor." Lin Zhixi smiled, yet tears fell, hastily wiped away. "Once we reach the safe zone, Mommy will buy you some." Master Ma continued to shake the device, attempting to catch the signal once more, but only static remained. He was not anxious. Instead, he smiled as he turned off the device and carefully tucked it away. "I'll try again tomorrow. It won't run away. This time it's for real." The crowd gradually dispersed, some returning to gather their belongings, unearthing identification cards and household registration documents left from before the disaster, dusting them off to keep. Su Chong called to a few men, "Dig the ditch a bit deeper. The water has receded. The roads should be passable now. Let us not have another flood." Gathering their belongings, they prepared to embark on their journey. Molan cradled little Yu as they made their way to the shed, while Lin Zhixi carried half a bag of sweet potato dried fruit, which had served as their sustenance for several days. She whispered, "Do you believe? Is recovery possible?" After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I believe they are sowing. I believe the dust is indeed settling." Pausing, he glanced at little Yu resting on his shoulder, a gentle curve gracing his lips. His voice softened as he murmured, "We can reach that day." Lin Zhixi understood and refrained from further questioning, simply tightening her grip around his hand, their palms pressed together. That evening, the porridge was enriched with sweet potato dried fruit, imparting a subtle sweetness that everyone could discern. No one complained about its thinness. Even the child who usually clamored for meat consumed their bowl with relish. The oil lamps in the shed flickered to life, filled with oil from collected bottles and wicks fashioned from cotton thread, casting a dim, warm light that illuminated faces adorned with smiles. Some quietly discussed the route and what provisions to carry. Others suggested reporting to the nearest aid station first to inquire about their loved ones. Some expressed concerns about wild dogs and thieves along the way, while others began to portion out the sweet potato dried fruit, calculating whether it would suffice for the journey. Master Ma's radio remained silent, and no one pressed for it to be turned on. It sat at the center of the wooden table in the shed, serving as a sentinel for the night watch. The sky had not cleared, nor had the night brightened. Yet, on this particular evening, Lu village felt imbued with a touch of warmth. Molan held little Yu, resting against Lin Zhixi's shoulder, listening to the surrounding sounds and gazing at the flickering lamp. He recalled the final words of the broadcast. "We shall once again behold the blue sky." Chapter 30. Supplies, August 8, 2027, 10 a.m. The sky was completely clear. The clouds seemed to have been pushed aside and shattered in the high atmosphere, allowing the unfiltered sunlight to cascade down. The water stains on the playground's muddy ground quickly receded, leaving only a network of cracked lines. The wind was gentle, carrying the scent of sun-baked earth, no longer clinging to the skin. The people of Lu village gradually emerged. The plastic curtains of the shed were lifted, damp quilts hung on wire fences, with droplets of water trickling down from the fabric corners, quickly evaporating on the ground below. Some rummaged through boxes to air out their belongings, while others squatted down, peeling off shoe insoles to dry their feet. Women stood in the center of the playground, gazing up with squinted eyes, as if confirming that the sky would not suddenly collapse. The children adapted first. They ran across the semi-dry mud, leaving shallow footprints and their laughter echoing far and wide. Little Yu grasped Lin Zhixi's hand, squinting against the brilliance of the light, yet unable to resist looking. "Mama, it's so bright." Lin Zhixi lifted her, allowing her gaze to traverse over the crowd. The child leaned against her shoulder, breathing lightly, her cheeks flushed from the sun. Molan stood at the entrance of the teaching building. Sunlight graced his face, accentuating his stubble, while the darkness beneath his eyes lingered. He inhaled deeply, feeling the long-accumulated damp chill within his chest slightly whisked away by the breeze. It had not vanished, merely retreated momentarily. The clear skies had persisted for 3 days. On the first day, people merely laid out their clothes, periodically glancing up at the sky. On the second day, the sun shone more steadily, the clouds thinned, and Master Ma sat at the edge of the playground with his radio, silently weeping, his shoulders trembling. On the morning of the third day, sounds not belonging to Lu village emanated from the direction of the national highway. First came the echo of a loudspeaker, trailing across the open space, followed by the sound of engines, growing nearer, deliberately slowed down. 3 vehicles are parked outside the iron gate, a pickup truck, a van, and a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Their bodies are caked with old, dry mud. A flag, red with yellow lettering, flutters gently in the wind from the front of the truck. The broadcast begins. "Residents and friends, we are a temporary task force dispatched by higher authorities. Please remain calm and assemble in an orderly manner. We will assist in distributing supplies and restoring basic order." The tone is steady, the sentences complete, in stark contrast to the fragmented announcements heard in the aftermath of disasters. A few individuals step out of the vehicles. Leading them is a stout man clad in a white shirt that has become soft from washing. With rolled-up sleeves and a work badge hanging from his neck, its plastic edges frayed. He carries a megaphone, a smile on his face, though his eyes dart restlessly among the crowd. Those behind him begin to unload cargo, bottles of mineral water, rice, flour, neatly stacked on the ground in bags. The quantity may be limited, yet they are arranged tidily, their packaging pristine and devoid of water damage. The iron gate does not open fully at once. Old Lin strides forward first, his step steady. Old Zhou stands to the side, a rifle slung over his shoulder, its barrel pointing downward. Molan and Su Chong follow closely. The crowd remains at a distance, refraining from pushing forward. "Comrade, you must be the person in charge here?" The stout man begins. "My surname is Zhao, from the street office." Old Lin nods in acknowledgement. "We are here primarily to accomplish 3 tasks," Deputy Director Zhao states. "To register the current personnel situation, distribute essential supplies, and establish a temporary liaison point for subsequent aid and management." As he speaks, his hand presses down on a bag of rice. "Given the current constraints, we can only proceed step by step. Subsequent supplies will be allocated according to the order of registration and urgency. Smaller points may have to wait for some time." Old Zhou's rifle subtly shifts a fraction towards the bags of rice in front of him. Aunt Wang's fingers suddenly tighten around the bag's handle, only to gradually loosen again. At the rear of the crowd, a young man who had previously assisted in distributing porridge quickly scans Deputy Director Zhao's work badge before lowering his head in haste. Old Lin speaks up, "Leave the supplies." Deputy Director Zhao pauses momentarily, then nods. "Of course." "People, step back," Old Lin continues. The air hangs still for a moment. Deputy Director Zhao's smile gradually tightens. "Comrade, we are here to assist, but a unified management of the situation is necessary. We must understand your circumstances clearly to guide the subsequent convoy here." Old Lin's gaze drifts beyond the iron gate, landing on the pickup truck in the distance on the national highway, which has already turned around, reminiscent of the 3 military vehicles from last month. The loudspeakers blare slogans about perseverance equating to victory, and then it accelerates away, leaving behind neither a grain of rice nor a drop of water. Last month, the military vehicles had not stopped either. Old Lin's voice is not loud, yet it causes those around him to tense their shoulders simultaneously. The louder the slogans, the faster the vehicles depart. Deputy Director Zhao opens his mouth to speak. Old Lin continues. "If you need to register, to distribute uniformly, then what becomes of this rice? If we unload it today, will it not be loaded back onto trucks tomorrow, supposedly prioritizing those already registered?" Deputy Director Zhao instinctively takes a half step back, opening his mouth. "That is not our intention. We are merely following directives from above." "Directives?" Old Lin interrupts. "Where were these directives when the flood came?" Where were they when the military vehicles passed through? We guard our pots, our guns, and our night patrols, scraping by grain to survive until now. Upon your arrival, registration is imperative. Uniformity is essential, and the significance of our communal pot of porridge is that, starting tomorrow, we shall no longer dictate our own fate. Who shall allocate? The standards set by those above us. Who shall dine first? The order determined by them. In Lu village, with merely 50 souls and a limited expanse of land, what justifies our precedence? Is it our obedience or the fact that we might perish first? This series of remarks rendered Deputy Director Zhao's smile utterly rigid, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. You may stay and work, old Lin stated. Listen here. If you comprehend, remain. If not, depart. The pot is ours to tend, and the rice is ours to guard. No one shall take it and allow others to dictate its distribution. The loudspeaker continued to echo the call for order, its tone hollow. A few individuals exchanged glances. Yet no debates ensued. After a brief pause, Deputy Director Zhao nodded, his voice subdued. Very well, let it be for today. The supplies will remain. We shall report back. With that, the provisions were unloaded, and the people boarded the vehicle. As the vehicle turned around, its wheels slipped momentarily in the dry mud, raising a cloud of dust. The flag swayed before swiftly vanishing at the end of the national highway. The iron gate closed. The playground fell silent for a moment. Someone exhaled deeply. Another bent down to lift a sack of rice. There were no cheers, nor were there tears. Aunt Wang patted the bag, saying, regardless of what follows, we shall eat our fill today. The pot remains in our hands. Master Ma, cradling a radio, murmured, the arrival of others indicates that the outside world continues to move. But they do not come to rescue us. They come to collect from us. Molan returned to the shelter. Lin Zhixi observed him. What transpired? They have come. They left the supplies and departed. If they had stayed, once registration was complete, the pot would no longer belong to us. You understand the centralization. If the rice is taken away and distributed elsewhere, we must wait. Wait until they deem our priority sufficient, or until we have perished, before returning to collect our remains. She refrained from further inquiries and simply handed water to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu took a sip, gazing up at the sky with bright eyes. Daddy, the sunny day is delightful. Molan acknowledged softly, observing the receding dust, muttering, they will return. Next time, their flag may not be the same. The sky was a deep blue, the clouds moving slowly. Lu village remained unchanged. It was only tonight that the porridge in the pot would be a touch thicker. Chapter 31. Divergence, August 11th, 2027, noon. The 55th day since the disaster struck. The sunny weather had persisted for 5 days. The sun no longer beat down as it once did. It bore a weight, sinking into the skin, penetrating layer by layer. The mud of the playground had thoroughly dried, cracking underfoot with a crisp sound. The plastic sheeting atop the shelter was lifted to air out, while the straw mats below were turned to dry, the moisture gradually dissipating. The musty odor fading, though not entirely vanishing. Lu village sent individuals once more to scavenge for supplies, opting not to drive. The vehicle had been rendered useless by the floodwaters. Molan did not accompany them. This time, they returned with some daily necessities, though food was scarce. Women brought their children into the sunlight. The children squinted and smiled, while the adults instinctively raised their hands to shield them from the prolonged exposure. Their skin pale and glistening, fragile to behold. In recent days, Master Ma's radio has intermittently captured a few clear signals, all emanating from the Northern Reconstruction Zone broadcasts, which repetitively convey messages. Dust continues to settle. Certain areas have restored basic power supply. Pilot agricultural zones have commenced sowing shade-tolerant crops. Survivors are urged to approach regions displaying blue safety zone flags. What truly incited chaos in Lu village was yesterday evening. The communication base stations partially restored mobile connectivity, with intermittent signals appearing in certain areas, prompting citizens to conserve energy and attempt to contact relatives. Indeed, signals emerged, unsteady and sporadic. While calls failed to connect, texts could be sent, albeit with long waits and uncertain replies. Yet, the mere illumination of a single bar on the screen was sufficient to make one forget the preceding 40 days. The first to dash onto the playground was a young man, his phone connected to a power bank, raised high. There's a signal. 2 bars. Instantly, a crowd gathered around him. Some wept, others opened long-neglected phones, squatting on the ground to type, trembling hands struggling to steady the screens. Some repeatedly sent the same message. Su Chong powered on his phone, the battery indicator glowing red. He texted his brother, "I am still alive." The screen remained lit, devoid of a reply. Yet he did not turn it off. Master Ma cradled the radio, a pale smile gracing his face. "I told you, it wouldn't be in vain." Molan stood in the shadow of the teaching building, his phone sluggish, barely clinging to a single bar of signal, with little battery life left. He sent a message to his mother. "Mom, we are alive, in Lu village of the Jianghuai Hills. What about you?" The sending circle spun for a lengthy duration. He stared at the screen until it indicated the message had been sent. He refrained from sending a second message. Lin Zhixi approached, glanced at his text, and softly remarked, "Send one to my family as well." Lin Zhixi's phone refused to power on, set aside but not discarded. Molan nodded and handed over his phone. Lin Zhixi's fingers trembled, typing slowly, yet she did not alter a single word. "Mom, Dad, we are all well, and Xiaoyu has recovered. Where are you?" She pressed send, returned the phone, and displayed no intention of waiting. She dared not envision her parents by the sea. That night, the playground was filled with people. For the first time, no one raised their voice. Some gazed at the sky, others focused on their phones, while some merely listened to the conversations around them. The broadcast announced that the North had power, that schools existed. With electricity, work could resume. The newly arrived young people were the first to step forward. "Let us go. While the weather is fair and the roads are still passable." Su Chong leaned against the wall, smoking, refraining from immediate rebuttal, instead lifting his gaze to the sky. The night was profound. For the first time post-disaster, stars appeared, scattered yet brilliantly luminous. Lao Lian spoke slowly. "The journey is long, and infections abound. The weather can change in an instant. Departing does not guarantee arrival." Immediately, someone countered, "What about those who stay? The land is entirely ruined. Whatever is planted perishes. And the porridge grows thinner by the day." Silence enveloped the crowd. Those words seemed dried by the sun. The following morning, the travelers began to prepare. 6 individuals, all youthful, filled their backpacks with provisions and water, all acquired from the fields in recent days. Su Chong escorted them to the iron gate, patting the shoulder of the leader. "Take your time. When you see a convoy, approach it. If you see the blue flag, go and inquire. Do not be reckless." The man nodded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xiaoyu stood by Lin Zhixi's side, softly waving, "Uncle, goodbye." The man turned back, smiling with a slight tremor in his voice. "When the blue skies truly return, Uncle will take you on the train." The iron gate closed. Suddenly, the playground fell silent. Those left behind spoke not a word, merely watching the 6 figures retreating along the national road, sunlight casting upon their backs. Dust rising to quickly diminish into mere black dots, indistinguishable from one another. Molan lingered by the wall for a long while. Lin Zhixi approached, cradling Xiaoyu, and gently inquired, "Do you wish to leave?" Molan did not respond immediately. The North boasted electricity, food, and the order touted repeatedly by the broadcasts announcing the safety zones for pilot agricultural restoration. Yet, it also presented over 800 kilometers of treacherous terrain, abandoned cities, and the lurking threat of the infection, alongside the ominous possibility of the black rain returning. More crucially, the haunting words of old Lian from days prior echoed in everyone's hearts like a thorn. "They called us to register, to establish points, to unify management." And what was the outcome? Once we registered, who knew how much was left in the pot? Who could tell how many bowls would be allocated to us? A larger point might accommodate thousands, while we here number barely 50. How long must we wait in line, until they deem our priority sufficient for survival? By then, we might have perished from hunger, or await the collection of our remains. Xiaoyu tugged at his shirt hem quietly. "Daddy, are we leaving? I want to go to a place with electricity and watch cartoons." Molan knelt down, gently stroking her head. The journey was long and fraught with danger. Xiaoyu responded with a soft "oh," ceasing her inquiries, the brightness in her eyes dimming gradually. Lin Zhixi observed him, offering no urgings, simply stating, "As long as you have made your decision." Molan rose, gazing skyward. The clouds had thinned, the sky a vibrant blue, sunlight warming his face. A palpable reality. He reminisced about the mortgage before the calamity, the late-night work, the prescriptions for his mother, and the blue skies Xiaoyu tirelessly illustrated in her drawing book. He also recalled old Lian, who had gazed at the departing pickup truck, murmuring, "They have come once, leaving behind their belongings while the people departed. When they return, it may not be the same, armed, with a convoy and orders. The pot is gone, the land is lost, and so are the people. Let us wait a little longer, he had said slowly. Let us wait for the next rain. We shall see if this signal falters. We will excavate what we can. And if we must leave, we will ensure Xiaoyu is stronger. We will carry our own pots, our own weapons, our own people, rather than being reduced to mere numbers. Waiting for others to decide how many bowls of porridge we receive. Lin Zhixi nodded, resting her head on his shoulder. Across the playground, Su Chong had already begun to till the land, attempting to plant sweet potatoes and radishes. Aunt Wang brewed porridge, adding a little extra rice. Master Ma again turned on the radio, the same repetitive voice urging, "Please persevere." The sky remained clear. Those who had departed were gone. The ones who remained found no reason to leave, nor any evidence of disquiet. Molan clasped Lin Zhixi's hand. There is no right or wrong in choice. At least for now, the sun is undeniably real, and it will continue to provide warmth for a while longer. Chapter 32, The North, August 15th, 2027. 3 o'clock in the morning. The 59th day since the catastrophe. The mobile signal lasted but 2 days. Internet access was lost, and no replies were received, severed completely. The clear day concluded without any forewarning. In one moment, the sky was bright, sprinkled with scattered stars, and the air carried the scent of sun-baked dry earth. In the next, it felt as though a dark pot had been clamped shut in the sky, the clouds swiftly descending, heavy enough to stifle one's breath. Molan was then stationed atop the wall, vigilant. That familiar scent arrived first, permeating the atmosphere with a ripe, cloying odor, mingled with moist earth and decaying leaves. Just as a thought flickered within him, a sudden brightness illuminated the horizon. It was not thunder, there was no sound. A pale, chilling light sliced through the low-hanging clouds, illuminating them in patches before vanishing swiftly. The clouds, a deep purplish black, gleamed with a thickness reminiscent of grease that had not been scraped from the bottom of a pot for years. He opened his mouth to shout, "It's about to rain." When the first drop of black rain struck his face, cool, heavy, and gritty, as if fine sand were being pressed into his skin, impossible to disperse. The remaining droplets followed suit, and chaos erupted on the playground. The plastic curtains in the shed area were flung open, and people hurriedly gathered their clothes, bedding, and kitchenware into their arms. The cries of children pierced the air, their sharpness drowned out by the curses of adults. Someone slipped and fell into the water, only to be yanked back up by a bystander. Su Chong rushed with the newcomers towards the drainage ditch, hastily uprooting the tender sweet potato and radish seedlings that had only recently been planted, as mud and water cascaded down their roots. Molan leaped down from the wall, the water already rising above his ankles. He dashed towards the shed. Lin Zhixi had already cradled Xiaoyu in her arms, tightly wrapped in a blanket. Her backpack slung over her shoulder, her movements swift and efficient, wasting not a second. Xiaoyu, wide-eyed, asked, "Daddy, is it raining black again?" "Yes." The outer layer of plastic was soon pelted with dark droplets. As Molan responded, he tightened the shed's roof. Water trickled down through the seams, darkening the straw mat beneath. He lifted Xiaoyu, while Lin Zhixi grabbed another bag, and the three of them rushed into the classroom building. The corridor was already crowded with people. Water dripped from the ceiling cracks onto heads, necks, and shoulders, cascading down their clothes. The rain pounded against the rooftop, roaring as if entire barrels were being poured. The playground quickly transformed into a shallow pool. Low canopies collapsed, and the newly erected plastic shelters were overturned by the wind, causing unclaimed pots, basins, and clothes to swirl in the water. By dawn, the rain had diminished slightly, but showed no signs of stopping. Dark water cascaded in streams from the eaves, and the playground's water level had surpassed the ankles, floating tattered rags, dead rats, and severed vegetable seedlings. Around midday, a commotion suddenly arose by the iron gate. Xiaoyu, the gatekeeper, shouted through the rain, "People!" 3. Instantly, those inside the building rushed to the windows. Behind the curtain of rain, 3 figures stumbled toward them. Molan peered closely. Leading the trio was a woman in her 30s. Her hair drenched and clinging to her face, a backpack slung over her shoulder, and one arm supporting an elderly man beside her. The old man was nearly being dragged along, his legs unable to lift. A young man followed, pushing a bicycle with 2 woven bags tied to the handlebars. Water dripping steadily from the corners of the bags. The iron gate swung open. As the 3 entered, it was as if the very bones had been extracted from them. The woman collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, yet unable to utter a sound. The old man hunched over, coughing violently, his body trembling with each spasm. The phlegm he expelled dark and grimy. The young man parked the vehicle against the wall, unloading a bag that contained only a few damp garments and several packets of soaked biscuits. Aunt Wong brought forth steaming water. The three of them drank hastily, heedless of the scalding heat that burned their lips. Once the woman regained her composure, her voice sounded unusually hoarse for her age. We returned from the north. Initially, our intention was to cast our votes in the reconstruction efforts. The crowd gradually began to gather. Molan stood beside Lin Zhixi, while Xiaoyu craned her neck to observe, remaining silent. On their journey, they encountered two groups of people. The woman continued. One group claimed there truly is a safe zone in the north. The government is present. The military is there, electricity has been restored, and food is available. The blue flag is indeed real, displayed at schools and the entrances of government buildings. Some have resided there for half a month, enjoying warm meals, and children are able to attend classes. Soft whispers spread through the crowd. Master Ma's eyes gleamed with excitement. I knew it. I knew it. The woman shook her head. The other group asserted there are even more falsehoods. Her voice lowered. The flag may still be flying, yet the people have vanished, or perhaps they were taken long ago. The military guards the larger territories, neglecting the smaller ones. On the stretch of road we traveled, beneath the blue flag lay empty school buildings, doors locked, devoid of life. Occasionally, we spotted patrol vehicles passing by, calling out to register for accommodation, but after registering, we were told to wait, with promises of supplies arriving shortly. We waited 4 days, only to see a convoy arrive, seizing the remaining food supplies, claiming it was for centralized distribution, and then they expelled us. They said smaller locations were of low priority, with core areas receiving the first assurances. She paused, her throat visibly tightening. On the road, there were fewer infections, but the people were even more ruthless. The old man began to cough again, struggling to interject. We encountered a gang that robbed vehicles and food, pursuing people at night. We ran for 3 days before reaching this place. Along the way, we even saw military vehicles with uniformed personnel inside, the rear of the vehicle displaying blue flags. Yet they were only headed toward the cities, ignoring the scattered individuals on the side roads. The young man added quietly, before the rain. We rested by the roadside when military vehicles passed by. The driver merely shouted that the government in the north was gathering people and instructed us to make our way there on our own. They did not stop. The cargo area was filled with boxes. We chased them for 2 kilometers, shouting until our throats were hoarse, but they didn't even slow down. The playground was eerily quiet. There was good news. In the north, the government still exists, and perhaps they are genuinely restoring order, electricity, food, schools, and the military. Yet the bad news was not concealed. The roads were increasingly perilous, with false flags, and the military cannot rescue everyone. Smaller locales are often overlooked, waiting for centralized distribution. Finally, the woman declared, "We will not leave. We will work here, it will suffice. At least here, we still have control over our own cooking." The old man nodded, instructing someone to arrange shelters for them. The few biscuits that had been soaked were accounted for. The relentless rain continued to pour. Molan returned to the shelter. Lin Zhixi softly inquired, "Do you believe it?" He gazed out at the nearly opaque rain. "Half of me does. There are truths in the north, as well as falsehoods. The genuine places are beyond our reach, the deceitful ones. Even if we go, we cannot survive." Xiaoyu curled up in her embrace, softly asking, "Daddy, will we still go to the north?" He did not respond, merely holding her a bit tighter. The water in the playground continued to rise. The 3 newcomers huddled in a corner, their wet clothes clinging to their bodies, as if they might freeze at any moment. The sunny days have come to an end, and the dark rain has returned. What is to be believed is indeed true, and what is not to be believed is also true. No one knows when the next clear skies will emerge. Molan lowered his gaze to the top of the little rain's head and murmured, "Let us wait a little longer. Wait for the rain to cease. Wait until we can move again." Lin Zhixi said nothing, merely clasping his hand. The rain pounded against the rooftop, resembling a heavy knocking at the door. Chapter 33. The Departed, August 18th, 2027, 8 a.m. The relentless black rain had fallen for 3 days and nights, finally coming to a halt. The water on the school playground receded significantly, leaving only a thick layer of murky water in the low-lying depressions, littered with decaying vegetable leaves, broken roots, and a few lifeless birds, their bodies bloated and glistening. Wings weakly spread, frozen in their final struggles. Molan stood by the northern ditch as the water receded, revealing the bottom completely. There, piled high and densely packed within the narrow channel, lay at least 50 or 60 corpses, intertwined in disarray. The waterlogged bodies pressed against each other, some lying face up, others curled on their sides, and some reduced to mere halves. The surfaces of their skin were covered in fine black mold and bruises from ruptured blood vessels. A grim tapestry of decay. The air had utterly transformed. The entire Lu village was steeped in a putrid stench. It was overwhelming. Old Zhou squatted by the ditch, trembling as he lit a cigarette. The tip flickered uncertainly before igniting, but after a single puff, he was choked by the wind and began to cough. The cigarette fell into the mud with a soft hiss, extinguishing instantly. The water had surged too swiftly in recent days. He coughed again, aware that the floodwaters from the upstream county were not just from their Lu village. The broadcast had long warned that once the black rain ceased and the waters receded, the bodies would rise to the surface. Yet, no one had anticipated such a grim tally. Su Chong stood on the opposite side, tightly gripping a rusted sickle, its blade resting against his thigh, silent, his eyes bloodshot as he stared into the depths of the ditch. Molan felt an urge to retch, but swallowed it back. A few faces appeared vaguely familiar. They were not locals of Lu village, but rather figures encountered along the way. Perhaps the tall, gaunt man squatting by the National Highway toll station, trading a bag of rice for half a bucket of water, the young mother pushing a stroller filled with bottled water. Or the few individuals huddled around a small fire beside an abandoned building, seeking shelter from the rain. They bore no names, but Molan remembered their eyes, wary, weary, yet still glimmering with a flicker of survival. Now, that light had all but extinguished, leaving only embers before him. Aunt Wang approached with several women from the direction of the teaching building, initially intending to see if the water in the ditch could be filtered for use. Upon nearing, she froze in astonishment, then let out a piercing scream. She abruptly covered her mouth and staggered back several steps, nearly falling into the mud. The other women nearby turned pale, some began to gag, while others turned to flee. From the teaching building, the cries of children arose, startled by the scream. It began with one, then erupted into a cacophony, sharp and chaotic, mingled with the admonitions and reassurances of adults, yet unable to quell the tide of panic. Old Lien soon arrived, standing at the edge of the ditch, hands clasped behind his back, silently observing for several seconds. Without uttering a curse or a sigh, he spoke in a low voice. It's all burned. Everything is gone. Keep the children away. Women, do not approach. The bodies have been soaked in the black rain. Do not touch their faces or mouths before cremation. There is a risk of contagion. The men began to descend into the ditch, armed with bamboo poles, shovels, hemp ropes, and sickles, whatever tools were at their disposal. As the water receded, the bodies grew heavier, resembling sacks filled with muddy water, weighing down at the bottom of the trench. Mud and water splashed up, staining their pant legs and arms. Molan hooked a bamboo pole onto the shoulder of a young woman. Her long hair, drenched in water, clung to her face like a black rope. Her features were distorted from immersion, swollen, yet one could still discern the contours of a woman in her early 20s. She must have been beautiful once. As he shook the pole, the weight nearly slipped from his grasp. Su Chong immediately stepped forward, gripping the other end, and together they dragged the body upwards. The woman's abdomen was grotesquely distended, resembling that of a pregnant woman, but Molan knew better. As they moved her, her belly wobbled slightly, emitting a faint gurgling sound. Su Chong muttered a curse under his breath, yet his grip remained firm. The pyre was dug in a clearing more than 10 meters from the ditch. The men first poured some leftover oil and then gathered dry branches and discarded desks and chairs. The fire ignited sluggishly. Wet clothes, damp hair, and soaked flesh burned together, producing a copious amount of white smoke, while the acrid scent mingled with the stench, overwhelming the senses and inducing dizziness. After a prolonged wait, the flames finally leaped to life. The blue tongues of fire licked the black water, crackling and popping, the flames radiating a blinding light. As if intent on consuming all filth, the bodies gradually collapsed in the fire, flesh charred, contracting and splitting, revealing the ashen white bones and tissues beneath. The dark spots clinging to the skin did not vanish immediately in the intense heat. Instead, they emitted thin tendrils of black smoke, twisting like living entities as they ascended into the sky. Molan stood upwind, gazing at the pyre. His mind was a void, consumed by a singular, incessant question. How could so many have perished in just over a month? This land had not always been so. Order had reigned, tightly controlled. Police, communities, military, and street offices formed layers of checkpoints. In the initial weeks following the disaster, broadcasts blared daily, military vehicles patrolled the highways, and loudspeakers urged obedience and calm. Though resources were scarce, one could still collect a modicum of relief supplies with an ID, and contaminated water could be filtered and boiled for consumption. Everyone huddled in temporary shelters. Though hungry and cold, the notion of the state bound them together like a rope. They all waited for rescue, for the rain to cease, for dawn to break. Then, the black rain arrived. As the rain persisted, pollutants seeped into every crevice. Well water turned bitter, river water turned black, crops rotted into mud, and the grains in the warehouse grew moldy. First came hunger, then illness, not of the mutated or monstrous kind, but of the more ordinary and insidious. Diarrhea, dehydration, high fever, hemoptysis, and lungs filled with fluid. There were no medicines, no clean water, no place for isolation. The elderly and children faltered first, collapsing in waves. The bodies lay unclaimed, no one daring to retrieve them. The rain washed them away, pooling in the lowlands, drifting along the river. The true band of marauders had yet to emerge. On the road, one occasionally encounters scattered individuals, desperate to seize a bag of rice or a bucket of water, only to flee thereafter, lacking any semblance of organization. The large-scale, coordinated looting remains a distant prospect, awaiting the moment when humanity is stripped away by starvation. The death toll continues to rise, not in grand, heroic fashion, nor through the clash of blades, but rather quietly, as lives are claimed by disease, hunger, and the insidious black rain. Su Chong stood nearby, his voice scarcely audible. This rain is toxic. Those black particles are spores. The broadcast warned that the black rain harbors fungi. When it touches wounds, it affects the nerves, causing most to suffer fever and perish slowly, while a few descend into madness. Many of those we have burned did not survive. Molan remained silent. Recalling the words of a woman who had returned from the north, the army secures the vast territories, neglecting the smaller areas. Minor positions are of low priority. The core regions are safeguarded first. Old Lien approached from the direction of the fire, his face darkened by smoke. His voice a mere whisper. Burn the remains and bury the ashes. Leave no trace. Do not let the children see. The fire raged throughout the day, and by evening, the northern ditch had finally dried, leaving only a charred residue. That night, Aunt Wang prepared a thin porridge, cautious not to add too much salt for fear of waste. Molan sat at the entrance of the makeshift shelter, holding a bowl, yet lacking an appetite. He gazed up at the gray sky as the wind blew, carrying a faint scent of charred remnants. Xiaoyu crawled out from the shelter, wrapped her arms around his leg, and softly asked, "Daddy, have those people all died?" Molan lifted her into his arms. Yes. Xiaoyu buried her face against him, refraining from further inquiries. Lin Zhixi stood nearby, gently stating, "We must survive, to avoid becoming like those at the bottom of the ditch." Molan nodded in agreement. The rain had ceased, the waters receded, but the menace lingered, embedded in the soil, suspended in the air, awaiting the next rainfall. Chapter 34. Population September 1st, 2027. Luzhuang Outpost. The earth had finally dried thoroughly. The once muddy ground, which barely reached the ankles, had been scorched by the sun for over 10 days, now riddled with intersecting cracks. A persistent earthy scent lingered in the wind, signaling the arrival of autumn. Molan sat in the shadow of the wall, an old double-barreled shotgun resting across his knees. As he assisted old Zhou in cleaning the firearm, in his right hand, he gripped a slender steel cleaning rod, its tip wrapped in an oil-soaked rag, methodically pushing it into the barrel. The accumulated carbon within the barrel was thick, causing the rod to drag. In the northern section of the playground, freshly turned soil revealed radish sprouts, each the size of a fingernail, a deep green tinged with darkness. Aunt Wang perched on a wooden stool, a twig from a locust tree in her grasp. She kept watch, her eyes hawk-like, fixated on every passerby. A half-grown boy named Dan squatted nearby, drooling. And as he reached forward, Aunt Wang bellowed sharply, "What are you staring at? Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll chop off that hand and feed it to the dogs." Startled, Dan fell to the ground and scampered away. Aunt Wang brushed the dirt from her knees, resumed her seat, and continued to gaze at the sparse green shoots in the soil. Luzhuang was home to a total of 82 individuals, each day partaking in a communal meal, while the remainder fended for themselves. In every household, the quantity of rice in the pot and the remnants of bread concealed beneath the bed are well known. Life trudges along with a heavy heart, counting the grains of rice as they enter the pot and watching the sun dip below the horizon. The absence of one is immediately noticeable, while the presence of an additional individual can herald significant upheaval. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun hung glaringly overhead, casting a blinding light that offered little warmth to those below. Molan pulled out the wire and replaced it with a clean cloth. At that moment, a sharp whistle echoed from the hillside, imbued with urgency. Molan's movement ceased, his gaze shifting towards the sound. Nearby, Su Chong crouched on the ground, repairing a section of the barbed wire that had been torn by the wind. Upon hearing the sound, he swiftly grasped a heavy axe, spat out the grass root from his mouth, and stood up. A woman hanging clothes on the playground yanked down a wet cloth from the line, leaving her basin behind, and hurriedly pulled her child inside. Several men, who had been basking in the sun against the wall, crouched low and slipped behind cover, their hands instinctively resting on their weapons. "What is happening?" Old Lin inquired, standing at the base of the wall, craning his neck for a better view. Little Wu, perched atop the tower, squinted and pointed towards the direction of the national road, his voice barely above a whisper. "People. A group. They even have livestock." "Livestock?" Old Lin's brow furrowed in concern. Molan returned the firearm to old Zhou and leaned against the gap in the iron gate, peering outside. A layer of dust had settled on the national road, where a procession was sluggishly making its way towards the stronghold. It was entirely composed of pedestrians, with no vehicles in sight. A few robust men were pushing a cart covered with a dark plastic sheet, tied down with bedding rolls. At the rear of the line, 3 sheep were being dragged along by a rope, their wool caked with mud. Additionally, a piglet was confined within a bamboo basket, squealing incessantly atop the cart. "That is fresh meat." Molan heard several audible gulps from those nearby, the sound resonating in the still air. "How many?" Old Lin asked. "Counted 56, Molan replied. "Mostly young adults. There are some women, a few elderly, and a handful of children." The group halted 50 meters from the iron gate. No one called out, nor was there a leader. They stood in neat formation, none slumped to the ground, and no one clamored for water. They simply remained standing in front of the imposing gate. At the forefront stood a man in his 40s, clad in a dark green windbreaker. He had pulled the collar high, obscuring half his face, revealing only a pair of deep-set eyes. He stepped forward alone, pausing after taking several strides, and slowly raised both hands, revealing them to be empty. "I am Lin Changshan." The man spoke. "We have come from the southern hills. We heard there are people gathered here and wish to join. Are you of the same family?" Someone nearby inquired of Old Lin. Old Lin climbed the ladder to the top of the wall, holding his gun, his face mostly concealed, with only his head peeking out. "Lin? We do not accept newcomers here. Leave. The land is all ruined," Lin Changshan persisted, standing firm in the open space. "After the black rain fell, the crops grew moldy within days. Initially, we were holding our ground in the town, but a group of madmen began killing indiscriminately, and our stronghold was overrun. We headed north, hearing that Lu Zhuang has rules against cannibalism. Thus, we have come here." Old Lin remained silent, merely gazing intently at the group before him. The company commander, Lin Changshan, gestured towards the vehicle behind him. "I possess 3 ewes capable of producing milk and bearing young, along with a live pig. There are also 2 boxes of dried sweet potatoes and 3 bags of corn kernels. Beneath the vehicle's chassis lies half a barrel of diesel, unadulterated. All I ask is for a place to rest my head and a daily serving of warm soup." As he spoke, he unsheathed the machete from his waist and casually tossed it to the ground, the sound echoing crisply along the quiet national road. "What do you say?" Lin glanced back at old Zhou. The 3 ewes, though gaunt, were indeed alive. Under the current circumstances, such provisions could buy several lives. "You decide," old Zhou replied. "We are short-handed. The drainage ditch at the base of the wall should have been dug long ago." Lin shouted below, "Open the gate. All personnel on alert. Anyone who dares to move recklessly will face immediate consequences." The iron gate creaked open, releasing a waft of pungent odors, an amalgam of sweat, the stench of unbathed bodies, and the sourness of neglect invading the air. Leading the way, Lin Changshan stepped inside, his gait peculiar, shoulders hunched tightly, each step grinding the soles of his shoes against the ground. The group followed in a single file. Molan stood by the door, counting 50, 51, 56. Each person passing by unconsciously glanced at old Zhou's firearm positioned behind you. Su Chong squatted at the entrance, clutching an axe. As a burly man pushed a cart through, the wheels jostled against the threshold, causing the handle in the man's grip to slip slightly, aligning dangerously with Su's forehead. Su did not flinch. The man cast a look at Su, chuckling dryly, revealing a mouthful of decayed teeth. Unload the goods on the east side of the playground, and keep a unified account. Lin instructed as he leaped down from the wall, beckoning a few men to lead the sheep away. Xiaoyu, take that half-barrel of diesel to the warehouse. Keep it away from fire. Lin Changshan did not argue. He obediently allowed the supplies to be collected. When the 3 bags of corn were emptied, they revealed a considerable amount of sand, yet in this stronghold, such provisions were deemed top tier. At noon, Aunt Wang busied herself in front of a large iron pot. The porridge was thinner than usual, the rice grains swirling at the bottom, visible in their entirety. With 140 mouths to feed, the large pot could hardly suffice. It required cooking before water could be added. The newly arrived individuals squatted along the southern wall of the playground, instinctively forming 2 lines. Lin Changshan seated himself at the forefront. Aunt Wang ladled a bowl of porridge and handed it to Lin Changshan. He accepted it, only for the bowl to shatter, a chip missing from the rim. He stared at the few grains of husk floating atop the porridge, refraining from drinking. Holding the bowl, he turned to observe the 50 or so individuals he had brought in. The playground was eerily quiet, aside from the wind. The only sound was the clattering of a piglet in a bamboo basket. The 50 or so individuals also held their bowls, none daring to move. Molan sat nearby on a discarded tire, halfway through a biscuit. Lin Changshan lowered his gaze and took a hearty sip of the thin porridge. A chorus of slurping arose from the southern end of the playground, a synchronized symphony of consumption devoid of conversation or competition. Old Yu observed this group. Su Chong leaned closer. Molan swallowed the last bit of his biscuit. It's hard to say about the people old Lin has brought in this time. What shall we do? The sheep have been brought in. The diesel has been secured. If we attempt to expel them now, these fellows might devour us alive. Su wiped the sweat from his brow. In the afternoon, dusk descended rapidly. Over 50 newcomers commenced the construction of tents. Lin Changshan opted not to use the bamboo and timber from Lu village. Instead, he rummaged beneath the cart for several bundles of thick black plastic sheeting and a few disassembled iron pipes. Within an hour, 5 large black tents had risen in the southern part of the playground. Dinner consisted once again of thin porridge, accompanied by 2 pieces of salted vegetables. After the meal, Lin Changshan took the initiative to approach old Lin. We require 10 night watch positions, he stated. Standing before old Lin Changshan towered half a head taller. We will guard the southern wall ourselves, and we will also assign 2 individuals to the supply warehouse. Old Lin, chewing on the butt of a cigarette without lighting it, squinted at him. Night watch is acceptable, but the sentry positions will remain with our people. Your men can accompany them to learn the protocols. Lin Changshan nodded, conceding without argument. By 9 in the evening, the Lu village outpost had succumbed to complete darkness. To conserve fuel, only a few critical sentry points were illuminated by faint kerosene lamps, leaving the playground shrouded in pitch blackness. Molan patrolled the camp with a flashlight in hand. Though he refrained from turning it on, navigating through the shadows with only the faintest glimmer of light, he wished to ascertain what the newcomers were engaged in. As he approached the southernmost tent, he slowed his breathing and treaded softly on the hardened, cracked ground. Within the farthest black tent, a faint flicker of light caught his attention, just the brief spark of a lighter igniting. Molan crouched low, peering through a gap in the plastic sheeting. Inside, Lin Changshan sat cross-legged atop a burlap sack. Before him lay a stainless steel spoon, issued to him during lunchtime, alongside a grayish-white whetstone. With focused intent, Lin Changshan meticulously sharpened the end of the spoon's handle against the stone. Originally rounded, the spoon's tip had been ground down to a fine point, glinting with a metallic sheen in the dim light. After every 10 strokes, he would lift it, testing the sharpness with his thumb, his movements deliberate as if he were crafting a work of art. Suddenly, he paused, not turning his head but bowing it instead, gripping the spoon's handle firmly. The quality is quite good, he spoke suddenly, his voice resonating clearly in the darkness of the tent. Molan held his breath and silently retreated. He backtracked for several meters until he found himself once again in the shadows of the northern side, only then realizing that his shirt was soaked with cold sweat. Returning to his tent, He found Lin Zhixi fast asleep, while Xiaoyu curled up beneath the covers, breathing softly. Molan did not change his clothes. He touched the folding knife under his pillow and closed his eyes, the sound of the spoon being sharpened lingering in his ears. Chapter 35. Theft, September 5th, 2027. 7 o'clock in the morning. Molan squatted outside the tent. Having just acquired a pot from the village, he was reinforcing it with iron wire to facilitate its placement over the fire. His previous attempts had not been secure enough, nearly toppling over. This time, he applied more force, the wire digging into his knuckles, leaving behind red marks. He continued his work in silence. The wire squeaked as it scraped against the aluminum sheet. Molan placed the pot on the ground and scooped half a ladle of cold water from a nearby plastic bucket into it. Lin Zhixi sat on a wooden stool at the entrance of the shed, focused intently on combing Xiaoyu's hair. The child's hair, disheveled and muddied from the rain, had become a collection of hard, tangled black strands. The plastic comb frequently caught in the stubborn knots. Xiaoyu sat upright, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the patch of vegetable garden at the center of the playground. The sweet potato vines had climbed to knee height, their broad leaves strikingly green in the dim light. A few delicate white flowers had bloomed in the radish patch, their frail stems trembling in the autumn breeze, seemingly on the verge of breaking. "Mom, can we eat the vegetables yet?" Xiaoyu inquired, her fingers unconsciously picking at her knee. Lin Zhixi paused momentarily. The comb snagged in a knot. Rather than pulling forcefully, she delicately worked the tangled hair free. "Just a bit longer. We must wait until you grow up. Otherwise, it won't suffice to stave off hunger." Molan cast a glance at the mother and daughter. He remained silent, withdrawing his gaze, and pulled out a tattered cloth from his pocket to wipe the rust from his hands. Rising to his feet, he felt a wave of soreness in his thigh muscles. He had kept watch until 2 in the morning the previous night, with the wind seeping through the cracks in the brick wall, leaving his neck chilled even now. The playground gradually became bustling with activity. The newly arrived group of around 50 had risen early. Men were already digging a new drainage ditch on the southern edge of the playground, the sound of shovels striking hard soil in perfect unison. Women moved between the black plastic tents, gathering damp clothes that had been hung on thin wire. A few new children frolicked in the muddy earth, their footsteps light, occasionally bursting into laughter, only to be silenced by the stern glares of the adults. At the center of the playground, Aunt Wang's large iron pot was already steaming. The aroma of the morning porridge wafted through the air, devoid of the fragrance of rice. It carried only a stale scent. The cornmeal had been stored from last year, having endured a few damp spells, resulting in a bitter taste when cooked. As people queued, their hands reached out, eyes fixated on the thin layer of white soup in the pot. Lin Changshan, whom they privately referred to as New Lin, stood at the end of the line, still clad in his windbreaker with the collar turned up, hands tucked into his pockets. Behind him, the iron bowls of a few individuals occasionally clinked together, producing a metallic sound. When it was Molan's family's turn, Lin Zhixi handed over 3 bowls. Aunt Wang grasped the long-handled iron ladle, her hand trembling slightly as a spoonful of broth splashed onto the boiling pot's edge, emitting a hissing sound and a puff of steam. Aunt Wang glanced up at Molan, lowering her voice. "Xiaoyu, let me serve you a bit more, since you're still growing." "No need," Molan replied, his hand steady as he accepted the bowl. "Let us stick to the rules." The porridge in the bowl was clear enough to reflect the silhouette. A few yellow corn husks settled at the bottom, while bits of wild vegetables floated atop the surface. Molan glanced back. The bowls of the newcomers contained broth that was even paler, nearly resembling just hot water. When someone leaned down to blow on their food, their mouth formed a tight white line, eyes darting between the pot's bottom and Aunt Wang's ladle. Returning to the shed, the 3 of them squatted in a circle. Xiaoyu sipped her porridge slowly, stirring it with a spoon to create small whirlpools, as if searching for treasures within. Suddenly, she looked up. "Daddy, the porridge is losing its flavor. It used to be a bit sweet." Molan did not respond, gently ruffling Xiaoyu's hair with a large hand. Lin Zhixi interjected. "Conserve the rice. It suffices to have it warm. Once the sweet potatoes in the field mature, they will provide some sustenance." Just as she finished her last sip of water, a piercing scream erupted from the far side of the playground. "Something's missing." It was Aunt Wang's voice, shrill and nearly breaking, reverberating painfully in the gray, hazy air. Molan set down his bowl and, without waiting for Lin Zhixi to speak, rose to his feet. Lin Zhixi followed suit, with Xiaoyu huddling behind her, tugging at her garment. In front of the warehouse in the center of the playground, a crowd had already gathered. The original residents of Lao Liuzhuang stood 2 meters apart from the newcomers, forming a dense wall of black figures. Aunt Wang stood at the entrance of the warehouse. Her face suffused with purple, clutching a torn cornmeal bag. The bottom had been slashed open, spilling grayish-white flour onto the ground, mingling with the black mud to form clumps of filth. Who was guarding the warehouse last night? Aunt Wang's voice trembled as she pointed to the remnants on the ground. Half a bag of flour is gone, and 2 sickles. We needed those to survive until the vegetables ripen. Old Lin pushed through the crowd, his expression grim. He turned to glare at the newcomers not far away. It was your people who were on watch last night. Lin Changshan moved slowly, each step deliberate. He approached the warehouse door, squatting down to pinch some flour from the ground between his fingers, inhaling it deeply. Rising, he furrowed his brow and shouted behind him. Whoever was on guard last night, step forward. A young man in his 20s emerged from the crowd. He was gaunt, with prominent cheekbones, his eyes darting nervously, and his worn sweater bore 2 small holes. It was me, he croaked, his voice dry. But I swear I didn't take anything. The wind was strong at midnight. The plastic sheeting blew open, and I went to the back to pull the rope. Just for a moment? Old Lin scoffed. A moment is enough time for someone to carry off half a bag of flour and 2 sickles. Xiaoyu, go check whose footprints are on the ground. Before Xiaoyu could move, Lin Changshan spoke again. It wasn't him. Look closely at that hole in the bag. He pointed to the jagged tear. This cut was made with a knife. It's too clean, sliced straight from left to right. If this were an attempt to steal flour, it was done excessively, spilling more than what was taken. The murmurs in the crowd swelled like boiling water. Don't listen to his nonsense. This is just a case of the thief shouting to catch the thief. The newcomers bring nothing but trouble. That flour is essential for our survival. A rat wouldn't carry off a sickle. This is clearly the work of a person. Molan stood at the periphery, observing with cold detachment. He recalled the strange footsteps he had heard while on watch the previous night, splashing in the puddles. At that time, he had assumed it was just a piece of plastic that had fallen. Lin Changshan ignored the surrounding jeers, his gaze sweeping slowly over the more than 50 individuals he had brought with him, his eyes sharp as a freshly honed knife. Whoever did this, step forward. We are here seeking a way to survive, not to act as thieves. No one moved. Silence enveloped the playground, save for the sound of the wind. It truly wasn't me, the young man pleaded, his legs trembling, his voice thick with emotion. My wife is still burning with fever. If I were to steal, it would be for medicine. Smack. Lieutenant Lianshan first struck the young sentry. It was I who took it. A piercing scream erupted from the southern wall's shelter area. A middle-aged woman tumbled out, clutching a cloth bag in her arms. With a thud, she fell to her knees in the muddy ground, her knees crashing against the gravel with a dull thud. It was I who stole it, she wailed, untying the bag to reveal half a pocket of flour within. The child is starving and has been feverish all night. I only wanted to make a bit of porridge to bring down the fever. The playground fell into an eerie silence. Lianshan's expression darkened, heavy as iron. Rules are rules. Someone from the old Liuzhuang shouted. If we allow stealing, what comes next? Will they steal our lives tomorrow? We cannot expel her. To do so would mean death. It's for the child. A voice among the newcomers protested loudly. The crowd surged forward, shoulders colliding. Su Chong had already drawn an axe from behind, and several robust newcomers braced themselves. Molan could not push his way in. He quietly pulled Lin Zhixi and Xiaoyu back. In such a fragile sanctuary, even a small crack could release the festering wounds hidden within. Trust was scarcer than the porridge in Aunt Wang's hands. Upon returning to the shelter, Molan retrieved a tattered backpack from beneath the bed. Molan? Lin Zhixi looked at him. Pack your things. Molan kept his gaze down, his voice barely audible to the 3 of them. He pulled out a short-handled axe from the bag, running his thumb along the edge. He had sharpened it diligently over the days, and the blade was now sharp enough to slice through fine hairs. The hearts of people had already scattered. Molan stuffed the rough salt, which he had hesitated to use, into the bottom of the bag. Stealing was merely the catalyst. Without further ado, Lin Zhixi began to silently count their belongings. Xiaoyu's feet are growing fast. If he wears these shoes for another month, they will be too small. We need to prepare another pair, she said. The quarrel outside continued unabated. Old Lian's voice cut through. Lock the person in the cellar. We will decide at tomorrow's meeting. Wait, came Lianshan's voice, low yet silencing all the clamor. Molan paused his packing, peering through the crack in the shelter to observe. Lin Shan stood before the woman, his gaze eerily calm. Few provisions, many people. If we imprison one today, there will be a second and a third tomorrow. Lin Shan turned to old Lien. Rules must be enforced. Those who steal must learn the consequences. Old Lien hesitated. Are you suggesting we follow the rules of the southern region? Lin Shan did not elaborate, merely gestured with his hand. The silent men standing behind him suddenly moved, quietly spreading out to form a semicircle. Old Lien's expression froze. The woman was seized by two men and dragged toward the empty room behind. Her cries faded into the distance, transforming into muted sobs. A child of 5 or 6 ran a few steps after her, only to be swiftly snatched up by a man, who covered his mouth and thrust him into the shelter. Did you see that? He asked Lin Zhixi in a hushed tone. I saw, she replied, trembling. Sensing a change in the atmosphere, the wind suddenly picked up. Molan tested the weight of the pack on his back. It was heavy and substantial. It was their family's lifeline. Xiaoyu, come here. Molan crouched down, guiding Xiaoyu to tightly roll the tattered cloth used for drying hands, which she then secured around her waist with twine. The bundle needed to be tightly bound. If too heavy, one could not walk, and if too light, one would not survive. Xiaoyu nodded, her small hands awkwardly pulling at the rope. As evening fell, the rain returned, a common gray drizzle, falling softly and persistently. The sound of raindrops hitting the plastic roof created a soothing rustle. The three of them huddled in a space of less than 3 square meters, silence enveloping them. The bundle lay close at hand, awaiting tomorrow's meeting to see the outcome. Molan felt the knife beneath his pillow, contemplating that if the rules had not changed, they would need a few more days of preparation. If old Lien could not maintain control, they would leave tomorrow night. Where to? Xiaoyu whispered. Anywhere, he replied. Just find a place to stay. Molan gazed at the distant shadow of the dark warehouse on the playground, reassuring himself that as long as the pot and the people remained, survival was possible anywhere. Outside the shed, Nu Lien was busy sharpening something again. Chapter 36. Chaos, September 10th, 2027. The incident of theft had passed a few days prior, and the rain had ceased for 3 days. On the surface, no one mentioned it again, but who was unaware of the underlying tension? That woman had been beaten, and her husband dared not utter a word. After being locked up for 2 days, she returned to work with her head bowed, her health deteriorating visibly, nearing the brink of collapse. Her child followed closely behind, the cries growing ever fainter. The locals of Lu Zhuang eyed the newcomers warily. The newcomers tended to cluster together, whispering softly, as if plotting alternative paths. Molan had refrained from involving himself these past few days. During the night watch, he frequently glanced toward the northern highway. The musty smell in the air had finally lessened, replaced by the sharp, earthy scent of freshly turned soil. The wind initially felt refreshing, but soon became cloying, as if reminding everyone that this brief spell of good weather was merely fleeting and unreliable. Molan squatted in a corner of the shed, meticulously polishing a short-handled axe. He had discarded the original and acquired this one from an abandoned tool shed a few days ago. Last night, he had painstakingly sharpened the blade with a brick, and now it gleamed coldly, reflecting his weary visage. This eerie stillness persisted for about half an hour until, suddenly, the sulphurous black rain began to pour down heavily. Molan sat in the corner of the shed, making a few final strokes on the axe blade with his whetstone. He sensed a shift in the atmosphere. It was too quiet. Aside from the rain, the usual clamor of the playground had been abruptly silenced. Originally, Aunt Wang and old Lien, along with several honest folk, were distributing the last 2 buckets of porridge for the day, made from cornmeal mixed with wild vegetable roots, bitter in taste but sufficient to stave off hunger. Just as Aunt Wang finished serving a child, Nu Lien marched past with a group of over a dozen men. They were not wearing raincoats, their bare arms exposed, wielding either machetes or crowbars fitted with steel tips. Nu Lien approached the porridge bucket, silent, and kicked it hard. Much of the porridge splattered into the muddy water, resembling a piece of torn, ragged cloth. What are you doing? Old Lien was taken aback, his long-handled spoon still raised in midair. Old Lien, your method of distribution will bring about everyone's demise. Xinjian took a step forward, his face appearing particularly cold amidst the dim rain. Everyone was aware of the dwindling supplies in the granary. Henceforth, the remaining provisions would be allocated to those capable of wielding a blade, standing guard, or scavenging. As for those who merely waited with open mouths for sustenance, they would need to fend for themselves. Is this truly humane? You are severing everyone's last hope. Old Lin trembled with rage. Without further ado, Xinjian signaled, and a burly man behind him swung a metal rod, striking Old Lin's knee with a sharp crack that pierced through the sound of rain. Old Lin crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, emitting a brief, anguished cry. Xinjian stood resolutely before him. I've observed these days, and this is no ordinary disaster. It is beyond salvaging. A young man once told me, in the apocalypse, the first to perish are the virtuous. With that blow, the crowd, which had been waiting in line, erupted into chaos. Fear and hunger instantaneously transformed into primal rebellion. Old Lin opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent, rain mingling with his tears as it cascaded down his face. Old Zhou, eyes aflame with fury, burst forth. His double-barreled shotgun trembling in his grasp. Step back. Move, and I will shoot. Yet Xinjian's men did not retreat. Instead, they closed in like ravenous wolves. A few young men, emboldened by their numbers, surged towards Old Zhou from the side through the downpour. In his panic, Old Zhou fired a shot haphazardly, the sound resonating with a chilling intensity. But before he could reload, 2 iron rods struck his wrist with brutal force, causing the gun to slip from his grasp and be snatched away by Xinjian's men. That gunshot marked the signal for the complete disintegration of order. The crowd descended into madness. Some screamed, attempting to rush towards the granary to seize the last remnants of food, while others huddled beneath the shelter, clinging tightly to their belongings. A fray erupted at the entrance of the granary, transforming it into a scene of carnage. Beneath the dark rain, cries, curses, and the sickening sound of flesh meeting heavy objects mingled together. Yuan Molan's voice was barely audible, heard only by his wife and daughter beside him. In that instant when the sound of bones cracking echoed, Lin Zhixi had already grasped onto little Yu. She tightly wrapped the raincoat around the child and slung the heaviest canvas bag over her shoulder. Little Yu bit her lip, fearfully gazing at the bloodied old man nearby. Do not look back, just follow me, Yuan Molan commanded, drawing out a freshly sharpened axe with an icy gaze. They crept along the back wall of the shelter, striving to avoid the chaos at the center of the playground. The guards at the side entrance had long been swept into the vortex of looting, leaving the door ajar. The water at the alleyway had risen past their ankles, making each step laborious. Old Yu, wait. Yuan Molan abruptly turned, raising the axe. It was Su Chong, followed by 2 young men. The situation inside has spiraled out of control. One has died, and others are injured. If the black rain continues, we will surely be unable to hold our ground. Yuan Molan assessed the 3 men. Aside from Su Chong, he recognized one as Li Minghua, a kind soul known as Xiaoyu. The other appeared to be a Ming, whose wife had stolen something a few days prior, leaving their child behind. He cast a quick glance back. The playground was thrown into disarray, a cacophony of cries, curses, gunfire, and the relentless patter of rain blending into an indistinguishable chaos. In the distance, someone shouted, "There has been a death. A real death." Su Chong's voice was not loud. With many people and scarce resources, theft escalates to violence. And violence begets murder. Lu Zhuang has changed. Let us move together for mutual support. Yu Molan nodded. Let us go, keep up. The national road was thick with mud, and Yu Molan cautiously probed the path ahead with a stick, each step carefully measured. Lin Zhixi held her daughter, Xiaoyu, closely behind. Xiaoyu shivered softly, Dad. It's so cold, and the rain is so heavy. He removed his jacket and wrapped it around her, himself left in only a thin shirt. Trembling in the downpour, yet refusing to halt, they turned into a narrow field path, the mud deeper and the signs of humanity scarcer. Along the way, an infected individual crawled slowly from a ditch, movements stiff, emitting low, guttural sounds. Without exchanging words, Yu Molan and Su Chong shared a glance and advanced to act decisively. Their movements were swift and silent, devoid of unnecessary cries. Blood mingled with the muddy water, quickly washed away by the rain. The sky had turned completely dark. Behind them, the flickering flames of Lu Zhuang danced in the rain, like a candle on the verge of extinguishing. In the dead of night, they crept into a dilapidated irrigation station by the roadside. The roof leaked profusely, dark water cascading down the brick walls. Yu Molan settled in a corner, draping his outer garment over the trembling Xiaoyu and Lin Zhixi. Amin curled up in the corner, rinsing the blood from his face with cold water. Su Chong and Yu Molan locked eyes, both attuned to each other's heavy breathing in the darkness. Old Yu, where do we go from here? Su Chong leaned against the wall and asked. Molan felt the weight of the short-handled axe in his grasp and glanced at the rain-soaked backpack. Central Plains, he declared, his voice resonating clearly in the empty irrigation station. The terrain is elevated there, and provisions are plentiful. Even if we must perish, let it be in pursuit of sustenance. Not like dogs, beaten to death in that wretched pit. Amin sat on the ground, arms wrapped around his knees, staring vacantly, seemingly lost in thought. Molan remained at the entrance, sleep eluding him. He gazed into the dark, rain-soaked night, faint cries and sporadic sounds of banging echoing in his ears. Uncertain if it was a figment of his imagination, they did not look back again. Volume 1. Lu Zhuang, end of chapter 36. Ashes in the rain. Lu Zhuang was still in turmoil. The muddy water on the playground had turned into a thick slurry, while the torrential rain pounded down, splashing up layers of fetid water. At the warehouse in trance, overturned porridge buckets, tattered burlap sacks, and discarded shoes lay scattered. People crowded one another, trampled underfoot, their shouts muffled by the rain, transforming into hoarse cries. Old Lin was still alive. He had been dragged under a shed, leaning against a wooden post, his legs contorted grotesquely, the fabric of his pants caked with blood and mud. He attempted to move, his body twitching like a broken branch, sliding downwards. No one paid him any heed. Someone stepped over his legs, rushing to seize the spilled cornmeal. Xi and Lin was no longer at the same spot. His group had split into two factions, one guarding the warehouse entrance, the other sweeping through the shed area. Those with bags of grain, tools, or parcels were dragged out. Those who resisted were immediately overturned, and the motionless were searched as well. The black rain pelted against their bare backs. Aunt Wang was pushed down beside the porridge bucket, still clutching her spoon. Someone had broken the handle of a spoon, yet her fingers remained bent and rigid, unable to retract. She did not weep. Only a sound akin to air escaping a tire emerged from her throat. After old Zhou's gun was seized, it swiftly became the focal point of contention. Two factions engaged in a fierce struggle over the two iron tubes. The weapon rolled in the mud, losing a round from its chamber, while the remaining bullet was stealthily taken by an unknown hand. By the time the new battalion regained possession of the firearm, 3 bodies lay sprawled on the playground, one with a concave chest, another with a shattered occiput, and a third face buried in the mud, its back still trembling. The following day, the first batch of corpses was removed. No one dug graves. The ground was too hard, the rain too relentless, and the hunger too pervasive. Some suggested waiting for the rain to cease, but it did not relent. The bearers of the dead disposed of the bodies in the northern ditch behind the teaching building. Upon their descent, the corpses created ripples on the water's surface, only to be swiftly flattened by the relentless rain. The new battalion stood at the entrance, announcing a new division of roles. Those capable of standing guard, searching for resources, or taking action would be prioritized. The elderly, the sick, and those with children were left to fend for themselves. Some knelt in despair, others shouted in anger, and some lunged forward. The sound of a metal rod striking down resembled the thud against damp wood. At midnight, the first case of infection emerged. A young man with a fractured arm lay feverish in the shelter. The wounds, soaked by the black rain, swelled to a purplish hue, his breathing quickening, and black fluid began to seep from his mouth. The guards deemed him a bad omen and attempted to drag him away. Midway through the process, he suddenly stiffened, his teeth grinding together audibly, and his eyes rolled back. A quarter of an hour later, he broke free from his restraints, attacking and clawing at the nearest person. Blood mixed with rain flowed forth. Cries of infection echoed, while others shouted burn him. A board was raised and brought down, splintering upon impact. The young man ceased his cries, emitting only intermittent murmurs. Panic began to spread, faster than hunger. In the third hour, a fire ignited in the shelter area. It was accidental, caused by an overturned oil lamp. Sparks landed on the damp grass bedding, which should not have caught fire. Yet someone threw oil to frighten off the group attempting to seize the bags. The flames followed the oil trail, climbing up the rain-soaked fabric of the shelter. The black rain smothered the fire, while the flames danced amidst the downpour, white smoke intertwining with black. The crowd instinctively surged outward, resulting in a stampede. It was during this chaos that Aunt Wang perished. She did not flee, her fingers remained bent. As the flames licked at the hem of her clothing, she finally moved slightly, slowly toppling over. Someone attempted to drag her away, but their feet were pushed aside in the crush. She fell in that half-light, the fire illuminating the deep lines etched into her face. As dawn approached, Luzhuang no longer resembled a stronghold. Torn grain bags piled at the warehouse entrance. Flour turned to paste by the rain. Footfalls layered upon one another. Those who secured food fled, carrying, cradling, or dragging their provisions along the national road, through fields, and across ditches. Those who had not obtained anything followed closely, their eyes reddened. The new battalion endeavored to maintain a human barrier, yet the barrier itself faltered, as some concealed grain within their garments while others pushed their companions outward for cover. The old battalion perished before the break of dawn. He lay with his eyes wide open, gazing at the curtain of rain. When someone passed by, his fingers moved slightly, as if to grasp something. But he failed to seize it. The rain washed the mud from his face, revealing a bluish-gray pallor. His legs had lost all sensation. By the time anyone looked at him again, he had already succumbed. The first gust of morning wind arose, and the water in the river ditch behind the school swelled to its brim. The corpse cast aside last night surfaced, face up, drifting downstream. The scent began to emerge, a blend of damp earth, blood, fire, and the sulphurous odor of the black rain. The authority of the new command held only until the afternoon of the third day. A group sent out to search did not return, while another came back empty-handed. Some individuals began to flee. The gates were guarded, and others banded together to scale the walls, taking their children and heading north, east, west, anywhere but toward Lu village. The warehouse stood empty. The flour had fallen into the mud, irretrievable. Commander Lin Zhixi sought to consolidate the remaining individuals to defend the stronghold. But no one heeded his call. His cold visage appeared superfluous in the open space. 2 of the burly men who followed him departed, and the rest scattered in different directions. Before leaving, someone spat at him. Lin Zhixi's final appearance was on the 4th day at dawn. He stood alone in the middle of the playground, devoid of grain bags and company. In his hand, he still held the double-barreled gun, which was out of ammunition. He gazed at the empty warehouse entrance, the collapsed shelter, and the faces that emerged from the sunken ground. Rain fell upon his shoulders, trickling down his spine. Then he cast away the gun. Some said he headed south. Others claimed he was bitten in the ravine. No one could confirm. By the 5th day, Lu village was utterly deserted. Sparks smoldered in the wet grass, occasionally releasing a wisp of smoke. The east wall of the schoolhouse had collapsed under the rain. The warehouse door stood ajar, revealing only tattered bags and traces of rodents. The northern ditch overflowed, slowly trickling along the road. Passers-by no longer paused. They glanced at the low rooftops, the flagpole in the middle of the playground, and the half-buried spoon handle in the mud, unaware of its owner. Then they circumvented the area and walked away. The rain continued to fall, as if nothing had transpired. There were no farewells, no funerals. Only the vacant land and water remained. Chapter 37. The Muddy Road, September 12, 2027, 5 a.m. The 88th day since the disaster struck. A fine, stubborn gray rain descended once more from the overcast sky. Molan opened his eyes. Water dripped from the leaky roof onto his forehead, startling him awake. He did not rise immediately, but listened intently to the sounds outside. The rain mingled with the squelching of mud being trampled, occasionally interrupted by the cawing of crows. They had spent the night at an abandoned chicken farm by the roadside, with benches but no beds. Outside, the tin roof had partially collapsed, its supports askew, and the ground was covered with waterlogged straw. The air was thick with the pungent odor of chicken droppings mixed with decaying feathers. Lin Zhixi curled up with Xiaoyu in a dry corner. Xiaoyu slept fitfully, occasionally murmuring. Su Chang and the 2 young men rested on the other side. The one named Ming had coughed softly in the middle of the night, unable to swallow, yet too fearful to release it. The other young man, Xiaoli, tossed and turned, unable to sleep soundly. Molan sat up, leaning against a rusted iron post, instinctively checking his backpack to ensure everything was still there. He looked down at Lin Zhixi. She was awake, not sleeping, with droplets of water clinging to her eyelashes, uncertain whether they were from rain or sweat. The rain lightened. "It's easing," he whispered. Lin Zhixi responded with a slight affirmative, drawing Xiaoyu closer to her. Xiaoyu, in a daze, murmured, "Mom, are we leaving?" Lin Zhixi did not respond, merely tenderly stroking her hair, which had become matted. Molan stood up and stepped outside. The rain fell at an angle. The fields were dotted with puddles, bubbling gently. In the distance, the outlines of the hills blurred into a shadowy silhouette. The path ahead could barely be termed a road. The tire tracks were deep, the standing water gleamed darkly, floating with decayed vegetable leaves and chicken feathers. Let us proceed, he murmured. The rain has lessened, and it may not cease even if we delay. They began to pack up. Their movements were gentle, yet Su Chong had already awakened, leaning against a post while smoking. The dampness had rendered the cigarette stubborn to ignite, requiring several attempts before it finally caught fire. Have one, he offered. Su Chong had few cigarettes left, yet he shared one with Molan. Shall we take the back roads? Indeed, Molan nodded. The national road is crowded and unsafe. Let us traverse the field ridges. Amin and Xiaoyu also stirred awake. Amin's eyes were heavily bloodshot, as if he had not slept all night. He murmured, my wife is nearing her end. Still at Lu village. No one responded. Lin Zhixi cooked the last bit of cornmeal into porridge for everyone to share. After their meal, Molan took the lead to scout the path ahead. They walked for 2 hours until the rain ceased. Beside the road lay an abandoned village. The houses had collapsed significantly, their walls covered in black mold. Doors and windows gaped open, revealing dark interiors. As Molan passed one courtyard, he noticed 2 shadows crouching by the well. They were not living beings. Their backs were turned to the path, slowly swaying their heads. Upon hearing footsteps, they turned around. Their eyes clouded, mouths agape, black saliva stretching like threads. Do not make a sound, Molan whispered. They took a wider detour, walking along the firmer edges of the waterlogged fields. The rice in the paddy had rotted, leaving only dark stalks submerged in the water, their surfaces cloaked in a layer of gray mold. The 2 infected individuals did not pursue them, moving sluggishly and merely swaying in place. Little Yu asked softly from behind, Daddy, why didn't they run away before? Molan remained silent, gently squeezing her hand. He recalled the sights they had encountered along the way, those with high fevers, rambling incoherently, and then perishing. Those who survived were mostly lethargic and feeble. As long as they did not draw too close, they could not catch up. At noon, they rested by a stretch of a dry river. The water was as black as ink, its surface covered with a greasy film, plastic bags bobbing along. A dead fish floated, its eyes turned white, belly swollen, gently bumping against the shore. Su Chong pulled out some dried sweet potatoes from his bag and distributed them among the group. They were as hard as wood, requiring considerable effort to chew. As Amin chewed, he suddenly murmured, I somewhat regret coming along. The child is still small, Li Mingwa glared at him. What good does it do to say such things now? Your wife and child are in that state. They cannot endure much longer. What are we waiting for in Lu village? Molan stared at the river's surface, the gray sky reflected in the water. He recalled the porridge from Lu village. The tremor in Aunt Wang's hand as she ladled it out, the words spoken by old Lien, and the spoon of the new Lien. Let us move on, he said. In the afternoon, the rain returned. This time it was a dark rain. The raindrops were cool at first, then sticky. The tiny black particles adhered to their skin like cold dust, impossible to wipe clean. Molan swiftly retrieved a plastic sheet. They huddled beneath it together. The sheet was too small, its edges leaking rainwater that trickled down their arms. Shouts echoed through the rain, faint yet discernible, coming from the direction of the national road. Like weeping, like cursing, the rain has distorted everything. Molan peered out. Within the curtain of rain, a slow-moving procession emerged, comprising 12 or 20 individuals, pushing carts. Some stumbled in the mud, unable to rise, while others extended their hands to assist. They are heading north in search of a safe zone, Lin Zhixi said. Su Chong nodded, most likely. Shall we form a group? Molan proposed. Forget it, she replied. The procession gradually receded, their silhouettes blurring in the rain. Xiaoyu gave a soft cough. Molan reached out to touch her forehead. No fever. The sky had darkened long ago. The village lay further ahead. Yet everyone was too weary to proceed. Molan sought refuge beneath a rocky overhang on a slope. The area was low, the cold wind biting sharply. They could not light a fire, lacking fuel. 5 of them huddled together. Molan held Xiaoyu close, while Lin Zhixi rested her head on his shoulder. Su Chong and the others curled up on the opposite side, silence enveloping them. Suddenly, a distant gunshot echoed, muffled and far away. Molan could not sleep. Before him lay the muck, dark water, the dead, and the relentless rain. His ears were filled with coughing, weeping, the wind, and the rain. His body was cold and hungry, and within him flickered a flame, persistently rubbed, yet never extinguished. Damn it, when would this rain cease? Chapter 38. Assistance September 18, 2027. 3 p.m. The 94th day since the disaster struck. The rain had intermittently poured for 6 days before finally halting. The sky remained dim, no longer shedding water. The soles of their shoes were perpetually encased in a thick layer of mud, each step requiring effort to lift and pull, eventually numbing their senses to a dull ache. They had been walking for several consecutive days. The hills undulated, the original paths lost, leaving only rain-eroded ridges, broken trails, and collapsed old paths. The national road was intentionally avoided, as it was more perilous in crowded areas. The last remnants of cornmeal were boiled into a thin porridge last night, as watery as dishwater. Xiaoyu took a few sips, shook her head, and declared it tasteless. Her cheeks were unevenly flushed, yet her eyes shone with an alarming brightness. A flicker of fire still alive within her. Lin Zhixi held her hand, her breath growing heavier, stopping intermittently after a few steps, her hand pressed against her waist. Unable to stand upright, Su Chong walked in the middle, his side still unsheathed, its edge darkened and stained with blood from 2 days prior, now oxidized. He had dispatched 2 infected individuals without uttering a word, his strikes swift and precise. Amin and Xiaoli lagged behind. Amin had become alarmingly thin, his ribs protruding against his clothing, his shoulders hunched, eyes darting nervously. Xiaoli remained silent, his shoes nearly worn through, his gait uneven. In the afternoon, they arrived at the brink of a nearly dry gully. The gully was not wide but extended long, making it difficult to circumvent. Approximately 2 meters deep, it appeared dry. Yet a pool of black water lay beneath, its surface covered with a grayish-white film, a few rotting wooden planks floating aimlessly. A dead dog floated nearby, its belly swollen, skin split and glistening with a grim sheen, a foul odor rising in waves. On the opposite side of the gully lay a slope, sparse with wild grass, black particles clinging to the leaves, swaying with the breeze. Molan descended first to test the path. The water did not reach his knees but clung as though it were not water at all. With each step, his foot sank, and when he pulled it out, it emitted a squelching sound. He paused after taking 2 steps, murmuring, slowly, one at a time, "The ground beneath is rotten." Lin Zhixi descended the ravine second, carrying Xiaoyu on her back. The warmth of Xiaoyu's breath brushed against her neck. Just as they reached halfway, Lin Zhixi suddenly slipped, stepping onto a decayed piece of wood. The wood flipped, and she lost her balance. "Xiaoyu," she barely managed to call out, as the weight behind her plummeted. Xiaoyu slipped free and fell backward into the water. The murky water surged up to her chest. She struggled, splashing and gasping, the water choking her. At that moment, the water stirred. Shadows, previously frozen at the bottom of the ravine, began to rise. 3 infected beings were roused by the sound, surfacing with skin that appeared grayish-white and mottled with dark spots. Though their movements were slow, their aim was precise, drawn toward the child by the noise. The nearest one extended a long, black claw towards Xiaoyu's legs. Just as Molan reached the edge of the ravine, the axe still in his bag, he shouted and leapt down, only to be ensnared by the mud. His feet sinking, unable to extricate himself. Lin Zhixi knelt in the water, reaching back desperately, her hand stretching to its limit, grazing the damp corner of the child's clothing. Then, someone leapt down. It was Amin. Without a shout or hesitation, he stepped in front of the infected, seizing its arm and wrenching it outward. The creature turned its head, mouth agape, dark saliva trailing as it lunged for his wrist. Amin did not flinch. He felt for a stone beneath the water and struck it down repeatedly on the infected's head. The dull sound of cracking bone resonated, dark crimson blood mingling with the water as the creature swayed and collapsed into the murky depths. The second one was already nearing, reaching for Xiaoyu's legs. Amin turned, delivering a swift kick to its chest, pushing it back, and seized a rusted iron rod from behind, plunging it forcefully into its eye socket, twisting with fervor. The creature made no sound, merely shuddered before going limp. The third remained in the water, distanced, but Amin paid it no mind. He turned back, lifting Xiaoyu from the water, cradling her, and passing her towards Lin Zhixi. Xiaoyu coughed, struggling for breath, her face flushed and bruised, grasping at his clothing as dark water streamed from her hair. At that moment, Molan finally reached the scene. The axe fell, cleaving the last infected's head, the blade embedding into bone as he pulled it free, dragging forth a stream of viscous black blood. The water stilled once more, leaving only the sounds of coughing, the gentle lapping of water, and the muffled cries of the child. Su Chong and Xiaoli jumped into the ravine, hauling people ashore. Amin climbed up, glancing at his wrist. A clear circle of teeth marks had already turned purple, dark blood seeping out, dripping down his fingers. "I'm fine," he said softly. "Just a scratch." Molan immediately tore a piece of cloth, wrapping it around his wrist. The blood quickly soaked through, darkening the fabric. Lin Zhixi held Xiaoyu close. Her lips pale, whispering a simple, "Thank you." Xiaoyu, sobbing, looked up at Amin and softly called out, "Uncle." Amin gently patted her head with his uninjured hand, though it trembled violently. They did not pause, pressing onward on their journey. Amin walked increasingly slowly, starting to cough, each sound seemingly forced from his chest. Molan turned to look at him. He smiled faintly, attributing it to an old ailment, a consequence of the rain. At night, they sought refuge in an abandoned brick kiln. The smoke from their small fire filled the cramped space, compelling them to retreat into the cavernous interior. The cave was deep and dry, littered with broken bricks. They kindled a modest fire to warm their shoes and clothing, wary of igniting a larger blaze. Amin had not eaten, sitting by the fire with his knees drawn to his chest, his gaze fixed upon the flames. The firelight danced on his face, casting heavy shadows, his eyes appearing sunken and dark. Molan sat at the entrance of the kiln, observing the enveloping darkness and the cold wind outside. Yet, her mind was preoccupied with the image of Amin's hand, the bite of the infected, the tainted bodily fluids. Amin understood the gravity of his condition better than anyone. Su Chong approached quietly, beginning to speak. "He fears that." "I know," Molan interjected. The following day, Amin began to exhibit a fever. His face flushed unnaturally, his eyes glimmering as if something was pressing against him. He repeatedly murmured the names of his children and wife, affirming that they had not abandoned him. Su Chong and Xiaoli took turns supporting him. Day by day, Amin grew heavier, yet he remained unchanged. 3 days later, they beheld Anqiu, a small city by the banks of the Jianghuai River. The city walls had crumbled, the buildings shrouded in darkness, mold creeping across their exteriors. The river flowed as dark as ink, a bridge severed in half, a vehicle overturned in the water, rusted into a heap. They entered the city from the side. The streets lay silent, doors ajar, shelves toppled, paper and plastic bags strewn across the ground. From a distance, Molan spotted a wisp of smoke rising from a rooftop, but did not approach, leading the group into an abandoned school. The classrooms were empty, the doors broken. By the time the fire was ignited, Amin lay in a corner, delirious from fever. His wrist swelled like a bun, the skin darkening, pus seeping slowly, uncontainable. Lin Zhixi held Xiaoyu close, stifling her cries. Molan sat in the doorway, gazing at the gray sky, not uttering a word. Chapter 39. Burial September 19, 2027. The 95th day post-disaster. Molan sat on the threshold of the classroom. The concrete sill bore a deep crack, filled with withered grass stems and brown mud. He bent his knees, gripping the axe handle across his thigh. He poured a small amount of water onto the blade. A layer of hardened substance had formed upon it, dark red blood mixed with black mud and the desiccated remnants of bodily fluids, as tough as aged bark. He did not pry it off with his hands. Instead, he retrieved a coin from his pocket, meticulously scraping along the edge of the blade. The classroom was eerily quiet. The scent of chalk dust and decaying paper hung in the air, coalescing into a persistent bitterness. With each piece of hardened shell he scraped off, he rubbed it against the concrete floor, his movements mechanical, reminiscent of an old machine. The previous night, they had rested in the storeroom of the back building, which had once been piled high with brooms. Though the door hinge was broken and could not close properly, it was preferable to the classroom and dormitory, where lighting a fire was inconvenient, and they had yet to ascertain whether any children were present. They referred to this space as the back room. Su Chong had built the fire. The dismantled desks and chairs burned unevenly, producing a great deal of smoke, with sparks leaping onto spider webs, flaring briefly before extinguishing. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Amin began to act strangely. Initially, it was a tremor. This shiver was not due to the cold, but rather a sign that something was amiss within him. He was bundled in 2 layers of outerwear, his teeth chattering audibly. Su Chong extended a plastic raincoat towards him, but Amin did not accept it. His hand curled into a spasm, fingertips digging into the cracks between the bricks beneath him. In the latter half of the night, Amin suddenly sat up. His eyes shone astonishingly bright in the dark, yet his pupils were unfocused. His breathing became exceedingly deep and rapid, each gasp accompanied by a wheezing sound. Su Chong sighed. It has entered his mind. Molan straightened his posture, hand reaching for the axe handle beside him. He glanced at Lin Zhixi. Lin Zhixi remained silent. swiftly drawing Xiaoyu into the shadows with a movement as delicate as a falling leaf. Do not let her hear. Lin Zhixi left a remark at the door before ushering the child into the darkness of the corridor. The moment the door closed, Su Chang's flashlight flickered over, its beam resting on Amin's wrist. It was swollen and glistening, the skin stretched to near transparency. Several black lines traced along the veins, already creeping past the elbow and extending towards the neck. From the fissures in the torn skin, a viscous black liquid seeped out. Amin began to convulse, his strength unnaturally intense. His spine bent backward, resembling a tautly drawn bow. His body crashed against the rubble-strewn ground, the sound of flesh scraping against the surface piercing through the stillness of the night. He neither cried out nor recognized anyone, merely forcing out a murky, dissonant sound from his throat. Su Chang called softly, "Xiaoyu." His voice trembled. Molan had already moved to Amin's side. "Hold him down." He strained to keep his voice steady. Su Chang pressed his knee against Amin's shoulder while Xiaoli grasped his arm. The weight of 3 grown men bore down, stirring up dust that rose half a meter high. Amin writhed beneath them, the joints cracking like splintering wood. Molan raised the axe. He did not look at Amin's face. It was no longer a face, merely a mass of constantly twisting, maddened flesh imprisoned within this skin. The wooden grain of the axe handle pressed against his palm, firelight flickering at the blade's edge. The first strike fell upon the cervical vertebrae, a dull thud echoing. Akin to a blunt knife cleaving into raw pork, the blade caught in the bone's crevice. Amin's body stiffened violently. The second strike landed along the midline of the skull. There was no sound, only the faint splatter of liquid hitting the concrete floor, akin to the gentle fall of black rain. All struggle ceased in an instant. Su Chang abruptly released his grip and retreated to the corner, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Xiaoli bowed his head, fixated on the puddle of purplish-black liquid, silent. Molan stood still, the axe still in his hand, its weight feeling peculiarly strange, something slowly dripping down the blade's edge. "It is over," he said, his voice dry, reminiscent of the days prior when he remarked that the rain had ceased. Before dawn, they buried Amin. The chosen spot lay beneath the gnarled willow tree by the playground, where the soil was loose. The storage room lacked a shovel. They resorted to using a few sharp bricks and a piece of rebar. As the earth was piled over, Molan stuffed Amin's raincoat, soaked in black liquid, into the grave. No tombstone was erected, only a red brick taken from the classroom placed atop the mound. When Lin Zhixi returned with Xiaoyu, the sky had already begun to brighten. Xiaoyu's eyes were tinged with purple as she gazed at the newly formed mound of earth by the playground, casting a glance at the axe in Molan's hand. Still damp from use. She asked nothing, merely burying her face in her mother's embrace. Molan continued to wipe the axe, the cloth rubbing back and forth against the blade. The layer of hardened black grime was finally removed, revealing the cold, stark steel beneath. He tucked a coin into his pocket. "Let's go," he said, rising to his feet, brushing the mud off his trousers, and looking for something to eat. "And medicine. We must return." The street lay before him like a parched riverbed, with power lines drooping in the muddy water. The weeds in the square had begun to grow, yet they appeared sickly. In the depths of the thicket, 2 withered figures crouched motionless. Molan walked at the front, the axe secured at the side of his pack. He was aware that tonight they would need to build a fire and keep watch. The dull thud of the axe striking bone had become a familiar sound, the only undertone in this silent world. Chapter 40. The Grain Bag, September 20th, 2027. Noon. Molan crouched against the rear wall on the west side of the school. This wall was devoid of sunlight, with dark green slime seeping from the cracks in the bricks. Pressed against the wall, he shrank into the shadows. An old lock hung from the iron gate, its casing bulging and rust flaking away in layers. He extracted a bent piece of wire, twisting it with his fingertips to adjust the angle before inserting it directly into the keyhole. The wire scraped against rust, producing 2 faint sounds of friction. Without hesitation, he gave his wrist a slight shake, nudging the wire against the resistance of the lock spring. A click echoed as the lock's cord disengaged. It would have been quicker to smash the glass from behind, but he merely wished to test if the skills he had practiced in college remained intact. He did not move immediately, but held his breath for several seconds, ensuring he had not disturbed the shadows within the building. Only when he felt assured did he use his shoulder to push open the iron gate. A musty odor assaulted his senses. The acrid scent of damp paper fermented over time filled the air. This was the old equipment room, with half of the window glass obscured by mud. The dim light within cast a greenish hue. The rickety desks crumbled at a touch, and corners were piled high with stacks of assignments, their boxes rotting through. Yellowed pages sagging to the floor, covered in dark spots. He casually pulled out a few books, the paper soft as mud, yielding under the slightest pressure. He closed the books with a thought. If dried, they could serve as kindling, more useful than wet wood. He ignored the deflated basketballs, shutting the door behind him, which released a layer of dark red rust dust. As he stood up, a wave of sharp numbness shot through his knees. He paused for a moment to steady himself before suppressing the weakness. Inside the classroom, Lin Zhixi tended to the stove. A small iron pot rested precariously atop a few crumbling bricks. The fire was kept low, wary of smoke attracting unwanted attention. In the pot, dried radishes simmered, a layer of grayish foam floating on the surface. Xiaoyu perched on a desk, her slender legs swinging in the air, cradling a bowl in her hands. She leaned in close, seeking warmth from the steam rising from the broth. After the third sip, Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. "Mom, it's a bit sour." "As long as you can swallow it," Lin Zhixi replied without looking up, merely using a stick to lower the flames further. Su Chong stood guard by the window gap, while Li Mingwa squatted on the stone steps at the door. Suddenly, Li Mingwa lowered his voice. "There's someone outside." Instantly, the room fell into silence. Molan set down the bowl he had just brought, crouching to inch towards the windowsill. A layer of hazy dust was stirred up in the direction of the street corner. For shadowy figures, draped in gray, were laboriously pushing a cart, its wheels deeply embedded in the muck. With each movement, the axle emitted a piercing, grating sound. The cart was piled high with 6 burlap sacks, their shapes rigid, the openings tied haphazardly. The individuals moved unhurriedly, pausing periodically to scan their surroundings with vigilance, each clutching a pointed iron tool in hand. "Which way?" Lin Zhixi inquired. "To the east," Su Chong replied, his gaze fixed on the cart. "There's likely a granary over there. They've made several trips." "I'll go take a look," Molan offered. "Don't get too close," Lin Zhixi warned. He nodded in agreement, refraining from argument. Molan, accompanied by Su Chong and Li Mingwa, skirted the main road and slipped into a partially collapsed residential building. The alley was exceedingly narrow, the walls flaked with large patches of peeling paint, revealing damp, dark bricks and clusters of mold. The ground was strewn with broken bricks and debris, the sound of their footsteps muffled against the towering walls. The granary's surrounding wall had crumbled significantly. The iron gate hung askew, its hinges long rusted. 2 carts were stationed at the entrance, their handles smeared with layers of muddy fingerprints. A few individuals were engaged in moving grain, their movements sluggish and weary. Some rested with hands on hips, gasping for breath, while others leaned against the wall, lighting cigarettes. The ground was scattered with remnants of grain, soaked in mud and trampled into a dark, sodden mass. "Not much left," Su Chong murmured from behind the wall, his voice barely above a whisper. Molan merely stared into the depths of the warehouse, where shadows loomed like stagnant water, mentally noting several areas of collapse. The afternoon stretched on in silence, thick with humidity, the air heavy with the mingled scent of mildew and an acrid odor wafting from an indeterminate source. The water in the barrel had sat all afternoon, its oily film skimmed off, now finally clean but carrying a faint plastic taste. As darkness fell, they set out. The granary at night bore an even more repugnant stench than during the day, a noxious blend of damp grain, dust, and the pungent scent of rodent urine. With each step, unspoiled kernels of corn were crushed beneath their feet, producing a soft crunch. The easily transportable bulk grains had long been depleted, yet a few bags of heavy goods remained wedged in the crevices of collapsed prefabricated panels at the lowest shelves. They were not selective. It was sustenance vital for survival. Seizing what they could, they hoisted the damp, cold sacks onto their shoulders, the weight of 50 pounds instantly igniting sharp pain in their shoulder blades. The burlap pressed against their damp clothing, each stride a painful abrasion against their skin. Sweat trickled down their spines, chilled by the night breeze. Upon returning to the school, their bodies felt as though they had been dismantled. Xiaoyu approached, bending to pick up a kernel of corn that had fallen to the ground, wiping it roughly with her sleeve before placing it in her mouth and grinding it slowly with her molars. She did not express whether it was palatable. Her face remained expressionless as she swallowed. In the deep of night, a low-hanging line of fire suddenly ignited on the horizon to the east of the city. The flames crept along the ground, segment by segment, casting a crimson glow upon half of the rain-laden clouds. The scent of smoke wafted into the classroom, sharp and suffocating. Xiaoyu coughed from the smoke, turning over. Molan moved closer, wrapping the child in her embrace, resting her chin atop the girl's head. Distant, muffled booms echoed, perhaps signaling the collapse of some structure engulfed in flames. No one knows who ignited the fire. Perhaps it was those who transported grain, burning what they could not carry away to prevent others from taking it. Or perhaps, in their despair, someone simply wished to witness a blaze. They did not speculate, nor had they the strength to do so. 2 bags of corn leaned against the wall, damp, cold, and heavy. Chapter 41. Early warning, September 25, 2027. Night. The dark rain fell silently. This rain did not strike the eaves as it did in the old days. It was now denser and more viscous. The water laced with fine particles, first cool against the skin, then leaving an unclean, oily residue. The high school was sealed off by the thick curtain of rain. The standing water on the playground rose above their ankles, and the plastic track was soaked to a deep crimson. They chose to build a fire below and spend the night in the dormitory. Su Chong conducted a search, but found nothing amiss. On the second floor of the dormitory, only a single window emitted a faint glow. Molan sat against the wall, a steel rebar resting across his knees. This rebar had been forcibly wrenched from the bleachers. One and polished by his grip, the other wrapped in tattered cloth. He pressed one hand on the rebar, his gaze fixed through the narrow window gap. Lin Zhixi tightly held on to Xiaoyu. The oppressive weather affected the child more acutely, their rapid breaths pressing against Lin Zhixi's clothing. Su Chong and Li Mingwa sat behind the door, each leaning against an axe and a crowbar. The cloth binding the door chain was secured tightly. As long as it was not pulled, no metallic clinks would betray their presence. Amidst the sound of rain, an unexpected noise intruded. The brief sound of a heavy object gliding through the water carried a sense of sticky dragging. Molan's palm hovered, the rebar rotating slightly in his grasp. He did not turn around, but raised his left hand in a downward motion. Su Chong and Li Mingwa simultaneously straightened up. The noise emanated from a gap in the surrounding wall, followed by a faint metallic scrape, as someone attempted to avoid alerting the gate with a loud noise. Several beams of flashlights swept across the playground, diffused into hazy halos by the rain. 5 figures entered, 2 pushed bicycles, while one dragged a cart with a welded steel frame, lined with plastic barrels. They were intimately familiar with the campus environment, not lingering in the open but heading directly towards the boiler room at the edge of the playground. A glance sufficed. The leader whispered instructions, his voice carrying just far enough in the rain, exuding a sense of composure. These were not passing refugees. Refugees did not possess such organized transportation. Minutes later, the lights extinguished in the nearby flat. Empty. Withdraw to the point in the south. The group pushed their cart towards the wall. Before departing, the last robust man paused. He suddenly angled his flashlight upward, sweeping it towards the dormitory, the beam lingering on the second-floor window for less than a second. Molan felt as if the light penetrated the window gap, brushing against his eyelid. As the beam moved away, the sound of water faded. No one inside stirred until the rain outside reclaimed its role as the sole protagonist. They must be locals. They have marked this territory. Lin Zhixi's voice trembled in the shadows. This place has already been claimed. They did not come to raid, merely uncertain of our numbers and our capabilities. Molan remarked. In the early hours, footsteps echoed once more outside the wall. The intruders did not enter, but circled slowly around the base of the wall. The sound of water gently grazed the walls, finally pausing downstairs for about half a minute before fading away completely. In the early morning, the sky appeared a dull gray. The rain had lessened, yet the chill deepened. 2 infected figures, their bodies nearing decay, stood in water that reached their ankles, resembling rotting wooden posts. Molan descended the stairs with Su Chong. Outside the surrounding wall, the mud bore clear tire tracks. Even after a night of rain, 2 parallel deep impressions were discernible. The tread patterns were varied, indicating more than one vehicle. The number of people venturing out at night was increasing. Su Chong crouched down to touch the edge of the tire track, sensing organization. They must be armed. Molan's gaze fixed on the imprint pressed into the mud. Upon returning to the second floor, Lin Zhixi was filtering rainwater. The filtered water still bore an inescapable leaden hue. The activated charcoal had lost its efficacy, necessitating boiling before consumption. Each rainfall differed. Sometimes it was clearer, other times murky, occasionally even tinged with salt. Xiaoyu sat by the bucket, diligently wiping away water stains with a cloth. Dad, Xiaoyu suddenly looked up, her eyes shimmering with a haunting brightness. Are we leaving? The sound of inventory check within the room ceased. Molan gazed at his daughter's gaunt face. We must wait, he replied. Wait for what? Wait until we find a vehicle. We cannot traverse Anqiu on foot. Everyone carries heavy packs filled with food and filtered water. We cannot move in this torrential rain. In less than 2 kilometers, we would be devoured by the hordes of cart traders. Throughout the night, the sound of wheels rolling over puddles echoed outside. Some ventured toward the commercial street, while others headed toward the ruins of the eastern granary. The night transformed from desolation to a clamor of danger. This place had morphed from a sanctuary into a cage. Molan rose, approaching the window for a final glance. The heavy curtain of rain enveloped the city, suffocating it. We can wait no longer. If we delay until the next beam of flashlight pierces the darkness, it won't be a scout entering, but rather a reaper wielding an axe. Chapter 42. Seeking a Path, September 26, 2027. Early morning, the 101st day following the disaster. The humidity within the dormitory had reached an intolerable level. The walls peeled away in chunks, revealing grayish-white mold oozing from the crevices of exposed red bricks. Molan sat on the edge of his bed, conducting a final inspection of his leg guards. He wrapped black tape around the cuffs of his pants, ensuring no gaps could allow the dark entities to seep through. Recently, no one had come by, yet life here was untenable. Are you ready? Lin Zhixi was bent over, adjusting Xiaoyu's raincoat. Although awkward, it was sufficiently secure. Xiaoyu remained unusually quiet, her once lively eyes now fixated on the puddles on the floor. The rapid growth of the child was heart-wrenching. Let us go? Molan hefted his heavy canvas bag, gripping a steel rod in his hand. Su Chong and Li Minghua exchanged glances, each grasping an axe and a crowbar. The 5 of them descended the dormitory stairs, and the moment they pushed open the heavy door, a bone-chilling draft surged in. The sky outside had not brightened much with the arrival of morning. It remained overcast. Although the rain had lessened compared to previous days, the air felt even more oppressive. The gate over there is too conspicuous. Yesterday, that group entered from the east wall. Let us proceed through the small door on the west side. Molan gestured and lowered his center of gravity, moving stealthily in the shadow of the teaching building. The playground had transformed into a quagmire. Various indistinguishable debris floated on the water's surface, while 2 infected individuals stood motionless in the water, devoid of any inclination to attack. Rainwater trickled down their wrinkled skin, splashing into the murky depths below. They passed through the small door on the west side, returning to the world beyond the walls. This area had once been the most vibrant commercial street of the school. Now, the roll-up doors on either side were mostly deformed, and the roadway was coated in black. Stagnant water. Abandoned private vehicles lay haphazardly in the middle of the street. Molan halted at the intersection, his gaze sweeping over the ruins repeatedly. He had seen something 2 days prior. He was banking on that plan. There. He pointed across the street. It was a shabby storefront named the Convenient Water Station. Half collapsed from previous tremors or impacts, with a piece of prefab board precariously leaning at the entrance. Beneath the rubble lay a blue vehicle, an old-fashioned 3-wheeled motorcycle. Old you. Do you think this thing will work? Su Chong whispered, nervously scanning the dark alley around them. This vehicle has a high chassis. It navigates through water better than a sedan. It has fewer electronic components and should remain intact, provided the engine still runs. Molan crouched low and dashed across the road. Upon reaching the 3-wheeler, he squatted down to inspect it. Fortunately, although the vehicle appeared dilapidated, the wheels were solid. Slightly corroded by the black rain, but unbent. Su Chong, Xiaoli, lend a hand. Let's lift this board off. Together, they pushed the prefab board that was resting on the cargo area to the side. With a dull thud, the board slid off, revealing a muddy cargo bed. Molan unscrewed the fuel tank cap and took a sniff. I'll siphon some fuel from those vehicles by the roadside. He rummaged through his bag for a length of plastic tubing and pointed towards a nearby van. Using a metal rod, he punctured the protective mesh and inserted the tube. Taking a deep draw. Cough. Cough. The force of the suction was too strong, and a few drops of cold, pungent liquid rushed down his throat. Struggling to suppress the urge to vomit, he swiftly inserted the tube into an empty barrel, with a thin stream of iridescent yellow liquid trickling out intermittently. Old you. Look over there. Su Chong suddenly prodded his shoulder. Molan wiped the gasoline from his mouth and followed Su Chong's finger. On the diagonal telephone pole across the street, an unfamiliar object had appeared, a glaring red cloth strip. It was tied at a height of about a person off the ground with a tight knot. The excess fabric neatly tucked into the crevice. Molan recalled seeing a similar mark at the school gate yesterday. This was undoubtedly not a distress signal from survivors. A plea for help would not be tied with such calmness and order. Someone in this city is marking their territory, Molan concluded. Noticing that the gasoline only filled the barrel halfway, he decided against searching for another vehicle, aware that the group might be nearby. Returning to the three-wheeler, he quickly poured the gasoline into the tank. Subsequently, he crawled beneath the mud-splattered front of the vehicle, tearing apart the tangled mess of wires. This antiquated automobile did not require a complex ignition system. A mere short-circuiting of the two starting wires was sufficient. With a satisfying crackle, the engine responded, indicating that power was restored. "Hurry, Yugu, there's movement over there," Li Mingwa shouted urgently. Through the rain-soaked veil at the end of the street, several indistinct figures staggered forth from the alley. In the distance, the flickering beam of a flashlight swayed ominously. Cough! The engine sputtered twice, releasing a cloud of acrid black smoke before stalling once more. "Damn it!" Molan gritted his teeth, pressing his forehead against the cold handlebars, attempting to reconnect the wires. With a series of violent coughs, the single-cylinder engine of the tricycle roared to life, shaking the entire vehicle and causing the metal in the cargo bed to rattle violently. "Get in, quickly," Lin Zhixi exclaimed, as she scooped up Xiaoyu and placed him in the cargo bed, followed closely by Su Chong and Li Mingwa. Molan climbed into the driver's seat and twisted the throttle. The tricycle bellowed fiercely, its rear wheels finding traction as it lurched forward, careening out of the street. Chapter 43. The Living, September 26, 2027. Evening. The sky had darkened once more. Molan, atop the tricycle, found the coarse sputtering of the engine to be particularly jarring amidst the stillness of the street corner. He cast a glance at the fuel tank cover, which was poorly sealed, allowing the substandard gasoline he had hastily poured in to seep out, forming a ring of blue foam. He was uncertain how long this diluted fuel mixed with rainwater would last. With each twist of the throttle, the front of the vehicle shook violently. "Hold on tight," he murmured as a caution. In the cargo bed, Lin Zhixi nestled Xiaoyu between two bags of corn. The wheels splashed through the black puddles, sending sprays of water soaring half a meter high. They were veering away from the main thoroughfare, spacious yet perilous. However, as the tricycle rounded the final corner of the commercial street, Molan abruptly hit the brakes. "Damn!" Su Chong stood up in the cargo bed, gasping in shock. 100 meters ahead, the intersection was no longer occupied by scattered drifters, but rather a barricade constructed from abandoned vehicles and debris. Surrounding the barricade was a throng of 30 to 40 infected individuals. They did not wander aimlessly. Rather, they were clustered tightly, as if drawn by some unseen scent. Encircling that stretch of the roadbed, their rain-soaked skin appeared a ghastly grayish-purple, with dark saliva oozing from their teeth, emitting a series of muffled groans. They had been deliberately corralled. Molan realized, upon observing the living corpses trapped by the barricade, that this was a naturally formed warning zone. Those who claimed territory were utilizing these monsters as sentinels. "Yugu, something is coming up behind us," Li Mingwa shouted, glancing back. The engine's roar had indeed stirred something within the nearby residential building. A dozen gaunt figures began to emerge from the stairwell, squeezing through the roll-up doors. Retreat was not an option. Fuel was undeniably insufficient. To charge forward would mean certain death if the tricycle stalled amidst the horde. At that moment, a faint whistle emanated from the second floor of a street-facing apartment building. A man clad in a raincoat poked his head through the window, gesturing towards a half-open storage room door at the base of the building. "This way, cut the engine and push it over. Hurry." With resolute determination, Molan extinguished the engine, deftly twisting the steering wheel to utilize the vehicle's inertia. Su Chong and Li Mingwa nearly leaped from the car, trudging through the muddy water, desperately pushing the tricycle toward the narrow entrance. With a loud clang, the door was forcefully bolted from the inside by two men, the hefty iron bolt sliding into place. The interior was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a heavy scent of charred debris. "Thank you," Molan gasped, breathless. "Do not mention it. You made quite the commotion," the leader of the men retorted, gripping a shovel tightly. He scrutinized Molan and his companions, warning, "If you make noise for another minute, the entire street's residents will dismantle this door." "We need to leave the city," Molan stated plainly. "Leave the city?" The man scoffed, spitting out a thick phlegm. The nearby roads are blocked by the red scarves. They've gathered these simpletons to act as sentinels. If your tricycle takes the main road, you'll be apprehended within 3 kilometers, along with your vehicle. Lin Zhixi, cradling Xiaoyu, leaned closer and whispered, "Red scarves?" A group of living beings more repulsive than zombies. Old Wu spat disdainfully. They marked their territory throughout the urban area. The granary was set ablaze by these wretches. "How do we escape?" Lin Zhixi inquired. The man's gaze lingered for a moment on the corn sacks in their vehicle before shifting to a barrel of filtered water. "Behind this building is an old sewage canal. Follow it for 500 meters, and you can bypass their barricades, leading directly to the Western River embankment. Once you reach the embankment, it's the national highway. Whether you can evade capture depends on your luck." He gestured toward the back wall, cautioning. "But the waterway is laden with sludge. You must push the vehicle. Do not ignite the engine, or you'll attract attention." They offered the man some water. 20 minutes later, the concealed door of the backyard swung open. Outside lay a desolate expanse of charred grass, with a deep trench swirling with ink-like black water. "Go." Yu Molan, Su Chong, and Li Mingwa leapt into the drainage canal. "Put your backs into it." The three formed a triangle around the tricycle, maneuvering through the murky water. With each step, their feet sank into soft, slimy refuse, and they dared not glance down. This 500 meters felt like an eternity. When the wheels finally hit the solid asphalt of the embankment, Li Mingwa collapsed onto the ground, retching bile. Yu Molan had no time to rest, wiping his face. He trembled as he reached for the ignition wire. With a hiss, the waterlogged exhaust pipe emitted only a few muffled sounds. "Hurry." Su Chong knelt by the roadside, his gaze fixed on the dark mouth of the canal behind them. Yu Molan closed his eyes, channeling every ounce of strength into his right arm, and yanked back with all his might. With a thunderous roar, a plume of black smoke erupted from the exhaust. The engine's ferocious growl once again reverberated across the embankment. Although it sputtered heavily, it roared to life. Yu Molan mounted the vehicle, casting a final glance back at the city engulfed by black rain, its streets marked with crimson signs of despair. "Let us go." The tricycle lurched forward, racing toward the national highway. Chapter 44. The Tricycle, September 30th, 2027. From afternoon to dusk, they slowed down in the afternoon. The vehicle was intact. No matter how hard they pushed, it would not accelerate further. Each step felt like a negotiation with the ground, not necessarily fraught with missteps. Yet an acute awareness lingered that moving forward demanded a greater exertion of strength from within. Not far from the county town, the road began to cling. Initially, the soles of the shoes merely collected a bit of mud, which could be flicked off with a swift motion, a satisfying splat against the parched grass by the roadside, sending a spray of earthy droplets into the air. However, as the journey progressed, the mud coalesced into a stubborn mass, refusing to detach, compelling one to trudge onward with it. The entirety of his trousers became soaked, the fabric clinging to his calves, cold and sticky. October in Jianghuai should herald a refreshing harvest season, yet the temperature hovered just above freezing. And with every gust of wind, shivers coursed through the body. In front, a tricycle moved at a sluggish pace. The engine emitted a low hum, its sound muffled. Fuel was siphoned from a roadside vehicle, the liquid sloshing rhythmically, producing a faint clattering sound as it met the vehicle's movements. The wheels became enveloped in thick mud. The tread patterns erased, each rotation accompanied by a heavy, rumbling noise, occasionally slipping and spinning in place, splattering muck everywhere, only to be pressed back down by the weight of the vehicle. Yu Molan gripped the handlebars tightly, hesitant to accelerate for fear of sinking deeper, maintaining a tenuous balance of power just on the verge of breaking. Su Chong pushed from behind, his shoulder pressed against the crossbeam of the cargo bed, vibrations coursing through the metal frame and numbing his entire body. After several steps, he was enveloped by the heat and burnt scent emanating from the rear of the vehicle. Squinting as he muttered, "This road feels wrong." With that utterance, he exerted more force forward. Li Mingwa, positioned at the right side, leaned forward to scrutinize the turning tires. After a prolonged observation, he raised his head and remarked, "It's all ruined down there. The vehicle will definitely skid." The asphalt had long lost its original form, shattered into fragments by relentless rain, revealing dark, muddy soil beneath, soft as porridge. Lin Zhixi sat in the cargo bed, gently swaying with the vehicle's bumps. Cradling the little one, Xiaoyu, who had barely moved throughout the journey, rested his head against her chest, his breathing shallow as he conserved energy. His eyes half opened, He gazed at the wild grass, swaying by the roadside, his expression vacant. Molan diverted his gaze back to the road, casting a fleeting glance at the dashboard. The needle trembled at the edge of the red zone, each jolt causing it to sway violently. The fuel dwindled gradually. The pace was slow, yet steadily declining. A reminder that every step was finite. He mentally retraced the route from the county town to the next village, marked at 30 kilometers on the signpost. But given the current road conditions, they could only grind along at a low speed, doubling their consumption. He sought to calculate a possible buffer. Perhaps the wind would lessen, or the incline would not be so prolonged. Ultimately, nothing could be deduced, leaving only a palpable sensation of insufficiency, insufficient fuel, and soon, insufficient strength. He swallowed hard, the taste of salt lingering in his mouth. Ahead lay a slope. It was not steep, yet it extended far beyond sight. Rainwater had carved shallow channels into the slope, where a layer of dark, greasy substance floated atop the water's surface. Li Minghua gazed upwards for a while, wiping the rain from his face, and remarked, "If we charge up this slope, the engine won't withstand it. We might just slide back down." Su Chong tentatively placed a foot down. The moment he did, the mud betrayed him, water flooding over his shoe, chillingly sharp against his skin. He immediately retreated, shaking his legs. He had sunk too quickly. The wheels had pressed down into emptiness. Molan released the steering wheel, allowing the vehicle to idle in place, then jumped out and approached the slope. The vehicle could not pass, he stated with certainty. Su Chong glanced to the right. Half of it had collapsed. A person could climb, but not a vehicle. The ground there was littered with sharp stones. To the left lay a field. Water had not completely receded. Stepping in would mean wading through murky water, the depth uncertain, with the muddy bottom concealing either rice stubble or worse. Just days prior, they had encountered a swollen corpse lodged beneath the embankment, exuding a foul stench. The engine continued to hum monotonously, yet this mechanical noise did nothing to disperse the silence. Rather, it accentuated the surrounding desolation. Lin Zhixi spoke first, her voice soft, cutting through the vibrations. "Let us take a break. Turn off the engine. The little rain's feet are nearly numb." Molan nodded, casting a glance at her. Lin Zhiqi's complexion was pale, her lips slightly cracked. The vehicle had been pushed into a slightly elevated shadow at the base of the slope, where a patch of firmer earth offered some respite from the wind. Molan turned off the engine, and the surroundings fell silent, leaving a buzzing in his ears. He crouched down to inspect the grain bags, untying one to take a look. The rice and dry cakes remained intact, with only a faint trace of machine oil seeping in. Su Chong leaned against the still-warm engine casing for warmth, rubbing his calves, muttering a curse. Damn this weather. He removed his shoes, pouring out the mud and water, dark and gritty. Li Minghua stood, pacing a couple of steps in front of and behind the vehicle before stopping. "Shall I go ahead and scout?" A person could walk. They would devise another plan afterward. Su Chong looked up at him. "Minghua, can you manage alone? Don't be reckless. Let us assess first." Li Minghua replied, "Otherwise, we might abandon the vehicle without knowing if there's a dead end ahead." Molan turned to Lin Zhixi. She was rubbing Xiaoyu's feet, and upon hearing him, nodded slightly. "Don't wander far. Come back once you have a clear view. Take a knife with you." Thus, Li Minghua ascended the slope, his foot stepping into a water channel, which immediately filled with water. Upon reaching the top of the slope, the sight before him extinguished all hopes. The entire lowland was flooded. The original roadbed utterly vanished. One side collapsed, leaving only a narrow ridge left by footsteps, scarcely half a meter wide, with murky water beside it. The water's surface occasionally bubbled, as if gas were rising from below. Li Minghua stood for a moment, taking little in, and when he turned to descend, his movements were slower than when he had climbed up. At the base of the slope, Lin Zhixi was already standing, Xiaoyu behind her, securing their belongings with rope. She did not ask, but merely glanced at him. Li Minghua sighed. "We cannot pass. We cannot stay." Su Chong said, "Let us rest and carry the grain." Molan suggested, distributing the weight of the water and the heavy items. "What about the vehicle?" Li Minghua inquired. "Leave it here." Molan hesitated. "It's too heavy to carry and nearly out of fuel." No one contested this. The decision came naturally, like the things they had learned in recent days. If something was broken, discard it. If one was weary, rest. If there was no path, find another. They began to dismantle. The grain bags were unfastened one by one, quickly distributed among them, shoulder straps secured, tied tightly with rope to prevent swaying. The rice bags were heavy, and Molan carried an extra one. The water bucket was too burdensome, so they poured out more than half, splashing it into the mud. A few small bottles were filled and tucked deep into their packs, pressed against their skin. The remaining ropes and iron hooks were carefully stowed in the bag, meticulously wrapped to avoid any scratches. Anything that could not be taken was returned piece by piece to the truck bed, surplus fabric strips, and empty barrels, leaving a semblance of tribute for the vehicle. Xiaoyu suddenly turned her head and glanced at the tricycle, quietly inquiring, "Are we not taking it? It can still run." Molan finished securing the last loop of rope, stuffing it into the bag, and paused momentarily. "The vehicle can no longer move. Like us, it needs to rest." Xiaoyu responded with an "oh," and refrained from further questioning, burying her face against her mother. The wind tousled her hair, sticking it to her face, prompting Molan to gently smooth it out, her fingertips brushing against cool skin. Suddenly, the sound of water emerged from the field. The splashing of feet created an uneven rhythm, mingled with a gasping, guttural sound. Su Chong stood up, a knife already in hand, its blade still stained with the morning's mud. "There are two of them." Li Mingwa stepped aside, fixated on the ridge, gripping an iron rod. "They're coming from the water." Shadows emerged one by one from the depths, heads bowed and movements sluggish, as if their joints had frozen, yet their direction remained resolute, unyielding, heading straight towards them. The figures bore the pale, grayish skin of the infected, their eyes clouded, drawn by sound. Freshly deceased, they were. "Do not waste your strength," Molan whispered. "Step back and prepare. Wait until they draw near to act." They did not advance. Instead, they created distance, retreating towards the gravel on the right. The two figures struggled in the mud, their feet ensnared and sinking deeper. They reached out with long, blackened nails, scratching at the air, their throats emitting a desperate hoarse growl. "Let us go." Molan decided against confrontation. The ground was too muddy. Engaging would only risk becoming trapped for the sake of two lifeless beings. They circumvented the ensnared infected and ascended the gravel slope on the right. The stones jabbed painfully at their feet, yet they no longer sank, instead quickening their pace. Upon reaching the summit, the wind intensified, tightening against their faces. Molan glanced back. The tricycle remained at the slope's base, tilted with one wheel submerged in mud, while the two infected circled it like fools. The headlights had long since extinguished. He averted his gaze and adjusted the straps of his backpack. Ahead, a signpost emerged. Su Chong pointed to a crooked iron plate not far off. The sign was caked in mud, but a few words were faintly discernible. "Shinjiakeo 10 kilometers. Let us proceed," Molan declared. As the dark rain swept down, they lowered their heads, stepping forward into the twilight. The tricycle, now at the base of the slope, gradually faded from view. Chapter 45. Frequency October 1st, 2027. The dawn had yet to break. Molan was stirred from sleep by a sharp pain in his shoulder. The strap of his backpack pressed against a bruise, and after a night had passed, the flesh had grown cold and rigid. He inhaled sharply, gradually shifting his body away from the icy support post. The rain continued to fall, the dark droplets pattering against the plastic sheet with relentless fervor. Lin Zhixi lay beside him, her head bowed as she scraped at a piece of dry mud with her nails. Xiaoyu sat next to her, cradling a small black square, diligently wiping the mud from its surface with her sleeve. It was discovered yesterday afternoon in the area of a highway collapse. A police motorcycle lay overturned in the muck, its owner nowhere to be found, and a walkie-talkie was pinned beneath the handlebars. The casing was severely worn, with a piece of tape barely clinging to the back, inscribed with Patrol 07. Su Chong had fiddled with it for half a day, shaking and photographing. Yet it remained unresponsive. He claimed the battery was long dead, heavy and cumbersome, suggesting it be discarded. However, Xiaoyu couldn't bear to part with it, secretly stashing it in the side pocket of her backpack while the adults were distracted. "Let us go." Molan exhaled a puff of white breath, her voice hoarse. The highway lay just ahead. The asphalt was utterly shattered, as if struck by a colossal hammer. The group had barely walked 2 miles when a gust of wind swept by. Suddenly, the black lump nestled in Xiaoyu's backpack emitted an unexpected sound. Molan tensed, her back stiffening. It had been over 2 months without a signal, and the static noise felt both foreign and jarring. "Is there still a signal?" Lin Zhixi halted in her tracks. Xiaoyu hastily retrieved the walkie-talkie from her bag. The crackling from the speaker mixed with a cacophony of noise, delivering a fragmented male voice. "South City, maintain standby. Do not move." Yu Molan raised her hand to signal silence, her eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Eager to hear more, everyone held their breath, gathered around Xiaoyu. Yet, after a few seconds, the static dissipated as if blown away, leaving only a monotonous rustling sound. It's gone. Su Chong leaned in to listen, speculating it might have been a passing signal, elusive and unpredictable. Turn it off, Yu Molan whispered, conserve battery. We don't want trouble. Xiaoyu turned the knob off and carefully stowed the walkie-talkie back into her backpack. At noon, they were intercepted at the entrance of a village called Chenjiakeo. There were no guard posts here, just a few freshly felled locust trees blocking the road. Several men wielding hoes and steel bars peeked out from behind a dirt mound, remaining still. Just passing through, not entering the village. We're looking for well water. Yu Molan raised her hands in surrender. The men remained silent, gesturing towards the village interior, tacitly allowing their passage. Li Minghua approached an old well at the village's edge to draw water. Xiaoyu squatted by the well's edge, her backpack strap hanging loosely from her shoulder. Suddenly, a sharp whistle erupted by the well. The walkie-talkie knob had brushed against the edge. South City evacuation point. Supplies are ample. Those words prompted the villagers to gather around. Is there still someone in South City? Is there food? The leader exclaimed, his voice hoarse. Show me. Can we call them for help? The men who had been foraging nearby all converged. Don't move. Leave the items. The leader shouted, a rough hand reaching for Xiaoyu's backpack strap. Ah! Xiaoyu screamed, recoiling and tumbling into the mud. The strap snapped. The walkie-talkie flew from her grasp, crashing against the rocky edge of the well. The casing shattered, and the black battery tumbled out of its compartment. My things! Xiaoyu cried, lunging forward. The man pounced towards the device, seizing it in his hands. The battery fell. A thin man shouted. In the mud, Xiaoyu reached for the battery, grasping it in her hands and swinging it behind her. A dull splash echoed. A ripple spread outward. The slender figure missed his target and leaned over the edge of the well, his face paling in horror. It has fallen down. The leader of the group clutched the empty device, devoid of batteries, and probed the battery compartment with his fingers before glancing back at the well. The device remained in his grasp, lifeless, merely a piece of useless plastic. The voice from the South City could no longer be summoned. Damn! He bellowed. Rising to his feet, he glared at the muddy figure of Xiaoyu, who had not dared to approach again. What purpose does this wretched thing serve? He hurled the empty walkie-talkie towards Yu Molan's feet. Get lost. Take your trash with you. With a splash, the empty device landed in the muddy water, splattering dirt onto Yu Molan's pant leg. Yu Molan remained silent, yanking Xiaoyu up and bending down to retrieve the muddy walkie-talkie, tucking it into her embrace. Let us go. The group fled in disarray, and only after running 3 miles did they seek refuge beneath a dilapidated overpass, collapsing onto the ground to catch their breath. Such a damn pity. Su Chong plopped down, thumping his thigh. What use is retrieving the device without the battery? It's worthless. The only sound in the tunnel was the rain. Xiaoyu had remained silent, curled up in Lin Zhixi's arms. After a considerable time, she sniffled, slowly extending her hand which had been tucked away in her pocket. The hand was grimy, palm open. A rectangular, slightly swollen black battery lay quietly in her palm. Su Chong fell silent. Yu Molan gazed at the battery, then pulled out the mud-covered device from her pocket. What did you throw into the well? A stone. Xiaoyu replied, her voice still tinged with tears. I held onto the battery. They saw the object fall and thought it was gone. So they wouldn't compete for the device anymore. Yu Molan did not respond. He glanced down at the device, then at the battery. Daddy. Xiaoyu fixated on the empty device. Don't let it make noise again. Yu Molan separated the battery and the device, stowing them away in his pocket without joining them together. When it sounds, where it sounds, that is for them to decide. They cannot endure another incident like the one by the well. The voice from South City was like a thorn embedded in his heart. If it is true, then it is a lifeline. If false, it is a trap that desires to engulf everyone. Yet, pondering these matters was futile at this moment. The rain continued to pour outside, and the wind whipped the water into the tunnel, chilling him to the bone. Once they had rested enough, let us depart. Yu Molan tugged at Lin Zhixi. This place offers no shelter from the wind. They must find a walled building before nightfall. The national road extended southward into the misty rain, disappearing from sight. Chapter 46. Passing by October 2nd, 2027. The sky hung in a state of indecision, a dull gray. The room was permeated with a musty, damp odor, reminiscent of something rotting beneath the floorboards, a scent to which they had all grown accustomed. Yet each location bore its unique fragrance. Molan opened his eyes. His immediate sensation was a sharp pain in his thigh, caused by the battery pressing against him. The wind had been fierce last night, the metal sheet in the corner of the yard clanging against the wall, but now that noise had ceased. He dared not move. His back pressed against the damp earth, his breathing measured and quiet, ears attuned to any discordant sounds. Silence enveloped the surroundings. There were no insect chirps, no sound of water, and even the wind whistling through the cracks of the door was inaudible. The others in the room gradually awoke. As Su Chong shifted his thigh, the sound of his pants brushing against the floor pierced the stillness, rendering it particularly jarring. He quickly halted, pressing his hand against the short knife beside him. Xiaoyu opened her eyes, the whites of her eyes glimmering in the dim light. The chaos triggered by the walkie-talkie from the previous day had not yet dissipated from her mind, and she now felt a visceral fear towards any sound. Then, footsteps emerged from outside, soft, with a rhythm that was unsettlingly steady. The intervals between the steps were remarkably consistent. There was more than one. Su Chong's hand slowly moved toward the hilt of his knife, his fingers inching around it, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Li Mingwa crouched by the window, pressing his face tightly against the light-emitting crack, whispering, "3 individuals have separated. One is by the well, one is in the middle of the courtyard, and one is guarding the entrance." Molan pressed against the door, the chill of the wooden barrier seeping into him. Low murmurs drifted from the courtyard. The well is still usable. The water level is sufficient. It can be drunk after settling. What about inside? Have you checked? The footsteps were approaching. Xiaoyu lowered her head to put on her shoes, the sound of her toes squishing into the soaked footwear producing a soft squelch. Lin Zhixi's hand pinched Xiaoyu's back, causing her to bite down on her lip. The door panel was nudged. Molan's gaze fixated on the door prop. The wooden stick creaked ominously, as if on the verge of breaking. He tightened his grip on the axe handle, his palms slick with sweat. The person outside came to a halt. After a brief silence, a level voice resonated. "There are people inside." It was a declarative statement. Molan was the first to respond, "Just passing through." The outside fell silent for approximately 3 seconds. "How many of you?" Su Chong, shrouded in darkness, glanced at Molan, slowly shook his head, and gestured with his palm. Molan swallowed hard, fabricating his first lie of the journey. 7. A faint laugh echoed from the courtyard, akin to cold air escaping through a nasal passage. "What a coincidence," the voice replied. "So are we." The sound of dirt being patted emerged from the vicinity of the well. The shadow beneath the door slowly shifted, and the person at the entrance stepped aside. "Then we'll each go our separate ways," the voice continued. "We won't enter the house. The well hasn't been contaminated. It's clean, so use it quickly." "Understood," Molan responded. The footsteps resumed, growing lighter until they ultimately vanished in the direction of the highway. Inside the house, no one dared to breathe audibly. After nearly 5 minutes, Su Chong finally slumped his shoulders, the muscles in his thighs quivering uncontrollably. He exhaled a breath of frustration, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, those people must have weapons." Li Mingwa slid down from the window, his forehead glistening with fine beads of cold sweat. "I didn't see any guns, but the leader stood too straight. That's trained posture." Dawn broke slowly. They each consumed a bit of damp-tasting biscuit, drinking just enough water to stave off thirst. Xiaoyu sat on the threshold, her fingers stiffly battling with her shoelaces, while Lin Zhixi crouched down to help her tug at her socks. "There are no vehicles available. We must walk today. Can you manage?" Xiaoyu nodded slowly, her gaze vacant, remaining silent. As they exited the village, Molan paused by the well for a brief moment. In the muddy ground, several newly formed footprints appeared, their edges remarkably sharp, indicative of military boots. The footprints extended straight towards the east, precisely intersecting with their direction. He gazed at them for 2 seconds, a lingering feeling in his heart that the other party had departed with an unsettling decisiveness. The condition of the national highway was worse than the previous day. The nocturnal rain had further softened the already collapsed areas, with a segment of the road completely severed. The mud enveloped in a foul stench. Beside the landslide lay a corpse, recently deceased, its face a ghastly shade of purple, mouth agape. Nearby, an empty can lay discarded, while half a bag of potato chips spilled across the ground, sticking to the mud. The night had proven too overwhelming. Lin Zhixi averted her gaze. Guiding Xiaoyu around the scene, one could not traverse this alone. Before noon, the sky began to darken ominously. Light seemed to be gradually siphoned away, the humidity in the air thickening. A torrential downpour was imminent. Su Chong lifted his head and spat a distance away. Find a place, Molan pointed ahead. The gas station beside the highway had been vandalized, though the maintenance room's iron door could still be secured. Just as they managed to prop it shut, the rain came crashing down. The sound was deafening, a cacophony akin to a stampede of horses pounding on the metal roof. Instantly, the room plunged into darkness. Water seeping through the cracks of the door, infiltrating every nook and cranny. Amidst this overwhelming noise, the breaths of the 5 individuals inside became startlingly clear. Xiaoyu leaned against the cold corner, clutching the backpack containing the battery and device to her legs. She fixated on the incessantly dripping door seam, suddenly lifting her head. Her voice barely audible above the rainfall. Dad, do you think those people from this morning are still following us? No. You need to look at the footprints on the ground, Molan replied. Su Chong, nearby, slowly sharpened his knife. The sound of steel scraping was intermittent amidst the rain, hissing like the unsettling frequency from the walkie-talkie the previous day. Chapter 47. Reinforcement on October 7th, 2027. As Molan opened his eyes, he stared at the dim ceiling of the makeshift room for a while. He then slowly sat up, his joints emitting faint clicks that resonated in the enclosed space. Su Chong was slumped in the corner, his back against the brick wall, a knife resting horizontally on his knees, its handle warmed by his touch. His eyes were shut, though his eyelashes occasionally fluttered. Xiaoyu was also awake, lying flat on the floor covered with old cloth, her hands by her sides, motionless. Hearing Molan's movements, she gradually turned her head. Dad. Molan responded softly, moving cautiously towards the door. The outside was unnervingly quiet. Molan crouched down, peering through the door crack. Let us wait a bit longer, he advised the others. The black rain had just ceased, spores still lingering in the air, clinging to blades of grass and puddles. Hurrying could lead to contamination. They had a simple meal of hard biscuits left over from the previous night. Xiaoyu divided the biscuits into 4 portions, placing them on a clean cloth, and first pushed one towards Su Chong. Uncle Su stayed up the latter half of the night, hardly resting, she stated seriously. Her demeanor far from that of a typical child, exuding a sense of determined distribution. Su Chong opened his eyes, glanced at her, then lowered his gaze to the small piece of biscuit. He did not decline. Reaching out, his fingertips brushed against hers, carrying a hint of warmth. Thank you. He spoke softly, then slowly began to chew, meticulously savoring each mouthful, deliberately prolonging the meager taste to extract every hint of wheat fragrance. Lin Zhixi, while organizing her backpack, discreetly observed Xiaoyu's movements. She handed the remaining biscuits to Molan and Li Minghua, keeping only the smallest piece for herself. Xiaoyu, stay close to me today. Don't wander too far, she instructed. The mud underfoot is loose. Lift your feet only after stepping firmly. Okay, Xiaoyu responded, adjusting his backpack and readjusting the shoulder straps. The pack was not particularly heavy, with water, food, and clothing securely stowed in their accustomed places, ensuring minimal jostling as he walked. Clearly a routine he had mastered long ago. As daylight broke fully, they returned to the national road. The condition of the road was worse than the previous day. Rain had rendered the soil soft and unstable. Each step caused the edges to collapse. Several vehicles lay haphazardly across the road, creating natural dead zones that forced them to squeeze past the sides. Most car doors had been wrenched open, seats upended on the ground, and exposed wires dangled. Submerged in stagnant water, gently swaying with the ripples, a sight both eerie and unsettling. Li Minghua led the way, deliberately slowing his pace, his gaze scanning every shadow and crevice. This area had previously seen its share of blockages. He kicked at an overturned suitcase by the roadside. A crack had formed, revealing clothes soaked black with muddy water. This suitcase was now unusable, its contents likely scavenged by others. The traces suggested a considerable weight had transpired here, indicating that something had likely gone awry ahead. Su Chong halted, dragging his stick across the asphalt, revealing a faded dark red stain, washed away by the rain but not entirely absent. In addition, 2 parallel, chaotic scratches marred the surface, as if someone had clawed desperately at the ground, yet was ultimately dragged away. Struggles had occurred here. Su Chong's brow furrowed in concern as he leaned closer to sniff the air. Not long ago. Perhaps 2 days at most. Can you really tell? Li Minghua also took a couple of sniffs. The group maneuvered around a toppled refrigerated truck blocking the road. The cargo area had collapsed, resembling a crushed soda can. with a milky liquid long spoiled pooling into a viscous stain on the surface. At that moment, a faint odor of decay wafted through the air, fresher, bearing the scent of raw meat scalded by hot water, mingled with the damp earthiness. Molan came to a stop, glancing towards the drainage ditch below the road. There lay a man, clad in a still somewhat blue windbreaker. He was curled up on his side, half of his face submerged in murky black water, while the other half glistened, bloated from the water. His eyelids were open, the grayish-white pupils fixated on the ground, as if still watching the person who had taken his belongings. His backpack, resembling a dog-esque chew toy, had its zipper torn apart, its contents entirely missing, even the lining having been ripped out, hanging limply in the water. Most alarming was his neck, which bore a significant gash, jagged at the edges, as if torn away by some blunt instrument, exposing the stark white of his cervical vertebrae and dark clots of congealed blood. Lin Zhixi's breath caught momentarily. She instinctively reached out, pulling Xiaoyu closer to her side, her palm shielding her daughter's line of sight. "Watch the road," she admonished, "don't look around." Yet, Xiaoyu had already seen it. The eyes of the deceased met hers for a fleeting second. She neither screamed nor flinched. In that moment, she merely thought the person's clothing was rather nice. If it were dry, perhaps it could be taken off and given to Uncle Su, whose garments were already tattered and letting in the wind. This thought flitted through her mind. She lowered her gaze, fixating on the cracks in the road beneath her feet, treading heavily, step by step. The group pressed onward. The fog thickened, and beyond 10 meters lay a vast expanse of white. Li Minghua, walking at the periphery, suddenly halted, his left fist raised overhead, signaling an abrupt stop. He crouched low, gripping the crowbar at his waist with his other hand. There was movement. Everyone held their breath. The wind ceased. In that profound silence of white mist, a peculiar sound emerged, shuffling, the dragging of soles against the ground. Heavy, sluggish, and there was more than one. They moved without rhythm, lacking the alternating lightness and weight of a living being's stride. It was a stiff, mechanical scraping sound. Judging by the noise, it emanated from behind the pile of wrecked vehicles ahead. They quickly retreated to the side of an overturned truck, pressing against its cold metal surface. Molan tightened her grip on the axe. Su Chong drew his knife from his waist, and Li Minghua unsheathed his crowbar. A few of them assumed a defensive stance, their arms taut. Listening intently, Su Chong tilted his head, scanning the tangled wreckage for the optimal angle of attack. The footsteps drew nearer, accompanied by the splashing of muddy water, inching closer. The shadow of the first infected emerged from behind the vehicle's rear. Its head was tilted unnaturally to one side, as if its cervical spine were broken, its mouth agape. The second followed, moving slower, pausing with each step. They seemed unable to control their muscles, Molan observed. She raised her hand, signaling Su Chong to flank from the left while she engaged the two in front. Just then, a third shadow darted out from the drainage ditch on the right, moving far more swiftly than the first two, as if spurred by something, heading straight for the group's rear flank. "Be careful," Li Minghua shouted. When the third infected lunged, the one closest was Xiaoyu. It sprang from the side, its approach cunningly angled, perfectly within the blind spot of their vision. Xiaoyu froze momentarily, her body as if momentarily nailed in place, unable to react in time. The infected's hand reached out, its nails scraping against her coat sleeve. "Get back!" Lin Zhixi screamed, rushing forward, attempting to pull her away. But the distance was too short. It was already too late. Xiaoyu instinctively stepped back, her foot landing in a puddle, her shoe sliding, and she fell heavily to the ground, her back striking a protruding stone, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. In that instant, Molan's mind blanked entirely. She dashed forward, but the first infected blocked her path. Its axe raised halfway, forcing her to alter her angle and strike forcefully at its shoulder, temporarily halting it. Su Chong found himself ensnared by the second infected individual on his left. His blade struck its chest, but failed to deliver a fatal blow. The creature merely swayed and continued its advance. The third infected had already pounced, its mouth agape, with murky eyes devoid of focus. Drool cascading from the corners of its mouth, splattering onto Xiaoyu's face, reeking of a foul stench. Lying on her back, Xiaoyu gazed up at the grotesque visage, and a surge of pain and terror enveloped her, yet strangely, it brought forth a flicker of awareness. She could not recall how she had grasped that object. It was a slender steel rod that Molan had picked up earlier. She had used it to poke at a bag on the ground, and it had been stowed away in the side mesh pocket of her backpack, shoved in carelessly. When she raised her hand, her movements were clumsy, devoid of any finesse. There was no consideration for angles or preparation. She acted purely on instinct, channeling every ounce of her strength to thrust it forward. The steel rod pierced the infected's jaw, driving into the side of its neck. The body abruptly stiffened, its throat's growl abruptly silenced, as if its breath had been choked away. The heavy form collapsing directly upon her. Xiaoyu emitted a muffled groan, her back pressed painfully against the stones beneath her, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to relent. In the next moment, Molan's axe came crashing down, striking the creature's skull with precision, cleaving it open. The creature convulsed twice before becoming utterly still. The remaining two infected were swiftly dispatched. Su Chong severed the throat of the second, while Li Mingwa smashed the first skull with the steel pipe. The air grew suddenly thin, the earlier tension and chaos seemingly siphoned away, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing and the distant trickle of water. Xiaoyu remained on the ground, pinned beneath the weight of the infected's corpse, her complexion pale, lips pressed tightly together. Lin Zhixi, in a frenzy, rushed over, cautiously pushing aside the lifeless body, her hands meticulously examining Xiaoyu from arms to legs, shoulders to back, her fingertips trembling yet forcing herself to maintain composure. "Where does it hurt? Are you in pain anywhere? Any cuts?" she asked repeatedly, her voice quivering uncontrollably. Xiaoyu shook her head, fixated on the corpse, her gaze somewhat vacant. Her fingers remained tightly clenched around the steel rod. "Let go. Xiaoyu, let go," Lin Zhixi whispered, reaching out to pry her fingers open. Xiaoyu did not respond, her grip steadfast, as though her fingers had melded with the steel. Molan crouched down, inching closer to her, his voice softer than usual. "Xiaoyu, look at me." Slowly, she turned her head, her gaze landing on his face. Her eyes shone with a glimmer of light, the fear not yet fully dissipated, glistening like dew, yet she did not cry. "I killed it," she spoke with an unexpected calmness. Molan nodded heavily, his expression tinged with complexity. "Yes." Upon hearing this, her grip gradually loosened. The steel rod clattered to the ground as the lifeless body fell, striking the concrete with a sharp sound. Xiaoyu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The tremors came late, a delayed reaction that started from her shoulders, gradually spreading throughout her entire being, relentless and unceasing. Lin Zhixi immediately pulled her up, allowing her to lean against her chest, gently patting her back. It's all right. Su Chong stood aside for a moment, then stepped forward. "Next time you encounter such a situation, remember to finish the job and don't let it weigh you down. It can lead to injury," he advised. Xiaoyu leaned against her mother's embrace, nodding vigorously, her movements pronounced. They did not linger in place. The air was heavy with the stench of blood, and the presence of numerous corpses was palpable. Although the infected undead moved slowly, unexpected mishaps could easily occur. After walking a distance, Molan glanced back. A piece of rebar was grotesquely embedded in the corpse of an infected individual, its angle awkward, yet imbued with a sense of fatal resolve. That image lingered in his mind for a moment, like a snapshot frozen in time. Subsequently, he turned away and quickened his pace. Chapter 48, Traces, October 8, 2027. They set their course as dawn broke. The torrential rain from the previous night had subsided, and the mud had been trampled repeatedly, solidifying underfoot, no longer sinking deeply. Along the road, distinct footprints were visible, multiple pairs having traversed the same path, indelibly marking the ground. Molan stood by the roadside, swiftly confirming their direction. The map had become merely a reference. Reality shifted daily, and whether they could navigate through depended solely on their feet. They chose to traverse areas still bearing public traces: toll stations, police stations, maintenance sections. As long as the premises had been cleared and the doors and windows were not completely collapsed, it indicated that people had recently occupied the space. "Let us find a place where we can stand firm," Su Chong suggested. Molan nodded. Discussing their destination seemed futile. The official evacuations appeared to always be a step ahead of them. The only choice was to head west and determine if they could find a place to halt. Xiaoyu walked in the middle of the group. No longer fixated on her toes, she raised her gaze slightly, unconsciously sweeping her eyes across the shadows of trees and half-open doors. The new knife at her waist was tightly secured with a cord. Whenever it bumped against her leg, she would instinctively adjust it. The morning road conditions improved somewhat, with several abandoned vehicles leaning against the roadside, leaving a path worn down by repetitive footfalls. A piece of cardboard was tied to a guardrail. Landslide ahead, take the rural road. Su Chong crouched down, running his fingertips along the bottom of the cardboard, feeling a hint of moisture that had not yet dried. This was written in the past few days, he noted, looking up with a slight easing of his expression. There were still quite a few people around. They turned into the rural road following the arrows. The path narrowed, and the bushes hung heavy with water, quickly soaking their clothes. Before noon, they spotted the police pickup truck. It was angled outward, parked askew at the roadside. The paint was dulled with dust, and one of the police lights was cracked. The tire was deflated, the driver's door ajar, and the keys still dangled in the ignition. The formation dispersed. Su Chong maneuvered to encircle from the left, while Molan gripped his long-handled axe tightly, and Xiaoyu and Lin Zhixi retreated to the rear. The vehicle was empty. The back seat was in disarray, the first aid kit wide open and devoid of contents. Bloodstains trailed across the ground, leading into the grass. A body lay motionless several meters down the slope, clad in a police uniform. A bite wound marred the shoulder, its edges darkened, a sign of decay. Nearby, several bodies showed signs of gunfire. A firearm lay at his feet, having not been returned to its holster. Su Chong stood still, unmoving. As Molan approached, he prodded the lifeless body with an object, yet received no response. He then picked up the antiquated service revolver, ejected the magazine for inspection, and noted that 2 rounds remained, with one already chambered. "I'll take this," he declared. "Carrying such a thing could lead to complications if we encounter official forces. We must keep it hidden." Li Mingguo's gaze flickered with a hint of apprehension as he regarded the firearm. "We'll address it if we encounter the official ones." Molan replied, tucking the gun into the small of his back, adding that only those outside the law would heed their explanations. Lin Zhixi walked over and tugged the man's police jacket upward to conceal the darkening wound. Xiaoyu stood at a distance, watching, before averting her gaze. In the toolbox of the pickup's bed lay a long-handled machete. Su Chong hefted it, swinging it lightly to test its balance. He then offered it to Molan. "You should take this. The axe is too heavy." Molan declined, weighing the axe in his hand. "I am accustomed to this. Keep the machete for self-defense. You have a better understanding of blades than I do." Su Chong accepted, gripping the wooden handle tightly. They pressed onward, the traces of their journey becoming increasingly dense. A body dragged to one side, the charred remains of tires, and a crooked inscription on the wall. "Walk slowly, there are pits ahead." This message now provided more reassurance than any signpost or slogan could. In the afternoon, they sighted the building that housed the township police station. One corner of the wall had collapsed. The main gate was firmly shut, yet the windows remained intact. "Someone has been here," Su Chong murmured. Molan felt the door. The wood was parched, and it was securely locked. He knocked, but received no response. Another rap echoed into silence. Su Chong smashed a side window and climbed in, unlocking the door from the inside. The interior was deserted. On the wall of the duty room hung a duty roster, and the logbook lay open to a page halfway through, the pen having broken at the last entry. "Receive notification, all off duty." Lin Zhixi observed the abrupt termination. It seems they received word to evacuate. But if everyone left, why was this one person, along with their vehicle and weapon, left outside? Molan remained silent, fixated on the unfinished word. There was but one possibility. Something unforeseen must have occurred as the vehicle approached the entrance. Leaving no time to retrieve belongings, they resolved to spend the night there. The door was secured once more, and the curtains drawn tight. Xiaoyu sat in the duty chair, meticulously wiping the new knife at her waist with a scrap of cloth. The blade gleamed in the dim light, flickering between brightness and shadow. Molan sat nearby, contemplating the unfinished log. Not long ago, someone had been here, adhering to protocol. Though the people had departed, their traces remained. In this decayed world, such a fact was a welcome sign. The police station was enveloped in profound silence, a silence that had been cultivated. The room contained no superfluous items, nor were there any conspicuous absences. Each remaining object occupied its rightful place. The doors and windows were tightly sealed, all bolts pushed securely, metal clasps flush against their slots, leaving no gaps. The furniture was meticulously arranged, aligned with the walls, chair legs firmly on the ground, without any signs of having been dragged. The floor had clearly been swept. Dust was not scattered but gathered into a small pile in the corner, its color uniform and undisturbed by footsteps. This state was subtle, as if prepared for further handling the next day, yet no one would return. A faint scent of ash and wood lingered in the air. This place had been emptied. yet had not yet succumbed to decay. Molan advanced into the duty room. The lights were not on, and the curtains were drawn halfway, allowing a faint beam of light to slice through the gap and cast a narrow strip of brightness on the desk. A record book lay open on the table, its cover worn to a pale hue and the pages thin. He stood before the desk, refraining from taking a seat. The entries before him were meticulously detailed: patrol times, routes, head counts, visitor registrations, assistance provided to the surrounding populace in relocation. The content was arranged chronologically, the handwriting neat, the language formal, and the sentences complete, devoid of any corrections, indicating that they were penned at a fixed time and place under the illumination of a lamp. By late September, the entries began to condense. Explanations were no longer provided. Only the time, location, and number of individuals remained. The format persisted, yet it was evident that brevity was prioritized. Subsequently, the handwriting tightened, strokes abbreviated, with some characters connected, as if the writer had ceased to pause, jotting down critical information while on the move. The final page contained a solitary line: 104 relocated per notice, vehicles scarce, proceeding in batches. Below it lay a blank space, devoid of a signature or supplementary notes. Even the date was merely abbreviated. This was 4 days prior. Molan stared at that line for a moment, then closed the record book, placing it back on the desk in its original position. Voices drifted in from the courtyard. Su Chong was calling out. There were vehicles in the back. The rear yard was modest in size, accommodating 2 cars parked side by side. One was a police pickup truck, the other a Toyota, its original paint color unrecognizable. The windshield completely shattered and cleared, leaving only a ring of glass shards embedded in the rubber trim. The front was dented, the bumper crumpled inward, and the hood was raised at an angle. The steering wheel of the Toyota was askew, the driver's airbag deployed, half of it severed, leaving only a drooping fabric remnant. The passenger door refused to close, secured with a simple knot of rope from the inside. The condition of the pickup truck was relatively intact. The driver's door was ajar, the key still inserted in the ignition, unremoved. The fuel gauge needle hovered at the bottom, nearly immobile. This vehicle can't travel far, Su Chong remarked. Molan crouched down, crawling beneath the pickup to feel the drive shaft and pat the tires. When he stood, his hands were coated in a layer of black dust. It has traversed a considerable distance, he noted. The tires are heavily worn, with one side replaced. Su Chong nodded. The condition of this truck is even worse than that one outside. The rear seat of the pickup was stripped bare, leaving only a folding stretcher. The metal edges of the stretcher were severely worn, with remnants of dried blood staining its surface. The interior side of the truck's guardrail was scuffed, marked with lines both horizontal and vertical, clearly indicative of repeated loading and unloading of heavy objects. Lin Zhixi stood nearby, her gaze lingering between the stretcher and the truck bed. They transported people, she remarked. The tire tracks on the ground were distinctly visible, one pressing into another, all heading northwest. The overlap of new and old marks indicated that vehicles had repeatedly entered and exited in quick succession, facilitating back-and-forth shuttling. Molan followed the tire tracks a few steps forward, halting at the entrance of the police station. The pavement had cracked, a fine fissure extending from the threshold to the center of the road. The edges of the crack were fresh, loose gravel, not yet compacted, suggesting it had appeared not long ago. Just then, the ground trembled slightly, a brief lift. It shook again, Li Ming was stated. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at the ceiling and the courtyard walls. The tremor lasted only a few seconds, swiftly subsiding. Outside, the sound of tiles sliding off echoed, crashing onto the ground. From the already collapsed section of the courtyard wall, a small clump of earth fell, its edges loose. Molan meticulously inspected each room in the police station. In the dormitory, the beds were neatly stacked, the corners of the bedding pressed tightly. The cabinets stood empty, their doors ajar, devoid of even a scrap of paper. Only a few broken plastic hooks remained on the hangers, the spots where they once hung bearing the marks of repeated use. The neatly folded blankets resembled tofu blocks, perfectly suited for military use, ready to replace the soiled ones currently in use. In the cafeteria, remnants lingered: 2 bags of salt, several unopened packets of seasoning, and an entire box of mineral water. The box had been pushed into a corner, elevated on bricks, evidently left behind when there was simply no more room to carry it. Everything was taken away piece by piece, Su Chong remarked. Molan stood at the entrance, observing the now vacant courtyard. The evacuation of the people here had been executed with remarkable order. First, the surrounding residents were relocated, followed by the transportation of the injured, leaving behind only those to keep watch. Due to insufficient vehicles, they could only transport them in batches. By the time the final group arrived, circumstances had suddenly shifted. The police officer lying by the roadside was likely among that last batch. Little Rain slowly wandered around the courtyard. She stood before the bulletin board, gazing up at the notices. The paper had yellowed, its corners curled, secured with thumbtacks. It detailed the road control times, the locations of designated assembly points, and several phone numbers that had gone unanswered. She reached out to press a sheet of paper that was about to fall back into place, her fingertips pausing momentarily. "Are there still people in these places?" she inquired. "There are still some," Lin Zhixi replied. "And here?" Lin Zhixi hesitated before answering. Molan approached and glanced at the bulletin board. "They have already sent people away from here." Little Rain nodded, refraining from further questions. In the afternoon, another tremor occurred. This one was shorter, as if rolling in from a distant place. The window frames rattled gently, and dust cascaded down from the roof. Tiny particles floating slowly in the light. Molan observed the widening crack at the entrance, now slightly larger than in the morning. Before dusk, they began to gather their belongings, securing the firearms into bags, redistributing tools, and replenishing their water supplies. The main door of the police station was once again propped shut with a table, and the logbook remained on the desk in the duty room. "They must have been quite busy when they left," Lin Zhixi commented. Molan acknowledged her with a nod. The tire tracks led northwest, perhaps indicating a location where they could find official refuge, and they decided to take a moment to rest here. That night, the ground beneath them emitted a gentle sound once more. Chapter 49. News October 9th, 2027. The food had been deliberately stacked together, appearing relatively organized. Compressed biscuits, canned goods, and dried provisions were each categorized, occupying a small space. However, once unpacked and calculated per person and per day, the quantities swiftly became stark and merciless. Suchong spoke up, "At most 5 days." He squatted down, his head bowed low, fingers unconsciously tracing lines in the dust. Those lines were quickly erased, only to be drawn anew. Lin Zhixi meticulously repacked the items into her backpack, folding, stuffing, and compressing each piece with precision. She refrained from calculations or further confirmations of her results. Molan sat against the wall, his back resting against large patches of peeling paint. Once the room felt utterly silent, he spoke. "We cannot remain here. The walls may provide shelter from the wind and rain, allowing for a brief respite. But the surroundings have been thoroughly searched. Villages, storages, cellars, and abandoned courtyards bear the marks of thorough rummaging. Staying any longer will only deplete our resources, leaving us with no options." Suchong remarked, "Staying another night is acceptable, but we cannot afford to linger." Xiaoyu sat to the side, slowly nibbling on a half biscuit. Each bite was deliberate, her chewing noticeably more measured than before. "Where shall we go next?" she inquired. "The direction has always been clear, westward. We shall follow the path taken by the majority, seeking out places that remain relatively untouched," Molan replied. "We must prioritize areas suitable for cultivation," Lin Zhixi added. "A stable water source is essential," she continued. These conditions, once seemingly broad before the disaster, now served as stringent criteria. With each additional requirement, the journey grew more arduous. They departed from the police station, neither hastening their pace nor looking back. The courtyard was starkly clean and empty. More people filled the streets compared to the previous days. Most walking, pushing carts, or carrying various bags, all heading in the same direction. An unspoken distance lingered between them, conversation sparse. Eyes met briefly, only to dart away quickly. Before noon, they entered the next town. It was modest, with a main street running north to south, flanked by low storefronts, their roll-up doors half drawn, some askew and stuck in their tracks. The street bore the scars of repeated rainfall, a blend of dust and mud. Suchong whispered, "It has just been drenched by a black rain. Traces are everywhere." The puddles by the roadside appeared dark, their surfaces dotted with tiny black particles. The moss in the corners had faded to an unnatural gray-green, slick underfoot. As they stepped into the street, an odor invaded their nostrils, dampness, mildew, and an unmistakable hint of decay. Suchong raised his hand, signaling for everyone to slow their pace. A man sat in the middle of the street, leaning against a utility pole, his legs stretched out before him. His pant leg was torn, revealing a wound on his calf that was scabbed over yet had been softened by the rain, the edges darkened and surrounded by a rash that spread in delicate layers. His clothes clung to him, soaked through, and his complexion was ashen, lips cracked. He spoke first, "Don't come any closer," but halted mid-sentence, choking on a suppressed breath. "Don't get too close." Molan stopped in his tracks. "You are injured." The man nodded, drawing a sharp breath, his shoulders trembling slightly. "I fell last night," he said, pausing to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "I couldn't sleep due to the pain." He attempted to lift his leg, but his expression immediately faltered, releasing a short grunt of discomfort as his leg fell back to the ground. Lin Zhixi asked, "Can you walk?" The man's breathing grew erratic, his chest rising and falling visibly. "No," he uttered, the exertion evident in his voice, as if every movement sent a surge of pain coursing through him. Su Chang inquired, "Are you feverish?" "It began last night," he replied, his speech fragmented, alternating between chills and heat, his mind momentarily vacant. Xiaoyu stood amidst the group, her gaze fixated on his legs, unblinking. The man noticed her attention, his eyes momentarily flickering, his tone suddenly dropping, laced with urgency. "Don't concern yourselves with me," he gasped, struggling to breathe. "We must leave swiftly. This place is doomed." Molan asked, "Is there anyone at home?" The man swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Wife and child." He choked out, his voice abruptly constricted. "They left this morning." "You didn't follow?" He managed a bitter smile, a visage more sorrowful than tears. "My legs won't obey," he lamented, fingers gripping the ground tightly. "I thought resting would help." A gust swept in from the street. The man pushed against the ground, but quickly released, leaning slightly forward before ultimately resting against a utility pole, his breathing growing labored. Lin Zhixi retrieved a fever-reducing medication from her bag, paused, then slowly stowed it away. She looked up at Molan, who understood. Handing over the medicine would not delay his demise. The man suddenly gasped. "Are you heading to the shelter?" His eyes brightened momentarily, as if seizing upon a thought. "Don't go. Someone just escaped from there." Su Chang crouched down. "What happened?" The man swallowed again, his voice trembling. "Too many people. Fevers unseparated. Chaos erupted since last night." He paused, his chest heaving. "There's a small path. An old forest road heading south that can circumvent the landslide." Molan inquired, "How do we navigate it?" The man's fingers quivered as he traced a line on the ground. "Turn here into the eastern woods and follow the river. You can reach the next village in 2 days. If you delay, the bridge will collapse." Panting, he looked at them. "The water has risen. It was crossable yesterday, but is precarious today." The man grimaced. "I can't move. You must take my wife and child. They are waiting ahead." Lin Zhixi shook her head. "We cannot carry anyone." The man's expression darkened, yet he insisted, "Regardless, do not go to the western shelter. It's doomed." Molan stood, glancing at Su Chang, who nodded. "Let us attempt this route." Molan produced a small roll of plastic sheeting from his bag, placing it beside the man. "For rain cover," he stated, followed by a bottle of water. "Sip slowly." The man's hands trembled violently, reaching out only to retract, a low sound escaping his throat. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice barely audible. They veered into the eastern woods, following the direction the man indicated. The tree shadows grew dense, the path narrow, branches dripping with water, their clothes quickly becoming soaked. The riverbank was slick with mud, where a misstep could lead to a fall. As they departed the town, the sky darkened ominously. The clouds hung low, the wind carrying a familiar dampness. The townsfolk began gathering beneath eaves, their pace noticeably quickening. Su Chang remarked, "It's coming." Xiaoyu, positioned in the middle of the group, quickened her steps. News filtered through as they journeyed. They advanced southward, tracing the remnants of the forest path. The pavement had softened under the continuous downpour, the roots of the trees entwined. And in some areas, only mud puddles remained, yet passage was still possible. The forest path was known not solely by that man. There were others. Information had morphed into a fluid entity during this time. It flowed from one person's lips to another's ears, morphing subtly with each retelling. No one refined the narrative deliberately. Yet through constant transmission, the sharp edges were worn away, leaving only a resilient outline. Initially, it began with a single word. Something happened. Subsequently, it evolved into a complete sentence. An incident occurred at the resettlement site to the west. Then came the details. These details emerged slowly, with each addition bearing evident wear. The versions articulated by different individuals were not entirely consistent, Yet, through repeated layering, they converged toward a singular narrative. They encountered a group of people at a fork in the road. There were 7 or 8 of them, a mix of genders and a wide range of ages. At the forefront, a man pushed a cart fashioned from old wooden planks, its axles slightly askew, laden with pots, iron basins, plastic buckets, and a few haphazardly stacked blankets. Everything was hastily bound with rough twine, the knots drawn tight. The leader was an elderly man, his head adorned with a worn work cap. The brim sagged, pressed against his forehead by the rain. His words emerged with labored breaths, each syllable punctuated by a gasp. There was an incident at the resettlement site to the west. His speech was deliberate and slow. Molan halted, gazing at him. What transpired? The man raised a hand to wipe his face, water trickling through his fingers and dripping into his collar. He lingered for a moment. There are too many people. This statement, simple to the point of being perfunctory, momentarily suspended the air around them. Everyone understood the myriad possibilities concealed within those few words. The man inhaled deeply and added, on the day of the rain. Someone had a fever and was not isolated. The phrase not isolated slipped from his lips lightly, the final syllable fading swiftly. Su Chong inquired, and then? The man shook his head, his gaze settling on the glistening mud beneath his feet. Then chaos ensued. He refrained from elaborating. The term chaos lacked imagery and process. Yet the scenes they had witnessed previously naturally surfaced within that word. A woman in the group took over the conversation, her voice tinged with palpable unease. There were police and officials among them. Initially, order was maintained, but eventually, they could not keep up, and the illness spread. Vehicles could not enter. Another man interjected. The road has collapsed, and one side of the bridge is broken. Molan asked, what about those in charge? His voice was low, yet it momentarily hushed the surroundings. The cart's wheels continued to turn, their sound half consumed by the rain. The man in the work cap replied swiftly, his tone instinctively affirmative. They are still managing. Announcements are ongoing. The woman continued, stating that supplies were being arranged, urging everyone to refrain from moving about, to avoid gathering at the evacuation point for fear of contagion. She paused briefly before adding, our family is still over there. Perhaps they have stabilized. These words were familiar. They did not press further. Before parting, the man in the cap pointed toward a nearby cluster of low rooftops. At the forefront lies a quaint village, a suitable place to rest for a night. The village unfurls along the slope, modest in scale, with several rows of houses huddled together. The rooftops, darkened by rain, allow water to trickle down through the crevices. In a courtyard, someone tends to a small fire, its smoke lazily rising along the eaves, merging with the damp air. As they entered the village, a few heads lifted momentarily to glance before quickly returning to their tasks, neither inquiring nor greeting. Upon stepping into the village, Lin Zhixi unexpectedly slipped. The rain had softened the ground, and she stepped on a loose stone, causing her ankle to twist sharply, sending her body off balance. Molan instinctively reached out to steady her. I'm fine, she quickly reassured him as she regained her footing, though her ankle was already swelling. The skin reddened and warmed to the touch. An elderly woman nearby noticed, wiped her hands, and approached them. Come in and sit for a while, she offered, leading them to an unoccupied house at the village's edge. The wooden door was secured with an old iron lock, its surface polished from wear. The woman skillfully retrieved a key from her pocket. No one lives here, she explained. Inside, the house was tidier than expected. The Kong was covered with old bedding, faded but neatly arranged. A few garments of varying sizes hung in the cupboard, and in the corner lay a pair of cloth shoes, their sides clean, evidently scrubbed with care. There used to be a family of 4, the woman remarked, but they left early on. She emphasized the word left. Lin Zhixi sat on the edge of the Kong and removed her shoes, the swelling of her ankle now more pronounced. Rest for a bit, the woman suggested. I'll fetch some medicinal alcohol. Only the 4 of them remained in the room. Xiaoyu stood in the center, surveying the surroundings, and pressed her hand against the bedding. The fabric was thick and still carried the scent of sunshine. It's livable, she murmured. Molan nodded in agreement. Outside, the rain began to fall again, drumming on the roof in a muffled, dense rhythm. The familiar scent of dampness gradually enveloped them. Close the window, Su Chong said. They sat in silence, no one speaking further. The world beyond continued to turn. The broadcasts persisted, and the evacuation site remained operational. Some chose to wait, while others pressed onward. Order still existed, albeit obscured by a heavy curtain of rain, visible yet unreachable. Lin Zhixi elevated her swollen foot against the wall. We'll wait until the swelling subsides before we leave. Molan acknowledged her with a nod. Amidst the sound of rain, someone shouted in the distance. Their words soon scattered by the wind, rendering them indistinct. Chapter 50. Tunghua, October 12, 2027. The 118th day following the disaster. Old Wang was in the courtyard clearing branches. The rain from the previous night was not heavy, but the wind was fierce, snapping many old, withered tree limbs. He bent down slowly. Each time he straightened, he had to brace himself against his waist, pausing for breath. He piled the broken wood together, gazing vacantly at the jagged ends, reflecting on the disintegration of his own life. Next door, Aunt Zhang tended to a partially collapsed stove, using salvaged bricks to construct a hearth. The edges of those bricks were uneven, coated with years of soot. Her son stood beside her, passing bricks with his little hands, which were red from the cold. Each piece was rubbed against his pants to remove mud before being handed over. In this village, every household had stored grain and access to well water, alleviating immediate concerns about food. At the entrance of the village exchange point, a lingering chill pervades the atmosphere, as frigid as ice. The cracked oil bottles, dented lunchboxes, and rust-stained shovels lie scattered, each imbued with the traces of their former owners' lives. The imprints on the lunchboxes and the grease stains on the collars of worn cotton jackets. There are no shouts, no haggling. Those who select items crouch down, weighing their choices, nodding quietly, their gazes occasionally meeting before swiftly averting. Xiaoyu squats at the threshold of the yard, refraining from joining the lively exchange, and unlike her usual habit of hiding behind Lin Zhixi, she busies herself in the densely trodden wet soil, drawing lines with a dry twig. The lines sketch the contours of distant mountains, slanted rooftops, and a few broken dirt paths. A group of village children hides in the shadows of the earthen wall, their eyes fixated on the twig in Xiaoyu's hand. A mix of primal curiosity and caution instilled by their upbringing evident in their expressions. Without lifting her gaze, Xiaoyu focuses on a few scattered stones at the end of the path, sensing someone approaching but continuing her task, deliberately slowing her movements. A bold boy finally inches closer, squatting beside her, his eyes fixed on the stones. "Is that a house for candy?" he whispers. Xiaoyu does not respond. Instead, she hands him the twig and gestures toward the empty space in the mud. The boy pauses, surprised, before accepting the stick, and with it, he draws a wildly twisting line alongside Xiaoyu's drawing, extending deep into the shadows of the yard. "Where's that?" Xiaoyu inquires softly, cautious not to disrupt the delicate balance they have established. "The back mountain," the boy replies, his voice youthful. "My dad says there are people in green clothes over there who don't allow anyone to go. They have big trucks that run all night, making it hard for people to sleep." Xiaoyu presses her finger into the mud, leaving an imprint, and looks up at the boy, whose nostrils are crusted with snot. "Green clothes?" "Yes." The boy gestures towards a large square. "My brother sneaked a look and said they are moving cans. He said those cans aren't tea for us. They're being sent north." Xiaoyu purses her lips. Such information, when relayed by adults, would be shrouded in layers of anxiety and taboo. Yet in the mouth of a child, it emerges as the most unembellished reality. Lin Zhixi sits beneath the eaves, a few recently exchanged cotton jackets piled at her feet. The swelling around her ankle has yet to subside, and every movement sends a jolt through her temple. "Can the oil still be used?" she asks quietly, not lifting her head. "If it doesn't smell bad, let it settle for a day," Molan replies. Crouched on the stone steps, patiently scraping the copper piece of a battery with his fingernail, while he appears focused on his task. His peripheral vision remains fixed on the group of children at the yard's entrance. He has overheard the boy's mention of green clothes and big trucks, and these fragments of information coalesce in his mind, forming a rather bleak supply route map. "That's the outpost." Xiaoyu indicates a circle she has drawn in the mud. "No, that's the haunted house," another girl interjects, approaching with a rag doll, its stuffing spilling from the seams. In a hushed voice, she points to a gray brick house at the village's northern end, saying, "My mom says there's a buzzing sound inside, shimmering in the middle of the night. She says there's a monster that eats people locked up inside." Molan gazed intently in that direction, polishing the copper piece in his hand until it gleamed. Before noon, a muffled engine sound echoed at the village entrance. Though not loud, it swiftly subdued the village's usual activity. Laborers halted their tasks, lifting their heads to glance over, a mixture of wariness and curiosity etched on their faces. Two modified agricultural vehicles jolted into the village, their cargo holds crammed with people of all ages, their attire tattered and soiled, with blood and mud still clinging to some areas. As the vehicles came to a halt, individuals began to approach, their steps deliberate and slow, maintaining a cautious distance. Where did they come from? Someone inquired. The north, replied a middle-aged man from the vehicle. What is it like over there? Another questioned. The man cleared his throat several times before responding. The relocation site is sealed off. No one can enter or exit. Many inside are falling ill. As his words hung in the air, the village fell silent. A few people instinctively took a step closer to the scene, only to pause. A younger refugee chimed in, his arm bound in a dark, blood-stained bandage. Some are hiding injuries, claiming they haven't been caught in the rain. At night, they go mad and start grabbing people. And then, someone pressed for more information. They set up barriers. He gestured with a trembling arm. Barbed wire is up, and military vehicles are stationed. Is there still hope for rescue? A voice inquired softly, as if testing the waters. He shook his head, his gaze vacant. Su Chong stood at the periphery of the crowd, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, turning to return to his own courtyard. Li Ming was squatted there, tending to a water jug. Something feels off outside, Su Chong murmured. What's wrong? Li Mingwa did not lift his head. They've begun setting up roadblocks, not by the army, but by the locals themselves. Only then did Li Mingwa raise his gaze. The whites of his eyes shot through with the red of sleeplessness. They're afraid of the sick. Rightly so, Su Chong replied. But it will make travel difficult in the future. They have their own supplies and are no longer accepting newcomers. With that, both fell silent. In the afternoon, the exchange point became noticeably desolate. Items displayed earlier in the day were gradually retrieved, the motions quicker than before, as if fearful of being remembered. Doors were bolted one after another, the clanking sound reverberating through the village like fragile buttons fastening the scant remaining sense of security. By afternoon, the exchange point dispersed prematurely. Vendors hastened to pack up their goods, their movements markedly swifter than usual. Molan approached the courtyard entrance, taking his daughter Xiaoyu's hand. Her fingers were still smeared with mud, dark and grimy. Father, she said as they returned indoors, rubbing the mud stains onto her clothes. That boy mentioned there are vehicles in the north. They said there's food there. I heard, Molan replied, ruffling his daughter's hair. He noticed a subtle change in her demeanor. Before sketching the muddy map, she often observed, searching for hiding spots. Now, she seemed to be striving to comprehend this chaotic world. Xiaoyu, when you talk to them, listen more and speak less about our own matters, Molan advised. Xiaoyu nodded, her gaze imbued with an unfamiliar confidence. She understood that the dry twig in her hand had, on this afternoon, exchanged for something more crucial than mere sustenance. He withdrew an old walkie-talkie from his pocket, affixing the battery. The clasp had cracked, and he had to bind it with layers of tape. The crackling sound of electricity pierced the gloomy afternoon, reverberating through the moldy confines of the small room. Molan fixated intently on the faint green indicator light, then turned his gaze toward the northern direction, where the children referred to as the haunted house lay, the infirmary. The village had succumbed to an eerie silence as dusk fell. Xiaoyu sat in a corner, her fingers subconsciously tracing the outlines of the day in the air. Molan leaned against the wall, the walkie-talkie resting beside him. He listened intently, the only sounds from outside being the occasional barking of a dog and the suffocating whisper of the wind that heralded the impending arrival of another storm. Chapter 51. The Hedgehog, October 13th, 2027. The 119th day after the catastrophe. As dawn broke, fog enveloped the village, refusing to dissipate. The air was thick, akin to an unyielding porridge, pressing down on rooftops and courtyard walls, erasing the contours of the houses. Sounds failed to travel far. A cough echoed in the yard, muffled and dissipating before it reached 10 meters. There was no smoke rising. At this hour, the smoke from the hearth would normally mingle with the fog, but today, the village lay desolate, with only the fog swirling about. Molan sat at the edge of the calm, clutching the battered walkie-talkie. Late last night, he intermittently caught some frequencies. The signal was feeble, filled with harsh static, but around 3 in the morning, a frantic voice pierced through the noise. Backup power is about to deplete. Reiterating, the reception channel to the southern city has been closed. All personnel are to remain in place. Water levels have exceeded limits. Following this was a prolonged, cicada-like drone of silence that sent a chill through his heart. No one had abandoned him. The individual on the other end was too preoccupied with their own plight. He pushed the door open. The metallic scent of rust in the air was heavier than yesterday, mingled with a damp chill. The first shout erupted from the eastern edge of the village, abruptly cut off. This was soon followed by the sound of hurried footsteps squelching in the wet mud. Someone had rushed too quickly, slipping and uttering a brief curse. An incident had occurred in the east. Su Chong stood at the crossroads, grasping a military green water bottle speckled with fresh mud. His voice was low, his throat visibly tightening. They proceeded towards the eastern part of the village, shadows in the fog gradually multiplying. The crowd was unnervingly quiet, as if the scene before them had seized their throats. The individuals stood apart, each maintaining a natural distance of about 2 paces from one another, with no one pushing forward. On the ground lay 2 figures. The one closer in was motionless, his hair gray, covered with a damp, grayish cloth, the corners weighed down by stones, darkened by the mist. A foot protruded from beneath the cloth, swollen and shiny, the skin taut and an unnatural yellowish green. An elderly woman squatted beside him. Her lips murmuring words she had repeated countless times, met with silence. There were no cries. In such an environment, tears felt too extravagant, too perilous. The outer figure was still alive. A middle-aged man's chest heaved rapidly, each breath punctuated by a wheezing sound, as though something obstructed his throat. His pant leg was torn, revealing several scratches on his calf, the wounds darkened and swollen, with clotted blood forming a dark red mass. His hands trembled incessantly, clutching the plastic sheet beneath him. His eyes were wide open, pupils dilated, reflecting a profound and bewildering fear. The fever had begun in the dead of night. A cough preceded the retching, the expelled matter viscous in nature. Before dawn, standing became an impossibility. Words floated through the crowd, each utterance barely above a whisper. Every sentence seemed to contribute to a conclusion already formed. Lin Zhixi stood at the periphery, her gaze fixed upon the man's calves. She did not approach. Instead, she remained rooted in place, her fingers unconsciously stroking the cuff of her sleeve. A few paces further, the young man who had entered the village the previous night was tethered to a darkened wooden post. The rope had embedded itself into his flesh, drawing forth blood. Dark saliva clung to the corners of his mouth, and the words he attempted to articulate were incoherent. His eyes bore a vacant stare, a dullness as if half his soul had been siphoned away, leaving only his body to respond instinctively. Some turned their eyes toward him. He slowly turned his head, his gaze unfocused. He had spent the night in the ancestral hall. There were 2 others inside, unable to rise at dawn, unresponsive to calls. The mention of this caused the crowd to visibly recoil. The air within the fog hung heavy, suspended. Someone added, their voice trembling, old Zhang's family member passed before dawn. Just like this one on the ground. The contagion had merged into a singular threat. The immune system of this world was faltering, everything collapsing irreversibly. The movements within the crowd quickened. Someone fetched another door plank to carry away the still-living middle-aged man. Others approached the ancestral hall, calling through the door, but none dared to enter and assist. The door of the hall was swiftly barricaded from the outside, 2 stout wooden beams nailed across it. The sound of the hammer striking echoed dull and heavy in the mist. Thud, 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 each blow resonating in the hearts of those present. By 10 in the morning, the village had transformed. Several thick logs were dragged to the roadside, blocking the exit from the village. A few strong men stood guard, wielding iron forks or wooden sticks. No one was allowed to enter the village. The sentinels spoke in hoarse tones, offering no explanations. Those who wished to leave could, but entry was forbidden. Just then, a villager returned, breathless and pale. All the people at the gathering point have retreated. They say the signal is down, no word from above. And everyone is afraid of trouble, fleeing toward the southern city. That area is in chaos, supplies have been depleted. This declaration was akin to a final straw. No one would come to their rescue. In the afternoon, the sounds of the village echoed with a rhythmic clatter. Some were nailing wooden planks to the inside of doors, others moving furniture against them. The village was contracting, resembling a hedgehog in peril, curling up to protect its last morsel of sustenance with its hardened shell. Molan sat within her dwelling, listening to the commotion outside, the sounds of nails being driven, the scraping of furniture, each noise delineating boundaries. Lin Zhixi neatly folded and returned the borrowed bedding to its place. Her feet could touch the ground now, though her movements remained slow. They no longer intend to harbor outsiders, she stated. Communication had ceased, and everyone was gambling on who could endure the longest. Molan gazed at the lifeless intercom. As evening fell, the fog thickened. 3 refugees stood behind the logs at the village entrance, their eyes pleading. The sentinels remained like statues, silent and unyielding. Eventually, the 3 turned away, their silhouettes fading into the gray mist. By nightfall, the candlelight was feeble. What of the nation? A woman's voice drifted from the mist, imbued with a hint of bewilderment. This utterance barely stirred a ripple. The following morning, before dawn had fully arrived, Molan shouldered his pack and seized the axe. Lin Zhixi led Xiaoyu, moving so quietly that no sound accompanied their steps. They did not take anything that did not belong to them, only carrying the essential provisions. No one had come to bid them farewell. The village lay in silence, occasionally interrupted by the sound of nails being driven into wooden shutters. This village had chosen its own means of survival, while they remained outsiders, unfit for this place. Just as they neared the village's edge, Xiaoyu glanced back. She stood outside the boundary marked by a stake, gazing at the tightly shut courtyard gates. "It used to be quite nice here," she remarked. Molan acknowledged her with a nod, his pace unwavering. He understood that the southern passage had been sealed, the signal lost, and the remaining path could only be navigated through trial and error on the map adorned with lines. They might encounter many more lovely villages in the future. Yet within the oppressive echoes of those heavy knocks, they were irrevocably locking themselves in darkness. Chapter 52, Erasure, October 14th, 2027. The 120th day since the catastrophe. As they departed the village, the dawn was just breaking. The fog was dense, clinging to the ground like a lingering remnant of the previous night's light rain. The walkie-talkie in Molan's arms fell silent before they exited, its battery depleted. After the countdown reached 0, there were no broadcasts, no crackling static, nothing at all. The wooden barricade at the village entrance remained in place, 3 stout logs crossed and fastened together, still bearing dark red stains. The guard had been replaced by a man in his 60s, clad in a greasy, shiny old cotton coat, his complexion sallow, reminiscent of jaundice. He hunched by the roadside, hands tucked into his sleeves, neck drawn in. Upon seeing Molan and his companions emerge with their packs, he merely lifted his heavy eyelids, his murky old eyes confirming that the village had lost a few more souls, and that these individuals were unlikely to return. As Molan passed, he paused for a moment, nodding toward the old man. The elder responded slowly, as if any sudden movement might cause him to crumble. Once they exited the village, the road ahead lay desolate. The earlier footprints and tire tracks had been blurred by the rain. Molan glanced back occasionally, observing the fog swirling with an unnaturally rapid pace, as if the village were being consumed by the white mist. Within 2 kilometers, they encountered the first corpse. Face down in the roadside drainage ditch, one arm draped over the edge, fingers sunk into the mud. The camouflage backpack still clung to the body, its straps constricting tightly, distorting the shoulder. Su Chong was the first to halt, descending into the ditch to observe for a moment. He did not disturb the body, but gently pressed with 2 fingers against the nape of the neck. No change. These 2 words conveyed all the information, no external wounds. Not transformed into one of those flesh-eating entities. This person had fled alone, resources exhausted, and succumbed here, possibly from starvation or illness. The zipper of the backpack had split open, spilling a few grains of pristine white rice, which clung to the dark mud, leaving the interior empty. "We must hurry. The water is rising," Su Chong urged, rising to his feet and gesturing towards the bottom of the ditch. The ground, which had long been cracked, now seeped with a murky water, bubbling with black froth and reeking of decay, flowing back from the distant river. Su Chong brushed the mud from his hands, noting that the downstream was blocked. They quickened their pace. Lin Zhixi walked in the center, each step firm and resolute, while Xiaoyu trailed closely behind her, her large eyes scanning the roadside underbrush with vigilance. The traces left along the path grew increasingly chaotic. An old bicycle lay toppled in the grass, its front wheel askew and the chain rusted a deep red. An empty suitcase, slashed open by a knife, lay wide open, its lining rustling in the wind. Tire tracks crisscrossed erratically, devoid of any order, as they pressed on in haste. Su Chong fixed his gaze on a deep break mark in the mud, a remnant of a desperate escape. Before noon, they halted at a crossroads. To the left was the old road leading to the county town, its asphalt surface having collapsed in large sections, exposing the yellow earth beneath. A crooked signpost stood at the junction, the character for city peeling from the acid rain, the white strokes running down the blue background. To the right lay the longer rural path, a narrower dirt road winding alongside the irrigation channel into the wilderness. Which way should we go? Li Mingwa panted, his back aching, making it difficult for him to stand upright. The city is at a higher elevation, Lin Zhixi whispered, leaning against a dead sapling, gently massaging her left ankle with her right hand. But that path is more perilous, Molan interjected, recalling the broken signal in the walkie-talkie. If the southern city had closed its passage, then a transportation hub like the county town was likely in a state akin to Anchios. Su Chong crouched down, scooping a handful of mud from the ground and bringing it to his nose for a sniff. The soil was fine, with distinct black particles. He rolled the mud into thin strands and crushed it between his fingertips. Having recently experienced heavy rain, if upstream had opened the floodgates to protect the dam, this area would surely serve as a flood zone. We must take the rural path, Su Chong rasped. Though longer, its incline led upward, allowing the water to rise more slowly. Progressing alongside the irrigation channel, the wind diminished, yet the air grew heavier, pressing against their chests. The water in the channel was murky and gray, littered with dead branches, decayed leaves, and various refuse. Occasionally, they spotted a few dead fish, belly up along the banks, swollen and foul, surrounded by buzzing green flies. In the afternoon, they encountered a light truck abandoned by the roadside. The front had crashed violently into an old locust tree. A large chunk of bark stripped away to reveal the pale trunk within. Beneath the vehicle lay a person, or perhaps half a person, sprawled on the ground with their lower body trapped under the axle, hands still clutching a large wrench. Su Chong stared at the corpse for an extended moment, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant. I used to repair vehicles as well. He suddenly spoke, his voice soft, as if addressing the deceased. During my time in the military, I repaired them, and after my discharge, I continued to do so while transporting goods. One winter, the truck overturned on the Qinling Mountain Road. The snow fell throughout the night, burying the vehicle completely. I was the only one who survived. He paused, gazing at the distant, overcast horizon, his eyes reflecting a hollow emptiness. What does it matter if the vehicle is repaired? There are no roads left, nowhere to go. It was unclear whether his words about having no roads were a lamentation of that snow-laden night from years past or a reflection on their current dire predicament. Li Mingwa circled the truck, searching for any salvageable parts. He first seized the wrench from the man, then rummaged through the driver's compartment, littered with shards of glass, uncovering a multi-tool still encased in its packaging. Though the plastic exterior was dust-laden, the blade inside glimmered with a sheen of oil. Molan took the knife, weighing it in her hand, its heft substantial. She turned and handed it to Xiaoyu. Take it. Xiaoyu caught it with both hands. The knife felt heavy, almost cumbersome. She carefully tucked it into her small backpack beside her sole toy, a stuffed animal missing an ear. Now, it had an additional companion, a knife. Keep it. It may prove useful on our journey, Molan said, stroking her head gently. As evening descended, the light waned completely. A low rumble of thunder emanated from the clouds, akin to a colossal stone mill rolling beneath the earth. More rain was imminent. Li Mingwa glanced up, sensing the impending storm. They took refuge in an abandoned ranger's cabin by the roadside. Su Chong pushed open the rickety wooden door, which creaked ominously on its hinges, startling two crows from the roof. The interior was engulfed in dust and a musty odor, with a few legless old tables and chairs strewn about, and a rusted iron bed frame covered in dark red corrosion. Lin Zhixi found a sheltered corner, clearing a patch of ground to spread out the bedding they had brought. Xiaoyu, ever so considerate, assisted her by tearing strips from worn clothing to seal the drafty window gaps. Before long, the rain began to pour down heavily, pattering against the roof. They sat huddled on the floor, illuminated by the faint beam of a flashlight, consuming the last of their provisions, dried sweet potatoes brought from the village. The sweet potatoes were as hard as stone, requiring considerable time to soften in their mouths. Silence enveloped them, only the sounds of chewing, swallowing, and the rain outside merged within the cramped space. As the night deepened, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Although the tremor was modest, it stirred dust from the beams overhead. The rusty iron bed emitted a faint creak, and a piece of plaster from the corner wall fell with a soft thud, disintegrating into powder upon impact. The group instinctively halted their movements, the sweet potatoes frozen midway to their mouths as they exchanged alarmed glances. Was it an earthquake? A rupture of the distant riverbank? Or something even more sinister? Molan instinctively reached for the intercom nestled in her pocket, now utterly silent. Its cold body pressed against her chest, devoid of warmth. She recalled the final countdown. That chilling electronic voice seemed to echo still in her ears. This land, deemed a heavy pollution zone and irredeemable by the authorities, was being erased with a swift and brutal efficiency. The vast rural expanse was destined for abandonment. Outside, the road was transforming into a vast, black abyss. While they cowered within the dilapidated old house, listening to the looming thunder, awaiting a dawn that might never arrive. Chapter 53. Acquaintances, October 15th, 2027. Day 121 of the disaster. The rain ceased in the early hours, not the ominous black rain. Daylight emerged slowly, the air still and devoid of wind. Upon waking, Molan first reached for the hand axe beneath his pillow. The axe remained, its cold, hard wooden handle grounding him momentarily. Sleep had been restless, filled with the sounds of rushing water. He pushed open the door to find the courtyard flooded, water bubbling murkily as it overflowed the steps, groundwater surging upwards. The terrain had sunk lower. Su Chong stood beneath the eaves, gripping a half-burnt cigarette, unlit, merely inhaling its scent. The water levels in the flood zone were rising faster than anticipated. If they delayed, they would become isolated. Just as they were packing their backpacks, a noise came from the fence outside. "Manager Yu?" The voice was faint, trembling, as if haunted. Molan's movements froze. That title felt antiquated, like a relic from a past life. Straightening his back, with his hand still resting on the axe's handle, he gazed outside. A man stood beyond the fence. In his 40s, once rotund but now gaunt, his flesh sagging like an ill-fitting skin. His face was caked with mud, eyes sunken, fixated on Molan, tears streaming down, carving paths through the grime. "It's really you. Old you." The man staggered forward, but Su Chong stepped in to block him. "Don't move," Su Chong said coldly. Hand resting on the hilt of his knife, his gaze sharp as a blade. "I am Zhang Zhiyong, from the Logistics Center's scheduling department," the man exclaimed, desperation evident as he pounded his thigh, pointing at Molan, his voice hoarse. "Manager Yu, we used to work together. Don't you remember? If it weren't for me arranging the vehicles for your last shipment, you would have suffered great losses." The gears of memory clicked into place. Zhang Zhiyong, the man who always sought little advantages, with hidden fine cigarettes in his desk, and who liked to distance himself from trouble. "Let him in," Molan said, though his hand did not leave the axe. As Zhang Zhiyong entered the courtyard, his legs buckled, and he collapsed into the muddy water. He was not alone. Two men followed him, one lean with a vacant stare, the other younger, carrying a large woven bag, head bowed, obscuring his face. "Old you, I need some water. I can't go on like this." Zhang Zhiyong grasped Molan's pant leg, weeping uncontrollably. "We escaped from that relocation site upstream. Is that a place for humans? It's a slaughterhouse." The officials fled first, and the rest fought amongst themselves for boats. Molan remained silent, offering half a jug of water. Zhang Zhiyong accepted it. But instead of drinking first, he turned to hand it to the lean man, then to the younger one, before finally tilting his head back to drink deeply. This gesture eased Molan's wariness slightly. He still bore some semblance of leadership and cherished old ties. "Where are you headed?" After drinking, Zhang Zhiyong wiped his mouth, his gaze flickering over Molan's bulging backpack before swiftly shifting to Lin Zhixi and Xiaoyu. "You have children with you? That's no easy feat, West." Molan replied succinctly. "West." Zhang Zhiyong slammed his thigh, lowering his voice. "Old you, heed my advice. The main road is not the way to go. We've seen armed checkpoints over there. Any living soul they catch is taken away. Men are sent to fill the dam, and I shall refrain from speaking of the women. Moreover, the water is deep there. It has long been submerged." He pulled out a crumpled map from his pocket, one torn from a highway service area. "We should take this route." Zhang Zhiyong's finger, caked in black mud, traced a line on the map. "It was the back road we used to take to evade tolls. High terrain, hugging the mountain's base. Although it deviated slightly, it was safe." Molan examined the map. Indeed, it was a viable path. "Let South take this road," Zhang Zhiyong said, his gaze earnest. "Old you, let us team up. I know you're cautious, but you can see my current state. I wish to follow you. Even if we encounter wild dogs, having an extra hand can make a difference." Su Chong remained silent, scrutinizing the three men with the keen eyes of one assessing livestock, eventually lingering for 2 seconds on the young man who had kept his head down. "All right," Molan finally nodded. The water was rising, communication severed, and if Zhang Zhiyong's route was indeed genuine, it could be a lifeline. The group set forth. Zhang Zhiyong displayed remarkable consideration, refraining from crowding around Lin Zhixi and Xiaoyu, instead taking the lead to clear the path, probing the water's depth with a stick. The young man, burdened with the large pack, trailed behind, keeping his distance. Throughout the journey, Zhang Jiong reminisced with Molan about past events, those familiar names stirring memories within her like warm water. By noon, they arrived at a broken bridge. Half of it had collapsed, with the river below transformed into a black torrent, roaring as it swept away dead trees. "We can't cross here," Li Mingwa frowned. "Don't rush, there's a way." Zhang Jiong pointed downstream, where a toppled high-voltage tower lay across the river, providing a makeshift passage. Indeed, a massive iron tower had fallen onto the river's surface, resembling a solitary bridge. "I'll go first to show you how," Zhang Jiong declared without hesitation, tightening his pack and clumsily climbing onto the tower. He moved steadily, reaching the opposite bank before turning to wave. "It's secure. Hurry over." The lean man followed suit. "You all go?" Su Chong glanced at Molan, signaling her to take the women and children across first. Intentionally lagging a few steps behind, he kept his gaze fixed on the young man who remained further back. Molan, carrying her large pack and holding Xiaoyu's hand, had Lin Zhixi following closely. The tower trembled slightly under the impact of the flowing water, the steel frame slippery beneath their feet, necessitating utmost caution with each step. Just as Molan and Xiaoyu reached the center of the river, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Zhang Jiong, who had been waiting on the opposite bank, suddenly took a step back. Rather than reaching out to assist, he bent down and retrieved a 2-meter-long bamboo pole, its tip sharpened. The lean man also produced a pointed screwdriver. Meanwhile, on this side of the bank, the young man, with his head bowed, seemingly innocent, abruptly hurled his pack to the ground, a dull thud echoing from within. It was stones. "Don't move." A young man drew a long knife, typically used for slicing watermelons, from his waist, the blade aimed directly at Li Mingwa's back. "Don't move." In the midst of the river, Molan found himself in a precarious position. Below him surged the turbulent black waters. A mere poke from Zhang Jiong's bamboo pole could send both him and the child plummeting into the depths. "Zhang Jiong." Molan instinctively reached for the axe at his waist. "What do you mean? Don't touch the axe, Lao Yu," Zhang Jiong commanded from the shore. His previously submissive demeanor vanished. His expression bore no threat, only an extreme calmness and fatigue. "I have nothing to eat in my bag. That young man is my nephew. He has been burning with fever for 2 days, and I have no medicine." Zhang Jiong gestured toward the backpack on Molan's back. "I've been watching you all along. That bag is heavy, and the straps are digging in deep. It certainly contains something of value. I don't want much." This was the real Zhang Jiong. He had not intended to rob from the outset. Rather, he was observing and assessing. The knife at Su Chong's waist made him cautious. Yet he chose this advantageous terrain to assert dominance. "Throw that backpack over here." Zhang Jiong pointed with his bamboo pole to a clear patch on the opposite bank. "And let that soldier drop his knife. Don't try to pull any tricks. The current is swift, and falling in means certain death. I do not wish to kill, but I also refuse to starve." Su Chong stood at the water's edge, his hand gripping the knife's hilt, his gaze menacing. He calculated that it would take at least 3 seconds to rush across, while the enemy's blade was already poised at Li Mingwa's throat. "Don't move," Zhang Jiong suddenly shouted, his eyes sharp. "I know you're formidable, but you cannot outpace my pole. The moment you stir, I will stab this child." The tip of the bamboo pole was aimed at Xiaoyu. Molan felt Xiaoyu's hand grow cold and tremble in his palm. "Su Chong, don't move." He called out to Su Chong on the opposite bank. He regarded Zhang Jiong, a former colleague with whom he had shared cigarettes. "If you need food, I will provide." Slowly, Molan unfastened the buckle of his backpack. "There is rice and medicine inside. I won't give you anything else. Let us leave a line of retreat, Zhang Jiong. If you take this bag, we are even. Should you dare to harm the child, I will drag you down with me, even in death. I only want this bag." Zhang Jiong replied, neither greedy nor lenient. "I cannot carry anything else, nor do I wish to. Throw it over." Molan swung the backpack around and hurled it toward the opposite bank with all his might. It landed with a thud on the grass. The lean man immediately lunged forward, unzipping it to reveal a bag of rice and several boxes of medicine, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Knife. Throw it on the ground. Kick it far away." Zhang Jiong shouted at Su Chong. Su Chong gritted his teeth, staring at Zhang Jiong for 3 seconds, before slowly unfastening his machete and tossing it at his feet, then kicking it into the distant grass. "All right." Zhang Jiong breathed a sigh of relief. He too was gambling with his life, betting that Molan would not dare to trade the child's safety for supplies. Instead of inciting violence, he whistled. The young man sheathed the watermelon knife, kicked Li Minghua to the ground, and grabbed the bag filled with stones as a shield, retreating into the woods. Lao Yu. In this world, survival is a challenge. Zhang Jiong seized Molan's bag, emptied its contents into his own, and kicked the empty bag back into the river. The path was indeed clear, and following this route would lead them out of the mountains. We are even now. After speaking, he led 2 others into the dense forest without looking back. Molan, grasping Xiaoyu's hand, trembled as they climbed ashore. He chose not to pursue them. Given their position and distance, to chase would be tantamount to seeking death. Su Chong assisted Li Minghua to his feet and retrieved his knife from the grass. His expression ashen as he passed the iron tower. He was meticulous. Su Chong gazed at the thicket, spat disdainfully, realizing he had been calculating from the very beginning. Giving water to others first was a ploy to make them feel indebted. Leading the way was merely a means to survey the terrain and set a trap. He had taken only one person's bag, knowing that if they had stolen everything, a fight to the death would be inevitable. Molan observed the empty backpack, swept away by the water. It was his bag, containing a portion of their rations and a change of clothes. Though he felt a pang of loss, he found solace in the fact that Lin Zhixi and Su Chong still had their supplies intact. He had not taken a life. Lin Zhixi, cradling the still trembling Xiaoyu, softly murmured, "Is this a stroke of luck amidst misfortune?" He understood that as long as a glimmer of hope remained, they would not meet a tragic end together. Molan watched the direction in which Zhang Jiong had vanished. Retrieving from his pocket the object carefully wrapped in cloth, his Type 54 pistol. He had refrained from drawing it earlier, as it was not loaded. And he could not afford to take risks. In the precarious situation atop that swaying iron tower, with a child in peril, pulling the trigger would have been too late. He handed the gun to Su Chong. "Take it." Su Chong was taken aback. "For me? You are the soldier. Your hands are steadier, your reflexes quicker." Molan avoided Su Chong's gaze, fixated instead on the path ahead. In that earlier scenario, had Su Chong held the gun, they might not have been so vulnerable. Su Chong accepted the weapon, feeling its weight. He glanced at Molan but offered no words of comfort. Instead, he silently tucked the gun into a readily accessible spot on his belt. "Next time, whether friend or foe," Su Chong murmured, "if anyone dares to draw their blade, I will fire. Let us go." Molan took Xiaoyu's hand. Darkness was approaching. Chapter 54. Return to the city, October 30th, 2027. The 136th day since disaster struck. It was a period that relentlessly wore down the spirit. As they searched for sustenance and pressed onward, their half-month trek had eroded any sense of time and distance, leaving only the mud caked on their soles. Initially, they could count the villages they had passed and the mountains they had crossed. But soon all that remained was the dull ache that gnawed at their soles with each step. The humidity clung to them like a sentient being, creeping up their pant legs and settling into the crevices of their knees, making itself at home. The peculiar stench left by the black rain had long since permeated their skin's texture, stubbornly resisting any attempt to scrape it away. Molan looked down at himself. His once-fitted tactical jacket now hung loosely on his frame, billowing in the wind like a tattered banner. He unfastened his belt and retrieved a small, all he carried, painstakingly drilling 2 new holes 3 fingers width apart behind the original buttonhole. No one in the group asked what day it was or what day of the week it might be. Time had transformed into the cramping sensation in their stomachs, into the faint sounds of sloshing from their water bottles. Food was still available, but supplies were dwindling. Occasionally, they would encounter other survivors. Distant figures spotted hundreds of meters away, either at the crumbling provincial bridge or along the overgrown field ridges. As their gazes met, it resembled the encounter of 2 solitary wolves in the wilderness. No words were exchanged, not even a flicker of eye contact. With an unspoken understanding, they instinctively veered away from each other, forming a vast, vigilant semicircle. In that fleeting moment, the other was not a kindred spirit, but rather a moving pathogen, a potential beast capable of violence, a minefield to be avoided at all costs. A whisper of news from home reached them, devastation wrought by the flood. Lin Zhixi sat upon a fractured milestone, clutching the last remnant of her Shifujia's soap. Her hands, marred by fine cracks, oozed crimson droplets. With a blade in hand, she meticulously sliced the soap into 4 fragments, each the size of a fingernail. "Don't use it before entering the city," she instructed, her voice ethereal. as if descending from the heavens. Keep it for washing your hands. If these wounds fester, one becomes incapacitated. Little Yu remained silent, her demeanor as still as a stone. She nestled in the shadow cast by the adults, her gaze lowered as she fiddled with her pack. Over the past fortnight, she had learned to tread like a cat, deftly avoiding puddles, her feet landing softly, quickly, and silently. On the 16th morning, the sun hung pale in the sky. They ascended a gravel-strewn slope. Gazing down upon the county town sprawled below, plumes of black smoke rose sharply into the air. The roads leading into the city were choked with rusted husks of vehicles that once roamed. Power poles lay broken or toppled, while cables languished in the roadside sewage pits. This place had also experienced tremors. "Shall we enter?" Li Mingguo inquired, his hand resting on his lower back. Molan stood at the windswept crest, squinting against the light. "We must go in, there is no alternative. The wild vegetables that survived have been uprooted, and even the more respectable villages are encircled by local clans or tyrants. Their perimeters fortified with barbed wire, refusing any outsiders. These frail bodies require shelter from the wind, a roof overhead, and a warm meal to sustain them. If they linger in the wilderness any longer, once the last reserves of fat are consumed, they shall surely perish. Stay close to the edges. Acquire some supplies and retreat. Do not be greedy." They lingered at the summit for half an hour, the last remnants of water sloshing within their two canteens. Molan turned to Su Chong, who was crouched on the ground, unearthing a dark, heavy pistol from layers of oilcloth wrapped around his chest. Su Chong removed the magazine, only 3 rounds left. He stared at the 3 golden bullets, their metallic sheen reflecting in his eyes. This was the final bastion of their group, the last tolling of a funeral bell. With a click, the chamber was reloaded, the safety engaged. Su Chong tucked the firearm beneath his armpit, raising his gaze, bloodshot eyes betraying his weariness. "I won't fire unless absolutely necessary. Each shot counts. There are no replacements. Once this weapon discharges, the hungry souls within several miles will come running." In the afternoon, low-hanging clouds cast a heavy gloom. They stealthily approached the city's western wall. Slipping into the urban sprawl, the storefronts lining the streets appeared as if ravaged by a colossal beast, some adorned with haphazardly painted warnings in red. "Someone lives here. Do not enter. Those who steal shall meet their demise." As darkness fell, they cautiously ventured into an aged residential complex. Selecting a building set back from the street, he pried open the third-floor apartment's security door, which had not been securely locked. The interior was arid, a dryness so profound it was almost suffocating, the kind long forgotten. Dust on the floor stirred with each step, rising like a faint cloud. Molan dared not fall into a deep sleep. He curled his knees to his chest in the master bedroom, his gaze piercing through the crack in the door, fixated on the dim outline of the living room. Lin Zhixi and Xiaoyu huddled together on the large bed, without even a moisture barrier beneath them. Xiaoyu was curled into a ball, her hand clutching a small bundle tightly, even in sleep. Li Mingguo kept vigil in the living room. The walls of this old building were thin. The faint noise from prying the lock earlier in the afternoon, muffled with cloth, still echoed down the empty hallway. At 2 a.m, a sudden sound stirred outside the door, soft, like cloth soles brushing over concrete. Molan's eyes snapped open. Like a gecko, he pressed himself against the base of the wall, gliding into the living room to peer through the peephole. The lens cast a hazy, yellowish view. In the corridor, a hunched shadow bent over, manipulating something on the floor before their door. The figure's hands moved swiftly. Within half a minute, the shadow straightened and vanished like smoke around the staircase corner. Holding his breath, Molan waited a full 5 minutes before gently unlocking the door and cracking it open. Moonlight filtering through the hallway's ventilation window revealed 3 neatly arranged broken bricks on the concrete threshold. Their placement was cunningly strategic. Anyone stepping out would inevitably catch their toes on the bricks, causing them to tumble and create a sound. Li Mingguo leaned in. "They're marking the place." Molan slowly withdrew the foot that had crossed the threshold, softly closed the door, and double-locked it. By dawn, this intangible pressure had materialized into something concrete. Lin Zhixi emerged from the bathroom carrying a red plastic bucket she had found in the kitchen, her complexion even grimmer than the morning light. The water stored inside was stagnant. She set the bucket down and pointed at the surface, which was covered with a fine layer of white fuzz. Undrinkable, lethal if consumed. Even more perilous was the ventilation shaft. Molan had inspected the kitchen. The old flue was clogged with fallen bricks and an ancient bird's nest. A flashlight revealed pitch-black darkness inside, completely suffocating. Attempting to boil water by fire would trap smoke within, instantly turning the room into a chamber of poisonous gas. Opening windows to vent the smoke would betray their presence with the acrid smell of smoke and fire. A beacon in this desolate world signaling food and supplies. No water. No fire. Molan approached the window, grasping a corner of the curtain to reveal one eye peering out. Below, in the courtyard, the balconies of several households were draped with grimy raincloths, resembling patchwork of gray stains. Occasionally, figures swayed behind these coverings, faces pale, gaunt, eyes hollow and indifferent. When they glanced toward this building, their looks held no curiosity, only a chilling finality, as if watching the dead. Their water had completely dried up. Su Chong leaned against the doorframe, idly fiddling with an empty magazine, his voice barely audible. This place has become a death trap. We can't linger. An entire day stretched on, time thick and sticky as paste. Inside, only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Xiaoyu sat in the shadow beneath the curtain, clutching a wooden strip of unknown origin, methodically whittling it with a knife. Wood shavings fell softly onto her shoes. Whenever a whisper of wind rustled through the corridor, her frail, somewhat gaunt hands would freeze, turning to observe the tightly shut security door. Thirst. A thirst so intense it scorched her throat. A thirst that throbbed within her skull. This torment persisted until the early hours of dawn. In the hallway, that familiar, dragging sound of footsteps returned. This time, it approached without hesitation, treading upon the dust of the staircase, inching closer until it halted before 3 broken bricks. Thud. A muted sound. Knocking. There was a long pause. Thud. Again, another knock. Chapter 55. The Rules, November 1st, 2027. The 138th day after the disaster. The night was devoid of light, and silence reigned. The entire building resembled a hollow shell. Molan had not slept. He crouched in the shadows behind the entrance door. A short-handled axe pressed against the outer side of his thigh, the blade's chill seeping through the thin fabric of his tactical pants, penetrating into his muscles. In the afternoon, Lin Zhixi had exerted herself to the brink, retrieving a bucket of water from the fire hydrant on the basement level, which now rested in the center of the living room. Even after 5 hours of settling, the faint moonlight filtering through the window revealed a layer of gray-green oil floating upon the water's surface. The stagnant water in the fire pipeline, accumulated over several years, carried a pungent scent of rust. Li Minghua curled up on the other end of the tattered fabric sofa in the living room. The sofa had long since sagged, exuding an unpleasant odor. He clutched a polished crowbar, his back aching severely, too fearful to move as he sank deeper into the cushions. At 2 in the morning, the sound returned to the corridor. It was not footsteps, but rather the slow, deliberate scraping of 2 rough sheets of sandpaper against the concrete floor. Scratch, scratch. The sound stretched out, imbued with a hesitant timidity, finally halting before the faded security door adorned with a worn-out blessing character. Silence enveloped the space. Molan pressed his finger against the axe's handle. A shadow shifted at the bedroom door. Su Chong turned slightly, his gun protruding from under his arm, aimed at the door, level with his chest. The person outside gently knocked twice. A suppressed cough, thick and labored, slipped through the crack beneath the door. It sounded as though their lungs were burdened with murky phlegm. I know you're awake. Don't drink that water. It's coffin water. It will rot your insides. Molan remained silent, his gaze unblinking, his body tensed in anticipation. Let's trade something. The voice outside seemed to slide down against the door, their breaths growing heavier. I heard you twisting the fire hydrant this afternoon. The noise echoed throughout the entire building. Molan glanced at Su Chong. In the darkness, Su Chong blinked slowly, his left hand making a safe gesture while his body shifted slightly to the side, allowing for a clear line of fire. Molan inhaled deeply, the earthy scent choking him as it filled his lungs. He did not unlock the door. His voice emerged, muffled and resonant from within his chest. Who are you? From the 6th floor. I'm alone. Molan leaned closer to the peephole. Outside, it was pitch black, revealing only a faint outline, slender and monkey-like. Huddled at the threshold. I will open the door. No tricks. Molan turned the deadbolt. The click echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. The door was pulled open just wide enough for a hand to pass through. A more pungent odor of decay assaulted the senses, emanating from the oxidized bodily oils of an individual who had long neglected personal hygiene, intermingled with the distinct scent of senescence. At the entrance squatted an elderly man. who appeared to be at least 70 years of age, draped in an absurdly oversized, tattered cotton coat, from which dark cotton fibers protruded through the frayed sleeves like soot. A makeshift red nylon rope was haphazardly tied around his waist, while he grasped a plastic oil can, its spout cut open. By the faint flicker of a solitary candle within, one could discern the deep creases etched across his face, and his sunken eyes resembled two dark caverns, with only the murky pupils flickering with a desperate, almost ghastly green light reminiscent of a dying creature's instinct to survive. "Please," he implored, "antibiotics. Amoxicillin, cephalosporin, or even tetracycline if necessary. My grandson has been feverish for 3 days. His throat is so swollen, he can barely breathe, and we have no medicine left. Tonight could be his last." Yet, Molan remained unmoved. "That water is undrinkable. It is coffin water, and to consume it would result in a dire fate." The old man retorted, "It's not as if one sip would lead to death. People have survived worse, even drinking black rainwater. There is fresh water here." Lin Zhixi emerged from the darkness of the bedroom, barefoot, and approached Molan from behind, gently unfastening the waist pouch she had carried closely. From its inner compartment, she carefully extracted an aluminum foil sheet and, with slow and deliberate movements, discreetly broke off 3 capsules of cephalosporin. Ensuring the old man did not catch sight of her actions, she tore a small piece of tin foil from a cigarette packet, wrapped the medicine carefully, and handed it to Molan. He accepted the foil bundle, yet did not extend it towards the old man. Instead, he scrutinized the gnarled hands of the elder. "You claim that is coffin water. Where, then, is this fresh water you speak of?" The old man fixated on the foil bundle in Molan's hand, extending a trembling hand only to retract it, clenched into a fist resting on his knee. "In the maintenance well beneath the pump room at the back. There is still some pressure in the municipal line. Despite the lack of electricity, you can obtain clear water from there. I swear I'm not deceiving you. And how do we access it? You cannot simply go there." The old man shrank his neck slightly. "The pump room of this building is locked by the residence committee. To fetch water, you must secure their approval." "The residence committee?" Molan's brow furrowed tightly. This term, laden with the bureaucratic essence of a bygone era, sounded particularly absurd in this desolate world. "You newcomers are unaware of the rules," the old man revealed, displaying his decayed and shrunken gums. "This area falls under the jurisdiction of the building's head, a former insurance salesman named Xiaoyu. He employs several burly mechanics, armed with steel rods and even homemade firearms." He swallowed hard before continuing. "Every drop of water and every vacant room in this building belongs to them. If an outsider occupies a room, it counts against their quota. They will undoubtedly come to collect rent from you by tomorrow morning. Failure to pay the rent could lead to dire consequences." "Collect rent?" Su Chong scoffed from behind the door. "This house is abandoned. The house may be empty, but the water is not." The old man lowered his voice. "Here, no one can drink for free. You must navigate with caution. Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must tread carefully." The last time, a few stubborn passers-by remained unconvinced. Their corpses now hang, desiccating on the pull-up bar in the community garden. "A piece of news cannot substitute for medicine," Molan remarked. "I understand. I brought some food," he replied, and Molan refrained from further inquiry. He extended the crumpled aluminum foil in his hand, which the elderly man accepted, cradling it in both hands before stowing the medicine into his inner pocket and pressing down to ensure it was secure. Rising unsteadily, he rummaged through the depths of his thick cotton coat and laid out a collection of items upon the cement ground at the doorway. "This is the price for the medicine." After speaking, he grasped an empty oil canister and shuffled toward the staircase, keeping close to the wall. His footsteps soon faded, followed by a faint sound of the door closing. Molan locked the door behind him. The items on the ground were simple: 2 bars of sulfur soap wrapped in paper, half a bag of dried red dates, and a tin can devoid of any label. The can was marred with a layer of reddish-brown rust. Shaking it revealed a heavy presence inside, though its contents remained undetermined. Xiaoyu had been hiding behind the door, not glancing at the pile of items. "Dad, that old man has a smell." "What kind of smell?" "Certainly not a foul odor." They had long since grown accustomed to that. "It's the stench of death." Xiaoyu crouched down, grazing her fingertip over the rust on the tin can, akin to the decaying dogs along the embankment. Molan did not respond. He lifted the can for inspection, noting that one side bore a thicker layer of rust, darker in hue, as if it had been soaked in something. He set the can in the corner. "It's from the corpses," Su Chong stated. "Rest for now. Li Minghua, you should take a nap. Su Chang, don't let go of the gun. Molan paused momentarily, contemplating his meeting with the insurance seller the next day. Outside, the wind battered against the window frame, causing the glass to creak. Molan returned the axe to its place behind the door, extinguished the candle, and settled onto the floor by the entrance. Come dawn, the building committee would arrive to collect the rent. The location of the pump room remained uncertain, leaving them to wait. Chapter 56, Zhang Yi, November 2nd, 2027, the 139th day following the calamity. Light trickled down the peeling tiled facade of the building opposite, gradually sketching the outlines of the city's ruins into a gray silhouette. The wind awakened earlier than the light, tugging insistently at the filthy plastic sheeting covering the window, producing a dissonant clattering. Molan stirred awake at the sound, his vision initially blurred. As he lifted the cotton quilt, countless icy insects began to burrow into his skin through his pores. The bed had been reserved for women and children, the composite floor beneath him pressed rigidly against his spine, while the quilt exuded a musty dampness. The space by the door was vacant. Li Minghua was absent. Molan propped himself up off the floor. In another bed, Su Chang sat up, his hand reaching beneath the pillow for the machete, gripping the handle tightly. Lin Zhixi leaned against the wall, folding blankets with deliberate slowness, her left hand awkwardly guarding her chest, a fine sheen of perspiration glistening on her forehead. Molan had sensed last night that they were being watched. There were people in the corridor, and eyes peered through the cracks of the window. A soft click echoed as the door latch engaged. Li Minghua squeezed through, securing the latch behind him, a large white plastic bucket, originally intended for paint, in his grasp, its surface smudged with black handprints. His pant cuffs and sleeves were soaked with stains. Li Minghua carefully placed the bucket against the wall, yet someone was watching me. As I carried the bucket back, I heard someone spitting from above. I could hear it distinctly. Someone was peering at me through the crack in the window. Su Chang leaned in to sniff, then stepped back. The water had an odd scent. Any water was better than drinking that black rain outside. Li Minghua pulled a rag from his pocket and wiped the rust from his face. A few dried sweet potatoes were broken into small pieces, which he stuffed into his mouth. They were too hard to chew, so he had to hold them in his mouth, letting his saliva soften them before swallowing cautiously. No one dared to drink much from the bucket. Only when their throats felt parched, like they were on fire, would they take a small sip to moisten their lips. At 10 in the morning, that accursed sound arrived punctually. Bang, bang, bang. It was the sound of a solid steel pipe or a hammer striking the iron door. The vibrations traveled through the walls, causing dust to fall from the door frame. Molan pressed a hand axe against the side of the door, while Su Chang retreated to the corner of the living room, his back against the wall, his hand reaching into his coat to grip the handle of his weapon. Lin Zhixi pulled Xiaoyu close, and the two retreated to the innermost part of the bedroom, hiding behind the wardrobe. Molan cracked the door open slightly. A wave of tobacco, sweat, and alcohol wafted in. 3 men stood outside. The leader was around 40, sporting an extremely short buzz cut, with an old scar on his scalp resembling a centipede. He wore a camouflage uniform smeared with black grease, the collar wide open, revealing a thick gold chain around his neck. He was Zhang Yi. The man scanned the room, his gaze finally landing on the hand axe in Molan's grip. This room had once been occupied by my people. 3 months ago, that family had perished beneath the northern overpass, their remains devoured by the vagrants until only bones remained. Zhang Yi's voice was coarse and unyielding. What does it have to do with us? Do you wish to reclaim the house? Molan did not retreat. The room can be yours to occupy, but the distribution cannot cease. Zhang Yi gestured behind him towards the dimly lit end of the corridor. Down here, there's a deep well pump, the lifeline for the hundreds in this building. Normally, we rely on the electric motor to draw water, but the motor burned out 2 days ago. Now, to get water, we must rely on manual effort. Zhang Yi's gaze lingered on the arms of Molan and Su Chang for a few seconds. The previous individuals who worked the pump had gone down yesterday afternoon and never returned. The remaining water in the building would only last until tomorrow noon. Since you occupy room 302, you are part of this building. This afternoon, 2 of you must go down and pump out water. In return, you will receive 2 ladles of clean water. If you cannot pump it out, Zhang Yi did not finish his sentence, merely sneering, revealing a mouthful of teeth yellowed from smoke. He raised his hand, making an extremely dismissive gesture to push us away. With so many people in your building, why specifically target us newcomers? Su Chang scoffed from the shadows. Bullying outsiders? Bullying? The burly man behind Zhang Yi let out a strange laugh, his steel rod thudding heavily against the concrete floor. The locals in this building were either too weak from hunger to move or too terrified to stand up for themselves. You lot still have some flesh on your bones. If you don't work, what are you saving it for? The burly man stepped forward, nearly pressing his face against the security door. Either you work, or you leave immediately. The vagrants outside are not as accommodating as we are. They feast on human flesh. Zhang Yi waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to step back. He cast a penetrating glance at you, Molan. At 2 o'clock, I shall await you at the stairwell. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. All exits in this building are under the jurisdiction of the Residence Committee. Having said that, he turned and led his men away. The door closed once more, locking securely. Su Chong spat in disdain. Damn it, they're using us as scapegoats. There's definitely an issue with the pump room. No kidding. Li Minghua crouched down, remarking that the motor wouldn't burn out at the most inconvenient time unless it were during the disappearance of those few individuals. The pump room has always been a damp place, and now, after months of torrential rain, with a death having occurred, who knows what ghastly things lurk beneath. What if we do not go? Lin Zhixi's voice drifted in from the bedroom doorway. If we do not go, this afternoon they will incite the local residents in the entire building. Molan sheathed his axe back into his waistband. If a horde of frenzied men burst in, even our 3 bullets would not suffice as defense. Approaching the window, he gently peeled back a corner of the plastic covering with his finger. Below, in the open space, several shadowy figures were indeed lurking, armed with makeshift weapons. Zhang Yi spoke the truth. This place is a trap. He retrieved a roll of duct tape from his backpack and began to bind his wrists and ankles. This afternoon, Li Minghua and I will go. Su Chong, you stay here and guard. Molan turned to Su Chong, instructing him to barricade the door. If anything seems amiss downstairs, or if we have not returned in 2 hours, take Zhixi and Xiaoyu out through the back window. The old man on the 6th floor mentioned scaffolding at the back. Regardless of the height, you must jump. Su Chong remained silent, his jaw clenched, raising a hand to pat the fabric bag concealing his weapon. Xiaoyu curled up in the corner of the sofa, her face the only part visible, fixated on the doorknob. Chapter 57. A Life for a Life, November 2nd, 2027. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Yi stood before the heavy iron door leading to the underground, wielding a hefty iron bar. He struck the concrete floor with a resounding thud. It's open. Zhang Yi did not glance at Molan, his gaze fixed on the rusted door. A pungent gust, reeking of sulfur and decay, surged forth from the crevice. Molan instinctively reached for the axe handle at his lower back. The rough texture of the wooden grip offered him a sense of reassurance. Li Minghua followed closely behind, his 25-year-old frame yet unbroken by the harshness of the world. Though at that moment, his back hunched like a quail, his Adam's apple nervously bobbing in his throat, and his legs trembled like chaff. Descend. Zhang Yi stepped aside. The ladder was broken, revealing twisted, rusted rebar underneath. Molan gauged the height of the pump and leaped down. The space below was not small. As his feet plunged into the water, there was no splash. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the airborne dust motes. A thick layer of scum floated on the surface of the water, a sinister blend of dark red. Occasionally, fragments of white bones, remnants of small, unknown creatures, drifted past. Old Yu and Li Minghua lingered above, hesitating until Molan's piercing gaze compelled them to slide down, trembling. The actions of the 2 individuals stirred the stagnant waters, unleashing a foul stench that had been suppressed for an indeterminate duration from the depths below. Grasping the pump handle, Molan pointed toward the dark, shadowy iron object lurking in the corner. The cast-iron hand pump, reminiscent of a relic from the Qing dynasty, loomed atop a cement platform submerged in murky water. The iron handle had been polished to a sheen, exuding a sinister aura in the dim light. The 2 of them waded through, their feet sinking intermittently. And just as they firmly clasped the icy iron handle, Molan sensed an unsettling current beneath his feet. The previously tranquil surface of the water suddenly rippled, sending fine waves radiating swiftly from the shadow behind the pump. With a creak, the handle moved slightly, as if the mechanism were rusted. Old Yu, something is crawling on my leg. Li Minghua's voice escalated, his tone shifting in pitch. Before he could finish his sentence, he sank into the water. Amidst the chaotic beam of the flashlight, Molan caught sight of a face, nearly rotting, bursting forth from the depths. It was a person, or rather, had once been one, clad in a tattered blue work uniform, 2 pallid, Swollen hands gripped Li Minggua's ankle with a fierce tenacity, nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. Rope! Molan bellowed, his throat straining, his voice echoing in the confined space. Li Minggua's legs flailed. Above the well, Zhang Yi squatted, holding an iron bar, his eyes unmoving, even neglecting the rope dangling at his side. Where's the water? If you can't see the water, don't come up. Hundreds of eyes in this building are fixated on this pump. If it doesn't yield water, emerging means death, and rotting at the bottom means death as well. To him, these two newcomers were no different from the decayed bodies in the water, merely fodder for the pit. Molan ceased to waste words. Knowing that reasoning with someone like Zhang Yi was futile, drawing his axe with his right hand, he lowered his body and, relying on instinct, struck down fiercely at the writhing mass of flesh next to Li Minggua's leg. With a sickening thud, the sensation of cleaving into a live pig coursed through his hands. A warm liquid splattered onto Molan's eyelid. It was alive. The creature recoiled in pain, emitting a sound that resembled a muffled groan, and slowly sank, leaving behind a trail of bubbling air. Shake it for me. Molan emerged from the water, seizing the limp Li Minggua. Two pairs of hands overlapped on the pump handle. The iron handle trembled violently, producing a cacophony of metal grinding. Li Minggua's tears and snot mingled with the filth on his face as he uncontrollably wailed, desperately pressing down in rhythm with Molan. His palms bloodied from the coarse iron handle. Creak, creak, creak. With a final resounding clang, a muffled thud echoed from the rusted iron pipe above. Soon after, the divine sound of water rushing through the desiccated pipes resonated, coursing through the veins of the walls, permeating the entire basement. That's enough, Zhang Yi said coldly from above, finally discarding the nylon rope tethered to the living knot. As the two men were dragged out of the well like lifeless dogs, Li Minggua collapsed onto the dust-laden cement floor, retching violently, expelling a stream of black water and bile. His trousers were torn with a large gash, and a circle of purplish-black bite marks on his left calf oozed thick, dark blood, the flesh around the wound turning pale. Zhang Yi approached, retrieving two pieces of dried meat, as hard as the soles of shoes, from his pocket and casually tossed them at the men's feet. 302 belongs to you now. I will inform the others in the building that this counts as initiation. He did not spare a glance at the meat, his expression akin to that of a man dispensing scraps to wild dogs. His gaze fixated on Li Minggua's trembling leg, momentarily flickering. Take this medicine. Whether you survive depends on your resilience. A small packet of white powder, wrapped in used newspaper, fell beside Li Minggua. It was uncertain whether it was anti-inflammatory medication or lime powder. Without looking back, Zhang Yi departed, his footsteps echoing long in the empty corridor. Molan assisted Li Minggua to his feet. The terror in the young man's eyes had yet to dissipate, his pupils somewhat unfocused. Will I change, old you? Li Minggua's teeth chattered. That thing bit me. You want to change. Molan tightened his grip on the axe still dripping with dark water, reassuring him. As long as you are alive, you are still human. Let us return and cook the meat. They moved to the third floor, their bodies reeking of filth and blood. Behind them, the corridor lay in utter darkness, resembling an insatiable esophagus, quietly awaiting its next swallow. Chapter 58. The Wound, November 5th, 2027. The 142nd day since the calamity struck. Molan awoke early, or rather, he had scarcely slept soundly over the past 3 days. Each time he closed his eyes, the slick sensation from the pump room and that decayed visage resurfaced from the shadows. He slowly sat up. Last night, he and Su Chong had taken turns guarding Li Minggua, whose leg had swollen like dough since returning from the pump room 3 days prior. The skin stretched taut, translucent enough to reveal the underlying bluish veins, threatening to burst with the slightest pressure. He opened his right hand, gripping tightly, the base of his thumb still tingling from the axe blows of that fateful day. After several attempts, his joints emitted a soft crack, signaling that he was alive once more. The room was silent, save for the sounds of Lin Zhixi busy in the kitchen. She held a found teacup, carefully scooping water from a large white barrel. The sound was slow, deliberate. The water had settled in the corner for 3 days, the bottom thick with a grayish-white sediment. The life-giving water from the pump room, even after 3 days of standing, still exuded an unclean fishy odor when poured into the aluminum pot. Lin Zhixi layered 2 pieces of cloth over the pot's rim, continuing to filter the water. Her hands lacked moisture, cracked with tiny fissures. When she touched the cold water, she instinctively flinched, her brow slightly furrowing. Breakfast consisted of a porridge made from mixed grains. A small handful of unknown grain flour was mixed with a large pot of water, boiled until it was thin enough to reflect a silhouette. Lin Zhixi added 3 chopped dates, traded from the old man. "Dad," Xiaoyu said softly, holding a bowl. "Is that black rain outside?" The sound was faint, akin to a needle dropping on the floor, yet it caused the few individuals in the room to momentarily freeze, even halting the sound of swallowing. Molan set down her bowl and approached the window, prying open a small gap in the thick curtains with her fingernail. The sky was ominously dark, and the raindrops outside bore an unsettling hue, resembling a murky liquid tinged with gray. As they struck the concrete railing of the opposite rooftop, they did not splash, but instead splattered into blackened droplets, reminiscent of ink splattered on rice paper. Even through the window and plastic sheeting, a faint, acrid odor pervaded the air, reminiscent of burnt sulfur mingled with rotting flesh, assaulting the throat. "Yes." Molan tightly drew the curtains shut, tucking the corners into the window frame. Today, they must not venture outside. Suchong leaned against the wall, struggling to open his eyes, rubbing his stiff neck. When it rains, those things outside multiply. The humidity is heavy. They are drawn to it. Suddenly, a suppressed groan emanated from the inner room. Brief, agonizing. Li Minghua had awakened. Instinctively, he attempted to turn over, but the movement tugged at his wound. In the morning, the air pressure within the room was suffocating. Lin Zhixi meticulously stuffed every gap in the window with ragged cloth strips collected over the past few days. The room had transformed into a stifling chamber. Xiaoyu sat in the darkest corner of the sofa, feeling bored, mechanically whittling a stick she had picked up with a multifunctional knife, the soft sound of which shavings fell silently to the ground like snowflakes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Minghua suddenly emitted a scream that bore no resemblance to human sound. Molan flung open the door and rushed in. Lin Zhixi stood by the bed, her face ashen, gripping a pair of scissors, her entire being trembling slightly. A potent stench assaulted them, reminiscent of overripe fruit mingled with the scent of dead rats. The bandage on Li Minghua's calf was completely soaked through with yellowish fluid, dripping onto a broken plastic basin meant for waste, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. Lin Zhixi took a deep breath and cautiously cut away the bandage stuck to the wound. With each layer she peeled back, the bandage tugged at the newly formed granulation tissue, causing Li Minghua's body to convulse violently, as if electrified. When the final layer of bandage was removed, Molan let out a soft sigh. The wound had not healed at all. The dark, purplish bite marks from the pump room had not scabbed over. Instead, due to the oppressive heat and humidity of recent days, they had swollen grotesquely, resembling the belly of a fish left to rot in water for days. Even more unsettling were the fine, black tendrils sprouting from the edges of the wound, creeping spider-like along the bluish veins toward the knee. That was infection, potentially a precursor to something far more sinister. "Bear with it," Lin Zhixi urged as she accepted the freshly sterilized knife from Suchong, twisting open the nearly empty bottle of iodine. Her hands trembled violently, spilling a few drops of brown liquid onto the bedsheet. She hastened to scrape away the necrotic tissue and blackened veins. Li Minghua could still endure, but the moment she rinsed the wound with iodine, he arched his back, his teeth grinding audibly, as if they might shatter at any moment. Sweat suddenly beaded on his forehead, forming a small stream that trickled into his temples. His hands clutched the bed sheets with great intensity. Lin Zhixi pressed down on his legs, her movements resolute yet brimming with tears. "Leave the medicine for the child. I can endure," Li Minghua gasped, his body slumping as his voice became as fragile as a piece of paper, wavering precariously. "Eat." Suchong's voice boomed from the doorway, almost a roar. "These are the last 2 capsules. If you lose your life, what good is saving the medicine? If you die, we'll have to carry your 100+ pounds of flesh out to bury." Li Minghua opened his cracked lips, his Adam's apple bobbing as he struggled to swallow the white capsule. In the afternoon, the rain intensified. Raindrops pattered against the window like stones being thrown from outside. Occasionally, through the curtain's gaps, shadowy figures, slow and contorted, could be seen gliding through the downpour, seemingly reveling in the rain. Li Minghua lay there, his face flushed with fever, resembling a boiled crab. Lin Zhixi checked his forehead every 10 minutes, the heat burning her hand. Delirium, triggered by the high fever, began to echo throughout the room. "Don't pull me. Mom, I want to go home. I want to eat dumplings." He would call out to the water pump, his voice a painful blend of sorrow and longing, crying out names of family members with a heart-wrenching wail. "It will be fine," Molan said, turning his back to the bed, gazing at the seemingly endless black rain outside. Yet, the frailty in his voice was unmistakable. Night fell. Several individuals, including Xiaoyu, took turns keeping watch. The sound of rain became the sole background noise. Su Chong leaned closer to Molan, using the faint glow of a lighter, and whispered, "Old Yu, we can't stay in this city. The locals are too exclusionary, unreliable. With this black rain, it's a breeding ground for bacteria. If Xiao Li's wound truly becomes septic or mutated, none of us will escape this enclosed space." Molan nodded silently, his grip tightening on the axe handle as he pondered the vague rumors about an oasis to the northwest, a tale told by a nearly dying refugee they had encountered on the road. It might be untrue, but it remained their only hope. Staying here and waiting for death was inevitable. The following day, the rain persisted, even heavier than before. Li Minghua had slipped into a deep coma, no longer calling out or moving. His breath became shallow and rapid, occasionally pausing for several seconds, sending Lin Zhixi's heart into a panic. His body alternated between burning hot and chillingly cold, sometimes scorching to the touch, other times as frigid as ice. Lin Zhixi sat at the edge of the bed, her eyes sunken. She dared not close her eyes, fixated on Li Minghua's leg, now beginning to take on a bluish hue, as if the moment she blinked, it would transform into something monstrous. She recalled a Ming from Anqiu County, who had saved Xiaoyu's life. On the third day, the relentless black rain that threatened to engulf the world finally subsided. Molan stood by the window, observing the indistinct figures beneath the distant overpass, as well as the creatures rummaging through the flooded debris. He turned back, glancing at the unconscious Li Minghua and the weary faces of those around him. His voice was low yet firm, leaving no room for doubt. "This place is not meant for prolonged stay. We must make early preparations. In this gradually dying city, every passing moment feels like a noose tightening around one's neck. And now that noose has almost penetrated the flesh." Chapter 59, Cycle November 15th, 2027. The light filtering through the curtain seems as pale and insipid, devoid of warmth, merely diluting the darkness of the room with a sickly hue of ashen blue. When Molan awoke, she first moved her toes instead of opening her eyes. The sensations relayed by her peripheral nerves were sluggish. The chill had settled in during the night, accumulating half a foot thick against the floor, burrowing into her body through her pores and veins. She slowly sat up, her spine emitting a series of delicate, brittle cracks. The fatigue from the previous day lingered, trapped in her muscles, forming painful knots that tugged at her fascia with every movement. In truth, this was the nature of nearly every day, differing only in degree. Lin Zhixi rose even earlier. There was no oily smoke wafting from the kitchen, only the damp warmth of steam rising from boiling water. The salvaged aluminum pot, thin-bottomed and quick to heat, made a muffled sound as the water inside bubbled, gurgling softly. She held a small handful of mixed grains, her wrist hovering above the pot's rim, fingers delicately sprinkling them in a slow cascade. Each grain fell into the water with an almost inaudible hissing sound, reminiscent of finely calculated grains of gold. Su Chong leaned against the bedroom doorframe, his posture rigid as if he were a piece of timber. The scabbard of the machete in his arms had formed a fine layer of condensation. Hearing Molan stir, he did not lift his eyelids. Behind him, a lump was formed under the covers on the bed, quiet and still, instilling a sense of unease. Molan approached and lifted a corner of the blanket. A faint medicinal scent mingled with the distinct odor of aged blood scabs wafted out. Li Minghua was still asleep, deeply so. It had been 10 days. His calf, which had danced on the brink of death, now lay exposed to the air without any covering. The swelling had diminished significantly. The once terrifying dark purple bulge had deflated, leaving the skin loose and sagging. Though the wound was covered with a thick layer of dark purple scab, the surrounding despairing red line had faded to a somewhat normal pale pink. He had neither succumbed nor mutated. Although one leg was visibly thinner than the other and the muscle had atrophied somewhat, as long as it remained attached and the nerves were intact, with a few months of care, he would still be able to walk. "Us brothers are hard to kill," Su Chong muttered, a hint of relief in his voice. Breakfast consisted of steamed buns soaked in hot water. The 3 dry buns exchanged last night from beneath the bridge had cracked surfaces and felt light in hand. Lin Zhixi tore them apart and tossed them into the pot, cooking them briefly. There was no fragrance of wheat, only the stale scent of damp storage. No one spoke, Only the sound of swallowing could be heard. Xiaoyu ate with utmost seriousness, her head bowed low, savoring each bite for a long while. The bowl lay empty, yet she did not set it aside. Instead, she extended her delicate pink tongue, meticulously licking around the dried rim, her movements deft and practiced. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat tense that morning. Li Minghua leaned on a freshly whittled wooden stick, attempting to take a few steps. Not too bad. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he forced a smile through gritted teeth, though his legs felt as weak as noodles, lacking strength. Don't overexert yourself. Molan supported him gently. His legs needed care. Haste would do no good. I checked the latch at the east gate, Li Minghua said, returning to sit on the bed, taking a deep breath as white mist escaped his lips, the water flow becoming sparse. In the past, it would gush forth at a mere twist, but now one had to wait for it to trickle out. He paused, rubbing his frostbitten hands. Moreover, there are several new faces around, people from Zhangyi. They stood silently by, wielding iron rods, watching those fetching water. One even inquired why I was still alive. Molan glanced at the half-full bucket of murky water in the corner. Have they started charging? Not yet, but it's likely to happen soon. Li Minghua wrung out the mud from his pant legs. This was far from public property. Yugu, should they start charging? Will the remaining amount suffice for a few days' worth of water? Molan remained silent. It was not merely a matter of money. The afternoon seemed interminable, as if the clock hands were glued in place. The room felt cold, and sitting still was uncomfortable. Xiaoyu rummaged through a corner cabinet and unearthed a deck of playing cards, left behind by an unknown hand. The faces were still relatively new, albeit slightly damp and limp. Shall we play? She asked, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Su Chong stretched his legs and adjusted into a more comfortable position. Come, I'll play with you. The rules were simple. They compared values, with the loser shuffling the deck. The cards scraped against the rough floor, producing a soft rustling sound. Xiaoyu's shuffling was clumsy, a cacophony of noise. Molan observed silently, his gaze fixated on the worn-out King of Hearts. Suddenly realizing that this existence mirrored the deck of cards, repetitively flipping through the same few numbers, growing thinner and more tattered with each play, ultimately disintegrating into a pile of worthless paper. As dusk fell, Molan and Su Chong made their way once more beneath the overpass. New faces had appeared, their gazes either more menacing or vacantly dull. Molan exchanged the remaining handful of jujubes for half a bottle of vegetable oil, laden with impurities. The transaction was swift, akin to a thief's dealings. The stares of those around felt like barbed hooks, probing and evaluating. Upon reaching the edge of the bridge, Su Chong halted abruptly, glancing back at the dim, foul-smelling market. Old you, you think, as we endure this, what will we have left in the end? Just our lives. And then we'll consider our next steps. Su Chong refrained from pressing further. A sudden, mournful howl of a wild dog echoed from a distance, only to be abruptly silenced. Dinner, due to that scant oil, felt somewhat extravagant. Lin Zhixi sautéed a batch of wild greens that had long been soaked. The oil droplets were few, yet the long-lost aroma of fat made Xiaoyu's forehead bead with sweat. After the meal, she sat by the sofa, illuminated by the faint candlelight, holding a small knife as she continued to whittle the wooden stick. Wood shavings curled and fell away, revealing the white, fresh core within. She was engrossed in her task. This wood is too damp, she muttered to herself. Molan approached and squatted beside her daughter, gently touching the wooden stick. Xiaoyu was crafting a new cane for Li Minghua, the tip shaped into a smooth arc, perfectly fitting his palm. Xiaoyu, tidy up your things. Leave behind what you want to take, Molan instructed. The room fell silent instantly. Even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible. Lin Zhixi, who had been washing dishes, paused, droplets cascading from her fingertips. Su Chong tightened his grip on the knife. Li Minghua sat in the shadows, lifting his gaze, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Are we leaving? Li Minghua asked, trembling slightly. Where to? Once you feel better, we shall seek the official safe zone. Molan replied, glancing out the window where the darkness loomed heavy as a wall, suffocating. The water here has dried up, and so has the human heart. If we linger, we will become like Zhangyi, or worse. He turned to look at the leg that, although crippled, still lived, and at his daughter's innocent, yet prematurely aged face. We must find a new refuge. I've heard of an oasis to the northwest. We should explore this potential escape. Even if it is but a lie, it is at least a lie filled with hope. far better than rotting in this moldy concrete coffin. Chapter 60. Breaking the Deadlock, November 18th, 2027. The rain ceased at 4 in the morning, without any warning. After 2 days of relentless, nerve-wracking pattering, the sound abruptly stopped, leaving only the dripping of water from the eaves. Each drop echoed with a lingering tone. Molan opened her eyes. The moisture barrier beneath her had become damp, mingling with the sweat of her body, clinging to her back like a layer of stubborn dead skin. The air was infused with the peculiar scent of Li Minghua's sweat, tinged with the odor of fever receding. Li Minghua leaned against the wall, his mouth slightly ajar, his chest rising and falling rapidly. His previously bitten calf lay flat, resting on an old backpack filled with miscellaneous items. The yellow exudate had dried, resembling a ring of desiccated amber. Water, Li Minghua extended his hand. Please get me some water. Lin Zhixi picked up the white plastic bucket and shook it. Empty. Not even a drop remained. Not only had the water run out, but the bag of red dates and the last bit of coarse salt had also been completely depleted. Zhang Yi's men had issued a warning in the hallway yesterday afternoon. If they could not produce anything, the house would change ownership. Their patience had run thin. Su Chong stood by the window, parting the heavy curtains slightly. Outside lay a dreary, ashen dawn. Old you, Su Chong's voice was hoarse. Zhang Yi's men are on the second-floor landing. I just heard someone called Mouse coughing downstairs. Moreover, the creatures on the street have also grown hungry and are now sniffing around. Molan pushed herself up from the ground. She grasped the fire axe resting against the wall. The tape wrapped around the handle felt uncomfortable in her grip, yet she did not release it. Staying here meant awaiting death, devoid of water, devoid of medicine, while guarding a door that could be shattered at any moment, waiting for those ravenous wolves to dismember them. We cannot blend in here, Su Chong said. Let us go? Molan uttered a single word. It took merely 3 minutes to gather their belongings. Lin Zhixi slipped the last half of a dry, hard biscuit into Xiaoyu's pocket. Li Minghua was hoisted up by Su Chong, gritting his teeth. He clutched a sharpened wooden stick as a makeshift crutch, his left leg dangling weightlessly. I can do this, Li Minghua gasped, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Don't abandon me. Less chatter. Conserve your strength, Su Chong replied, not glancing at him, as he bore half of Li Minghua's weight upon his shoulder. The door to room 302 creaked open, unleashing a gust of chilly, damp air. They did not descend directly, but instead pressed against the wall, holding their breath as they cautiously edged toward the stairwell corner. Indeed, as they reached the halfway point down the second floor, footsteps echoed ominously from below. Hey, has this family not moved at all? Are they truly dead? One voice inquired. Go check. That woman is quite attractive. She must still have some value. That commodity is worth more than gold. Let us not let someone else take advantage. It was a group of vagrants under Zhang Yi's command. With the rain abated, these famished scavengers could no longer resist the temptation to seize the last remnants of sustenance. They sought not only supplies, but perhaps people as well. Molan pressed himself against the wall. He raised his left hand, signaling those behind him to halt. However, Li Minghua's injured leg betrayed him. He attempted to stabilize himself, but the wooden stick he relied upon trembled nervously and lightly tapped against the concrete steps. A faint, crisp sound echoed. Instantly, the footsteps below ceased. Moments later, 3 men charged up, brandishing sharpened iron rods and crude machetes. Leading them was the one known as Rat, whom they had encountered at the market. His eyes immediately spotted Su Chong, supporting the injured Li Minghua, and Lin Zhixi, who was laden with a backpack and wore a face of sheer terror. Damn! Trying to escape? There was no room for negotiation. Rat bellowed, raising the rusted iron rod as he lunged toward Molan's face. The stairway was too narrow for evasion. Molan did not retreat. At the moment the iron rod thrust forward, he sidestepped to evade the lethal point, his shoulder crashing against the rough concrete wall. Harnessing the recoil, he swung the fire axe with all his might. With a sickening thud, the metal bit into the collarbone, penetrating into the lung. Rat's mouth gaped open, a gurgling sound escaping his throat. Warm, foul blood sprayed forth from the axe blade, splattering Molan's hands and face. The 2 men behind him froze, having anticipated an easy target in this family, only to confront a true butcher seasoned by bloodshed. Su Chong, still supporting Li Minghua, remained unfazed. He lifted one foot and, using the momentum, delivered a fierce kick to the second man's chest. With a resounding crash, the man cried out, tumbling down the stairs like a rolling gourd, colliding with the third man, and both fell in a tangle. Get down. Molan shouted. His voice laden with pent-up rage and ferocity accumulated over 5 months, erupting in a primal instinct for survival. He stomped on Rat's chest, yanking the axe from the corpse with a violent pull, trailing a string of dark crimson droplets. The remaining 2 individuals gazed at the twitching rat on the ground, then cast a glance at Molan's blood-stained axe and the malevolent glint in his eyes. The guise of ferocity crumbled in an instant. They scrambled towards the first floor, swiftly disappearing into the enveloping mist. "Hurry!" Molan's voice trembled slightly. The after-effects of the killing surged within him. As the adrenaline waned, his wrist began to spasm uncontrollably. The scent of blood would attract the creatures lurking below. They stepped over the corpse, treading on the spreading, viscous pool of blood rushing downwards. At the entrance of the first floor, the unit door that had once been shut now stood wide open. Outside, on the street, several infected beings that had been meandering in the sludge caught the whiff of fresh blood. They halted, their grayish-white pupils sluggishly swiveling. Before, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, they began to converge towards the blood-soaked entrance. Molan tightened the collar of his jacket and grasped Li Minghua's other arm. "Head northwest," he instructed, his voice low, yet each word struck the ground like a nail. Regardless of the veracity of the news regarding the oasis, there was no turning back. This was a high-stakes gamble, with the lives of their entire family on the line. The wind lifted an old, tattered poster from who knows what year, slapping it against the wall with a crack. In the distance, a fragmented overpass jutted towards the heavens, its steel reinforcements piercing the somber sky like black-boned spears. A drop of lingering rain fell from the eaves, chilling Molan's nape. He gripped the axe handle tightly, leading his beleaguered family forward, resolutely plunging into the unknown wilderness. Chapter 61, Roadblock, November 19th, 2027, the 156th day post-disaster. The road outside the city was far narrower than Molan remembered. The road itself had not changed, but was gradually constricted by the debris that had collapsed on either side. The once orderly wavy guardrails leaned into the ditch, half buried in the black mud, as if someone had pressed their heads down. Billboards lay overturned in the weeds, their metal surfaces swollen from the black rain, the once vibrant inscriptions now a smudged amalgamation. The black rain had dried, yet it left behind a greasy film. The shadow of the city slowly dissipated behind them. Initially, the outlines of high-rise buildings were discernible, shrouded in a gray haze. As they progressed, the contours began to blur into a formless mass, and upon glancing back, the city had fully receded into the mist. The sounds diminished as well. In the city, even without electricity, one could still hear the residual clatter of pipes, the wind rattling the window frames, or distant, indistinct howls. Here, only the sounds of footsteps and the wind remained, excessively monotonous. Li Minghua's right leg had not yet fully recovered. At first, he could keep pace with the group. But half an hour later, his steps became erratic, unconsciously drawing circles as he placed his feet. Leaning on a wooden stick, sweat dripped from his forehead. Each time he slowed, he would glance up at the backs of the few individuals ahead. He dared not speak, even suppressing his breaths, fearful of becoming the burden that was left behind. Xiaoyu walked in the middle, flanked by the adults, her steps light and nearly silent. In the past, she would occasionally tug at Lin Zhixi's clothing, but now her hands hung limply at her sides, resting just above the multi-functional knife at her waist. Her gaze fixated on the puddles, cracks, and small stones dislodged by the rain on the road. She would occasionally tilt her head, lowering the brim of her hat to shield her eyes. After walking for over an hour, the terrain shifted. Several thick tree trunks lay across the path, not carelessly discarded, but strategically positioned to obstruct passage. They had been placed at the most challenging crossing points, interlocking at various angles, one atop another, secured tightly. Surrounding them was a winding tangle of wire, intricately wound and tightly bound, with knots positioned on the sheltered side, twisted twice, both old and new. It was evident that this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a construct that had been tended to over time, loosened and then resecured. Behind the trunks lay a heap of rubble, broken furniture, and half a dilapidated door. Though the arrangement was not particularly neat, it was precisely placed to completely block the widest section of the provincial road, leaving only a few muddy gaps at the roadside, where stepping in would render one unable to extricate themselves, an impassable barrier. This was a checkpoint. They halted a dozen meters away, silence enveloping them. The wind swept from the barricade, carrying the mixed scents of burning wood and livestock manure, subtle yet unmistakable. Su Chong stood at the forefront, his feet planted firmly, though his body leaned slightly forward. His right hand hung by his side, the sickle not drawn but within easy reach. Moments later, there was a movement behind the trees. A corner of the door was pushed ajar from within. The wood scraped against the gravel, producing a brief, muffled sound before coming to a halt. Then, a man emerged slowly. He was in his 40s, of short stature, with slumped shoulders. His cotton coat was worn to a sheen, its original color obscured by repeated exposure to rain, grease, and ash, giving off a greasy luster. The cuffs were frayed, with threads gently swaying as he moved. He held a rusted steel pipe, its end noticeably dented and haphazardly wrapped with tape. He came to a stop in the middle of the road, lowered his head, and gently tapped the ground with the pipe. The sound was dull. "Where to?" he inquired, his tone neither threatening nor hurried. His gaze swept across the faces of the group, lingering only briefly on each. It paused momentarily on Li Mingguo's limp before scrutinizing Lin Zhixi's bulging bag and finally settling on Su Chong's face. "To the west," Molan replied, stepping forward to obstruct the man's scrutiny of Su Chong. The man glanced at him, turning the steel pipe halfway in his hand. "Which way west?" "Just keep walking," came the reply. This time, the man smiled slightly, not overtly, just a subtle upward twitch at the corners of his mouth, devoid of sound, his eyes remaining fixed, as if responding without emotion. "Not walking now," he stated. Upon finishing his sentence, he thrust the steel pipe into the ground with more force than before, splashing a bit of mud. Su Chong shifted a step to the side, a small yet precise movement that effectively shielded him from the light rain. "Passage," the man echoed, a hint of mockery in his voice. "That'll cost you a toll." "What toll?" Li Mingguo could not help but interject, his voice trembling. The man disregarded him, as if that outburst were merely the sound of the wind. He extended his hand, as if counting treasures, food, salt, oil, medicine. "If you have something, offer it," he stated, his tone unexpectedly relaxed, as if he were imparting a long-established truth. At that moment, two figures emerged from behind the tree. One was a gaunt man on the left, his face sallow, suggesting prolonged hunger, wielding a rusty kitchen knife. The other, older and slightly stooped, stood on the right, holding a polished engineer's shovel. The thin man did not fully step forward, lingering in the shadows, yet his bloodshot eyes were fixated on the young girl. More precisely, they were glued to the knife handle peeking from her waist. "You're missing one," the thin man suddenly spoke, his voice sharp and thin. "That girl's knife is quite nice." The moment his words fell, the air tightened palpably. The girl did not flinch. She peered around Su Chong, not at the thin man, but glanced down at her own knife. Then, she made a deliberate motion. She slowly shifted the sheath, originally hanging outside her belt, to a more accessible position at her front, her right hand hovering over the handle. It was a gesture she had observed Su Chong perform before. Though her movements were inexperienced and her hand trembled slightly, the defiant attitude of "I will not yield" was as solid as a nail. The thin man's expression shifted, his tongue flicking over his lips. Molan observed this, and a heaviness settled in her heart. This was no longer merely a matter of toll. It was a test of boundaries. The leading man seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere, but did not intervene. Instead, he struck the ground with his steel pipe once more, as if waiting for them to make a decision. Molan exchanged a glance with Su Chong. Their adversaries were few, and their positions were less than ideal. However, once the confrontation commenced, blood would inevitably be shed. Moreover, there appeared to be a group lurking behind the tree. Su Chong mentally assessed the obstacles, positions, and distances before gently pulling back his coat. A gun emerged, its black body glinting with cold light. With a flick of his wrist, he raised the barrel, aiming it at the muddy ground beneath the thin man. The sound of the chamber being loaded was crisp and clear, devoid of echoes, carrying the weight of iron. The noise of a real gun being loaded was more persuasive than any words. The thin man, who had been fixated on the knife, froze as if struck by electricity. The foot he had tentatively stepped forward with recoiled sharply, nearly causing him to drop the kitchen knife. The leading man's shoulders visibly sagged, the earlier nonchalance evaporating instantly. A flurry of footsteps erupted from behind the tree. Someone instinctively retreated, colliding with something that clattered loudly. Su Chong had not yet aimed at anyone. The gun's barrel remained directed at the ground, yet this alone constituted the greatest threat. At that moment, the nature of the blockade had transformed. What remained was merely a question of negotiation and the extent of concessions. The man swallowed hard, his throat bobbing violently, his tone noticeably slowing, even trembling slightly. If you had this, you should have mentioned it earlier. It's not too late now, Molan remarked, her gaze as cold as ice. The man fell silent for a moment, adopting a different tone, or rather, a different demeanor. He shot a fierce glare at the thin man, blaming him for provoking trouble. Then we'll make a trade. Let us proceed with that. He forced a smile, one more grotesque than tears, and exchanged glances. Let us put away the guns for now. No need for any accidents. He tilted his head slightly behind the tree trunk. Your goods, just a fair trade will suffice. We're all struggling to survive. We have some hemostatic powder, salvaged from the clinic. Su Chong did not lower his gun. He leaned in to whisper in Molan's ear. There are more people behind the tree. Molan pondered for a moment and nodded. Then let us trade. Lin Zhixi opened her bag, retrieving a small packet of pre-packaged refined salt and a small bottle of murky cooking oil. The hunchbacked elder approached swiftly, taking the items, weighing them in his hands, and sniffing the oil, revealing a complex expression of greed and intrigue on his face. The leading man sighed in relief and waved his hand. All right then. His voice carried a weariness. Move on. Don't look back. The tree trunk was shifted aside just enough for one person to pass sideways. The sound of the wire loosening was a harsh, grating noise that made one's teeth ache. One by one, they moved past. When passing the thin man, Xiaoyu did not quicken her pace. She maintained her posture until she had walked beyond his shadow, then slowly lowered her hand. Molan brought up the rear, acutely aware of an unseen presence pressing against his back. There was no physical contact, yet the gaze lingered, laden with resentment, fear, and unwillingness. It was only when they turned a corner, out of sight of the trunks and the door, that the intangible pressure began to dissipate. Su Chong walked over a mile before raising his hand to signal them to stop. As Li Minghua halted, he immediately cursed, his voice tinged with trepidation. Those bastards are bandits. They already are, Su Chong replied, suggesting they rehang the sickle. There are at least a dozen of them. If any are reckless, a confrontation wouldn't be wise. Without that gun, today we would have lost more than just oil and salt. He turned to Xiaoyu, his gaze now reflecting an acknowledgement he had not shown before. What you did earlier was right. Xiaoyu remained silent, merely glancing at the hilt of her knife, her fingers gently tracing it. It bore the sweat of tension from moments past. She did not question whether they were villains. The distinction between good and evil had ceased to matter. What was crucial was possessing something in hand and a sense of security in heart. Molan observed the profile of his daughter, feeling an ache in his heart, mingled with a sense of solace. Let us go, he said. As the western wind grew stronger, they needed to find shelter before nightfall. The path stretched forward anew, gray and straight, like an endless scar etched upon this desolate earth. Chapter 62. The Valley, November 21st, 2027. The 158th day post-catastrophe. The fog was thick today, blurring the distant trees and stones into a formless mass. Staring too long would cause a dull ache around the eyes. Molan did not rise immediately. He lay flat, first moving his ears to filter the surrounding sounds into his consciousness. The wind swept down from above, carrying the scent of mud and decaying leaves, mingled with a barely discernible hint of stale blood. Remarkably, a bird chirped in the distance, a brief, sharp call that abruptly ceased, as if someone had choked it mid-cry. Further away, there was only emptiness. Behind him, the gentle breath of Xiaoyu grazed his back, exuding a faint warmth that seeped through the fabric of his tactical jacket. As Lin Zhixi turned, the subtle sound of fabric rubbing against itself was nearly imperceptible. On the other side, Su Chong and Li Minghua's intermittent snores punctuated the silence. There were no howls, no dragging footsteps. Molan mentally revisited the details, the direction of the wind, the scent in the air, that fleeting bird call. At least for this night, the atmosphere was untainted. He slowly propped himself up. The burden he had carried the previous evening had left red impressions on his shoulders. The ropes still biting into his skin, and any movement of fabric ignited a sharp pain. He stretched his arms. Awake? Su Chong's voice drifted from his left, suggesting he had been roused long before. Molan crouched down to grasp a handful of dried grass from the ground. The blades were coated with a thin layer of frost. The wind felt amiss last night, sending a chill down his spine. I heard it too, Su Chong yawned, as if something in the distance was howling. In any case, it's not a good sign. He glanced over at Xiaoyu, still deep in slumber. Is she sleeping well? Yes. Molan stood and approached Li Minghua. Daylight has broken. We must depart. The fog had not yet lifted, providing a perfect cover. Li Minggua's first reaction upon opening his eyes was to touch his leg. He slowly extended his right leg, his brow knitting together in discomfort, yet he remained silent. "Can you walk?" "I can't." Li Minghua inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he sat up. "It's just itchy, as if ants are crawling inside." His foot felt stifled within the boot, and he longed to scratch but couldn't reach. Lin Zhixi had also awakened. She did not rise immediately, instead reaching out to touch Xiaoyu's forehead, confirming there was no fever before propping herself up. Her hair was a tangled mess, her face smudged with dirt, yet her eyes retained their clarity. "How much water is left?" she inquired. "Enough for half the day." Molan gestured towards the white plastic barrel. The rainwater inside had settled overnight, and there should be a small river in the valley ahead that they could replenish from. Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes and sat up without any morning grumpiness. The first thing she did was draw out her small knife to inspect its blade before she sheathed it again. "Papa," she murmured, "I dreamed of that skinny man with the cleaver last night." "Dreams are often reversed," Molan said, gently pressing down on her head with his rough, warm palm. "Hurry and eat, we must be on our way." Breakfast consisted of the leftover grain porridge from the previous evening. It had cooled completely, solidifying into a hard, gray-brown mass. Each person took a spoonful, chewing slowly. It was sticky and laborious. Salt had been used sparingly, merely masking the musty taste of the grains. Only a few fragmented dates remained, which Lin Zhixi gave entirely to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu licked her fingers, ensuring not a trace of the sweet residue remained. They packed swiftly, re-rolling the ropes, stuffing the blankets into the bottom of their bags, leaving behind any unshakable dust. The formation fell into place naturally. Su Chong led the way. Li Minghua and Xiaoyu walked in the middle. Lin Zhixi trailed behind, and Molan took up the rear, axe in hand. For the past few days, they had been traveling northwest, seemingly towards a slightly better environment, with less of the ominous black water. After more than an hour of walking, they began to descend towards the valley's entrance. On either side, steep earthen cliffs loomed, the yellow soil exposed, tangled with thorns, their roots barely holding the slopes together. The sound of the stream trickled intermittently, interspersed with the faint noise of stones rolling. Su Chong suddenly raised his hand to signal a halt. He crouched at the edge of the cliff, gazing down for quite some time. "There are footprints," he remarked, pointing to the muddy path below, "new ones. At least 3 people. And the paw prints are large, likely from a wolf dog." Molan leaned closer to take a look. The prints extended towards the stream. "Their edge is clear, clearly left not long ago. We can't avoid it," he stated. "The water is insufficient. We must replenish. Then we shall proceed along the edge." Su Chong replied, straightening up and gripping his sickle firmly. "If anything seems amiss, we retreat." They cautiously descended the cliff, each step deliberate to avoid slipping and causing a disturbance. The stream opened up, shallow and flowing gently, its surface covered with a thin gray film left by the rain, gently swaying with the current. Li Minghua ventured first, probing the water with a stick, just below the knee. "It's a bit cool, but it doesn't smell foul." As he leaned down to scoop water, Molan noticed a sudden movement in the thicket across the stream. "Don't move," he whispered urgently. 3 figures emerged from behind the trees, not as if they had suddenly appeared, but rather as if they had been there all along, blending seamlessly with the withered background. 2 men and a woman stood there. One man wielded an iron rod, while the other held a makeshift spear, its tip honed to a sharp gleam. The woman carried a pack, her face partially concealed by a dirty cloth, revealing only a pair of vigilant eyes. They did not rush towards them, nor did they shout. Merely standing at the water's edge, a distance of several meters apart, the leading man, in his 40s, had a scruffy beard and narrow eyes that squinted slightly as he spoke. "Fetching water?" he inquired, his tone calm, neither confrontational nor friendly. "Just passing through." Su Chong stepped forward slightly, his blade angled so the other could see it clearly. "We'll fill our containers and leave." The man nodded, yet his posture remained tense. The iron rod still gripped tightly in his hand. "There's plenty of water. Let us each take our share, but don't get too close. We want to attack. As long as you don't cause trouble. Mutual non-aggression is the greatest courtesy." Molan signaled to Li Minghua, who hastened his actions to fill the containers and secure the lids. Lin Zhixi pulled Xiaoyu closer to her side, her gaze never straying from the hands of the strangers. The woman with the covered face glanced at them, her eyes momentarily lingering on the child, softening slightly before quickly diverting her gaze, indicating that the threat was minimal. "Where are you headed?" the squinting man asked again, his eyes scanning Molan's axe. Northwest? No one responded. He continued without waiting for an answer. That way is better than east. More people, though it can be chaotic. Believing rumors can lead to death. I've heard there's an official outpost. Many go there, but few return. Su Chong acknowledged, understood. The county town was struck by an earthquake. It collapsed severely. The man continued, seemingly loquacious, or perhaps simply starved for interaction after a long time without normal company. Once the rain falls, the infected come out. All right. Once you've filled your containers, leave. This area isn't safe at night. They offered no response. Once their containers were filled, they began to back away slowly, maintaining a direct line of sight with the three figures. The strangers remained stationary, merely observing, ensuring that they were indeed departing. As they walked a considerable distance, until the figures faded from sight, Xiaoyu quietly inquired, "Are they good people?" "No," Molan pondered for a moment before adding, "Not exactly bad either. They simply wish to avoid trouble." In the afternoon, the valley gradually narrowed. The cliffs grew taller, and the wind ricocheted within the gorge, colliding with the rocky walls and reverberating in low echoes. The path became narrow and wet. Water soon seeped into their shoes, soaking their feet and causing painful friction. Yet no one paused. Molan remained focused on the trail, his shoulders growing heavier with each step as he mentally calculated their water and food supplies. By evening, they discovered a recess beneath a cliff. Su Chong surveyed the area, noting the absence of footprints and animal droppings. The rock face was dry, and the wind swept over from above, making it difficult for it to penetrate, an ideal spot for an overnight stay. The fire burned low, just enough to warm their hands, as they dared not to stoke it larger for fear of attracting attention. Dinner consisted of hard biscuits soaked in water, each person chewing slowly, with the salt dwindling further. Lin Zhixi, by the flickering light, examined Li Mingguo's leg, applying the dressing with gentle care. "It's improving," she remarked, but the medicine was nearly depleted, with only a little anti-inflammatory powder left. "If this continues, I'm afraid the wound will fester." "Xiaoli, hold on," Molan said, gazing into the flames, his voice heavy. "We will find a way when we reach the next town. There are no other options now." As night fell, he took the first watch. The wind outside danced within the valley, casting shadows that flickered and elongated in the firelight. Today, these individuals had not demanded anything from them. In fact, they had offered a few vague warnings, which eased his mind slightly. Chapter 63. Oasis, November 25, 2027. The 162nd day since the disaster struck. The yellow earth beneath their feet had been repeatedly soaked by black rain, and the fierce northwestern winds had hardened it day by day, creating a brittle surface while the depths remained sticky. Each day, the meager rations they received barely stifled their hunger, preventing them from fainting. Xiaoyu was losing weight rapidly. The baby fat that once adorned her cheeks had long since vanished, leaving her face gaunt, her chin sharply defined, making her eyes appear disproportionately large, with stark black and white contrast that was unsettling. Though she managed to keep pace without faltering, her words were noticeably fewer, most of the time. She merely nodded or shook her head, striving to remain silent, fearing that speaking might cost her another breath. Li Mingguo's leg had improved somewhat. He could manage on flat ground, but would involuntarily drag his foot when encountering an incline. He was acutely aware of this, immediately correcting himself, his face taut, avoiding eye contact, and remaining silent while beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. Lin Zhixi consistently carried a white plastic bucket filled with their collected clean stream water. She would periodically pause to adjust the straps, shifting their position for comfort before continuing. Her expression was neutral, all her strength focused on discerning the stability of her footing and maintaining her balance. Su Chong invariably led the way, stopping each time to survey the path, gauge the wind direction, and ensure there were no unwelcome disturbances ahead. A few nights prior, they had circumvented a village. From a distance, they could see the flickering glow of firelight, vibrant and erratic, accompanied by the distant sounds of arguing and barking dogs. No one suggested investigating. Instead, they took a sharp turn, deliberately opting for a longer route to avoid potential conflict. As the trees dwindled and the land became increasingly desolate, they began to doubt whether they were on the right path. Molan felt a twinge of pain in his knee, each step sending a sharp reminder, as if a needle were embedded within. "Dad," Xiaoyu suddenly halted, raising her hand to point ahead, her voice hoarse and trembling. "There's smoke." Molan followed her gaze. At the horizon of the undulating yellow earth, A wisp of gray smoke rose steadily, defying the wind and forming a slender line. Beneath the smoke lay a patch of strikingly vibrant green, jarringly out of place against the gray and lifeless wasteland. Instinctively, his right hand tightened around the axe handle. His breath momentarily caught in his throat. Su Chong squinted, scrutinizing the scene for a while, his brow furrowing slowly before relaxing. Camouflage fabric, not from the village, he remarked. It seems someone is managing it. After a brief pause, he added, the setup doesn't appear hastily assembled. There are fences and sentries. Li Minghua inhaled deeply, then held his breath, a hint of desperate longing in his voice. Should we go in and ask? If we could sit down and have a warm drink. Even if it's just dishwater, it would ease my legs significantly. Lin Zhixi pulled Xiaoyu closer, her hand resting gently on the child's shoulder. Let us observe first. Is it a safe zone? Are there blue flags? They cautiously navigated the low ground, adhering closely to the terrain for cover. As they approached, the details became clearer. The iron mesh was taut, wooden stakes driven in with precision, evenly spaced. Military green tents stood in neat rows, their colors uniform, accompanied by several prefabricated houses. Inside, there were movements, people following structured paths without chaos. In the center stood a pole adorned with blue fabric, and on a hillside within the compound, a red two-story building was visible. Molan recognized this sense of order. It was the most familiar sight from his life before the apocalypse, and now, it was the rarest, evoking both longing and trepidation. There are guards, Su Chong whispered, on both sides, and they seem quite experienced, like a military unit. Have we arrived? Is it official? Li Minghua inquired. It's not necessarily amiable, Su Chong replied. What if they are bandits? We'd be done for. Molan glanced back at the path they had traversed. Behind them lay the endless wasteland and the encroaching dusk that threatened to engulf everything. Even though they could circumvent the area, water was scarce. And Li Minghua's leg and Xiaoyu's stamina could not withstand much more. As they deliberated, a vehicle entered the camp, a green truck of official design. Most likely government. They're flying a flag, Molan concluded, making a decision. We need to play by the rules. We can't hold out much longer. We must go in. He cast a glance at the gun Su Chong had secured at his waist, a Type 54, which had been with him since they encountered the roadblock. Is it loaded? Molan asked quietly. Yes, Su Chong confirmed, feeling for the hard object at his back. If we need to hand it over, we will, Molan instructed, locking eyes with Su Chong. Don't hesitate. This place doesn't lack for firearms. Don't risk your life for this one. Keep it concealed. They won't notice it, Su Chong suggested. Molan gently shook his head, his gaze fixed on the camp entrance. This safe zone is surrounded by walls and guarded. It's not a place for free entry. Once we go in, we'll have to register and follow a unified protocol. Inside were people, while outside lay the guns, never to be retrieved in this lifetime. If one must break free, it would be wiser to seize the sentinels' weapons directly. Su Chong nodded, his gaze serene. In a moment, raise your hands and set down your belongings, Molan instructed. They emerged from their concealment, hands lifted above their heads. The wind howled fiercely, whipping their sleeves against their wrists. The guards reacted swiftly. Almost as soon as they revealed themselves, rifles were raised, 2 standard-issue guns. Their dark muzzles aimed squarely at them, the commands cutting through the wind. Halt! Su Chong spoke first, his tone steady. 5 individuals approaching from the east. There are both adults and children, none infected. The sentry did not respond immediately, seemingly assessing the situation. 2 figures cautiously emerged from behind sandbag fortifications, weapons still trained on their chests. Raise your right hand, one commanded gruffly, gesturing with his left to discard their backpack and weapons, retreating 5 steps. They complied, laying down their axe, knife, crowbar, and backpack, each thudding heavily against the ground. Su Chong paused, slowly reaching towards his lower back. Don't move. The opposing voice called out, betraying tension as the gun wavered. Show your hands, or we will fire. We have a weapon. Su Chong's movements did not cease. They merely slowed, as if to exhibit every minute motion to his adversaries. I'm placing it on the ground, he stated. He retrieved an old Type 54 pistol, gripping it with 2 fingers, muzzle down, and gently set it on the earth. The other side appeared momentarily taken aback. Where did you get that gun? The man inquired. Found it on the road, Su Chong replied, stepping back 5 paces to stand beside Molan. The 2 sentinels exchanged glances. One continued to watch, while the other jogged over. With practiced ease, he kicked the gun aside and gathered the axe and knife. Squatting down to inspect the firearm, he glanced up at Su Chong. His gaze tinged with an added layer of caution, yet also a hint of acknowledgement. "Search them," he commanded. They approached, conducting a meticulous search from shoulders to pant legs, even squeezing the tops of their shoes. Molan stood still, allowing the coarse hands to pat over her body. She could distinctly sense the tautness of their muscles. In such moments, trust was a rare commodity. When the search reached Lin Zhixi, the man paused, glancing at the small figure cowering by her side. Xiaoyu huddled by Lin Zhixi's legs, eyes wide, fixed on the man. Yet one hand remained near the seam of her pants, not far from where she had concealed a knife. The man frowned, his touch becoming slightly gentler as he merely patted Lin Zhixi's pockets without further probing. "This child has been with you all along?" he asked, incredulity evident in his tone. "Yes," Lin Zhixi affirmed, tightening her embrace around the child. The man said nothing further, straightening up and calling back to his companion. "Nothing else here. They don't appear to be bandits." The other nodded, lowering his weapon slightly. "Bandits wouldn't bring along such a small child," he remarked, his voice easing, "unless they were mad. Come over." The man gestured. "We are an official safety point. Enter to register. Do not look around or wander." The iron door creaked open, emitting a harsh scraping sound. Inside, the environment was surprisingly well organized. A newly dug well was connected by a pipe, and a drainage ditch had been excavated nearby. The ground had been turned over, with rows of sparse green leaves sprouting. Items were neatly arranged, and the pathways were distinctly marked. Several large pots simmered on the fire, releasing a rich aroma. The scent of cooked grains that penetrated deeply into one's senses, provoking an intense salivation. The inhabitants were busy with their tasks, their gazes unperturbed by the newcomers, as if they had grown accustomed to such faces or had become indifferent. A middle-aged man approached, clad in military attire, standing rigidly with a sharp gaze. "My surname is Li. I am the camp commander here," he stated. "This is now an official unified point. Have the guns been collected?" "Yes," responded a nearby individual, handing over Su Chong's weapon. Commander Li examined it briefly, adeptly pulling back the bolt and inspecting the magazine before conducting a chamber check, clicking with fluidity. "It was a lucky find, a means of self-preservation," Su Chong explained. Commander Li did not respond, but passed the gun to an aide. "Currently, it is irrelevant whether or not you have broken the law. First, we must register and secure it. You cannot carry such items here." "Where do you hail from?" "The southeast, from the vicinity of Linjiang," Molan replied. "We took a long detour to arrive here." "Is this an official safe zone?" Commander Li nodded, his expression subtly shifting. "That area has long become a dead zone. Surviving and bringing your family here is no small feat." His gaze swept across the faces of the group, noting Li Minggua's limp, Lin Zhiqi's water jug, and finally resting on Xiaoyu, his expression softening slightly. "This is not a reconstruction zone. Consider it a forward outpost," he said, his tone becoming more even. "Come in, sit down, and have something to eat. Set your belongings aside for now." The porridge was served, thick and mixed with wild vegetables. Molan did not rush to drink it, allowing a moment before taking a sip. A wave of warmth traveled down her esophagus, leaving her feeling as if she were melting away. Xiaoyu drank even more slowly, her hands trembling slightly, cautious that the bowl might slip away. Li Minghua ate rapidly, only pausing halfway through, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he buried his face in the bowl. Commander Li stood nearby, waiting for them to finish before speaking. "Let me clarify," he began. "Though this is an official point, it is not a place for idleness. Things are different now. We do not support the lazy. You must work, keep watch, repair roads, gather supplies, and move goods. Labor will determine your rations. Those unable to contribute may stay for one night, receive a bit of water, and must seek elsewhere the next day." Molan set down her bowl and wiped her mouth. "Understood," she replied. "We are capable." Commander Li glanced at Su Chong, then at Molan's calloused hands. "That gun is decent," he remarked. "From the way you handed over the weapon earlier, you don't seem to be novices. If you are willing to work, we are in need of personnel for the security team." Su Chong hesitated, looking at Molan. She remained silent, merely nodding slightly. "Rest tonight in the communal quarters. Arrangements will be made later," Commander Li concluded before departing, not sparing them another glance. The wind swept in from the outside, rustling against the iron mesh with a soft sound. The light in the room glowed dimly, a warm amber, yet lacking true warmth. Molan reclined on the makeshift bunk provided for them, covered by a quilt imbued with a musty odor. Yet he found it to be the softest object he had encountered in months. Chapter 64, Civilization, November 25, 2027. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sound of assembly jolted Molan from his light slumber. The calls were short, rhythmic, slicing sharply through the crisp morning air. The standard military whistle, high-pitched and piercing, resonated powerfully. He sat up, his heart still racing, and instinctively reached for the edge of the bed with his right hand. His fingertips brushed against the cold, hard handle of an axe. The familiar wooden texture steadied his thoughts. The axe had not been confiscated. During the inspection upon entering the camp last night, only Su Chang's firearm had been taken, while the officer glanced at the axe and knife in his hands, remarking that tools need not be surrendered and could be kept for work, before moving on without further inquiry. The tent was relatively dry, filled with the scent of dust and aged canvas, a stark contrast to the outdoors where the air was tainted with mildew, dampness, and decay. This was the fragrance of a place that had been tidied up. Awake? Su Chang inquired from a small stool across from him, hunched over, fiddling with a small stone, scraping it against his nails. He had been awake for quite some time. What time is it? Molan asked. 6 o'clock. The patrol team is about to start their drills. Molan lifted the corner of the tent. The fog had yet to dissipate, blanketing everything in a ghostly white. In the central dirt area of the camp, some individuals were already running laps. A group of over 20 soldiers donned in worn military uniforms, though not particularly new, moved with unwavering precision. 1, 2, 3, 4. The commanding shouts reverberated like thunder, synchronized and powerful. Their right feet struck the ground, followed promptly by their left. The soles thudding against the hardened earth, frozen by the night's chill, producing a dull, yet resonant sound. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a scene after the disaster. These were regular troops, likely from the Central Plains Guard or the Eastern Garrison, though their equipment seemed somewhat outdated, hinting at surplus stock. Su Chang had somehow approached, observing the rows of moving green figures with a complex nostalgia in his eyes. The movements, the commands, were unmistakably authentic. "Dad, I want some water," came the voice of Xiaoyu from behind him. She had sat up, her hair in disarray, a few strands sticking up, her eyes still half closed, with red imprints from the blanket adorning her cheeks. Lin Zhixi, she had already risen, pouring water from a thermos into a cup in the corner. The thermos bore red lettering, likely a unit designation, despite the chipped paint. The characters for Central Plains remained clear. The water flowed slowly, steaming, evidently warm. Xiaoyu cradled the cup, her small hands wrapped around its sides, leaning down to blow on it before taking small sips, her gaze fixated on the gentle ripples on the surface. "Indeed, they have hot water here," Lin Zhixi remarked. "The soldier who delivered it this morning said they provide 2 bottles daily, more than enough." Molan did not respond, bending down to put on his shoes. They had been warmed overnight and were dry, free from the discomfort of dampness. As he tightened the laces, he applied a bit of force, which sharpened his focus. Breakfast was soon brought in. A stainless steel basin was placed on the table with a crisp clang, containing 6 assorted steamed buns and a small bowl of boiled potato chunks. The potatoes were cut unevenly, but cooked thoroughly, with just a hint of oil and a generous amount of salt. Li Mingwa seized a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth, hardly chewing before he swallowed, and soon found himself choking, his face flushed with crimson. Su Chang patted him on the back, allowing the morsel to finally go down. It was sustenance. As Li Mingwa gasped for air, he took another hearty bite, his eyes slightly reddening. Indeed, it was sustenance. This was the treatment one received for working for the state. Not long after finishing his meal, someone lifted the tent flap. Registration. A wooden table and a somewhat wobbly old chair. A staff member in civilian attire, devoid of shoulder insignia, sat behind the table, tapping his pen on the paper. Name, origin, specialties. Molan, from Linjiang City. Engaged in logistics, holds an A license. Capable of driving. The staff member lowered his head and made a mark on the form, the pen scratching across the paper. Molan caught a glimpse of the form, which bore the header, Personnel Registration Form for the Temporary Resettlement Point of the Central Plains Guard Army, confidential, stamped with a vivid red official seal. Next, he was directed to the Logistics and Transport Group. Those who understood basic repairs would lead, while those who did not would carry goods. Upon completion, work points would be awarded, and they were to follow the squad leader's commands. There was no negotiation, nor hesitation. It was a purely militarized directive. Following him were Lin Zhixi, Su Chang, and Li Mingwa. Each person was asked a few questions and then swiftly redirected with new sleeping arrangements. Families would stay together, and strangers were not placed in the same tent. Words were few, yet judgments were swift. Here, there was no need to explain one's life story, no need for narratives. One simply needed to convey how they could contribute. This sensation of being reintegrated into a collective was both alien and familiar. The transport group was located on the southern side of the camp. Modified off-road vehicles and several Dongfeng trucks were lined up, accompanied by old Liberation vehicles and a few aged cargo trucks. Though the exteriors were weathered, they had been cleaned to the best of their ability, and the tires were well inflated. A veteran in his 50s crouched by a wheel, smoking. He was Old Zhao, the head of the vehicles here. Newcomer? Old Zhao squinted, exhaling a plume of smoke. The squad leader mentioned you know about cars? You hold an A license and have driven large trucks before? Yes. Old Zhao gestured toward an old Liberation truck. Check the fuel line. This rickety vehicle was dragged back from the county military department and is wheezing badly. If we can't fix it, we'll have to carry the supplies on foot next time. Molan crouched down and crawled under the vehicle. The scent of diesel mingled with the unique aroma of hot metal, filling his nostrils. He observed the military-grade undercoating on the chassis. At noon, he spotted Lin Zhixi at the entrance of the cafeteria. She was assisting in the kitchen, distributing bowls and chopsticks with deft movements. A few children squatted on the ground, waiting, including Xiaoyu. The children spoke little, each drawing lines in the dirt with sticks. A young woman wearing glasses approached, holding several worn books, softly conversing with the children. Her surname was Su, a teacher at the wartime primary school. Xiaoyu squatted there, glanced up at the teacher, then at Lin Zhixi, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. A small smile, but genuine. Molan stood at a distance, watching for a few moments. They were given half a block of military soap. Lin Zhixi came over, taking advantage of the lack of attention to whisper. I washed Xiaoyu's face and her hair too. She paused for a moment, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. It seems that life can truly be lived here. Teacher Su mentioned that as long as one is willing to work diligently, one could stay indefinitely until the larger group arrives to take over. Molan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us adhere to the rules, he asserted. Complete the tasks well and avoid causing trouble. As dusk approached, work ceased. Someone handed him a small, roughly rolled cigarette. The tobacco was somewhat dry, mingled with the scent of leaves. He accepted it, refraining from lighting it, and tucked it into his pocket, close to his body. Upon returning to the tent area, he noticed Li Mingwa pacing back and forth in his new issue combat boots. The soles were somewhat rigid, yet he walked lightly, a hint of satisfaction on his face. He mentioned that he had exchanged work credits for them. They did not chafe, had a sturdy sole, and were 100 times better than his own worn-out sneakers. Su Chong leaned against a nearby wooden post, silent. His armband was red, signifying his role as an auxiliary security member. What's wrong? Molan inquired as he approached. Su Chong lowered his voice, his gaze sweeping towards the row of wooden houses at the far end of the camp. Barbed wire surrounded that area, and 2 armed sentinels stood at attention by the entrance, their demeanor serious. Something feels off over there. What do you mean? Molan pressed. I attempted to survey the terrain, but was stopped. The sentry was quite polite, stating it was a military restricted zone, yet his eyes held a guarded expression, as if I were a thief. Moreover, Su Chong paused. I caught a whiff of something. What kind of smell? Molan asked. The scent of disinfectant, overpowering the stench. Su Chong replied. It was more pungent than anything I've encountered in a hospital. As night fell, the generator ceased its operation. The lights extinguished abruptly, severed as if by a knife, plunging the entire camp into darkness, leaving only the sporadic outlines of the surrounding walls and the searchlights. Molan lay on the army cot, eyes wide open, devoid of drowsiness. Beside him lay the axe that had not been confiscated, its cold touch providing a faint sense of security amidst the darkness. After a while, he heard noises, the sound of military boots striking the hard ground, the faint clinking of metal, and the rasping of heavy objects being dragged along the ground. The source of the commotion was precisely in the direction Su Chong had indicated earlier, that so-called military restricted zone. Did you hear that? Lin Zhixi's voice murmured from the shadows, almost brushing the ground. I did, Molan replied, his tone calm. At that moment, he too kept his eyes open, refusing to blink. This place feels remarkably well ordered. There is food, there is rest, and there is work. All rules, order, and division of labor are meticulously in place. This is undoubtedly an official stronghold, providing them with a sense of security, yet it also instilled a subtle unease within him. He refrained from delving deeper into the implications, merely committing the observation to memory. This order was being vigorously upheld, and what sustained it would soon be revealed. Chapter 65. Work credits November 26, 2027. The morning at the oasis was heralded by the sound of blunt instruments striking metal. The whistle had a brief history here. In the earliest days, the military-style whistle used for morning drills was sharp and piercing, yanking individuals from their dreams at 4:30 in the morning like a drill. However, the whistle was too shrill, leading to confusion. Newcomers could not discern between a gathering and an enemy attack, while those more seasoned were repeatedly jolted awake in the night, their hearts unable to bear the strain, leading to cries, panic, trampling, and even fatalities. Later, Liang issued a command, proclaiming that there would be no more whistles to summon the common folk. There was no need for shouts. Voices were a precious asset, too valuable to waste. Thus, they resorted to tapping iron basins with spoons, producing a steady, rhythmic clang. No haste, no urgency, just a consistent tempo. The muted sound, close to the ground and mingling with the low morning mist, traveled along the fence, slipping through the seams of tents, echoing throughout the entire camp, drawing an invisible line. Those who had not stepped forward before the line was drawn were implicitly deemed absent from the day's roll call. Molan stood beside the outdoor repair station in the transportation area. The sky was still gray, and the gravel ground beneath his feet had been freshly laid the previous night, mixed with coal cinders, firm underfoot. After standing for a prolonged period, his calves began to swell. In his hand, he clutched a rag, once white, but now thoroughly soaked in machine oil, rigid and brittle. He didn't mind the grime. The darker his hands, the deeper his entrenchment in this collective. Since yesterday afternoon, the transportation area had become crowded. 2 trucks of refugees had arrived overnight, young adults extracted from the nearby collapsed civil defense works. A second makeshift windbreak had been erected, and the large pot had been moved outdoors, originally sufficient for 30 people. It now required dilution to serve 2 pots, yet the work points remained unchanged. This morning, the tapping of the spoon against the iron basin commenced 10 minutes earlier than the previous day. A moment's respite followed. Old Chong approached with a bowl of water, a chip missing from the rim, revealing a dark iron base. "Drink up," he urged. The water was cloudy, bearing an alkaline taste, slightly less diluted than 2 days prior. Molan took a couple of sips, feeling his throat ease, before returning the bowl. "Brother Chong, how are the work points allocated today?" he inquired. Old Chong squatted on the ground, his calloused hands rubbing a bit of tobacco, hesitating to light it as he pondered how to respond. With the increased number of people these past few days, the distribution had become more fractional. Previously, repairing a unit earned 3 points. Now, it was merely 2. Finally, he lit the tobacco, taking a drag as the smoke lingered slowly in the cold air. "No talk of money. 5 points keeps you alive. 7 points allow you to fill out. 8 or more ensures a greasy meal. Patrols count as 12, with fieldwork calculated separately. Wasn't he at 7 points for a thicker porridge yesterday?" Molan frowned. Old Chong snorted, exhaling smoke through his nose. "We took in another 100 last night. The tally needs recalibrating. This gruel is becoming increasingly thin." Molan nodded, refraining from further inquiries about food. His gaze drifted to the supply exchange board not far off, densely covered with chalk-written items. "Are there still those shoes in the storeroom?" he asked. "Size 34 children's shoes, waterproof and warm." Old Chong glanced sideways at Molan's feet, which had long lost their shape, worn soles, sides nearly peeling away, exposing darkened socks within. "Are you getting them for your daughter?" he asked. Old Chong tapped the ash from his cigarette onto the ground. "Such good items cannot be found among the scrap. Even brand-name sneakers picked up outside will come apart after 3 days in this muck, leaving them completely soaked inside. Only the vulcanized work shoes in the storeroom can withstand it." Old Chong extended 5 fingers. "That would take 40 to 50 work points. Moreover, you'll need to queue. With the current demand, you might be waiting until next month. By then, your feet will likely be frostbitten." During lunchtime, the cafeteria was noticeably more crowded. Where there had once been seating, many now stood with their bowls in hand. The meal consisted of potatoes and millet, with more broth and less solid food. As Molan cast a glance around, he noticed several unfamiliar faces, newcomers who had arrived the previous night. They consumed their meals with remarkable speed, their expressions fierce and vigilant. Lin Zhixi and Xiaoyu were seated beside a pillar in the corner. Lin Zhixi had changed into an old work uniform, impeccably clean, with the cuffs meticulously stitched. She was deftly picking potato peels from Xiaoyu's bowl, her movements practiced. Xiaoyu sat upright, her back straight, though her face remained gaunt. On her feet were oversized men's sneakers, the toes stuffed with newspaper. Dad. Upon seeing him, Xiaoyu instinctively withdrew her feet. How are your feet? Molan inquired, crouching down. It itches. Xiaoyu replied in a hushed tone, her hand reaching for her feet, but being restrained by Lin Zhixi. With reddened eyes, Lin Zhixi lowered her voice. Last night. It was so itchy I couldn't sleep. I kept rubbing them under the covers. I just checked, and the heels are worn raw. The worst part is that all the toes are swollen, a deep purplish hue. The medic took a glance and said it's severe frostbite. The dampness in the shoes has caused paronychia. If you don't get a dry pair soon and apply some medicine, the skin will break and become infected. Molan reached out to touch the surface of the shoes. They were cold and damp. Without electric dryers, the shoes would remain perpetually wet. This dampness was more perilous than the cold, gnawing at the children's feet. There are shoes and medicine in the warehouse, Molan stated. That requires priority vouchers. Lin Zhixi shook her head. Our rations are insufficient. I only have 5 or 6 points a day, and I need to trade for food. No sooner had she spoken than commotion arose from the other end of the cafeteria. I beg you. I just want to exchange for a couple of pills. A man clutched the sleeve of the administrative officer, nearly hanging off him in desperation. I've worked all morning. Why was my score deducted? My wife has had a fever for 2 days. I just want to swap for some medicine. The officer abruptly shook off the man's grip, his face pale with anger. No points, no allocation. Go report to the medical zone. Who has come out from the back? The man shouted, his voice filled with despair, resonating with a chilling finality. The next moment, 2 armed soldiers advanced, one on each side, firmly restraining him with clean, efficient movements, devoid of any shoving or unnecessary words, dragging him out. The man struggled, but a rifle struck heavily against his lower back, causing him to crumple like a lifeless dog, being dragged through the mud. A profound silence enveloped the cafeteria. It was so quiet one could hear the scraping of bowls against tables and even the sound of someone swallowing nearby. No one raised their gaze, nor did anyone look on. It was not indifference. Rather, it was the understanding that this fragile order was as delicate as parchment. If one individual were allowed to cut in line, it would set a precedent for all others, leading to the collapse of this tenuous structure. Molan lowered his head, pushing the only oily potato from his bowl into Xiaoyu's. Eat, he instructed. In the afternoon, he worked with even greater fervor. Wrenches, oil hoses, belts, each passed through his hands. His wrists were smeared with grease, and his sleeves had become polished from wear. The foreman glanced at him, offering no praise, but marked an additional tally on the clipboard. By evening, the distant sound of engines echoed through the camp. The sound was deep and unhurried, yet it lifted the heads of everyone present. The field vehicle had returned. 2 old Liberation trucks, their exteriors caked with mud, bore dark red streaks of blood on the doors. The truck beds were piled high with oil drums and scrap metal, including motors salvaged from the ruins. Amongst those cold supplies lay several bloodied individuals. As the vehicle came to a halt, the logistics officer swiftly ascended to conduct an inspection. This one, with a thigh wound that pierced through, was beyond saving and would be taken away for treatment. The other was still capable of movement and would remain. Su Chong leapt from the passenger seat, enveloped in a blend of wind and the scent of iron, accompanied by a faint whiff of gunpowder. He proceeded directly to Molan's side, seated himself on a small stool, and began to unfasten his leg bindings. Liang has marked you. Su Chong spoke softly yet distinctly. Tomorrow, we venture into the county, to the pharmaceutical factory, to clear the inventory. Molan did not inquire about the route. What about the remuneration? Was his sole question. The base score is 20. Those who return alive shall receive an additional priority exchange voucher. Su Chong paused for a moment, glancing towards the direction of Xiaoyu. With that voucher, should you wish to exchange for safety shoes or amoxicillin, no one can cut in line ahead of you. No need to queue. Molan's hands came to a standstill. The image of those swollen, purplish-red feet lingered in his mind, as if he could visualize the thin skin gradually succumbing to decay within the damp confines of the shoes. There would be no advances, no privileges. To acquire those life-saving shoes, one must gamble with their life. However, this journey may not guarantee a full complement of personnel. Su Chong added, lowering his voice further. There are refugee strongholds nearby, as well as packs of wild dogs. Today, 3 vehicles went out, yet only 2 have returned. Molan tossed the black rag he had been holding into the oil barrel. "Please register my name," he stated. "Without hesitation, I shall go." The generator nearby sputtered out, extinguishing the light abruptly. The camp was once again enveloped in darkness, leaving only the howling wind outside the enclosure. With more people, resources become scarce. It is the same everywhere. Fortunately, there is order here.